Should have volume restarted.
Curse to walk these streets when the becomes something now. Tempted life of survival is a grueling, worthless trial. As they struggle through this world, only one thing on their mind. Another day of living, another day of crime. Pushing through the world of robberies, passing never stop, going never day by day. Living in this alleyway, living in this endless mess, fighting unrelenting haze. Killing children in the street, government speaks, sick, memory taste of defeat. Killing children in the street, government speaks, sick, memory taste of defeat. People want to be a veteran just like me, thinking glory come when the war has just begun. A message I will send, the war will never end, 'cause I have no pride, the killing starts inside. Pushing to the world of robberies, passing never stop, going never day by day. Sleeping in the alleyway, living in this endless maze, fighting unrelenting haze. Killing children in the street, government speaks sick, memory taste of defeat. Killing children in the street, government speaks sick, memory taste of defeat.
All right, welcome everybody to a special episode of Coffee and Craps. This is going to be a 12-hour Coffee and Craps. I got to talk for 12 hours. My God, we made it to Craps for the Cure. Can you believe it? We've been talking about this for a year, and we made it here. I hope you enjoyed that song. You probably didn't enjoy the song. Nobody likes that song. That song is actually one that my band wrote from the 90s. It's called Social Outcast. And though it's a little heavy for most of you, we actually wrote that song thinking about veterans back in the 90s. At that time, kind of like today, a lot of the homeless were vets, and we saw them suffering. And as a band, we wrote a song about them, and that's what that was. And I know it's heavy and it's kind of a brutal song, but I wanted to share it with you before we got started today. As you know, Craps for the Cure, we are working hard 2 straight days here, 10 hours each day or so, raising money for veterans, specifically with an outfit called Veterans Moving Forward, who they raise and train service dogs for vets with PTSD, which is a really specialized issue that veterans deal with that nobody really talks about. You can't see it. It's tough to diagnose, but we're going to bring Lori Sittner on here in just a minute to talk about the cause, how it all works, and give us some of the details. But in the meantime, I want to welcome you back to the show. If you're not there yet, I'll give you a couple of parameters. One, the website, crapsforthecure.com. On that site, of course, you can watch the live feed. You can chat along with us, but there are 3 important buttons at the very top of that website. One's going to say donations. Click the donations button if the mood strikes you to give money. 100% of what you donate goes straight to the charity. There's no fees to that. It goes direct in. If you want to get a raffle item, I'll show you a video here in a little bit of all the raffle items. One of them, by the way, Rick Duval, look at this thing. Can you believe this? That's like a foot thick. This is like the most, I'm right?
Well,
guys over exaggerate. That's a foot thick right there, ladies. That's a big board right there, right? This thing is awesome. This is a handmade cutting board, CNC'd out. This is beautiful. This is one of the auction items we have today. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey is here. Joe, say hi.
hello.
Hey, I can see him. You guys can't see him, but the reason I have an extra light here is because Joe's casting a shadow on this. Joe's a giant of a man back there. I told you want to be on Team Joe.
Exaggerates.
I do exaggerate. Again, guys exaggerate. But Joe spent, what, 1,000 hours? 500 hours.
Over 150.
150 hours. Look, whatever. He spent a lot of time.
If that's a 12-inch board,
He spent, there you go, there you go. No, Joe built a cut, and I'm not joking, he built a custom, it's a convertible chessboard and craps throwing station. It's actually a chessboard with all of our chips on it. You can flip the board over and it turns into a craps throwing station with a couple of chairs that are unbelievable amount of time and effort that Joe put into that. Just a few of the raffle items you can get by clicking that raffle button at the top. And of course you want to get a shirt like mine or a coffee mug or something cool, hit that merch button. Again, all the money, 100% of everything you do today goes to the charity. And in fact, if you're in chat and you just love what you're seeing and you feel the need to just do a quick super chat, 100% of that goes right to veterans moving forward. So we'll dive into the actual auction items here more in depth as we get on, but I'm going to bring Lori on here and we'll get our chairs all set up. And there you go. I'll slide mine in, and Craig, you can make sure that we're both in the shot here, and let us know when you're ready, and we'll. All right, cool. So Lori, first of all, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
So the cool thing is, I got to tell the story because last year we decided to do this raise money for y'all on the advice of one of our subscribers who's a veteran.
Okay.
He got some PTSD, and he said, "Hey, this outfit's great. You got to check them out." And I wrote you I think I wrote you an email, or
Yes.
I called you, and
Yes.
you're like, "Who the hell are you?"
Yeah.
Right?
Are you legit?
We got to vet you, right? And I tried to sell it, like, "Hey, we're doing, this is a real thing." And you're like, "Oh, I'm going to fly out there, but I'm not 100% sure." And you flew out here, and how was the experience last year?
I loved it. This is the best community ever. I mean,
Thank
you
you.
guys are friendly, and what you do and the caring nature, it's amazing. I mean, when I found out we were coming back for a second year, I was so excited. and my boss is like, "Okay, I guess you're going to Vegas again." I'm like, yes, I am. Nobody's stopping me.
We
So
should make this your company weekend off.
Yeah,
Maybe
there you
bring
go.
The whole crew out here. Right? If we can
that
make
would
it
be
even better.
nice.
I honestly, I'm so happy that you agreed to do it last year, of course, right? And now you're into it. Like, we're going to come back and do it again. I think, as far as I'm concerned, this is I want to work with y'all forever. I think veterans are so near and dear to my heart, and I may have shared this with you. I'm not sure if I shared it last year or not, but when I was in high school, I wanted to be in the military. Like, I was a child of the '80s. I wanted, and actually, I would have been in Desert Storm had I been allowed in the Army, but broke my back, blind as a bat, couldn't do it. And ever since, I just had this enormous soft spot for vets. The school that I teach at, we take the GI Bill, and
Yeah.
most of our students are veterans, and it's like watching them come through, and honestly, like seeing a little bit of PTSD up close. And these are folks that are like changing their life, right? It's like,
Yes.
I just got out of the service. I maybe did a little bit of a job, and now it's like, oh, I'm entering this world, this unknown world,
Yes.
and you can see the stress come.
Yes.
And when I heard about you, this is just the perfect thing. And it's like, what a great way to give back. So tell us about the organization.
We've been around, since 2010. 2016, we got a building, and I'm going to call it that because I'll go a little further from that. It was a building that, okay, we moved. 2019, we hired staff. So our goals expanded. Again, we train service dogs, therapy dogs, and emotional support dogs for veterans at no cost to the veteran or their family. Right now, in our pipeline is 67 veterans who
Wow.
want a dog, whether it be for PTSD or they need some, mobility work, things like that. Also seeing a lot of MST. I don't know if y'all know what that is, and that's the military sexual trauma to women. That is becoming a very big thing as part of the PTSD. So so we're growing, but now we can grow. We just signed and bought a property of 10 acres.
Congratulations.
10 acres, which means we're going to be able to double the output of dogs that we do. So events like this are important because this sponsors a dog. This sponsors, our goal is to put out, hopefully in 2025, have 10, 15 dogs in our program versus the 10. Well, we have 10 now, but they're sitting on top of each other and they're all over the world, all over the United States world. I'm exaggerating. All over the.
Welcome to the family. That's what we do here. Yeah.
As I'm learning. So now they're going to be all under one roof. So applied for grant. I was able to hire a staff. We're very into the governor of Virginia is very into suicide and opioid addiction. That's his focus is let's stop that. So we were able to get a very large grant from the state of Virginia to support the therapy dog program. And we still do service dogs, but that focuses on therapy dogs because we can serve 40 or 50 veterans at a time in counseling sessions versus a veteran and their family.
Oh, interesting.
So we're expanding, but we're very thankful for people who support us because we live off of donations, fundraising, and grants. The government does not give us money. VA says we're not. Well, we're going to give our veterans drugs and make them better, and not make them better.
What's interesting, the VA, boy, I haven't heard of one good story about the VA.
No.
I keep saying if I ever had the guts to run for office, that's the first thing I would gut.
And do you realize the worst VA in the United States is the one right out of DC? Who would believe that?
Well,
yeah.
It happens in DC. It typically stays in DC. I think that's the way that works, right? So let's talk about the program. So what I think is really cool, by the way, you have 10 dogs?
10 dogs right now.
So this is not like the American Cancer Society where there's like $1 billion and it's all in bureaucracy, right? You're actually the dollars that you're donating to have items like this are going where? Buying food, right?
Yes, food, vet care, which keeps going up. We only have three full-time staff, now 4, because I got a grant for the 4th one. So we only have 4 full-time staff. The rest is volunteers. So we are all working multiple jobs to make sure that we get, it's supposed to be a 1-to-4 ratio trainer to dogs. We're at a 1 to 6, 7 to dogs, so that's tough. We're doing what we can, but there's always more that needs to be done. And our dogs are important. They're not only important to the people that they go to, but they're important to people in the community, to the families, to people who want to have jobs and can now leave their house. I told this story last year, and I was asked to tell it again this year, is we have a veteran. His dog is a therapy dog and a service dog. The veteran is the service dog, and then his wife is a therapist. And so this dog goes into therapy with her, and he does veterans and everything. Well, they found when they travel, Gills, the service dog, he would wander off, and he'd go to people, and he'd comfort them. And the veteran's like, what are you doing? This is not what you're supposed to do. And so he said to the gentleman's like, it's fine. He was a veteran. The dog sensed he was a veteran and needed comfort. And
Just at random.
And now when he's in an airport, it's like he looks for veterans that are in need of him to go over and say, are you okay? Because you can pet me. You're going to be okay. He wasn't trained for anybody else. He was trained for this specific veteran.
That's interesting.
And
because the dogs are trained, they're matched to a vet, right?
They are. They're matched and they're custom trained for that veteran. So this veteran had he was a SEAL, severe PTSD, severe. And his kids, he wouldn't allow them to go anywhere by themselves. They wouldn't go on date nights, and they sit with their back so they can see everything that's outside, hyper vigilant, and everything. And so they've gone now that they've had the dog. Him and his wife went on their first date night in a long time. You know, his kids got to be walked to the school bus, not driven to the school bus, walked. His daughter, they were out to dinner, and his daughter says, "Dad, I have to use the restroom," because he wouldn't let her go by herself.
Mhm.
And our trainer was down there doing training, and she goes, "Well, why don't you send the dog? Send the dog so that she has some independence, you know, and you're not attached to her all the time." And he did, and he was not real comfortable with it, but it worked out. So it gives them, our theme is it gives a veteran a new leash on life. You
Love
know,
that saying.
it changes them, you know, it makes them, I can go out in public. I can go get my master's degree. I can do the things that I envisioned I wanted to do, but my PTSD held me back.
So what is the difference between the therapy dog and a service dog? You've mentioned that twice.
A service dog is trained with a specific task. So by ADA guidelines, those are the ones that can fly, can go into restaurants. They have a specific task. You do not, if you have your service dog, you do not have to say, "Oh, this dog's my PTSD dog. It's my medical alert dog." But a service dog is the only one that is allowed with all the rules, according to the ADA. A therapy dog goes into facilities. We have partnerships with veteran facilities, and they go in and they do therapy sessions. We have a dog that goes in, and he stands at the beginning of the room. He looks around, surveys the room. Okay, I see who's here. And then he goes out. He lets everybody touch him. And then he goes and finds the ones that need his help the most.
In the moment.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And we have therapists that have been in tears that veterans have not spoken during this whole time they're in therapy. And a dog comes in, and all of a sudden they're talking to him and telling him their story and everything.
Really?
And the dog's just sitting there, and the therapists are in tears. They're like, we've never been able to get through to him.
Wow. So what's, in your opinion, what's harder? A dog that's trained for a very specific task and matched to a veteran to do a specific thing. Like you told me last year, like some guys
Yep.
right, and the dog will come up and like, you know, put
the
the
head
on the
Yep.
leg. That's a very specific, and the dog is like 100% trained, focused on their person.
Correct.
Versus a therapy dog that has to kind of recognize a room and kind of maybe go from person to person and just set. Is that a harder training?
Well, not really. It depends on the personality of the dog.
Mhm.
Some dogs are like, I want one person. They're focused on that one person. A therapy dog has that personality. They love people. So they're going to like, okay, I want to please people. I'm going to go out and hang out with these people. And a lot of them we teach them the snuggle command. We teach them task training.
Yeah.
So they are taught some of that so that they can go out and they know to snuggle, that they can know that they're going to go and help these people. So it's about the same. You can get a therapy dog out sooner than a service dog.
Really? Okay.
Because you're not specific for a specific person.
So it's more about the socialization piece. That's very interesting stuff.
A dog picks their people. I mean, you guys have pets in here.
We do.
Your dogs probably picked you.
It did not pick me. My dogs picked my wife.
Well,
You
so dogs pick their person. We've had dogs that we've matched with a veteran and it didn't work out. That was not their person.
Okay.
So we're like, uh-oh, this is not good. But then this dog went to this person and like, that's my guy.
Do you find that some dogs are, it's going to be a weird question, I guess, but they're more apt to alert on certain types of behaviors or triggers? And that would lead you to say this dog probably belongs with that vet? Or is it more of a generalization?
It's a generalization. I mean, as they're going along, the veterans going through their process, is that, okay, this dog has a great personality. Okay. Is he going to focus on one person? Is he whatever? So, because we're customizing at a year, you've already got a dog in your head. Like, okay, they have PTSD skills. Or, you know, if you're going to do a mobility dog, there are some things with that. If somebody wants mobility and they're going to brace on this dog, the dog has to be half of their body weight, which is a tough thing. So if you have somebody that's 250 pounds, we have to have a dog that, you know, and sometimes that's hard to come by. So that's a little tougher. But they'll train on whatever you need them to. We've taught a dog to retrieve meds on sneezes. I mean, who would have thought?
Yeah.
The veteran had, when he gets anxious and nervous, he gets a lot of acid in his stomach and he can't talk and he needs his meds. So he starts sneezing. So we had to train this dog that when he sneezed, go get his meds.
The dog goes and gets the medicine.
Gets the meds. Yeah. Brings them to him.
Pretty awesome.
If he needs some water, they'll bring that too.
Wow.
So, you know, it's funny because everybody goes, can you train those dogs to get a beer? Well, yeah, they do know that, but that's not their first part of their training. So,
Sure.
so they're trained for whatever is needed, whether it be scratching. We ask when a dog, it's nightmare alerts, when you have night terrors, do you want the dog to pull the blanket off? Or do you want the dog to turn the light on? Or do you want the dog to lay across on you?
Oh, interesting.
So you go with what the veteran needs. And the dogs will learn. And that's why we use labs, because they want to please man. And that's why they were bred way back in the day, was to please man. And so they retrieve, they want to please you. They fit in the house very carefully, easily. So
interesting. Speaking of labs, are we showing Mooch pictures right now? Let's talk about Mooch. Let's talk about
Moochie. We love Moochie.
Hold on just a second. There's been some questions coming.
Okay.
First of all, we got our first 2 donations already.
Yeah, how much?
First one comes from anonymous donator, $50.
Yay.
Anonymous, $50. Thank you, sir.
Second one, anonymous donator, $10.
Yay.
All right.
And then Skill and Luck has a great question. How many support events do you go to per year?
So I'll repeat that for the microphone. So Skill and Luck, Dylan, is asking, how many support events do you go to per year?
With my Virginia grant, from July to September, I'd already been at 36.
Wow.
Not me, just me, but our team, between
Wow.
going to outreach and fundraising, 36 in 3 months.
Wow. That's awesome. Thanks. So let's talk about the training process for a dog. So
Moochie.
How old is Moochie now?
Moochie was born May 4th. Let the force be with you.
There you go. Star Wars puppy. There
There
you
you
go. I
go.
love it.
So he'll be what, 6 months? 6 months?
Okay.
Yep. So Moochie is in his stage of, he is actually, he's learned some of his basic obedience. He's super duper smart. He's a little obnoxious because he just wants to be in everything. He's a puppy. But energy wise, he's confident, which is what you want in a service dog. So he's learning his basic skills. Our trainers believe in, 100 hands in 100 days. Now that doesn't mean 100 people touch him. It means he has 100 different experiences in 100 days.
Wow. Okay.
Whether it be walking across a grate, whether it be he gets a ball, whether it be somebody touches his head, or he does this or he does that. So it's 100 hands in 100 days. And Moochie's been out and about. He's done some training. He's been to Tractor Supply. Right now, Virginia laws, you can't take a dog out as a service dog and take them into training in restaurants till they're 6 months old.
Okay.
So Moochie is hitting that stage where he's going to be able to go to restaurants and train at restaurants. He's going to be able to train at the airport. He's going to be able to do some of those training things. Right now, he goes to like Tractor Supply and Home Depot, which allows dogs in there anyway, to get those experiences.
Cool.
So Moochie, we haven't matched him yet or anything because he's still young, but he's going to be good size. So there may be a possibility he could do PTSD and mobility work. Some dogs we think that are going to be a good size, all of a sudden they stop and you're like, wait, you're a pocket rocket. You were supposed to get to be 80 pounds.
Right.
But Moochie, yeah, he's doing really well. Again, he loves people. And so, we hope, that maybe he gets to, next year, if we're here next year, that he'll be old enough to come
Wow,
to,
that'd be so
if I
cool.
can have a trainer come
Yeah,
through me. Yeah,
that'd be so
with
cool.
me,
So
yeah.
for the folks what's that saying? Yes, I'm doing it right now, actually. Yeah. For the folks who don't know, the dog is named Moochie. Last year at this event, right before the event last year, we lost one of our good friends, Chiro Moochi, one of our preps YouTubers. And we wanted to find a way to honor him in some way. And we talked about how do we, because, you said if we raised enough money to actually fund the dog for training, we could have naming rights, which would be kind of cool, or naming suggestion at least. And I thought, how can we get Chiro Moochi in? We found a veteran who shares a last name,
Yes.
and it's perfect. So Moochi is named after Henry Moochi, who is a highly decorated vet.
Yes.
I mean, when I looked him up, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy
Yeah.
has done all of it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So perfect namesake for the vet and for our buddy.
Yeah.
And you're talking about high energy and confidence. Does that sound like Chiro, anybody? Like this dog sounds like Chiro incarnate. Like that dude was so confident and such high energy. It sounds like
Was
it's
he
perfect.
Italian?
Oh yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit, a little bit.
So I said when we were picking a dog, I said, we can't have a yellow lab. It has to be either a chocolate or
Yeah.
it has to have a little bit of that Italian in it. So
yeah.
I said we have to have
No,
a chocolate or a black lab. We can't
Sure.
have a yellow lab.
100% of time, the fedora. I mean, God, yeah, he's a jeweler. Oh man, I miss that guy. You know, it's so cool that Mooch. That's where the name came from, and that's why you're seeing pictures of him here floating on the screen.
And all our dogs are named after veterans that served
Yeah.
honorably
That's right.
and have since passed on. So it may not be. I mean, it's a dedication to you guys, but it's also to a veteran.
That's right. It was good we got to share a name. Now this year we're talking about let the cat out of the bag a little bit. We had another sad passing in our community this year of an actual veteran.
Yeah.
Actually, he was active duty.
Okay.
Active duty when it happened. So the goal this year, everybody, I'm gonna lay it out there right now. Okay, it costs about 50
to
to get a dog through the whole program. Right.
Yes.
We'll talk more about the program in a minute. It takes about 50,000. We are working towards getting this year's dog that we can raise the money for, named after Ed Robinson's son, Chris. We're working towards that right now. We're doing the vetting process and all of that, but that's the plan. But we've got to get the money. We got to get the donations up and fund it. We did it last year. We can do it again this year.
Yep.
That is the plan. It's an honor to be able to suggest the name and have the name selected. And I think, again, I hate the fact that it's touching our community again this year, but the fact that we could let somebody live through this process, I think is a pretty cool thing. if we can make it work.
And also, in addition, if you fund a full dog, you know, you get the naming rights, you get pictures all the time, you get all that, which I send you pictures anyway all the time. But you also, for the life of the dog of service, you get whatever logo, the Craps for the Cure logo, or you get the logo on their vest, their service dog vest. So, that's for the life of as long as the dog's in service.
And our dog, Moochi, is on. So if your website is what again, VMF?
Vetsforward.org, VETSF as in Frank, WD.org.
Okay. On that website, you can actually go to there's a link on the menu that has all the service dogs that are in training.
Yes.
And Moochi's part of the part.
Yes,
And you can read Henry Moochi's story there too. You guys detailed that very well.
Yep.
What a decorated vet he was. So it's a good story.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk about the training. So it costs $50K, which is a lot.
Yes.
How long does it really take to train, match, and get a dog ready to go into service?
At least 2 years. We get the dogs at 8 weeks. We test. Our dogs come from breeders that do service dogs or working dogs or master hunters and things like that. So it's not just some breeder off the street. And another thing is most of our dogs come from local breeders, so we're not traveling all over the country spending donor dollars on travel to pick out a dog when we have them in our own backyard. And our trainer knows them, has known them forever. So we get them at about 8 weeks. They start their 100 hands training, their obedience training, getting out and being confident around people. And so then while they're going through their process, a veteran has, probably turned an application. They're working their way through their process. So their process, they have a lot of paperwork because you want to make sure a veteran is fully vetted. We don't want someone who's claiming to have this or claiming that they have PTSD or claiming. And if somebody applies for a psychiatric dog, which is PTSD, MST, they have to be in active therapy. A dog helps. A dog is a tool. A dog doesn't cure all. So you have to be in active therapy that you're, because, there's anger issues, there's a lot of things that go along with that, but it's a tool. It's a medical tool. And so, they're going through their process. The dog is continuing through, and then you may think he's going to go one way or she, and they are like, wait, they're not getting big enough. They can't do mobility. Or, they like a lot of people. So is this dog going to go and be a therapy dog? Because they're happier when they're doing a lot of different people. And so as they're going through, then once the veteran gets through his process, he goes before our volunteer medical board. Our medical board is psychiatric, the head of Walter Reed, things that are actual veterans that are having professions. And if they get through that, then our trainer's already gone, I think Moochi would be a good match for this. So then we talk to the veteran, his caregivers, his family, and find out what they need. Because a lot of times they can't tell you what their PTSD trigger is. They don't know.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
They don't know because they're going into PTSD. They don't know if they're scratching. They don't know because they've already traveled down that road. So that's why we talk to the caregivers, the family. When we find that out, then it's like, okay, scratching your leg. So the dog will lay its head on you. If you don't stop, it'll continue to. Okay, you need med reminders. So meds will be, they get your meds, and everybody says a dog can't tell time. So how do they get their meds? they know the schedule. They know at 7 a.m. is
Really?
meds,
Yeah. Well,
7 p.m. is meds, and
yeah. It's funny when I hear that, I go, "There's no way," right? But I know my dogs at 7:40 in the morning. They are, "Where's my food?"
Uh-huh,
They know.
yeah,
They do.
yeah.
They can.
Yep.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yep. And we actually had a veteran who he was really, when we first gave him a dog, he was on 14 meds, just couldn't leave his house. Now he's got a master's degree, works for Amazon, has his doctorate, the whole 9 yards.
Wow. Okay.
But
Go dogs.
he's now down to one med, but he would put his med on the table and the dog would like,
Really?
take your med.
No kidding. Like,
Take your med.
Notice he didn't take the pill.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Oh, God.
And he's
That's
touching him, take your med, take your med. And he asked our trainer, goes, how do I shut him off? Because I mean, it's just a vitamin and he thinks I need to take that pill.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, that's what he's trained to do,
That's amazing.
you know?
Yeah.
So, so once that we've doing that match, then we're training that customized skill.
Mhm.
We do a home visit, make sure they're not a hoarder, make sure we look at their medication list, see if, there's, was there alcoholism, was there drug
Mhm.
addiction? We look at all of that. And then we go out there and train at their house if they're out of state, because we do the whole United States, not just Virginia area.
Right.
And so we'll train at their house, and then they are required to come and train with us for a week to 2 weeks.
How long is that in-house training?
At their house, about
Yeah.
a week.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because you want to get them in their neighborhood and
Sure.
and see what they have and things like that. Then they come down for a week or two. And now that we have a property, they actually get to stay on property. They don't have to stay in a
Mhm.
hotel. They're actually
That's
on
cool.
property with their dog.
That's really cool. So, what a process,
It is.
right? And I said this earlier. Like, I can't stress this enough. Small organization, small number of dogs. Everything you're talking about to me sounds like a dollar bill is going like, okay, we're flying the guy in. We're gonna have him stay at the
Yep.
property, or we're flying out there with the dog. It's a week. We got to buy food.
Yep.
So we can,
Yep.
it's just every dollar
Yep.
is
Yep.
going like literally to a
Yeah.
animal,
Like a
right?
vet care is getting more and more expensive.
I know. Oh,
You
tell me about
know,
it.
when you get a dog neutered, it's $800, $900, plus annual exams, plus flea and tick, and plus
Mhm.
everything. You're talking about $1,200 in vet care just for one dog. Food. Luckily, we have a food vendor that helps us out with that. But they eat 30 pounds, 35 pounds of food. And we don't feed just regular food.
Mm.
We feed good food because, So
What's good food? Tell everybody what food they should be feeding their dogs.
Merrick is a good, but we have a vendor called Pet Wants, and Pet Wants is all over,
Mhm.
and they do their shelf life is only 3 months on their food, so it's fresher ingredients.
Okay.
But we also use Merrick. We also use Purina Pro Plan salmon.
Mhm.
So
Salmon.
yeah.
Can't do-
Did you know that dogs, especially if you guys have yellow dogs, that food with feathers causes allergies?
Oh, interesting.
So
Really? So I have a yellow lab who eats turkey, dehydrated turkey. Interesting. That causes
chicken's the worst.
Okay.
Chicken's the worst, causes high allergies.
Really? Okay, Kathy, you listening?
Because
Because our dog, this is going to be a weird comment. Our dog is a licker. Licks
Okay.
her paws constantly.
It's allergies.
We know it's allergies.
Yep. Yep.
All shot and everything else, right? And the food we give is this like turkey based.
yeah, take her off feathers.
Oh my
See what
goodness.
happens.
Food with feathers. Okay, I did not know that. See there, that's worth. the
you
price of
you
admission
wrinkled
right
your
there.
nose at salmon, but salmon's good
I
because
just
it's got
can't stand the smell
it's
of
got
it. I know.
the actual fish oil in it. So
yeah, that's
you know.
interesting. Okay. Wow, I did not know that. Yellow dog.
So
food with
at
feathers.
the end,
Yeah.
once we've got a happily matched veteran and dog, then we do a graduation. It's a very emotional.
Mhm, I can
You're
imagine.
turning over to the
Yeah.
veteran, that dog. And some dogs we get closer to than others. There's been graduations where my heart's just, and there's some that I'm like, I never got to know that dog as well. I'm very happy and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So that's our process.
Interesting. So I want to go back again. A couple things that I think are interesting, that just informative, right? You talked about triggers,
Mm-hmm.
right? So for some guys, you're saying a trigger might be a shake.
Uh-huh.
I know that I have a friend who's shellfish allergic,
Uh-huh.
and that dog is trained for the
Yes.
smell
for
of that
allergies, yes.
specifically, right?
Yes.
But some of these dogs, I think, are trained for like diabetics, right?
Yes.
Like low sugar.
Type 1.
So they can smell,
Yes.
or they can sense
Yes.
a drop in sugar.
Yes,
Only
correct.
type 1. Now,
Only type 1.
Why is that?
Because type 1 is a sugar that drop the smell. Type 2 is a little iffy. So we only train type 1. We train seizure response.
Mhm.
So if somebody's having a seizure, we train. I mean, a dog can be trained in any. They train dogs for bed bugs nowadays.
Wow,
Bed bug alert. So
that's interesting.
it's just
Yeah.
how you're training.
Sure.
Like diabetic, you have that person. They do a swab of when they're low, and then it's put in a jar, and that dog is trained to smell that, to smell that, to
Oh,
smell
that's
that.
interesting. Okay, so they're getting a smell off of that person's.
Yeah, and then once they have
Amazing.
it, then they'll know when that person is low.
Right.
And it doesn't even have to be a smell. We had a trainer who the dog kept alerting on her, kept alerting, and our trainer's like, are you diabetic? She's like, no. And we're like, well, that dog keeps alerting on you. She went to the doctor and she was type 1.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Yeah.
So all right, so that's that. I want to go back to the therapy dog thing because just curious about it because so therapy dogs can work in a group, right? Would that be the kind of thing where a therapist may have a therapy dog as part of their team?
Correct.
And so that comes in for their session, maybe like even during like this training phase. Like when you're saying the vets have to get their regular treatments and stuff. There could be a therapy dog in with a
Correct.
psychologist,
Correct.
working with multiple vets but one at a time kind of thing. Are they alerting and responding to triggers during individual?
They're sensing stress, so they're not trained specific for any sort of anything, but they're sensing stress. So they'll just go over and put their head in their lap, and put their head down, or they might do snuggle. They might come up and actually snuggle them. We deal. One of our partners is called Tactical Recovery, and they're an inpatient, outpatient for first responders, veterans, and active duty. And they do alcohol, they do addictions, they do psychiatric. And the therapists are actually the caretaker of the dog. So they're placed with that therapist. They're not placed with a veteran, they're placed with that therapist. And the therapist takes them to their group counseling, takes them to recreational counseling, which is they're throwing a ball, they're outside doing some sport related. So they're throwing the ball with a dog and they're doing that. So any one of these sessions could have 20 to 30 people. Or we have a psychiatrist who's trying to get a dog, and she deals mainly in veterans.
So do the therapists then, they must go through special training as well to learn
They
how to
do
work
go,
with the dogs,
yes,
right?
that is correct. That is correct. Yeah, so they go, they're trained just like the veteran would be trained. So
Interesting. Do you work with a school, or that just they come to you directly for that, or is that like a?
with schools, we do go and visit schools and do some work with schools, but we try to stick within the veteran modality. And so we try to find therapists that, deal a lot more with veterans than regular, because that is our mission. So we're meeting with one when I get back, and she had been working really hard to try to get more veterans into her program, and she's finally been able, the VA has finally given her money to do that. So we're going to try to see how we can work with her.
Cool. So, all right, let's go here then. If I'm a vet, I'm not, but if I was a vet and I thought I needed a service animal,
Okay.
what does that process look like for a vet?
You can go, you apply online, okay,
At your website.
at our
Not
website.
to the VA, but
No,
your
to
website.
our website.
Okay.
Skip the VA. You go directly to our website. You can do it all online. And with that application, you have to submit your DD 214, your disability rating, and then we start asking you for other parts of paperwork, like medical release, so we can get your medical records, financial records, because we take care of the dog and do your $40,000 worth of training. You have to be able to do the vet care and the food and take care, and the flea and tick and stuff. So you have to be able to take care of that dog once you get it.
Okay. So there's a vetting process on your end with the vet, but it's all through you. It's not through the VA.
Correct.
Can they apply benefits to any of that? Do they need, like, for their own, like, to take care of the dog afterwards? Do the benefits cover that for them, or is it just on them?
It's on them.
That's it. Okay. So
Yeah.
there's
We try to find them veterinarians that will give them a discount, food
Mhm.
vendors that try to give a discount. We
Yeah.
try to help find discounts, but most are like, you've paid for the dog, we'll find a way to take care of the dog.
Okay. Do you have any questions from online? Do you want to
Well, we've
share?
got some donations coming in.
More donations.
1442 donated 20.
20
Yay.
bucks. Thank you, sir. Leo.
Our buddy SJ donated 20.
SJ,
Yay.
20. Thank you, sir.
Michael Smith donated 50.
Michael Smith, thank you. 50 bucks.
And our buddy Justice Jim matched all those for another even 100. That
Justice
puts us up to
Jim.
50 in
Woo.
40 minutes.
That's
That's
good.
great. It's a
That's
great
good.
Wow.
Great first half hour there. That's awesome. All right.
Oh, look at this.
There we go. All right. $100 in person from Tito.
100.
Thank you, sir. There you go, right? From the audience here, we've got a pretty good crew here. Any questions that you all have that I haven't covered in terms of things you want to know?
Lori, how did you get into this?
Oh boy.
How
Okay.
did you get into it?
My background's in psychology. My degree is in social work and psychology. I wandered through that aimlessly. And then I grew up on a farm in Nebraska. I'm a small town farm girl. And my dad, for animal side, my dad believed in any dog that wandered in could stay. So we had dogs all the time. They'd come, they'd go. So that's my love for animals. Veterans, how can a veteran not mean anything? And the last company I worked for was active duty and retired military in the medical field.
Mhm.
So then when I decided to leave that for financial reasons on the company side, well, this job was dogs and veterans, right up my alley. I'd never been in the nonprofit world. Ooh, that was a learning curve. That's nonprofit is totally different than anything I've ever dealt with. I've been in management all my life, but nonprofit world is not for the faint-hearted, because you're out there scrambling for money, you're scrambling for dollars, you're talking nice to people when you don't even feel like you're nice.
Mhm.
Like, everybody has a bad day, but we can't have a bad day out in public because the last thing you need is, oh, I met your COO and she's kind of a cranky thing. So you always have to be on 100% when you're out and about.
And the money that's donated through this event will be used towards one specific dog?
It will be if you get, it will be, or it just will go to the program. Okay. So you guys may sponsor a dog, and have your name on it, but it would go to that dog, the program,
Mhm.
So that goes towards food and medical.
food,
bills
medical
and-
training.
Yeah.
Dogs are trained about 4 hours a day. So, so every service dog is trained for at least 4 hours a day. And there's outings included and things like that. So it all goes, 80%, our goal is 80% goes back into the program. 20% is, of course, fundraising and development and admin costs. But I currently have a dog living with me. So even though I am, part of the company, as a higher up, I still have a dog that's living with me right now. So as we all do, every one of us have a dog that's in training living with us.
How did you and John come together here?
Out of the blue.
Yeah, I literally, Adam from the community, actually, I played with him in Atlantic City. Adam is the one who suggested you all. He said, I found, he has PTSD. So he suggested that we call veterans moving forward.
So
And
I believe then you went through our contact page.
I did.
He went to the contact page, and then I'm like, oh, okay, who's this guy? What does he want? And because again, we have to vet people because there are scammers out there.
Sure.
We've had people that have tried to scam us several times,
Mm.
and so there's always scammers out there. So then he tells me, and then I go and look at the website, and I go and look and see what's happening. I'm like, oh, this is legit. It's legit. So then we talked on the phone, and then I did an interview. And
So we have a question from Justice Jen coming in. Did the dogs stay with the trainers in their homes?
So I'll repeat that question because I'm not sure they can hear you. The question from Jen is, do the dogs stay with the trainers in their homes?
Some of them do, and then some of them have been staying with puppy raisers, which are volunteers. But now they get to stay at the property and only have to go to homes on the weekends.
And
So-
another question from Jen is, do they usually have volunteer dog walkers?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. volunteer dog
Especially
walkers, yeah.
in our current building, because there's a lot of green space, and there's not a lot of space for the dogs to run. So yes, we do dog walkers when they're not being trained.
So I'm going to follow up that question actually, because I'm curious about the training process. If you're in a smaller place and dogs are in homes and they're being walked like on the street and whatever,
Run around
right?
the training center.
That 100 hands thing, right? That's a different experience for a dog than being on a property where they can kind of roam a little bit and there's like this building and that building and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Does that change how you train, or is there experience with that, or do you take them
We
out?
will still take them out and about.
Okay.
So we'll go to, we'll sit on a patio somewhere, and
Mhm.
the dogs will have to sit there and watch people eat. So there's still going to be that. Outings are going to be crucial, but this gives us a little more controlled environment of the training
Mhm.
because they're there during the day. They're at school, our training center during
Sure.
the day, and at night they stay there, and we'll have somebody on property that will take care of that. A puppy's raiser, we love them. They're volunteers, but if they're not doing what we tell them, then the dog gets behind.
Mm.
So if they're not, we're saying, okay, this dog is working on this for the veteran. If they're not doing that, then the dog's going to get behind. So as much as we love volunteers, you got to have consistency.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Hey, real
Ian,
quick,
yeah.
Joe donated $500
Oh,
straight
what?
to your BMF.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
directed-
Joe W?
What's that?
Is that Joe W?
Just Joe.
Just Joe?
It
Okay.
just says Joe.
$500
Yeah.
direct
Yeah.
donation.
So John, can you tell everybody what happens when you donate $500?
When you
at one
donate
point?
$500, there's a good friend of ours named Beau Parker. And Beau Parker will give you a free seminar, free lesson at his house. So everybody who donates $500, free time with Coach Beau. We'll make sure we capture that, Ian, and we'll pass that along. That's our first
Wow.
person. You can always
Thank
bid,
you.
obviously, on the full session with Coach Parker. But all the donations of 500 or more, automatic. He'll train you for free.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. Everybody, clap that up.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is an amazing. That's amazing. So, how are we doing on time there, Craig? What time is it?
1 minute.
All right. Well, I want to leave it with you. The last question that I've got, I suppose, is we've gone over what does a vet do. We've gone over how the dogs are trained. We've looked at the size and scope of the company, which is my favorite thing. That's so tactical. Final words from you.
Final words is I can't thank you guys enough for stepping in and doing this, because without Craps for Cure, without some of our other donors, we can't continue on. It's because of everyone in this room and everybody who's online and everybody who is watching what's happening. You keep us going, and we can't do it with each and every one of you. And that's how we're able to grow. That's how we were able to get a property. That's why we're going to be able to save more veteran lives, because of everybody in this room and everybody online.
One more question from G-Dub. G-Dub says, are your services restricted to veterans, or do you accept applications for first responders?
Okay, so let me read the thing. So G-Dub is asking, are the dogs reserved for veterans or any first responder?
Right now, veterans, okay? But we are looking, once we get this solid here, we are looking at I'm applying for grant money, a train your own program that will be first responders also.
Excellent.
So they will be able to take their dog through training at no cost, and try to get them to the service dog level. Some dogs won't make it, but you'll have a well-trained pet.
Is there any way that one person could support one individual person and just go with them as they grow through?
Interesting. So
Yeah.
you're talking about, so the question is, can a donor earmark their donation towards a specific animal
Or vet.
or a specific
Or-
vet? Okay, yeah.
Not on the veteran wise, because that's private and you don't know if we may earmark that and then that veteran doesn't make it through the program, or they get a dog and the dog has to come back for lots of reasons. We basically, it's the dogs. It's a full match program. It's the dogs and we look for sponsoring a program than sponsoring a one thing.
And I think it should be noted too, and you know this, we have a couple of subscribers that I know donate directly to VMF during the year.
Yes, they do.
They need to just let you know. This is Craps for the Cure continuing. So all of the money we raise today and tomorrow obviously is going to this. Right? If you want to donate throughout the year, and some people are on a regular auto donation thing, that goes directly to the same animal that we're talking about here. So you can continuously donate through us to VMF all year long. So it doesn't stop tomorrow.
You could say, I want to pay for the vet care. Go to our site and say, I see Moochi, or I see Zamp, or I see whomever. I want to donate my funds to their vet care. Then I would earmark that in QuickBooks, that anytime your donation came in, it
Goes
went
right
towards
there.
the vet care.
Excellent.
It was Joe W.
It was Joe. Okay, yeah, I thought so. He had wrote me a note in Discord, and I wanted to make sure we'll special call out to Joe.
Yeah, we have actually a donor that through last year, he actually donates in memory of people. So he'll send me $50, $100 and say, this is in memory of, please send the card to. So.
Excellent. All right, I think that's all I've got. That's great intro, Lori. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to put this in your, you want me
You want to give that to Jen. I don't touch money. I'm the craps player. I do not
Yeah.
I do not touch the money. You want to go back to the John Ollie screen there?
There you go. Yep.
You can just press the head key.
I got
There you go. You got me. All right. So back. Is it we right? Okay. All right. So thanks again to Lori. And again, just a quick reminder: crapsforthecure.com. You got the 3 big buttons at the top. The ticket button if you want to come and fly to Vegas tonight. We'd love to see you here tomorrow. But more importantly, donations. Make your donation, direct donation. 100% goes to charity. The raffle items. I've got a little scene I'm going to show you here.
These are challenging and unpredictable times, no doubt. We're on edge, feeling unsure of life and shuttered in at home, though our hope is in knowing it will not always be this way. But for countless American military veterans, these same feelings of isolation and anxiety are everyday life. So we are veterans moving forward, bringing new life and purpose to those affected with PTSD with the comprehensive training and placement of these loving dogs to partner in their recovery. In this season, we critically need your support to house, feed, train, and place our dogs. No one should be afraid and alone. Would you help those who have given everything for our country, including their well-being? Any size donation is so very appreciated. Visit vetsfwd.org to learn more and make a tax-deductible contribution.
Tell me when I'm on. All right. Thanks again to Lord. It's okay that there's no sound coming through. I did. I can see. This is a professional production here, right? I can see where I'm supposed to look now. Thanks, Joe. Thanks again to Lord for being here. And I want to remind you all throughout the broadcast, you can donate in, I think, how many ways? 4 ways? 4 ways, right? You can click the donation button at crapsforthecure.com, pick an amount, donate the money. It goes right to the charity. You can hit a raffle item. Hit the raffles. We'll show you the raffles here in just a second. All the things you can bid on. Raffle tickets are $1 a piece. Okay, $1 a piece. $1 a piece for, look at this 12-inch cutting board over here, right? It's going to be 2 feet in a little while, right? No, seriously, the auction items are amazing. We'll check those out in a minute. And you can also buy merch. If you're feeling the need right now, and right now somebody has to do it right now, if I'm saying it, in the chat, super chat the charity right now. 100% of that Google charges no fees. No fees at all. So let's take a look at what the auction items are for this year and while we get set up for our next guest. Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. And here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now, we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Crafts book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Beau Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Beau Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates 500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate 500 bucks, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Access Power Crafts, full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it to raffle. 25 chances, 25 bucks. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. All right, welcome back. That was sorry about the length of that, but there's a lot to go over with regards to donations. Now, speaking of donations, I've got my good friend Garrison. How you doing, man? Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I've been talking about Garrison for how long now? A couple of months. You've done more for this charity in the last few months than and Laura, you got to know this. Garrison's done so much. I mean, besides the gifts that he's offered up for the raffle, you've got us an article in Casino Player Magazine, which is, I think right here. We actually made the front cover of Casino Player Magazine. Yeah, right? And inside, you want to open up to the page where we have a full page article. This is a national magazine, right? This is where page 6, right? Isn't page 6 where all the
it goes out
naughty stuff happens?
It goes out to 200,000
there you
readers
go.
across
Look
the
at that.
country.
Look
And
at
this
that.
is from the editor. I started working with Casino Player about a couple months ago. They published the article that I wrote. They were kind enough to do that. And I went to her and I said, you know, we're going to do this great cause in Las Vegas. I know, John, would you consider writing an article about it? I sent her a draft and she looked at it and she actually increased the article that I wrote, mentioned some stuff about Casino Quest. Yeah. And so it really worked out well and we're happy that.
Yeah, and you showed me the email. I think the first thing that she said was, how the hell are we not going to help the veterans? Of course we're going to do that, right? And so, yeah, you don't just get a full page article in a magazine because you're nobody, right? And I think that's, again, I cannot thank you enough for all the support. You've emailed me 100 times at least, right? With advice, how to do better interviews and all the things, right? To kind of help level up the show and all of it. And I think your support of the vets is to be commended and support of the cause, man. I can't even thank you enough.
Well, not only did they step up and do the article, they're going to donate 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player, and I don't know if I have Strictly Slots out there, but they have a slot magazine called Strictly Slots. That goes out to a couple 100,000 viewers. So they're going to donate when you do your raffle. Go up to your Craps for the Cure, hit your raffle, and you'll see the details. They're going to do 5 subscriptions to Casino Player, 5 subscriptions to Strictly Slots, and then a lot of people are just going to see this weekend. For every donation or for every subscription that they get from now until next week, they're going to give everybody an extra week. They're going to kick back $5 to Craps for the Cure for every subscription. So not only do you get a great magazine delivered to your house, you get $5 sent to John and the Craps for the Cure cause. So it's a win-win situation.
And you're doing the same thing. So you've put up your. Let's talk about what you've got here for auction, and then we'll jump in.
Well, we do what they call the Craps Super System. We've got one of John Patrick, and for people that don't know John Patrick, he's the Warren Buffett of gambling authors. He's written 15 books, and he's a legend in his own time. So we have his 350-page beginning and intermediate book. We have the Platinum Craps and Dice Setting book. And then we throw in the 5 hours. Last year, we only had this package. This year, we're throwing in 5 hours of instruction on flash drive. I have it in my bag for John. Beginning, intermediate, advanced, super professional, and I put in my dice setting class. So it's a complete class that goes from somebody that's never walked up to a table all the way up to super professional. We're going to throw in what they call dice setting strategy cards. And what I did is I took the chart from the book and I put it on a card. It gives you all the numbers 2 through 12, how many ways you can make each number, the inside access numbers, which is really the glue that holds the dice sets together. One side has the do sets on it. You flip it over. It's got the sets to establish your don't point, and then there's 2 sets to 7 out. Now, if you go on the website, we're going to do the same thing. Everybody that places an order for the for the super system, we're going to donate $20 for every person for the next week.
That's amazing.
And we've got the basic book, and we have a few copies of John's Holy Grail. This is the 600-page book.
That's the book right there.
This is it, folks. But they're hard to come by because they're out of print. The books you see on Amazon or eBay or by Lyle Stewart, they're out of business. They don't publish books anymore. And John sends us the book signed and autographed. So you get a private book signed by John.
Yeah.
Dollar for dollar, people have said it's the best package in the market, whatever. But it gives you everything from soup to nuts. And we want to kick in $20 for everyone that orders a super system.
If you haven't read John Patrick's books, and I've talked about these before, I cut my teeth on John Patrick back in the 80s. That's how I learned before I was 21, watching them VCR tapes and learning his ways. And what do I talk? We had this talk last night, Ryan, about your relationship with money, right? And money management and discipline. That is, it's literally John Patrick coming out of my mouth, because as an 18-year-old kid making $2 an hour as a waiter, like that was, and that's what I gambled with. I never would have made it. Never would have made it to be able to keep playing without this book and those videos. I'm telling you, this is money well spent here.
And if
get
that's
the raffle items, get those raffle tickets bought. This is a killer system.
If that's not enough for you, and don't you think it should be, we'll throw in a copy of Platinum Craps. The one that they were nice enough. I wrote an article called "Maximizing Returns: House Edge Casino Math versus Real Math." I know John and I want to talk about that. We always have this battle between come bets and place bets. I do have a couple copies of this. I have the super double issue, which is the best of, comes out once a year. So we'll throw in a copy of Casino Player's little bonus, and I have some Strictly Slots magazines. So, we want to throw in everything to make the cause that much better, and we're going to kick in an extra $20 for everyone.
Well, thank you for that very much. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, we have a question.
Before you go, real quick, when somebody wants to subscribe to the magazine, they need to go out and note that it's for the Craps for the Cure.
Okay. Let me repeat the question. So the question is, if somebody subscribes to Casino Player, do they have to identify somehow that they bought it because of Craps for the Cure to get the kickback? Or are they going to do all subscription kickbacks?
I talked to the editor just a couple days ago. She knows we're doing the event. They're going to be watching this. They're going to get a copy of it. Their 800 number is on the Craps for the Cure link if you want to call and just say, hey, I saw it on Craps for the Cure. But to answer your question, the answer is no. Anyone that subscribes, because you can go to casinocenter.com, that's their website. You click publications, then you click subscribe, and you can get Casino Player with or without Slots of Fun or strictly slots, whatever you want. And I think they throw in the digital where you can watch it on your, your
So everybody,
tablet.
so anybody in
So
the world.
anybody that orders up until October 26th, $5
So
will
it's
be
not
kicked
just the
back.
50 of us, right? It's everybody on the planet that gets a subscription. That $5 is coming back. That's fantastic.
We
Ian,
got 2 donations come in.
All right.
Johnny donated 25.
Johnny donated 25. Thank you, sir.
And Kevin Smith donated 20. That
Kevin
puts us
Smith.
up in the super chat at 295.
Woo! Keep them
keep
coming.
donating.
Keep them coming, guys. All right. So Garrison, we're not just here to talk about the book.
No.
You got something you want to talk about today, and the floor is basically yours. Do you need the table to show that, or you want to just kind of talk
we
through
may
it?
do a little bit of it. I
We
don't
have
know
a
if they
we
can- I
have
don't
a
know
view. You
if-
can switch
but,
the table a little
we'll
bit. yeah?
just talk right now because
Sure.
John and I always have some great
Mhm.
conversations. He was
Yeah.
just on our show a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
By the way, we're getting about 100 views a day on that show.
That's great.
So
You're on table view. Okay.
we did a show called Why Players Lose Too Much Money at the Tables. And it was about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago. I had a very special guest. You can go up to your YouTube channel, type in Why Players Lose Too Much Money. So we wanted to take kind of a different perspective. You know, you see all these things on YouTube and Facebook, and I watch all the shows. And everybody tells you all these systems, and 99% of them are from the do side. You know, bet this system, you win, you win, you win. Well, life doesn't work that way. You know, you're playing a game that has approximately a 50-50 chance of winning. You know, it's just like chess, checkers, Yahtzee, Monopoly, baseball, football. Sometimes you win the game, sometimes you lose the game. So we did a little different look at it. And I find out that players have a tendency to play the same way game after game after game. They get their little formula and they go up to the table no matter what the table is, and they just play the same way. And 90% of it, it's always on the do side. Now, we've talked about this before. There's 4 types of tables, just like there's 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. There's 4 tables. The do table, everyone's favorite, where everyone's rolling numbers. But it takes about 1 out of 12 to 1 out of 15 games to have a long roll. And by that, I mean at least 12 to 15 rolls. You've got the don't table. And that comes up anywhere from 42 to 51%. I've got a book in my collection where the author says the don't comes up 57% of the time within the first 5 rolls, AKA the 5 count. You've got the choppy table, back and forth, back and forth. It's like flipping a coin, heads, tails, heads, tails. And then the table I put in the Platinum Craps book, and we've all been to them, it's called the torpedo table. And that's where no matter where you make your bet, it comes up
Otherwise
opposite.
known as John's house. That's literally where I live. Right?
Well, a torpedo table, you just have to take a break. You know,
Yeah.
there's just no way. The Orientals or the Asians call it chi. There's a positive energy at the table. So you have to be able to play on all 4 tables, not just the do side. Okay. You want to, yeah, just put it over here. Okay. So the other thing is players think that every shooter is a savior, that every shooter that gets the dice is going to roll 15, 20, 25 rolls. Well, I'm here to tell you it's not going to happen. Okay.
Joe rolls like that all the time.
Yeah. All right. You know, the math says the average game lasts what, 4 to 5, 4 to 6,
Yeah.
4 to 7 rolls. I mean, that's just math. So everyone's looking for that savior that's going to roll 20, 25 rolls. Yeah, it happens. You know, I've had great rolls over 55, but I've also gone PSO 2 and out, 3 and out. The energy just wasn't in my favor. So we said, use common sense. Be aware of your surroundings. Look at the table. Chart the table. You know, if it's hot, yeah, sure, get on it. If it's cold, don't be afraid to play on the don't side. I mean, I laugh when I see people, a guy's in the corner, he's making a little $10 bet on the don't pass, and the shooter's yelling at him, oh, you're ruining the energy of the game. You're ruining the energy of the table. You're messing up my energy. Well, the house and the dealers are on the don't all day long. And you never see a shooter yell at the dealer, you're on the don't side, you're ruining my game.
The doers are against everybody.
Yeah.
No matter what side you're on, the doers are opposed to you. That's how I look at that.
But like I said, the house is on the don't side all the time. And if you say that to a dealer, they're just going to laugh in your face and say, pick up the dice and roll the dice. If you can beat us, we'll pay you. Okay. But they know the don't has the advantage for the don't player and the house. Also, too, is players, I think, you know, there's 3 types of players, the bulls, the bears, and the pigs. Bulls are people that like to press. I always start as a bear. I like to be a little more conservative, get some money in my chip rack. and the pigs are the people that always get slaughtered. I see too many people, as soon as the game starts, one hit, press it all the way. Second hit, press it all the way. Third hit, press it all the way. Fourth roll, 7 out. Well, they've had 3 hits, and then they 7 out, and they've lost most of their money. What's wrong with, taking part of your profits? There's 2 racks. We're on the dealer side, but if you look at the other side of the table, there's 2 racks. It's called the 80-20 rule. 80% of your chips should be in the back rack, which is your money you're going to keep. 20% should be the money that you play with. You don't want more than 10, 15, maximum 20% of your money on the table at any one time, because you don't want to get knocked out on one shooter. What's wrong with starting with the 6 and 8 at $30? Get a hit, you win 35. Regress it down to 24, or regress it down to 20 or to 18. Now you've got your 35 plus your regression. Even if he 7s out, you still got more money in your chip rack than on the table. It's just the reverse of what most books have, and players have been taught to play. So I wrote a chapter in a book called Peter Press versus Ronnie Regress. I take it through 6 games. One person just presses on every hit. Press, 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 7 out. The other person started at 30, went to 30, 24, 18, 12, and he only had $6 on the table when the shooter 7'd out. Well, who do you think made more money? The person that pressed or the person that regressed? The person that regressed made more than twice as much money than the person that pressed.
So I think that the counterpoint to that is this, and you're right on the average size roll, right? Which I would say on the spectrum of rolls, you're going to have some that are PSOs, some that are 35 rollers. Most are going to be in that 6 to 12, 13 range, right? For those rolls, in the majority of the outcomes, the regressor has the advantage, right? When it's going to be one hit on the 5, 6, 8, and then the guy 7's out, if you pulled money back each time, you're going to be ahead.
Yeah.
What that does, though, right? And then when the one guy comes along, every so often, that does get the 25, 30, 40 roller. If you have regressed, the guy that's pressing has such a massive hammer, right? The opportunity cost of regressing on the big roll is it's palpable, right? And so you can weigh this out and say, I can play a regression system, but the second that it goes past average,
well, then
right?
the regression.
When do you make that call?
The regression. Good question. Here's the answer. I regress because I don't want to use my money to play. I want to use the house's money to play. So if I see a roll, say after 6 or 7 rolls, and I see that the person's starting to roll numbers, and there's an energy at the table and you can feel it, then I start pressing. So I've already got my money right away in case he's 7'd out. Now if he starts to roll, boom, we go for it and we make the move.
So I typically play that way too. And and people were last night, good example, right? Last night's a great example. Where I did that exact move, right? Started 160 or whatever, regressed down to 96. And 7 rolls in, guy next to me has his 8 at 120. My 8 is still at 18 because I did the double regression, right? And I'm like, well, on that 4th 8, I was just getting to $42. This guy's collecting 2 black chips, right? And you have this kind of, I put myself way behind potential on that roll versus going. Now, the guy that went also got planked 4 or 5 times in a row on the way to that roll, but that roll was an $8,000 roll.
But you weren't losing though. Here's the thing.
No, I wasn't losing, but I was kind of treading water.
It's not how much money you win, it's how little you lose. Be happy with a day's pay. The banks pay you approximately 1% a year, maybe 2. So if you put $100 in the bank, they give you $1 to $2 a year. That's about 8 to 16% cents a month. If you go to the table and you win 10, 20, 30%, what's wrong with that? Be a bear, walk out, be happy. I'd rather win 20%, 10, 20 games in a row consistently than have that one big win. And we all see that on Facebook. Look how much money I won. Look how much money I won. And then lose 20 to 30% for the next 20 games. Now you're in the hole. I'm looking to make a certain amount of money every time I go to the table. I'd rather be a winner, a smaller winner, than a big winner and then a big loser for the next 20 games.
It's about the experience, right? And I know you're a huge believer in table energy, right? And cosmic energy even, right? And I think it's funny because it's interesting that, how do I say this right? The energy of tread and water right? Like tie, up a little, down a little, right? That's a consistent energy, right? The grinder versus the got my ass kicked, got my ass kicked, got my ass kicked, and then all of a sudden here we go, right? And it's like the $8,000 roll or whatever that roll is. You don't get that energy when you're grinding. And I think that's a hard, we were talking about this on the way over here today. It's like the rush of that versus the calmness of this, the energy difference. And I want you to talk through some of that because there's a relationship there with what you want your experience at that table to be. Do you want it to be about taking money off it, or do you want to have the high fives and the, oh my God, what a great story to tell?
Well, when you read the book, either the beginning book or the Super Holy Grail, John always really emphasized money management and discipline. Don't be afraid to walk away with a win. You know, don't look for that big holy grail because it's like playing the lotto. It's really not going to happen. You know, John has the big 4 and a little 3.
Mhm.
Okay, I came
Will
up.
you repeat them for
Yeah,
folks?
big 4 is bankroll. You got to have a little bit of money. Only bet with you can afford to lose. Knowledge of the game. You got to be perfect. And on a scale of 1 to 10, most players come to our classes. They're like 1, 2, 3, maybe a 4. We want you at 8, 9, 10. Money management, man, it is so important. What do you bet when you lose? What do you bet when you win? And discipline. Don't be afraid to walk away with a certain percentage. I'd rather be a small winner 25 times in a row than be a one big winner and be a loser 20 times in a row. So that's the big 4. The little 3 are theory. Everything we do has a logical theory of what we do. We just don't go in there and start throwing money all around. Oh, give me all the hard ways. Give me the ATS. Give me all the fire bets. That's not a good theory. Logic. Everything we do has a logical reason of why we do this. When we hedge bet, we use certain bets on the table that put the odds in our favor. You can get the odds as high as 7-2, which is 3.5 to 1 in your favor. Those are the best odds you're ever going to get at any casino in any game. If you can find me a game that gets me better than 3-2, 7-2, or 3.5 to 1 in your favor, let me know. I'll start playing it. It's not there. And by the way, that's utilizing hedge betting on the don't side. We won't get into it today. So, and the last one is, let's see, knowledge, money, and discipline. Walk away with a profit. The little 3, theory, logic, and trends. Now, this is
you
where the
lost me on that
trends.
one.
This is the energy of the table. There's an energy. Now, it's funny we mentioned that. I came up with my little 3. It's called KTT. K stands for knowledge. You got to be perfect. You got to know everything about the table. You got to know the do side. You got to know the don't side. You got to know hedge betting. You got to know how to play on all 4 tables. Do, don't, choppy, torpedo. Most players only play the same way game after game after game. So knowledge. Second is talent. And with dice setting, it's talent is how you grip the dice. Do you know your 6 master dice sets? There's 6 master sets. 4 work for the do shooter, 2 work for the don't shooter. Before the show, I was talking to one of the gentlemen here in the audience, and he said he read the book and he picked up a lot of information that made it easy. We teach the KISS method. Keep it simple. You don't have to learn 3, 4, 576 sets. It's impossible. All you have to know is the 2 inside access numbers. And then the third T is timing. I'm all about timing. You know, I know it works. I've had people on our show that talked about it. So KTT. I just picked up a book. I know you know this company. It's called Great Courses.
Oh, yeah.
They do college courses, and you can get their courses. It comes with 2 DVDs. I just brought the book. It's called What Are the Chances? Probability Made Clear. And the gentleman gets into gambling, and he actually mentioned dice. So I just wrote I made a couple notes, so I want to explain it the correct way. It's called the law of the numbers. In the short game, you're going to see certain numbers repeat themselves. You know, it's not always according to Hoyle, 6, 8, 6, 8, 6, 8. You may see 4 or 5 8s with no 6s. Then an hour later, you may see 5 or 6 6s with no 8s. But over the 10,000 rolls, it averages us out. You know, they say that the 7s rolled every 6 rolls. Well, if it was that simple, guys, we'd just go up to the table, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd hop the 7 for $100 a hop. It's not going to happen. Okay? Yes, over 10,000 rolls, you'll see that. Now, what it works out to is for every 100 rolls, you get 16.67s. Okay, 1 7 every 6 rolls. That's 16.67s per 100 rolls. But I've been at the table. I've rolled 5 7s in a row. Does that mean I'm not going to see a 7 for 25 rolls? You may see the 7 the next roll. Could be 6 7s in a row. So, all this stuff that's written in books, it's great for the mathematicians, but it's not great for the actual player in real life. So yes, you have to know the math, and I'm pretty good with numbers. I always teach with a calculator, okay? But you have to find out what happens in real life, okay? I spoke earlier about the system that they call the 5-count system. They said that 57% of the shooters, and we could round that up to 6, are going to 7 out within 5 rolls, okay? They say don't make a bet until it gets past 5 rolls. I said, okay, if that's the case, why don't we start on the don't pass? If 57%ers are going to 7 out within 5 rolls, guess what? You win. Real simple. If they get past the 5 rolls, you have the option, because it's not a contract bet, you can pick that bet up and place the point or any number you want. Now you're going with the flow of the energy, all right? And I actually spoke to somebody who worked for an organization that taught the 5-count. But he said, you know what? I've never looked at it from that point of view, because they only had blinders on. They were only looking for a do player. And I said, there's 2 sides of the table. You have to look at both sides and come up with the philosophy that's going to be right. And I use the 5-count system all the time. And it sometimes even on me. And it works. I mean, I don't win every bet, but I win more than I lose, because the math says that the shooter's going to 7 out within the first 5 rolls, okay? Anyways, back to this book. It says, in the short game, you're going to see certain numbers. Now, it's like flipping a coin, do and don't. We'll say heads is the do side, tails is the don't side. If you flip a coin 200 times, you're going to see patterns. It's never heads, tails, heads, tails, heads, tails. You're going to see 3 or 4 heads. We'll call that the do side. You're going to see a couple tails. Then you may see 3 or 4 tails and 1 or 2 heads. It goes in what they call patterns. So in 200 rolls, and I want to get this right, it says you have a probability of 96% chance in 200 games of a string of 6 do's or don'ts, pass line or don't pass games that's going to happen. You have a 99% chance that you're going to see a string of at least 5 games, either pass line or don't pass. I mean, most times you see more don't pass games than you do games, okay? But there are what they call the law of probability. So, this book even covers things about gambling. So when you're at the table, the shooter 7 out 3 or 4 times, and the shooter says, oh, well, it's got to be a do. It's got to be that shooter has to make his point. No, he doesn't. Let's take a long roll. What do you consider a long roll? 15 minutes? 20 minutes?
10 rolls, 12 rolls.
Okay. Yeah. 30 minutes is a long roll.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a long roll.
Well, that's
Okay.
time is relative to what's.
And if you get an hour roll, that's the holy grail. Okay. But how many of those do you see at a table? Now let's flip the coin. Have you ever seen a don't table go for more than 20 minutes?
Of course not. Yeah.
More than 30 minutes? Yeah. I've been at tables that sometimes it's choppy or don't for an hour and a half. But these guys are still betting on the pass line side.
Well, and here's the reason
I think
why.
it's going to change.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So a little point counterpoint, right? From the mat, and you mentioned this. Some guys will play the do side, the same 44 inside, 64 across,
Game
shoot, run, or
after
go
game.
blind forever, right?
Right.
Because they're just ingrained to play a certain way. The math guy will tell you there's no such thing as energy, right? And here and the chuckle comes, but here's the thing: the dice don't know that they just rolled a 7, right? This shooter, that shooter PSOs, that next shooter has every chance to go 27 as a PSO. So this guy doesn't really affect that guy. So from a long-term perspective, I can say to you, none of that matters, because I know over the course of time, it'll even itself out, like we said.
Right. It evens
But
out.
in the moment at that table, right, it definitely has a pall to it when it goes south, right? We can all agree we've been at a table where it's 5 PSOs in a row. That's an energy thing. And energy and math.
Oh, wait a minute.
conflict, right?
Repeat that.
It's an energy
Repeat that.
thing, right? Or
Repeat
it's a
that.
trending thing.
That's an
That's a
energy
trend
thing.
Right.
now?
It is.
It's called the trend.
Well, you can call it a trend. I don't like that word, right? I hate that word as a matter of fact. But what I'm saying is when it's going a certain way, right? You could take the stance of it's more likely to keep going that way until something breaks it. So you bet what's happening, or you say, I'm just going to bet my way because the dice don't care what all just happened. This is a brand new thing. Every roll is a brand new experience for me. So my bets that I normally play, I'm going to keep on playing them. And so there's two schools of thought there. And you're talking about torpedo tables and choppy tables, and I don't have any idea what that guy's going to do after that guy just 7'd out. So I want you to dive into that because there's people that will tell us that that's ludicrous.
In John's
chase
book,
it, right?
the little three are theory, logic, and trends. I learned trends before I got into the other energy with the feng shui and the chi and all that. But I learned trends, from John early on. Baccarat players and roulette players know this. Crap players are the stubbornest. They never want to switch, okay? And let me tell you something. When you run out of money, the game's over, okay? So John told me a story once. He's at the Baccarat table. 15 players' hands in a row came up. 15. But the books say you have a little higher edge if you bet the banker side, okay? But you got to pay the 5% vig. All these players said, well, I'm going to bet banker. I'm going to bet banker. And what happens? Player, 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 player. You go with the energy at the table until it changes. Roulette players, red and black, red and black. If you see 4 or 5 hands in a row in red, stick with red until it changes. And then you can switch over if you see 2 or 3 hands with black. Don't think that your energy is stronger than the universe.
Yeah, see, I would look at that and I would say, I call that a streak, not a trend.
Well,
Right, and it's a bit of a thing, and I would do the same thing. I would bet what's coming in baccarat. I'd bet red or black in roulette until it changes, not because I think it's going to come or the energy's pushing it that way, but I know that these clusters form, and I'm just going to bet what's happening because there was a great study, and this is
so do that at the crap table.
100%. There was a great study. I think this is what resulted in the Kelly criterion, actually, where they said they put a challenge out to all these mathematicians. And they said, look, coin flip. We're going to give you in advance the results, not the order, but we're going to tell you that 60 out of 100 are going to be heads and 40 are going to be tails. And here's $100. And people lost money. Knowing in advance 60-40 advantage to the heads, and they still lost money because they bet it wrong, which is essentially the don't pass bet, right? When the point is set. That resulted in Kelly because there's a way that you manage your bankroll and the way that you follow streaks and hammer the streaks as they're happening that can create an enormous win when you know the outcome. On the don't side, you know the outcome. You're a 60% favorite once the point is traveled.
Plus,
And that becomes, and in roulette, there's no advantage to it, but it's a 50-50 game. Generally speaking, you're not going to see 50 reds and 50 blacks. You're going to see 60 and 40 throughout your session. Can you capitalize? People in that study, by the way, only bet tails and made more money than people who bet the favorite, if you can believe that. Because again, of jumping on streaks and the way that they do it. I think it's fascinating when you talk about, again, I air quote trends, those kinds of things though, because they do form. And I think I don't look at it as an energy thing. I look at it as it's a variance thing. It happens. And you got to be able to say, I'm going to not be stubborn and do what I was doing before and jump on that instead of doing the fallacy thing, saying, something else is due.
Well, when people
or my way was the right way.
When people say good luck, what is the definition of luck? Luck is opportunity meeting preparation. Know the game, be prepared, know everything about it, do, don't, hedge betting. And when the opportunity arises, make your move. It could be on the do side, it could be on the don't side. Chances are it's not going to be on a choppy table, and it's never going to be on a torpedo table. So if you look up luck, it really says luck is the energy that approaches that person. When people say good luck, what they're really saying to you is, I hope the energy is positive when you go to the table and the energy is favorable to you. Good luck. May the force be with you. So good luck is good energy. They never say we wish you bad luck, okay? So you got to just go with the flow.
I
okay?
hope you get your ass kicked today.
Well,
Sucker.
unless you're making
Yeah,
your
give them the
little,
Maloik, right?
unless you're making your little bet, unless the player's making that little bet on the don't pass line, and everybody's giving them the.
You know what's funny though? You
whammo.
say that, and there's I don't know how it's truth is, but people get really pissed off when people bet the don't. You mentioned earlier, people get really angry when you're betting the don't, and if you're a believer in energy, that can suck the energy out of the shooter. If they feel that way,
Concentrate.
like that's the thing, and you got
Concentrate.
you can manifest to some degree. I think
Concentrate.
Your time at the table is yours. Right?
Remember, the
energy.
dealers are on the don't all day long. If you make a bet on a pass line or a come bet or a place bet or whatever, they're on the don't
Well, and
side.
crapless for sure. How do you feel
Okay.
about crapless, by the way? We're gonna end here. I want you to drop the mic on crapless for me.
All right,
How do you feel about that
crapless.
game?
We talked about crapless one time. I don't like crapless for a couple reasons. First of all, the payoffs are terrible. Let's say your points 2 or 12. All right, you have to make 2 bets. The pass line bet, which only pays even money, which is a terrible bet because you got to roll the number twice. The first time you roll it, just puts the puck into action. You don't win a nickel. Then you're allowed to take odds. It's 6-to-1 odds. So if you have $10 on the don't or on the pass line and $10 odds, you win $70. $10 for your pass line, $60 for your odds. I took a player to a casino out by where I live called the Suncoast. They have a bet called the repeater bet. I said, instead of putting $10 on the pass line and $10 odds, put $10 on the 2 and $10 on the 12. It pays 40-to-1. Both bets you have to roll twice. The pass line with the odds and the repeater bet. Well, he actually hit one. I forget if it was the 2 or the 12. But his $10 that normally paid even money there won $400. If he would have hit them both, instead of betting 10 and 60, he would have won $800. So you have to put your money in the parts of the table or the tables that would give you a higher return on investment. Now, the repeater bet doesn't pay true odds. I mean, they never pay true odds. They're always going to take a vig. To roll a 2 or 12 twice before the 7, it's 36 times. So it's about 72-to-1. They pay you 40-to-1. But was he disappointed he wasn't getting 72-to-1? He only won 400? He was thrilled. He took me out to dinner. He said, why am I betting the crapless? I said, I don't know. I never bet it. So I want to
If you can
have.
find a repeater table.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, they're not
around anymore,
There's
yeah.
a couple out where I live. I'm on the west side. But the point is, crapless, it was developed by the gentleman that owned the Stratosphere, Bob Stupak. Okay, and he was kind of a shady guy to begin with. You got to pay a vig to the because it's copywritten. Craps is not copywritten. So the reason you don't see that many crapless players is they've got to pay a royalty to the John
Didn't know
Stupak.
that.
Yeah,
No.
it's copywritten. It's called intellectual property. But is it a great bet? Not really. It's like flipping a coin 100 times and only betting on heads. Because the casino knows 1-7 wipes out the whole table.
Yeah.
And we only need 1-7.
The casino's
You've got to win
purely-
every bet.
The casino's pure don't
Yeah.
on a crapless table. On the other
Totally.
table, they've got we got some questions coming in.
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's have them.
Garrison, what's your favorite casino and why?
Garrison, what is your favorite casino and why? I'm going to repeat
Okay,
the
well,
questions.
I don't go to the strip that much for a couple reasons. The minimums are extremely high. Parking, I mean, it's just a nightmare. And now with F1 coming in, Formula One, I'm going to stay as far away from that as possible. I live on the west side, so I go to Red Rock. I go to the new Durango. I like the neighborhood casinos. They don't sweat the money. The minimums are lower. You get free parking. They treat you well. The drinks are there. So I'm more of a, I'm old school. I'm more of a neighborhood guy. If you want to go down the strip, there's some good tables down there. I even hear they're letting people buy the 5 and 9. If you guys that are planning on the do side, if you can buy the 5 and 9, your ROI is a little bit higher. Okay, they do it down south. But to answer that gentleman's question, I'm going to stay out in the neighborhood casinos because I just get a little bit better value for my money.
Great.
And how often do you play?
How often do you play?
Well, he's going to hate this. I look at my chart. Okay. In fact, I brought for John a gift.
There we go.
Okay. I didn't bring the.
Well, it's a full moon tonight. So be
Yeah,
careful.
you're
It is a
right.
full
I was
moon
going to
tonight.
mention that. Okay. This is what they call a biorhythm. Everyone's on a 31-day cycle. Women know their cycles more than men, but the cycle's broken up into intellectual I, emotional E, and P is physical. Now, right now, I'm on a high cycle intellectually, which means my thinking is a little bit better. Emotionally, I'm up. I'm a little tired because I've been doing a lot of work this week, but it goes up and down. You see it's high, then it goes low. And so it's like the table. There's times where it's real hot. There's times where it's cold. After this interview, I'll show you the times I have where my lady who was in the show actually gave me some times this weekend to play where the energy is just going to be better for me. Now, they're not long times. They may be 20, 25 minutes. What do? I get in, I power press, I regress, and then right before I think the table's going to change, I love the don't come box. I love it. I do some don't come bets. I get those bets behind. I regress my place bets. When the shooter 7'd out, I collect on those too. I'm always betting both sides of the table, even if I'm shooting. Okay, any other?
I just want to go over a couple of donations. We got Winco 330, $20.
All right. Hey, thank you. Good job.
And then Biff did.
Biff?
How much was Biff, Jen? Help me out here.
Biff for 20 bucks. Thank you, sir.
Food Cancer Society.
Okay. Okay, that's perfect.
Well, John and I can't leave without going over one thing. This is kind of a battle we've had. Not a battle, a conversation.
Yeah.
Come versus place bets.
Can we ask one more question?
Oh, sure.
before you
Yeah,
guys
sure.
get into
Please do.
debate? What's your take on bubble craps?
But what's your take on bubble
Well,
craps? Yeah.
There you don't even have a shooter. Who's the shooter in bubble craps? The big red button?
Yeah.
Push the button. Push the
button.
button. So you don't even have a shooter, okay? I hedge bet on bubble craps all the time because people can't see what you're doing. And the great thing what's great about craps? Everyone's playing their own game within a game. Some people are playing the do side, some people are playing the don't side. Some people are making come bets, some people are making place bets. So what you do has nothing to do with the person next to you, all right? Again, he mentioned people making don't come bets. I don't care, or don't pass line bets if I'm shooting. I don't care because I'm concentrated on my grip. I know my 6 sets, my master sets. I'm concentrated on my throw. You know, I mean, I've knocked out a lot of don't players. They've won a couple on me. I don't care. Concentrate on your own game. So everyone's playing their own game within a game.
Sage advice.
It doesn't
Your game
have
is your
any
game.
effect
Yeah.
of what you do.
Yep.
Just concentrate, go with the flow of the energy, know the 4 tables, know everything there is to know about the game. And I wasn't thinking about John when I wrote this chapter, but I think about him now when I read it. Okay. In fact, when I wrote this casino player article, it basically was off of this. I wrote a chapter called "Come All Ye Faithful" and place my bets at the table. Now I said I always teach with a calculator. So what I did was I showed the return on investment from single times odds all the way to 100 times odds. All right. All the mathematicians say, well, make a pass line bet and then take your odds bet because you're getting the lowest house edge. Well, how many people here have ever taken house edge up to the cashier's cage and said, I played for a lower house edge. I want you to pay me more money. They're going to say, we don't care about your house edge. We don't pay on no stinking house edge. How much do you have in chips? Because that's what we pay you on. House edge is an invisible bet. All right. We have a saying in class, all this house edge is crap. It doesn't mean anything. So I wanted to sit down and prove it. So I took out the calculator. Let's use a 6 and 8. If you take a pass line with single odds, your return on investment is 110%. Real simple. Every time you make a place bet, you bet 6, it pays 7. All right? And it doesn't matter if you bet $6, $60, $600, or $6,000. It's always 7 to 6. That turns out to be 116.66%. It's just basic math, okay? So, and I want John to see this. If you're let's say you're at a $25 table. I know we're a reverse, so if you're at a $25 table, well, no, I want you to see it. I want you to see it. You're at let's say this is the pass line. If you're at a $25 table, you have to take 5 times odds to get to 116.6%, 5 times odds. So I asked my students, would you take $25 on the pass line and $125 in odds and put all your eggs in one basket? Now that basket could break. What I'd rather have my students do, especially my beginning students, is take whatever you feel is comfortable in your budget, 25, 30 in odds, and take the rest of this money, place the 9, place the 8, place the 5. Now you've got 18 out of 36 combinations that hit at least one number. Remember, it's not how much money you win, it's how little you lose. Versus only 5 ways to win with the 6, 6 ways to win with the 7. Here you have 18 ways to make one of the numbers and get paid. Now, yes, you're not going to get as paid as much as you put $125 on the pass line, but you're still getting paid something. And we've seen shooters roll a lot of numbers, I know you have, and never hit their point.
Yeah.
So you're making money here. Now, I took it all the way up to 10 times odds. Well, I took it all the way up to 100. But at 10 times odds, let's round this off to 117. It's 116.6%. If you take 10 times odds, your return on investment, 10 times odds is $100. Okay, or 25 be 250. Your return on investment is only 118%. Is it worth taking 10 times odds to go from 117% to 118%? You're only getting 1% additional and you're laying all this money out. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to spread my money out. I'm going to get more combinations to win on, and I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket, because if that basket breaks, you're broke. And like I said earlier, the game's over when you run out of money.
So here's the
That's
counterpoint. You ready?
Yeah.
We are out of time, but I'm going to give you the counter. And again, I don't play that way.
Well,
for what it's worth, I don't. And here's the thing: a guy walked me through this one time as a mental exercise. And of course, you know, I'm a coder. I put it in the computer, and I've done it. I've done 160 across, and 25 and 125. Right? I've done the exact. Let's just do one time bet max odds versus 160. This guy wins every single time more than that guy wins. And the reason why.
What do you mean? The pass line?
The one come bet and max odds, or the pass line max odds guy, wins more money, loses less money, I should say, over the course of time, the massive time, than the guy 160 across.
Well, how's that possible? Because once you get a come bet, after you hit it, you got to come down and start over.
No, I'm just saying, that's the one bet. You're going to put 160 across and same bet. You're going to go one come bet max odds, and that's you're putting 160 at risk, period. Not repeating the bet. And the reason why it works is this. Obviously, the hedge that's in here, that's the 8 ways to win in here is great.
But 4 ways to lose.
It does take, that's 2 to 1 now. That does eat, believe it or not, a lot of the reason why that edge is so low. Here, the 160 payout, or the 25 plus 125 payout, covers, because this is basically you're winning $35, 7ing out, winning $70, 7ing out, winning 105, 7ing out. All those times you bleed it out and don't get your 160 back is eaten up by the one win, the one monster win there. So you're putting the same risk, basically 150 versus 160. Your eggs are in one basket when the thing hits.
But what happens to the shooter that hits all these inside numbers and never hits his point?
It happens. It happens.
That's why it's called gambling.
One guy is saying, I'm willing to burn 160 and hope I get 3 or 4 hits. One guy's saying, I'm willing to burn 150 and hope I get one.
Well, if you want to bet all your eggs in one, that's why it's called gambling.
100%.
I just think,
and that, like I say, that's the counterpoint to it. And
I'd rather have more combinations to hit a number than just put all my eggs in one basket.
Personally, I like to go across. I want my options. I pull things down and move it around. I don't like this way, although I can prove that way actually is quote unquote. Well, here's more profitable, less disastrous.
And here's the thing about these formulas. And you know, the 5 count people, they only did it one time. You have to do that formula 10 times to get an average. You just can't do the formula once and say, "Oh, well, no. This is written." No,
I've done it so many times. Yeah.
So are you telling me you're more of a come better than a place better?
No, certainly not. But here's the thing: I use come betting a lot. I use it when you're saying you see that sense of choppy table. I go to come betting because I get hedge. When the table comes back to normal, then I can switch over. I'll do come bets and switch to place bets as the roll goes. But I'll use that to get out of a chop.
I'll give you one quick example.
One of my things. We're cutting. What's that? Okay. Wait, so we're still going, right?
We're still going. Okay. I'll give you one, and then we'll cut it. I'll give you one quick example where I use the come. And this is a true story. I was playing at Durango. You asked me where I like to play. I was at Durango.
Love Durango.
The one thing I hate the most, and I'm sure most of the players agree, is that somebody's doing a good roll and somebody buys in the middle of the game. Oh, it's the kiss of death. Well, we're standing at the table. I'm stick right. The shooter's stick left. This guy comes in. I think he was from Detroit. I think he was Superfly. He comes in with this big envelope with about $4,000 worth of cash. I know he's going to buy in. I said, sir, you may want to wait until the puck's in the opposition after the person makes his point. He looked at me like, don't tell me how to play. I've been playing for 40 years. Okay. So he throws all this money on the table, hundreds and 50s and 20s and 10s, stops the whole game. All right. So they got to do the marker. They got to count the money. They got to give him the chips. I looked at the dealer. I said, this isn't going to take long. I had a couple don't come bets up. I said, leave those on, turn all my place bets off. Now, I took a really big bet in the come. You'd be proud of me, John. I put a big bet in the come. They finally counted this guy's money. He bet 2,200 inside, okay? I think the point was 8. They give the dice back to the shooter. Gee, what do you think happened? He 7'd out. I won my dunk come bets. I won my come bet. This guy lost 2,200 in one roll, put another 2,200 on. I mean, by the time it was done, he didn't have enough money to put a postage stamp on his envelope. He was broke. He didn't chart the table. He didn't see what was going on. He didn't see the energy of the table. And he did the kiss of death buying in the middle of the game. Don't do it. Okay. So that's that was my come bet.
Zoom into the table.
Hey guys, go up to Craps for the Cure.
But we can spread them out now. You got the zoom in?
Hit your button.
This one's not part of it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. This one's
the John
this one's
Patrick
in
book.
the yeah. That one
Right.
is they want to go on the website.
Casino Player
and you get a
magazines.
and you get the flash drive, and
Get-
you get the dice setting cards, and you get it all.
Get on the
I mean,
raffle, guys.
Yeah.
Again, we have
Craps for the Cure.
limited time, hour 45 minutes with guys like Garrison. Beau Parker's coming up later on. Tony Leo's coming in later on. A lot of wisdom, playing forever. I'm not trying to age you, but you've been playing for a long time. You don't get this kind of wisdom for free, right?
No, you
I mean,
don't, but-
you get to know people, or I get to talk to you, right? But they're in the books, right? Raffle, go buy raffle tickets, guys. Support the cause and get after it. We'll take a quick little break here. We're going to set up. We're going to come back into our first run at So You Think You Can Press, and then we're going to be joined after that by Mark the Point Ryan and Holy Roller Brian to talk cruising, craps, and comp. So see you back here in a few minutes. Do the John's face screen. All right, we are back, folks. We're going to do a little interlude here before we go to our next set of guests. We're going to play a little game called So You Think You Can Press. Now, what's happened is the Justice Jen has rolled a certain number of shooters. We don't know what she's rolled. She's got dice rolls. Big AZ is going to come on in here. Big AZ is going to be our guest dealer for this. So she's rolled some number of rolls, some number of shooters. You two are going to get $500. It's a competition. Who can press and make the most money out of these pre-done rolls. What'll happen later on is the people who are going to play later are hidden away in a room in a secluded area out with Dick Cheney. So remember Dick Cheney when he was in the secluded area for a while, right? They're out with him. So they are hiding away. They're not going to hear the rolls. So you're going to go first. We'll log your totals, and then throughout the day, we'll see who can beat who here with the same set of rolls. All right. So that said, I'm going to kick out. Let AZ have the field here. You're getting $500 each. Let's go. Yeah, you want to come around here to the corner, please? Right here. You're going to be on this rack. You got to be right there so we can see you. Leon, you're going to be over here. We can't see you on camera, but come on down to the end here. And if you want to, climb back behind.
Are you gonna play later?
Rick Duvall and Leon. Where's the mic? You just got to stay right here so we can hear. So don't touch that. Don't. Yeah, if you can avoid it, avoid it.
Joe and Ashish out.
Okay, you guys ready to go?
I need money.
I got it. Yeah.
Oh, we're both doing it. Yeah, it's two at a time.
All right, here we go.
We can't.
So you
Ashish, they gotta leave. Because I know.
so you think you can press? Here we go. We're on the game screen.
Ashish, go, scoot.
So I'll just have you on the bottom and I'll put you on the top. Okay. That's how
Tito's gotta go too. He wants to go.
I'll miss it. Okay.
You guys clear on the rules?
So it's $500.
AZ, you're getting shout outs.
Three
You're a pillar of
shooters.
the community, my
He
friend.
is. He is a pillar of the community.
The rule will end. You just
He's
don't
got the
know.
mic.
Okay.
The mic is right there on the thing. I'm actually gonna charge my phone.
Three shooters.
20
Or 20 rolls.
whichever
Whichever
came-
comes first.
yeah. If the shooters
Yeah, we
suck.
gotta speed it up. It's like speed crap.
And
So
I'm not gonna shout the rule. I'm gonna just show it.
here, what do you want? Just let me know.
Okay.
No pass line for
Okay.
me.
Are we
Okay,
live?
so you're not working on the
All right.
calendar? Nothing?
All right, guys.
Anything else? You want something?
Rick Duvall versus Leon.
Is this like a bracket thing to move on?
No, we're just
The
gonna
highest
keep
total.
the highest total.
Highest.
Highest
Let's
total.
go
Yeah.
inside. Burn. Let's go.
Are you working?
Working.
Working. Okay.
Yeah,
You have no bets or you do?
You know, I'll start it up with 66 inside.
All right, 66.
I am
inside
not
versus
working.
110.
I am not working.
Not working. You know.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, I mean, I know, but I don't.
Yeah, you know, just for the camera.
Okay, we gotta move fast.
Okay. Don't worry. You ready? All right, here we go.
Okay, 6, so 35.
Okay. I'm now working.
Press that. And then add that to it. Okay.
Ready? All set?
Ace deuce.
Four and high aces, $1.12.
We're gonna have 4 and high aces.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if it's on camera, but
And then we'll go
yeah.
We'll
heavy
figure
on
it
the
out.
12.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Same thing.
4 and 10.
All right, ready? Ready? Next roll. Boom. Boom.
Inside pressure. No, I'm the backside.
Yeah, I got you. Take it. What are you doing? I'm sorry.
Take it and take me back down to 30 on the 6.
Just the 6?
Yep. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, working, not working.
Anyone's working? No. Working?
I'm
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
All right, here we go. And we've got as the points.
105 again.
Take it and take it down to 30.
How I learned it.
All right.
Bets?
Table.
No
Any other
bet.
bets? All right, here we go. Look at this shooter.
Can I get this on camera? Like, see
Is
the
it on
rolls?
camera?
I don't know. We need to get the rolls on camera, definitely.
Yeah.
You can see the
Can you
dice in it. You can see the rolls, is what we're saying.
We're not
Small,
even-
pretty small.
We're not shouting it. So we might-
Same.
Okay.
4 and high aces, $1.12.
Any
you're-
bets? We're good?
You good,
Okay.
Leon?
Okay.
All right, guys. It's gonna be an 8.
8 easy.
I was about to say.
It is a winner. The doors are
So
closed.
28.
Oh, we can
right?
shout loud.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then
We
down
can
to
say it out loud.
64.
All the way
Say it
up.
out loud. Yeah.
Winner, winner.
All this.
Shooters make 2
Yep.
points.
Minis and everything.
Down to
All right.
64.
Okay.
Basically pick up 6 and 8. Or 8 and 10. Either way. Are you working or?
Yeah.
Call.
We had somebody roll.
Working.
That was a winner, so work in. Here comes the come out.
6 horn is back. I'm off.
All right, great. Rick's off.
You want to be the same way, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Coming out, coming out. 5 and a 4. Minus 9. These are real rolls.
He does it every day.
All right.
Any bets? Nope. Okay.
All right, cross that. Here we go. And to Justice 5.
Oh, really? Since when?
3, 2, Justice 5. Apparently, that's what
Go to 30.
That's what
Okay.
calls.
We're good?
There you go. Well done. And we got a hard 6,
Ah,
baby.
6.
Yeah.
Go to 30.
All the way up.
6. All the way up. All right, guys. Next one. Yo time.
Yo.
Yo.
Same,
We had to have at least one.
Hey.
same bet.
Yes, sir. Turning off.
Very wise, but okay. Here we go. Next roll is a 5-1-6.
Okay. Same bet.
I was like, ouch, man. That was my biggest bet.
Working or off? Let's be off one more.
Off for one more. You good, everybody?
Yep.
All right, and then the next roll is a dun dun dun.
All right, come on, roll.
All right, coming out.
Same 6
Oh,
here.
no, go ahead, please go.
Horn high deuce.
Yep.
We'll go on. On.
Okay, look at
Anything? On, but take me back down to 30 on the 68. Pretty boring, but that's okay.
Take me across and on.
He's working, he said. All right, babies. There we go.
Everyone's working.
4-2-6 is the point. No title.
Go back up again.
Full press. We can need another dollar.
26. We ready? All right, guys. It's gonna be a 5-1-6 winner.
Oh,
Buckshot,
my
baby.
goodness.
Who is this shooter? Definitely
I'm
wasn't
gonna make a
TST.
note.
66,
77.
Whatever.
Okay, come on, roll my 6s back.
Yes, sir.
That was down.
Sorry.
No problem.
Take me up on the 8.
Working, both of you? Yep. I'm still working. Okay.
Working. Call the come out.
Add a
Put 'em
unit to everything that's flat.
I don't think I've ever heard that in my life.
Well, single.
That works. All right. Here comes the come out. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hard 4.
Oh.
Double deuce.
Oh.
That's it.
Boom, boom.
We're not doing big today, are we?
No bigs.
Okay.
No
No
bigs.
big on this contest.
Unless we want to torture you.
Any units? Add a unit across. Okay.
Good.
I think that's right.
They're pressing.
Yep.
Yeah, I got the signage for it.
Okay. Done. How many rolls are we at?
Good question.
Can we say
We can say the contest is
3
shooters
Three
or
shooters.
20 rolls,
And it should
and
be
you
a-
can say
20 rolls.
what roll number is it. Yep,
Roll
you
number
can say
we're
that.
at.
We're roll 16.
16, okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Here we go, guys. It is a 4-1, but up 5.
All the way.
Sorry, that was rule 17, right? So- Ready to go?
Yep.
Nice job, guys. All right, hot 8.
Hot.
Hot 8.
On that table right behind you.
Press it.
It was 8.
Yep. Stack it all.
Stack it.
I'm way behind. I got to.
Well, you're.
But there's other moves you can make.
Yeah.
But that's
Wow.
okay. That's not my. Okay, here we go. What is this? 18 now?
19.
Okay, one more after this.
All right, it's a 3-2-5. Just as fun.
Okay, that'll be nice. Is that 180?
150 is 210, 245. Right?
Yeah.
I think it's
Look at the phone. The phone.
Here, I'll give you the
250.
nickel.
I'll take the nickel right off.
Okay.
So you don't have it here. They're all blocks.
I'm gonna keep this one.
Okay, so this is the last roll. Okay, so we'll start with you.
On the 5.
Okay. And after this, all the chips will come down if they're
Mr.
still on
Duval.
the table.
Last roll.
Duval,
You got a lot of chips in the rack.
$300 6.
Woo! Make it look like 3 or pressure.
Take it, make it look like 3.
Make it look like 3. Okay.
All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's
This
midnight.
is it. First total. Here we go.
Midnight.
Oh.
That was
Did
the
nobody
big,
any
the
good.
big
All right.
payout.
So I'll take your bets down.
Guess who
Here
the
you
shooter
go.
was?
That was
Well
Jim's
done, guys.
goal
Well
before the
done.
contest.
Well done. All right.
All right, let's see what we got.
Okay, let's count it up. John, we're counting it up.
He's coming.
Counting it up. Well done. They both did good. Good job, Lauren.
I'm just used to doing things by myself. Huh? I'm like,
Ian, you want to come over here? When I go over there, press that button.
wow.
Okay. And then when I give you the signal, press any one of those apps you want. Actually, we'll
That
press
makes that 100.
we'll press the this one down.
Okay, so how do I just press that one, then push this
Press
one
me,
over?
press me, and then that one when I'm done. Top and bottom one.
This is 100.
The black might be good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Question is 5 black taller than that green?
Okay, so let's write it down.
1162.
Woo!
1162. Write it down.
Wow.
I'm
Okay.
writing it down.
You got that.
A suicide run because I was behind.
There you go. 1162.
All right, and then for Leon. We'll get you some.
5.
He's got it, I think.
8,
Oh,
9.
that's 1,000.
Here's your big yellow.
I think he gets it.
5.
My guess is there's 300 there.
2, 3, 4, 5,000. 50.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
It's 100.
Oh, that's close.
That's 200.
Ooh.
Plus he's got red there.
The green's good.
35.
Okay.
12, 30.
11.
Wow. Great match, guys. Great match.
11, 6.
I thought you were gonna go the horn again because you were doing the.
Well, because
You did good.
Just wait.
They're
Do
not
one more.
coming, right?
Nope,
You
nope.
never know.
That's enough.
For now.
Well
Oh, you're
done.
both double
Good job, you guys.
I
job,
rolled
you
that.
guys.
Good job.
About the board real quick while we're here?
Good
Yeah,
job
yeah.
working the comma.
Hey, Ian, let's put it on me real quick. Hey, let's stop with the chips real quick. We're going to do a quick switch over, and then we'll come back. Just on me? All right. Rick, come on out. This is the guy that made the 2-foot thick board over here, right? Let's talk about the board, Rick.
Just heard what was going on. I make cutting boards and do stuff on the side, woodworking. That's my kind of passion in the shop. With this coming up, I screwed up a tabletop, and this was a tabletop, and hey, I got a bunch of thick maple. Let me do something with it. When this came up, I said I'll make a board. So this is a solid maple ingrain cutting board. And then I was bugging John to get me a logo that I could use, because to do it on my CNC, it has to be a certain type of logo. Finally got it, sent him some samples, he liked it, so
That's beautiful.
we did this, and The logo. The logo is actually on my CNC. This one, sorry.
Yep.
Right here. The carving here, this is called a V-carve. So you use a V-bit and carve in so you get a V channel. And then this was backfilled with epoxy and then sanded flush. And then finished. This is just a standard cutting board finish. Mineral oil and beeswax. So standard finish. This is usable. You cut on it. Any chef will tell you, in-grain cutting boards don't scar because when you cut, the grain heals it. The grain you're cutting into the grain so the grain can heal. If you cut on a flat board and you cut across the grain, it can't heal. So this shouldn't show much wear at all.
That's awesome. That's an amazing, dude. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I joke about things, right? It's a piece of art. It's awesome.
If somebody doesn't win that but wants to order one, can they do that?
Oh, so can somebody order one if they don't win? All right.
In fact, grab the little board that's behind you on this rack.
Right there.
One to John.
Small.
I have another pattern. No. Oh, the actual cutting board is back there.
It's underneath those, Ian.
Underneath.
This,
Yeah. There you go. The 3D,
Oh,
yeah.
This is another style that I do. It's a 3D cutting board. To be perfectly honest, this board is about 2.5 times the cost of this because this is 2 glue ups. This is 6. But this is available. If anybody's interested, wants one, I can make another one. I can make more of them. I would say go through John and get a hold of me. Also, if you want this style, and I can make these as big as 1.25 inch squares, so they're big tumbling. So, and anyway, if anybody does, tell me it's Craft for the Cure. You get a big board. I'm going to tell you right now, the big board is going to be $250. $50 will go to the charity.
All right. Thank you. Great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to thank our 2 competitors, by the way. That was a hell of a match, right? They both doubled up. Take a quick break. We'll go over some of the other auction items that we've got. We're going to return with Brian, the Holy Roller, and Ryan from Mark the Point. They're going to talk cruising and craps, comps, the whole thing. So see you back here in about 3 minutes. But check out some of the raffle items you can get right now, crapsforthecure.com. Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number 1, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Craps book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session, as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Beau Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Beau Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Craps full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. and that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board, and you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing, just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it. It's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. All right, here we go. We're back. We're back at Crash for the Cure 2024. I'd like to say I've got a couple of friends of mine to talk to, but just a couple of dudes I met. No, I'm kidding.
We haven't qualified as friends
This
yet.
is Brian the
What's up,
Holy
John?
Roller. This is Ryan from Mark the Point. Guys that do more cruising than I do. But I'll tell you this. I went on the cruise, when was that, March? I'm telling you what. Talk about hook, line, and sinker. Like, we were talking in the green room a little bit earlier, and, you know, the Vegas experience is the experience, but it's a bear. I have a rental car this week and trying to drive around town. I'm ready to not drive that car. Let's just say that, right? I was a little angry last night. On a cruise, you don't have that. You don't have to worry about casino hopping and who's playing what. All that, you got it all, right? So the cruise experience different than the Vegas experience. The gambling experience far different, of course, right?
Yeah.
So I'd like for you to, and I got you two I chose because obviously this is what you're kind of known for, right? You're not really known for cruising, but I know you as a cruiser.
Yeah.
And your approach to the game on the ship is different.
Yep.
But your goals are the same. Right?
Yeah.
You want that free cruise. You want to have a great time. And I would love to just hear your both perspective on cruising itself, craps on a cruise, the comp systems. You're more royal, you're more carnival. Is that right?
I'm Carnival, yeah.
Okay,
He's
so there's a
Royal,
good little thing right there too. So I wanted to let you freeform a little bit and talk through it. And then we'll get some audience questions as well. And I've got some things that I want to ask, but I'm going to step out of the shot, let y'all just talk, and as I come back in, we'll feed you.
Yep.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Yeah,
Go ahead and get
that's
started.
great. Well, okay, first of all, thank you so much for those of you that have given and that are giving to this cause, Crash for the Cure. Man, it is amazing. Just watching the chat has been so inspiring. And so I've been over there kind of listening here, watching the chat. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing. This is an amazing cause.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love
So first of all, I would say that your name's not Mark.
It's not Mark.
That's we're breaking a story right here,
story
right
trending
now.
right here. My name is not Mark. It is Ryan. But it's okay. You know what? I'll take it. I wasn't really thinking that all the way through when I had a channel name, but it's okay. We're gonna go with it.
Ryan
you can
the
call me
Point.
Mark.
Ryan the Point
Ryan,
doesn't.
What's the point?
Mark the Point. Got it.
So
Got it.
yeah. So either way, it's fine. You can call me Mark. You can call me Ryan. whatever you call me, it's okay. I don't mind. Go ahead.
Well, but the thing is, people don't ask you if you spell your name with an I or a Y.
No, they don't.
They ask me that all the time.
And
it's an I. It's an I, by the way.
And we're typically wrong every time we try it. Right?
Yeah. All right. So cruising. Okay. So you done Carnival.
Yes.
But you also done Royal too.
I've done 2 Royal Caribbeans.
Okay. So everything, and this is a little disclaimer, everything that I'm going to be speaking about is Royal Caribbean.
Yep.
Now, I'm not sponsored by Royal Caribbean. I'm not a travel agent. I'm not, I don't make money from this. Nobody's paying me to talk about Royal Caribbean. Let's just say that.
Right.
And the same thing with Carnival.
Yep. I've been on probably 15 to 20 Carnival cruises.
Okay.
And so I'm all about the Carnival life and the experience that it provides.
You said you're all about the Carnival life.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
The Carnival cruising life. That's different. That's different.
That's totally different breed of people there.
But we are gonna talk about the differences a little bit between Royal Caribbean and Carnival.
Yep.
We'll talk a little bit about the differences between like playing craps on a cruise.
Yes.
Because some of the, I know with Royal Caribbean the odds are totally different.
Yeah.
Like when you try to play odds.
Right. So it's not like that.
It's not like that with Carnival.
No.
So on Carnival, what would you say is different? Is there anything different?
No, I mean honestly,
Because they have the ATS.
yeah,
too,
So Carnivals now typically you only have one craps table. So I know there's a difference between every Carnival cruise has one craps table. So that
Okay.
means if you have let's just say if you're on the Mardi Gras, you have 5,000 people on that boat. You don't have 5,000 craps players, but think of how many casino offers that people get, right, to be in the casino.
Okay.
But you have all those offers that are out there, and people are going to go to the casino, right? All those people, and you only have 13 slots, 12 slots, whatever it is. It's aggravating because there's times where you are literally waiting in line. If you don't get there before dinner time, you're waiting in line behind somebody.
Because there's only 16 spots
That's
at the
it.
table.
However many spots that is, however long that table is, whatever. That's absolutely
Now,
right.
are there any ships that you know of that have more than
Nope,
one craps table?
only one craps table.
Oh wow. Okay, so with Royal Caribbean,
I think that the Mardi Gras started with 2, but they took it away. Now they only have 1. Absolutely.
Okay, so with Royal Caribbean, they have the smaller ships, the
Yep.
smaller classes of ships. Once you get to the Oasis class and their bigger Icon class, that's when they have 2 craps tables.
Okay.
One in like the smoking side, one in the non-smoking
Yep.
side. But still, there's only 2.
And now you talk about the odds. It's almost exactly like it's set up as a Vegas, right? You get 2 times or 3 times, 4 times, 5 times the odds. I'm sorry. Let me say that back. Totally wrong. Most of them are only 2 times odds.
Okay. See, that's what I was thinking.
I'm sorry. I was mixing up there. Only 2 times odds on the table. So it don't matter what you play. It's only 2 times from the pass line.
So $10 gets you 20.
That's it.
25 gets you 50.
That's it. That's why. It doesn't matter what the point
What about
is.
the table maxes?
They're usually about $1,000. Most of them are about $1,000 for table max. And
Okay.
I've been there. I've been at one time. I hit a max on the 10, and I was sweating bullets. I was butt clenched on the next roll. Let's just go ahead and say. But I didn't end up hitting the 10 on that time. But I was at one point in time have one number table max.
So all Royal Caribbean ships that I've been on, and all of them, I mean, I've been on a lot, are $500 max.
Okay.
So and $10 minimum.
Okay.
Something that's very unique about Royal Caribbean, I think. I don't know. You tell me. The field bet, they treat it like a prop bet. So as long as you have $10 on the table, the field bet is $1 minimum.
Okay, no, that's not the same.
Okay, so if it's a $10 minimum
if it's
table,
it has to be a good bet. It has to be $10 for sure.
yeah. So, okay, we got some. So
what's the question there?
Go ahead. We
So
got a
will
question.
the odds be 3, 4, 5 if the minimum bet goes up? Not on Carnival. Carnival. No, I think that's a Royal Caribbean thing. That's
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
That's
let me show that really quick.
It don't matter how if you're
Can
paying
we
$25.
get that shot and I'll show that really quick. So let me get some. All right, so with Royal Caribbean pass line here, we'll start right there. $10 minimum. Okay, so if you have a $10 minimum on Royal Caribbean, you can only do $10 behind. All right. Now I'm gonna skip 1 because the next level you could go to 25. 25 is double odds. Like that's it.
That's it.
Right?
That's all you can go.
Yeah, you have to go to $50. $50 on the pass line to do 3, 4, 5 times odds.
Yeah.
If you do 50, you got 3, 4, 5 times odds. Now that's a lot to risk on a pass line. So there is this one in between. And so let me show you. This is the best way that I found to explain it. If you go to $15, right, you get 3, 4, 5 units. So, but 4 and 10 is still single odds. 5 and 9, you could go up to $20, 4 units. 3, 4, 5 units is $25. If you go to 15, you could go to 25 on the 6 and 8. So that's the biggest shocker when people go to play on a cruise with Royal Caribbean, the odds, because they play like that. But I will say, I don't know if you're a odd. We just saw Garrison talk about it. I never play odds. If I'm shooting, I only play $10. I will never play this money. All this money, I'd rather have out right here. So that I can get comps for a free cruise.
And the Carnival is a perfect example of that. If you're only going 2 times odds, you are absolutely 100% losing money on that odds.
I want you to dive into that. So repeat the question. Dive into that because this is free odds, which is great in a regular casino, but for the comp value,
absolutely,
comp value, better placing.
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about it. And I feel like I'm doing Garrison's thing all over again. Okay, so here's 25 with double odds. That's $75. Here's 10 single odds. It's $20. Okay, everybody knows that if you're not rolling the dice, everybody should know. If you take that same $25 or $20, if it's a 4 or 10, you're gonna win more money here.
That's right.
Guess what? You're gonna win more money here too, and you're pretty close to making the same amount of money. But the difference is $10 bet, you get rated for a $10 bet. Here, you get rated for a $20 bet. You're still using $20, but here you're getting $20.
They don't see that $20.
So this and this, you can't repeat what I'm saying. This plus this is a $10 rating.
$10 rating.
This plus that, if the point's 5, make the point 5.
Okay, so the point is 5.
This is a $20 rating. Correct?
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So on the cruise, that's cruise now. That's interesting.
This is $20 rating, but why would we do this? Because you got that, right?
Sure.
But I wouldn't do this.
Because you're not making odds
I would
on
do
that
that.
$10.
As a shooter, you have to.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that for a second. Who wants to ever play single odds? Who would ever play single odds? It doesn't make sense, right? So, I would want to do $25 if I could. Well, how do you do it? You do it here on a cruise. That's how you do it. That's $35.
And the baseline what he's saying is just any odds that are put behind the line is not rated for comps. A lot of people say I don't play for comps. On the cruise, you're there for one reason. You want to get another cruise, right? And one way to get another cruise is having money where the casino recognizes. They recognize the value of the money in the box numbers, not the number in odds. That also works for the same with the come bet. If you have a $25 come bet and you had odds on the come bet, they don't recognize the odds as comp value.
So exactly. That travel you place it to get your odds. That's so insane.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
It is. I think it is all actually based off of your how much you're actually losing on their house edge. Actually, when you talk about house edge of a casino and how they build it in, they're expecting your net loss. That's how they actually comp it on a lot of ways. That's how they know how much you're losing.
Well, and here we go with this. I mean, we're talking about this $75.
What's that? Pause. We got a donation from Danny.
Oh, right on.
We got a Danny.
$50
Danny donated $50.
Oh yeah. That is awesome. That's right here, $50.
There you go.
That's the difference that you can be comped value if you don't play
odds.
The odds, right? So the thing about this is we all know, okay, $25 on the pass
I just
line.
gotta say this out loud.
Okay.
Talking to the microphone. That just blew my freaking mind.
Yep.
Like literally, like I didn't even think of pass line and placing as double comp value for them.
Yeah.
On a cruise ship, that's such a
It matters.
It totally matters. And
Yep.
that's the go-to is the odds. That's
but let's talk.
That was worth the price of admission, by the way. You guys paid nothing for that. 100% worth
What's
the
that?
price of that trial right here. That's great.
Yes. That was trial by error. The things I'm sharing with you cost me a lot of money to learn. but let's talk about it. I mean, if I would say anything about Pass Line with Odds and this whole experience about being on the cruise, it kind of changed my mind and the way I think about Pass Line with Odds. Because even if I had $25 on the pass, I had $50 behind on a 4 and 10, I'm going to win 125 bucks. That is a great payout, right? But if I put $75 on the 4, I'm winning 150. Mine is a little big, right? A little commission. So I'm making $23 more than if I had it like that. So why do we play that? I'll tell you why we play that. The 7-11 on the come out. That's what we want, right? Everybody's playing it for one roll. The Pass Line, you have the advantage on the first roll, and then you're disadvantaged every roll after that, right? And so,
but let me ask you this. So here we are. We're talking about the comps and all that. How do you know how much you're getting rated for? And I'm gonna give you. I'll show you what I do. But
Okay.
when you walk up to, when you're at the table and you're playing for an hour or 2 hours, you know how much money you're putting out there, right? But how do you communicate with the print boss of knowing what you're being comped for?
Yeah, that's a great question, because a lot of times, especially with moving bets, they're not sitting there the whole time.
Right.
You know, they're not right here just typing in every time you bet. Most of the time, it's the right after the come out and maybe the 2 rolls after it, and then they will literally walk away.
Yep.
And it's almost like they hear when it's a 7 out, and they walk back, and they're there for that moment.
Yep.
So you have to get up and ready. And of course, sometimes there's like a little screen, and sometimes they'll let the dealer that's here might type something in. And if I press or I go up, I'm looking at that dealer and I'm like, hey, I went to 150. Can you make sure it says 150?
That's
and
right.
they're like, well, they type it in. And it feels weird to do that, but you got to do it.
And some suggestions I would say, and I would 100% agree with you. Absolutely. So when you're at the table, when you're sitting there playing, it doesn't hurt just to look over at the casino balls. You know, don't be intimidated by them. Even though they're not always for you, but you can always say, hey, what do you have me at? How am I looking?
Yeah,
just
what
a
am I
little,
rated
a little
at?
subtle, you know.
Yeah, what am I rated at?
And always say that very first bet. It's got to be big. If it's 160, it's 320, 220, because they do. They hear that and they register you. So I'm actually gonna step back one part. I'm a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
On your initial buy-in, I would say buy in for a little bit higher, because that also gets the attention of the casino boss.
Yes.
Think of how many people buy in for $500, $700. You're like, okay, $500. But if you buy in for $2,000, if you drop $2,000 to $3,000 on the table, what have you done? You've gotten the attention of the pit, the casino boss, and they have to verify that money, right? So they have to verify. So that means they're putting money with face. He's willing to lose how much? $3,000 on the ship? Gotcha. Right.
Yeah, you know, and that is, Carnival and Princess are together.
Yep.
Like the same company.
Yep.
And Royal Caribbean and Celebrity are the same. So Royal Caribbean and Celebrity have a very similar system. I'm assuming that Princess and Carnival has a very similar system.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, that when you buy in for over 2,500, that has to be approved.
It has to be verified.
Yeah, it has to be approved
100%.
and verified.
Yep.
So you buy in for 2,500 or more, right?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you're listed. They have color system, I heard, but you're listed as a different kind of player.
Yeah, and
It
again,
gets the
and
attention.
they because they want you at that table, right?
Yeah,
they
yeah.
want to see your face, because again, we all know a casino's there to take your money, right? So
Yeah.
they want, but putting that money on the table puts your name out there with the face of the casino boss, and that gives you a little bit of credibility. Hey, I'm putting this money out here. That way, when you want to have that conversation with them, you can have it a little bit more freely versus anything else. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So now you buy in. How much was your regular buy-in?
I typically buy it for about $3,000.
Okay, 3,000. So that's above the 2,500.
Yep. And again,
so that gets their attention. What about your average bet when you go out there? What is it?
So usually when I start out, so there's actually a lot of times my wife and I, so she's a lot of times, of course, when we're cruising, we're together.
Yeah.
We'll buy in together, but I'll do my $3,000. She'll usually buy in for $1,000 or $2,000, but it depends if I'm playing by myself.
Yeah.
Or if I'm playing like a team's craps, right?
Yeah, and
that makes a difference.
I saw a video that you did. You play the outside sometimes, and she'll play the inside.
There's different ways of doing it, and there's so many different ways of playing team scraps, and I definitely suggest this. if you are going to be into it for getting free cruises, like we love to do. I mean, when we say free, we're talking about everything is paid for except for port and fees. Port and fees you can't get out of for the most part. But as far as your actual fare, we're talking about balconies, we're talking about suites, all and extra perks that it allows for you. It's all about what we're playing here on the table, right? So if I'm playing, let's just say the 4 and 10, I'm going to play it more aggressively. I can go in at $200, $100 each, right? And press. But and my wife or whoever your partner or whoever it is would play the inside bets. And again, they're going to go 220 to get their attention and tell them, I'm going to go 220 on the inside.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 330 on the inside. Now, you can play that for a couple times, but then once they've got you logged in, once they've said, okay, he's an average, this type average bet, you're right. You can go down to a 110 inside, and it doesn't affect.
Sometimes they have walked away.
They've walked away, and you can take that regression, and they don't log the regression in there all the time.
Well, we don't want that to get to everybody.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
That's secret stuff.
Valid,
No, but I mean, they do. They walk away, and so sometimes, if I'm going down, I don't say anything. Like if I'm regressing, I don't say anything. But if I press, I'm saying, hey, put me.
and you know what?
Put me up there.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna give you a couple tidbits. All right. Now, again, talking about what I do.
Yeah.
When I walk into the casino, I'm talking about before the casino's even open. We're walking. I'm actually looking. Are there pit bosses up there? I'm introducing myself to the casino host. It's important to know who your casino host is.
You should know the casino host's name,
and they should know your name
Yeah.
and your face. And you should tell them, hey, you know, I play craps. I love to play, and I'm a good bettor. And you're having that relationship with them. But
Question from Toothpick Ted.
Toothpick Ted, what's up?
Are the tables on the ships 12 feet or 14 feet?
So I've always seen 12.
Yeah, I'm same thing. I'm
yeah,
just 12 feet.
12 foot.
Yeah,
12
yeah.
foot Ted. Great question, Toothpick Ted.
Yep.
Why aren't you here? We need we need you to be taking pictures of everything that's
There you
here.
go.
Where are you at?
Yeah, and so getting back to the casinos, they should know your name. Every dealer knows my name by the first night. And we're talking about the whole rotation.
Yeah.
They know who Ryan from Mark the Point is.
Well, but they know your name because, and I know you, and I'm just letting everybody know. They know our name because we're nice.
Oh yeah.
They don't know our name. They know other people's name, but it's not because they're nice, but they know other people's name.
Right.
And those people are usually mad, angry, talking bad to the dealers.
Right.
And I don't know, they're probably upset about their points and upset about an offer that they don't get.
Right.
But I think that's where it's a little bit different when you're interacting with the dealers, because a lot of times you have very green dealers, people that are learning on the table, and you have to have patience. I was at a cruise, my last cruise. There was a guy on the end, and he was telling, move the dice, come on, let's get the game going, come on, stop the dice, are getting cold. And all they were doing was paying people out.
Right. They give them time.
You know. So you have to know that on a cruise, I don't know, for you, do you find this?
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit slower pace, especially with a full table?
And I would definitely say for your smaller cruises, the ones that are your 3 days, 5 days, those are more for the dealers who have not been as experienced.
Yeah.
Your Mardi Gras, your carnivals, your Mardi Gras, your celebrations, your bigger ships will typically have your more experienced
the newer
dealers,
ship, the bigger ship,
because they want to provide
dealers.
that great service to you. I'm gonna give you another thought that I do when I'm betting. Let's just say I'm betting, I have 160 across, or let's say 220 inside. I'll typically, and I make sure that casino, the casino boss, I'll let them know I'm making bets for the dealers. I'm telling, hey, I'm putting your dealers at 6 and 8 at $1 each. That recognizes to them that you're taking care of their dealers, so they will recognize you a little bit better on that charting system.
Yeah, a good and you're kind of going up high. We're going to talk a little bit about those that don't maybe buy in for like $3,000, because I bought in for $300 and got a free cruise off of $300 before.
Right.
But a good bet, if you put in $50, 44 inside, what's your change? 44 inside, you have $6. Put the dealers across.
Yep.
If it's a 6, 8, not a 4 or 10 as the point, put them up for $5 and give them the hard way for $1.
And tell the casino boss that way they know that you're taking care of their dealers. If you take care of your dealers, they'll take care of you. Go ahead. You got another question?
Yeah, we have a question from Brian at Hawaii Crap Shooters.
Oh, why aren't you
Brian,
here?
why aren't you here?
Aloha.
Legend.
Aloha.
He says, do you time your toss to specific release on a rocking ship?
I don't think it makes a difference.
It doesn't. Okay.
So the question was: do you time your release on the moving or the rocking of the ship? I'll let you answer, but
no,
I don't think it
there
makes a
was
difference at all.
one time we were in waters that were so choppy that you can actually feel it. But I mean, that was during Hurricane Ian. You know, like I actually got an extra 2 days at sea.
Oh, nice.
But coming back in, it was woo, you know. Yeah. But most of the time, especially on the bigger ships, you do not feel it.
No.
You know, I grew up in California, so a lot of times it's like, you know, everybody in California is used to a little, whoa, what was that? That's kind of how it feels on a ship. Every once in a while, you'll feel a little something, but it's not like on a boat.
Yep.
You know, you're not riding waves like that.
So Brian actually had a really good question now, and this is by far my biggest difference between a carnival ship, or it's not carnival, we'll get that in a minute, between a cruise ship and land-based casinos. When you're on a cruise ship, you're typically playing with entry-level players for the most part.
Yeah.
So what you're dealing with a lot of people who don't, we're not going to get into a dice setting, we're not going to get into, you know, controlled dice conversation. But a lot of people that would just grab the dice and just chunk them at the end of the table. You have a lot of people who don't know how to bet, right? So you're talking about slowing down the table.
Yeah.
There's so many people.
They're asking questions.
They're asking questions: how to play? What is this? Is this the experience?
Well, we talk about on a cruise. If you want to talk about dice influence, or dice control on the cruise, it's like, keep them on the table. That's what you just keep them on the table.
Yeah.
You know, that's the control that we have, or that people play with.
Absolutely.
Control, because you'll be surprised. I mean, most of the time, because they're first time shooters or whatever.
Yep.
I mean, you're getting 5 rolls, but only 1 counted.
Yeah.
Now,
that's the difference, right?
Why would we get 5 rolls and only 1 counted?
Yep.
Because the dice go off the table. But there's also another thing. What is it?
This is only through Royal. Carnival does not.
It's huge.
If both dice do not hit the back wall, it does not count as a roll, and they'll call it, whether if it's a 7,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what that number is.
So the good part about it is that they're consistent with it.
That's right.
What about Carnival? If it doesn't hit the back wall?
They do not. They'll usually give a warning if it doesn't happen twice.
What if it's too high?
Never.
We on Royal, if it's too high, they'll say, "Hey, bring it down eye level to the stick person."
There's no.
If it doesn't hit the back, mirror doesn't count. By the way, mirror. If it hits the mirror, and then hits the back, it's good.
Right.
But if it just hits the mirror, it's a no roll.
Yeah, no. There's never been. I've never. In fact, as many of the years I've played on Carnival ships, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say no roll from not hitting the back.
Okay,
the back wall. And that's my experience. And I've played a lot of craps on a cruise. Let's just go ahead and say that.
Well, and so you have the ATS, which is great.
Yep.
All the Carnival ships have ATS?
Yes.
So Royal Caribbean, there's no bonus bets.
Okay.
So I actually did a video not too long ago of how you can make your own bonus bet by pressing and then regressing, you know, but a repeater bet. But that's something to think about too. Royal Caribbean, no bonus.
Okay.
But I always say with the ATS, the
Sucker
ATS
bet.
is great. I don't like to call things sucker bets, but the ATS is great. However, if you bet all the numbers, you can make just as much money as if you hit the ATS.
It looks like we got another question. What we got here?
We have a question from Dano. He says, speaking of bets, what's your favorite bet? The Arnold, the Dolly, or the Molly?
If I played any one of those, it would be the Dolly.
Yeah.
What about you?
I wouldn't play either one of those. I mean, that's my. I mean, if I'm gonna give my suggestion on, I would.
Well, we just talked about the new cruisers. You know, the people learning and not even be able to throw the dice. So, if the average roll on regular dice is 7, on a cruise, the average roll is 4. I'll just tell you that right now.
You know, we hadn't really talked about a lot of the cruising experience. So let's talk about a little bit of the cruising experience. The difference between what the comps actually give you in Royal, because I want to show you what the comps give you in Carnival, because I think that's a big perk that I like.
And then I think
we're
going to have to wrap up after that, right? And so okay, yeah. So the comps. This is what I always say. In a land-based casino, you pay thousands to get hundreds of dollars worth of comps. But on a cruise, you could spend hundreds and get thousands of dollars worth of comps.
That's right.
And when you earn a free cruise with Royal Caribbean, you get a certificate that has a bunch of lists to choose from, and for you.
Oh, so we get a lot of perks, and
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is what this is why I'm trying to pull you over to the carnival side.
Carnival.
okay?
I'm not a carnival
So
person.
let's give you the reason why I like
the
carnival.
carnival
okay?
life is
Because when I'm playing my bets, I'm playing them at a rate where the casino. We talked about the casino host. They'll walk up to me and my wife, and they'll ask my wife, "Hey, I see the way you've been playing. Do you want a massage?" And my wife would go, "Absolutely. I would love to have a massage." And then they would come up, and we'd come up to a couple days later. Hey, can you look at our points? What kind of steak dinners am I qualified for? You want to go to one tonight? Absolutely.
Yeah,
love
I
to.
would say
So
say Carnival and Princess are able to comp more stuff like that.
They do.
At Royal Caribbean, you don't get comps like that, but we get the buffet, the Windjammer, and I'm just playing. You get that's the other thing. The shows are included on a cruise.
Yep, absolutely.
The meals are included on the cruise. The drinks, maybe not alcohol, but I mean, you get to a certain level, you can have alcohol in the casino as well.
Right.
But you do have water, tea, punch, fruit punch, orange juice, all that you need.
Right.
Coffee, you know. So
we have another question?
yeah, we'll
We
do
have
the.
another question. I think this might be the last question coming up.
All right.
Again, Brian from Hawaii Crap Shooters.
Yeah.
He says, since you're on the cruise for the whole week, how important is it to build a positive relationship with the people playing at the table? Since you're going to be with them for the
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'll let you answer that.
I've met some great people cruising, and we become friends, and we email, we talk to each other. We've seen each other more on multiple cruises, so that's been pretty awesome too. And so yeah, developing relationships. Craps is all about community, and that's why I love it. I think it's very important. Good question, Ryan.
And I think
Right.
you want to transition this last little bit into some of your final thoughts. What are some final thoughts about who you are and what you represent in the craps community?
Well, you know, a lot of people, say Holy Roller. I mean, your name's Holy Roller, and we're going to wrap up right now. But I did want to talk about dice for a second, and but my name, I go by Holy Roller. Now, I didn't choose this. I feel like I didn't choose that name. When I went on my first cruise, my second, my third cruise, I would always wear these stickers that say "Jesus loves you," and I would just wear it. Just, on the fancy night, I'm like, this is as fancy as I get, telling you that Jesus loves you, because Jesus loves us all, right?
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter our background, doesn't matter how we feel about it, whatever, right? It's unconditional, right? And then when you think about dice, right? I'm playing dice and I'm rolling the dice, and somebody, because of my sticker, they go, I think I was rolling like 20, 30 times. I never say how many minutes. It's all about rolls, because on a cruise, you can roll like 10 times, and I rolled for a half hour, 10 rolls, Yeah. But the thing about it is, somebody at the end of the table, they're like, "Come on, Holy Roller," and they called me Holy Roller.
That's awesome.
Well, the next cruise, somebody knew me from that cruise, and they're like, "That's Holy Roller." People were calling me Holy Roller before I even had the Holy Roller
That's
YouTube
awesome.
channel. But when I wanted to make the channel that showed people how to play craps on a cruise to earn a free cruise, there's two types of people. There's people that know how to play craps, but that are not in cruising. But there's people that are in the cruising that don't know how to play craps. So that's kind of my channel.
Right.
But my channel is also called Holy Roller, and this R that has the bracket around it means resound or share your passion. And so people say, "Hey, what's Holy Roller?" or "Why is it like that?" And I want to share my passion about dice really quick as we end. And we got just a few minutes, okay? Did you know, and this is one thing I love about dice, dice is a very, very old game. It's been around since Bible times. Since Bible times, a form of craps or dice has been around since Bible times. And the thing that I love about it, and a lot of people say, how can you talk about Jesus, or how can you be in the casino or gamble and call yourself Holy Roller when you're at the center table or whatever? You have to realize that dice has been around since Bible times. And the thing about it is Proverbs, and we all know Proverbs, right? This is the book of wisdom, and whether it's a proverb out of the Bible or a Chinese proverb, whatever, proverb is a book of wisdom.
That's right,
And it says in Proverbs 16:33, it says, "We throw the dice, but the Lord determines how they land."
Outcome.
Right?
That's
He
right.
determines the outcome. And you might say, well, if the Lord determines how they land, how come I'm not winning?
I like what you did there.
You know, because, and I think, and I actually said that one time. I was so frustrated. It was like those torpedo tables that Garrison was talking about. Everything I did, nothing was happening. I'm like, Lord, why are you doing this to me? And, you know, I felt like he spoke to me and said, it's not about how the dice land. It's how you react to what you're given.
That's
you know,
awesome.
in life, that's the way it is in life, you know? And you might say, well, that's just a proverb. But did you know that, you know, it talks about the Roman soldiers rolling the dice. They call it casting lots. It's pretty much rolling dice, whether it was dice, rocks, sticks, but they rolled the dice for Jesus's clothing because he had a really expensive jacket.
Right.
And when he was crucified on the cross, they rolled the dice for his clothing. Did you know when they chose the disciple to replace Judas that betrayed Jesus, and they had to choose another 12th disciple? How did they choose him? They rolled the dice.
Wow.
And the thing about this is this. Whether the dice are coming up in your favor or not, whether life is coming up in your favor or not, it's how we react to it. And you know, these veterans that have had the dice roll in their life that hasn't been perfect, it hasn't been great, we have an opportunity to give somebody, a veteran that we have a chance to give back. And the thing about the last thing I'll say is this: whatever the dice are rolling in your life and whatever shows up, it's not what's hitting the dice, it's how you bet. And for me, my bet is on Jesus. My bet is on a higher power. My bet is on the Lord. And for me, it's Jesus. Maybe for you or for like Garrison, it's energy. Whatever it is, we need to, and Brian from Hawaii Crap Shooters said how important it is to build relationships with the people. It's about this community. We're together and all of us have a different dice or a different life, a different set. We're going to have good times. We're going to have bad times. We're going to have choppy tables, choppy lives, choppy seas, choppy tables.
There you go.
But the thing is, we have an
Strong.
opportunity to come together as a community and make a difference for veterans. And you know what? You buy them for $3,000 and you go, you know, how many of us go 500 across and we lose it just like that? $500 to a
Mm.
veteran to Craps for the Cure, it's not going to be gone just like that. It's gonna make a life-changing difference. So I think that's my main message, is that it's all about community. It's all about love. And when we say love, you might say, well, you know, Jesus loves you. That's your message. That's not my message. I don't believe that. Well, you know, the thing about unconditional love, it's so hard to understand because it's unconditional. There's no conditions. And then when I give towards Crafts for the Cure and when I give to this community, there's no conditions. It's unconditional. We're giving of ourselves because me giving of myself makes you better.
Yes.
You make me better. We make each other better. And we have the chance today and tomorrow to make a life of veteran better. And that's what we're asking for everybody to do. So that's all I got.
Hey, I love it. That's a great job. Hey, I thank you for sitting down with us. And this was kind of we didn't really talk about anything that we were going to talk about.
Well,
let's be honest.
You know, the thing about it is this: my channel, I'm specifically Craps and Cruising.
Yeah.
You are doing a lot more with it, but you are cruising as well.
Absolutely.
So subscribe to both of our channels if you would.
There you go.
And you'll get all of the stuff that you didn't get today.
That's right.
Because there is so much more to just Craps and Cruising than being on a cruise and playing Craps.
Absolutely.
You know what
There's
I mean?
so much
There's
more.
so much more.
We love it.
Get a vacation planned, okay? I told you at the beginning, I'm not a travel agent, but get a vacation planned because unplugging and getting away is really just a life rejuvenating part. And
absolutely,
last thing to know is just because the casino is open, the craps table's not open the whole time.
That's right.
Oh
That
my
is
God,
right.
that's the worst part. But it makes you enjoy your vacation. All right, John, you ready to come back in here?
Say closing remarks? You good? All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
Just so you guys know, in the chat, blowing up to say what a great twosome. Some people said brand new podcast coming up.
Look,
You guys.
hey, wait.
That's
and
funny.
if there's space, they want you guys to come back on and talk more about what you were going to talk about betting.
Right
stuff
on.
like that.
Oh wow! Did you hear that, John?
Yeah.
We did extra spots.
Yeah, we'll take any spots we're
Great
giving.
job, guys.
Yeah. All right. Did that go to? Did it go to roll to the?
All right, you guys are gonna roll in just a second.
Okay. Yeah.
That worked great.
Yeah.
Really
Thanks,
good.
man.
That worked great.
Switch it out. Live production, baby. Live here. Put this on real quick.
Supposed to be a phone down there?
Oh, whose phone is this? Yeah, we'll be right back. I've got.
For America's servicemen and women returning from combat, the war is only starting. The magnitude of incomprehensible pain from vivid images of loss and grief will never go away. Thoughts and questions constantly battle for attention, hour by hour and minute by minute. Over 283,000 vets have suffered traumatic brain injuries since 2000, and it's no secret that an attempt to silence the past will end the lives of over 8,000 vets this year alone. The devastating effects of trauma can seem impossible to combat in the aftermath of service. But when all hope seems lost, there is a highly trained companion standing ready by their side, a faithful friend in the journey of life. These are the bold and dedicated service dogs of veterans moving forward. These constant companions provide dedicated support 24/7 to a disabled vet in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Trained to spot signs of emotional or physical trouble, they are always there for vets like D'Angelo.
Jug, has been, my life has done a 180.
While serving, he was a bodyguard for U.S. servicemen and women, and today, Jug has his back.
He knows if I'm off, he'll go grab the bag is what the command is, and he'll go grab my meds. If I'm having a night terror, he turns the lights on, can pull the covers off. So, Jug has made life livable again. I would not have been able to accomplish any of the things. Graduating with my undergrad from Shenandoah, completing my master's this December, being the SGA president, being able to just interact with people. He's been a complete blessing, to say the least.
Jim is a strong man in the long process of healing. Today, he has high hopes for his new friend, Zamp.
Come on, Doc, let me show you Zan. He's here waiting on you.
Hey, Zan. Hey, buddy. It's wonderful. He's everybody that knows me has recommended Veterans Moving Forward to me about a year ago. And I made the application and went through the process. And it's just going to open all kinds of doors for me. I have anxiety and depression. And I've even attempted suicide 3 times. Lap, lap, lap. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Service dogs like Zamp are highly aware of the needs that vets like Jim require. Expertly trained by VMF to perform specific tasks, these four-legged heroes assist with the operation of light switches, medications, and mobility, sensing medical alerts and emotional intervention. Every step of the way, from young pups to personal guardians, it takes hundreds of hours of care just to bring healing to a single vet. We need your support right now to continue the transformational work in the lives of vets like D'Angelo and Jim. You can help by sponsoring a service dog and a veteran today by making a donation. Would you give generously to support us during the COVID pandemic and into 2021? Every dollar you give and every hour you serve makes it possible that one more battle-weary veteran will get a new leash on life. Learn more today at www.vetsfwd.org.
All right, we are back at Craps for the Cure 2024. We're about to do our second So You Think You Can Press challenge. It's going to be Ryan and Brian actually to go out here and go at it. But before that, I want to announce Jerry Lewis style, another big donation. So, yeah, introduce yourself and let's find out what happened.
Hey everybody, it's me. It's TRG.
That's right.
Host of our Casino Combat podcast. My squad came to me. They said they want to do a group donation, so we gathered that money up, and we're going to be transferring over $575 to Craps for the Cure.
Unbelievable. Casino Combat Squad, right? Talk about your group and where they can find you, what you do, what you preach.
Yeah, so I'm mostly a blackjack player. My expertise is blackjack. Come into craps late in life, but we talk a lot about winning the game of casino gambling, the bigger game, the comps, the trips, playing even, taking our profit on the back end. The big thing for finding me, Casino Combat, spell combat with a K. Ignore that stuff about that game nobody ever played. You'll find me easy. We're everywhere, all over social media.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes,
Thrilled
sir.
to be
Thank
here.
you. Great stuff. I actually caught him once a couple times on Dave Carlin's show. Same bet. Anyway, that's an amazing group. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to bring in our competitors. So Brian, let's go. Big AZ is going to come back. He's going to do some dealing over here. And Jen's going to call the rolls, and we're going to have, it's not Brian. It's,
not yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I lied. I totally lied. We have big dice. Oh my God, we have fuzzy dice. How
All right, you guys go.
fantastic
Take
is
up
that?
some
We have, all right, so Patty and
Tito will be
Sheesh.
next to Big AZ.
Sweet.
Lisa,
All right,
hook for Patty.
let's
Tito.
go. I'm going to get out of the way, let you guys have fun. Get after it.
Do you explain the rules? Okay.
Oh, you know what we need?
Gentlemen,
Microphone.
It is either going to be 20 rolls
Don't touch this.
or 3 shooters. You don't know. It could be 3 terrible PSO shooters,
It's easy, right?
or it could be 1 or 2 people.
You gonna take that easy?
Oh, Craig, you're in the challenge. You gotta go.
Okay.
That's too much. How much is he giving us?
500.
No, I'm saying him listening to every word you said. It's too much.
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Do you guys have enough space for Ali?
Yep, 4 of you guys.
Patty, you can go around it. Yeah, there you go.
Get your fellow.
520 rolls. Or
20 or
3 shooters. You don't know which one, yeah.
If it was a good shooter, maybe 20. If it was a big easy, I maybe. No, doesn't he have like the longest roll in record or something?
No, that was me.
He doesn't like the brag though. He doesn't like the brag.
No, okay, sure. Like, did you forget 100?
something.
Yeah. So we make
Yeah,
fun
but
of
there
it.
was
I've
all
never
threes were
rolled. What do you
all
mean?
threes were fours.
I know. I'm like, it totally messes me up.
We're going 4 at a time.
All threes were fours. That
Yeah, we can handle 4 now. Yeah. Even more
Is there a
pressure.
super chat coming up? All threes are fours.
Yeah. Does anyone want to bet on who's gonna win?
Blue chip group.
You guys, it's not you're against each other. The highest of all the contenders.
So did you give them and the first match was within $65, and it was like.
Yeah, it was neck and neck.
What was it, 23?
I don't want to say because the more you say, the more they know.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys were the total dark.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't blame you.
And I have some pennies.
Yeah, right, whatever. Don't even.
Pennies?
doing that.
Jen, can I have the
Tito, come on, we're not doing that. Told you, quick.
Okay. Does AC have a mic? Okay.
Right, the mic's right here. I don't have any.
All right. Anyone can hear- do you want to share?
I'm just gonna
Leave it there. Charge it. Tito, you tell me what to do, and I'll do almost what you said.
All right, gentlemen.
Okay, let's go. Start here, Patty.
Hard 4, hard 10, hard hard you.
Oh, you would do that.
Oh, my-
You son of a gun. All right.
110 inside working.
What is this?
110, that's hard hard you.
So this is the
110
highways.
inside working?
Yeah.
Okay. You're working. And that's it?
Yeah,
I thought you were trying to win. Where's that?
Field.
Okay, what do you got?
$50 field. Horn high yo. High
This
low.
is self-service bet. You do it. What is
High
this?
low. High low. $50 high low.
Of course you would. What is this?
That is yo. That's a
Thank you, sir.
Horn
for
high
your
yo.
cooperation.
Yo, okay.
Horn high yo.
You guys taking notes from him? Are you working? No. No?
C&E.
AZ, you can deal a mic.
C&E? Are you kidding me?
Pop the 4, 5, 9, and 10.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Who's up? What's first?
All right, done?
Yeah, we're
All
good.
right. Okay, you got the working stuff. Okay, it's 516. 516.
Hey, you didn't win the hop, Tito. Sorry, buddy. Right here.
All those.
These are hops.
110 and salt pressure.
Hey, just so everybody knows, Blazer just donated $50.
Yay, Blazer!
And our favorite person, Anonymous, donated $20. And another $20 from Anonymous.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'll go 50.
320. I think I have enough. 320 across. What do I need to give you?
It's 250. You gave me 250.
All right.
Give me 50 more.
There you go.
So you want 320?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all good, Izzy. 320?
Mm-hmm.
We'll repeat the bet so that people hear that.
The dealer shortchanged me.
He did. He shortchanged me as well.
Probably.
No, definitely.
It's a tax. It's an AZ tax. The more lip you give him, the less of a bankroll you get.
That's 3.
Huh?
4 and 10.
$10 4 and 10?
$10, 4 and 10.
Okay.
Okay.
5 and 9.
Wait your turn. Thank you. What do you want?
There's no tips
We
today.
like him.
4 and 10?
9.
Huh?
5 and 9.
5.
9.
5 and 9.
All right. All bets set? No more bets?
Let's go.
Let's go. Ace deuce, baby. Ace deuce, Australian yo.
Pay me. Double the bubble.
Any bets?
Oi, you might
Ace deuce.
shortchange me again.
Ace deuce.
Where do you play that has
Hard
ace
eight.
deuce? Where Patty plays, ace deuce pays double.
Triple.
It's a limerick.
This is his hard eight.
It's a limerick.
Okay. Any bets?
I'm all
Okay.
out.
Any bets?
This is an all-day
Any
holiday.
bets?
Hard eight, yeah.
50 in the field. Okay. Here we go, Jen. We're good.
All right, here we go. 5-3, easy. Sorry, Patty.
Hard 6, sorry. Pressure. Oh, good.
What do you want?
Press it. 60.
Press the 8.
Yeah.
35, 4 and 10. Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to dealing like this. I'm used to dealing like
This
this.
is actually really good.
Yes. Okay, you're good?
I need my 4 and 10 up.
4 and 10 for a sheesh.
And then press my 5 and 9, please.
Pressure, pressure. Look at this. Look at this. D-Gens.
Shoot the moon.
We're good.
D-Gens.
To the moon!
Shoot the moon.
They don't know who the hell the shooter is. Okay. Ready? All set?
Yeah.
5-1-6 winner. 5-1-6 winner. That's it. That's it. Boy, this shooter. Woo, it's amazing.
Heard that.
No pass lines anywhere. Actually, the best is TST. Did you
Thank
guys
you,
know
sir.
it's TST? I've tried TST on the table. That's kind of fun, but people freak out. They super freak out. $70, all
Okay, Patty.
right.
Just 50 in the field. I'll look after you. Relax. You relax.
Are you working?
Oh, no, just the field
Okay.
and the hard ways.
Give me a $50.
You don't have a hard ways.
I'm hard 4 and hard 10. You just got too lazy to put them up there, don't you?
Probably. Okay, yeah.
So I need $50
There was a hard 4.
high-low, quarter on the horn high, yo,
So I need a hard 4.
and 25 in the field. High-low.
Okay, quarter high low straight. Okay.
High low.
And then horn high is deuce. Okay. And you're off?
I'm off.
Okay, yes sir. Okay. Okay.
Okay, no one's working.
Patty, you're not working?
Not up top, no.
Oh,
Only the
good
hard
news.
ways.
No one's working. 6-2-8.
Patty, any bets?
50 in the field.
Press my 9, please.
You good?
410.
You are the best guy to deal with. Thank you.
The best. He's like, wait till you guys go broke. Is he waiting?
He's
Allie's
holding
like,
up.
did you know there are a bunch of DJs? Yeah, sorry, I put you with all the crazies.
Oh, I know.
That's so set?
Yeah.
Aces.
Boom, baby.
Aces.
Pay me double this time.
This time, truly a double.
Hard 6.
Any other bets?
No.
Oh, this is all hard 6?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good.
We're good. It's going to be a 5-3 winner.
8
5-3
winner.
winner. 8 winner. Good thing he skipped the 100.
See how I reach for chips even though they're because I never have chips in this. Never have chips.
You mean those chips that are stacked right there?
Yeah. I'm so used to coming this way with
Yeah.
chips. Come on, roll, Patty.
Just press the 8 and I'm good. I'll go on the field again.
Okay. Are you off?
Off the top.
Off. You're gonna pay me?
Yes, no tips for this dealer today.
Treating me like shit's one thing, but not paying me is another.
We actually have a pass on with odds. We're just not used to it.
Yeah, I'm not used to it.
All right, everybody's off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
All
on,
right,
roll.
Come on,
Okay.
roll. It's a 5-4-9.
9. Okay.
Hard 6. Hard 8, sorry, hard 8.
No more bets.
Be down to 160 across.
Okay.
If you never watched this channel, there's no regression. No regression.
He said the R word.
He did say the R word. Tell my bets off.
Tito, anything else?
Nope. Just
Okay.
that.
Okay.
All right, guys. It's a 3-2-5. Look at this.
So basically,
Take me to 75.
5 goes to 50.
On what? 5?
On the 5.
Okay.
5 goes to 50.
That's mine.
You're there, Tito, at the back.
Okay.
You can have mine if you want, we can swap.
35.
I had the 5. I'm good. 5 and 9. Actually,
you're there.
Easy. Take me down to 160 across, please.
Whoa, the R word again?
I didn't. I said take me down.
I don't think I've ever seen Yo Chef do this.
It's a new chef.
Good?
Yeah, I thought I had a
There is 70 now. There's 75 on it. There is 75 on it.
Happy? All right, boys. Last turn. Okay, it's gonna be a hot 1350. I'll get it ready for you. Yeah. I'll get Patty's money ready.
Press it all the way.
Hot 6, 1350.
Nice.
Put the other 5 on the hard 6.
Yeah, it's better, right?
Hard
Sorry,
ways.
guys. Yeah, much better. Patty's feeling pretty good about himself.
What is this?
Hard way.
Okay. 10 each? 10 each? 10 each?
Who's hard to hot 6?
10 each.
Just a
You gave me
random
40.
number?
Ways. Did
You
you?
gave me 40.
I had a hard 6. You didn't pay me.
No.
10 each, right?
My money's right there.
That's dead
10
money.
each.
Yes.
10 each.
That 5 should be my hard way.
Was there a hard 6 in here? Okay. Okay.
Part of hard.
No way can I get. All right.
Are you ready for the bet, sir? 6 goes to 300. Hard 6 goes to 200.
He's got so many chips, he doesn't know what
I don't care.
That's right. I did.
Then I shoot with a sheesh and it goes to
Shake. All right. Everybody's. What else do you want?
Hard
Any other
6,
string
hard 8.
bets?
Hard 6, hard 8.
All right, I got you. I got you.
You took my 4. I should have had 4. I should have 25 on the 4.
Sure.
I had 160 across.
Gentlemen, good?
Yep.
For our friend Chiro, Minmo Yo.
Hey. Any bets?
Same bet.
Same bet.
Any bets? It was a.
Wasted roll. Wasted roll.
All right. How many rolls, Jen?
Okay, that was
Halfway?
roll 11.
Okay.
We're moving on to
Oh,
12.
roll 11 was you. Perfect.
How great was that? That was meant to be, Chiro.
Yep.
All right, all bets are set. It is a 5-1-6. Boo, but okay. We'll take these down.
Oh, you get me.
Take it all the way.
That's what you get for being greedy.
I'm part of the Blue Ranch crew. That's what we do.
But you have a giant 6. So
I'm sorry, buddy. Good at 90. Okay.
The greedy one, but he's got 3 other on the 6, you know. Yeah. He's a double dipper.
Yeah.
Hard 6.
Hot 6 bag.
Be a triple jumper on that chili.
Yeah.
Any other string bits?
Any other
See, that's in the field.
That's for the crew?
The crew is very rude. Put that in the field, please.
Hard ways. Hard ways.
You know, they keep coming out of order, late fans.
They're just testing me right now.
My hard 8, I was 6 and 8. Jen, I have 30 on the hard 8.
30? Yeah. He says he has got 30 on the
Yeah, I just threw a $5, you put it in there.
That's all right.
This
one?
That's $5.
Okay.
All set?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, guys. 617. It is.
Oh.
All 7 is. Watch them.
Okay, come on,
Who
roll.
sings that?
That was for Brian. Brian. All right, I got
Hard 4, hard 10, Honda Yo. And then I'll do the rest.
I want a one high-low, 25 each.
50 in the field.
50 left.
Your one high yo.
Quarter?
Yep.
Okay.
And then 25 in the field.
Patty, what was this?
Honda Yo.
Okay. 25 field?
Yeah.
Big AZ Friday night fight there.
15 outside. Okay.
When is my credit card's always on sale?
Are you working? Okay. Anything else? You're so polite. This is what a breath of fresh air.
Where are you from?
Any bets? You good?
From?
You need to subscribe to his channel and then
I watch all your channels.
Alright, you ready? This is like a big AZ true in life, like Friday night fight. I love it. Alright, it's a 4-2-6. The point
Yes.
6. This person loves their 6s. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Why are you cheering?
110 inside, please.
Because he.
So no.
Check change, please. 3/4. 4, please. 4.
Anything else?
He only wants 3/4, he said.
They only give him 3/4.
Put the
A
crew
quarter
It's
for
like a
him.
shamrock. 3 only.
440 inside.
Whoa. Whoa. They feel it.
Playing catch up.
Roll 15 coming
On
up.
the 5, and then I'll walk.
Showing the
Hard 10.
Hot 10 for 10.
Okay.
All right. All right, guys. It's going to be a winner 516.
Nice. 6 goes to 60, please, sir.
Okay.
Keep 5 for the crew.
140.
I'm sweating watching Big AZ.
Luke said 8 ACs. Get this guy's back for his car.
All right.
Oh, wait, hang on. Come out, roll.
Yeah,
Anybody else?
Hard ways working, that's
Working
it.
your heart.
Hard ways on. All right, got it.
Not me.
Oh, hold on.
Not sheesh,
In the
oh,
field,
yeah.
in the field.
Okay.
I'm on. I'm working.
You're working. Sheesh is working.
Okay, so you're working the hard
No,
ways?
no, no. Only hard ways.
You said working?
Working.
Working.
You're working?
Only the hard
Okay,
ways.
so you're off on your hard 10.
No, I'm working the hard 10.
Okay.
I'm off up here.
Okay.
Okay, but you're working up here. On. You. Okay.
Always.
Last tune bet, of course, last minute. All right, any more last minutes? Okay. Good job, guys. It's a hard 4, 2-2.
Boom.
Hard 4, 2-2. Only one guy had it. You got it? It's 10.
Who has it?
Patty.
Okay, Patty.
Who else?
What do you want to do?
So,
In here?
I'm here. Yeah, come on. 50 on the hard 6, 50 on the hard 8.
Good. Good. Thanks for getting it.
Put me on the 4 and 10.
Press the hard 4 up to 25.
50 each.
Okay.
Hard
can't wait to watch
6,
this
hard
back.
8.
I'm sorry?
Hard 6, hard 8.
Hard 4 up to 25.
For 10 each?
Yeah,
You have 2?
25
Okay,
each.
yeah, I got you.
Horn high yo, horn high ace deuce.
And give me a
10-10?
Yep.
Okay.
give me horn high ace deuce, horn high yo, and horn high aces.
You got a couple of empty spots here if you
I
want
have
to get chips.
Gotta give me a couple chips.
So you need a bottle of water yet, brother?
No,
We're good? All right, here we go.
And hold high,
Perfect.
hold high
Of
12.
course. That's why I hold back. Lauren,
No,
in
we don't
case,
hold back.
In case.
We don't hold back.
Okay, roll
the hard
7.
four.
So you got
That's a hard 10. Hard 4.
Does it matter?
Does if the hard 4 comes.
Okay, y'all. All right, roll 17 is a 415. It's a 5 for Tito. It's alive. It's alive.
5 goes to 60.
Press it all the way.
Any bets? Any bets?
No, sir.
Down to 160. Okay.
All right. No last minute bets?
Yes, hang on.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Not by me. Not by me.
Do you have no more chips?
I have
Everybody's good?
sun chips.
Okay, we're good.
All right, next roll is hard 8.
Boom, baby.
Boom. Shaka laka laka.
Wait, more I'm doing, I guess. 35, Patty?
Goes to 60.
It would have been helpful if you said that 20 seconds ago.
All the way.
Thank you, Ashish, for being on time and time.
Patty.
Appreciate it. Hard 6 or hard 8?
Hard 8.
So that's Patty's.
Parlay for me, please.
Press the hard 8 to 100.
Parlay my hard 8, please. All of it.
Here we go.
This is Patty's.
Yeah, 100 on the hard 8.
Okay, this is roll number
19.
19, 2 left.
Roll 19.
We're all good?
easy.
Okay, here we go.
That's it.
No, I just want to torture you guys. 3 to 5. 3 to 5.
5 goes all the way.
All the way.
All the way up.
I mean, you never know what that last roll's going to look like.
All the way?
Press it, yeah. That one, yeah. Give us the, yeah.
Allie's
There for the
fake.
crew,
He's
there
just
for the
sitting there,
crew.
come on. He's like, I'm going to have to, you're the only one with some chips. Like, you and Patty are like,
got chips.
you and Patty are like, they're eyeing each other. I think he's got
280 and 56, so 336.
Notice chips in front of you, right?
Yeah, I know. My chips are always here. You know what I mean? I don't even.
They've been there all
I
night.
could never deal in a casino.
I stacked him up and he was like, look at him.
All the way.
All the way up.
Look like waiting to the last minute.
Hard 8 for the crew.
Is that on the hard 8? Is that on the hard 8?
Me.
Okay, this is
Their last roll.
this is it.
Last
Patty,
chance.
Any bets? Any
Put
changes?
it all in, Patty. Put it in the field.
Any bets?
Shoot
Changes?
the moon, Patty. Come on.
Any bets? Changes?
Shoot it, Patty. Come on. All in
Off?
the field.
He wants to be off.
I don't have a clue what it is. So
In the field.
We have someone going off. Look at
That's
that.
it? Okay.
Sneaky.
All right, you go.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, no more late bets.
No kidding.
Okay,
Straight
Only
bet.
one per match. All
Straight
right.
bet.
Did you count? The thing is, he can see your chips, so he's like Jeopardy. He's like,
okay.
I just need 5 chips. Put up, put up.
Hey, you can thank me for that one.
I told you.
Should have
got all
me for
in.
that one.
300, Patty.
That was the last minute.
I knew what it was,
Hey
Steve.
guys, look at Leon.
I was like, oh.
Show him your arm. Look at Leon. He wrote down how much he needed.
And you're down.
One in the first round.
Okay, we gotta take
You
it.
got that in one game.
All right.
So,
Shake those guys.
hang on.
He just paid my field.
Shake those guys. The leather back.
Bastard.
All right.
Take Patty first.
Patty.
Go in order.
That was exciting, guys. You did good. Allie was like, come
The
on.
hard ways as well, please, sir.
This shit is annoying.
Well, we can just leave them right here. Just leave them right
I
there.
knew what the last dice roll
You
was.
taking all Patty's chips? You gotta go through and take all their chips and give it back to them.
No, this is all dead. Oh, you're right. You're right. This
How's
is
it dead?
Wherever they
Jen,
go.
come on.
Come on, Jen.
You're right. You're right. 6.
AZ, right?
This though was dead.
Yeah.
Didn't want them to know, the new guys didn't know the
All right.
So I would have 50 on the hard 6. I would 100 on the hard 6, 50 on the hard 8.
Yeah.
And then
This is you.
yeah, and then 10 on the hard 10 on that. Yeah, perfect.
That's 1,000.
This is a sheesh. Good Lord, a sheesh. A sheesh at least you get a refund. This is a sheesh. That was crazy. It was the hard way. Okay, you guys cannot say anything.
About
to the
what?
next group.
About what?
No, you're not getting
Okay.
what the rules are or you're told.
Go for it. Okay, you got this?
1,000 a sheet.
I have no idea.
1, 2, 3, 400. I get 4 black.
Somebody in the comments said go for broke.
Oh, sure.
A sheesh.
14.
That's another 1,000, Patty. Man, I'm not used to having you cash out chips.
I'm not used to it. You weren't shooting them.
That's true.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 500.
Jen.
520.
Jen. John.
Yeah, hold on one second.
25-20, Patty.
25-20?
Yes. 25-20.
Leader in the clubhouse.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I assume this is 735. 735.
155.
Tito doesn't have anything close.
Tito doesn't have anything close. Tito's not even worth calling.
One strangle steel.
155.
155. All right, thanks everybody. Oh, and the dealers had
$7.
$7, 7 or 8.
Thanks, buddy.
Good job. Well done.
Good job. All right.
Good job, AZ.
AZ, you want that $7 and you left it on the table last night?
Patty, it was the 1350. Just for a couple six.
Yeah, as soon as you guys back out, yeah. Hey, Ashish, bring a sheesh back over here. All right, hey, this is live TV. Got shuffling around. All right, here we go. First of all, let me call it out right now. How often do you get to play with Big AZ live? Right? I mean, honest to God, right? Having him watching AZ deal on his own channel with 4 people is impressive. Watching it in person is even better. That guy's amazing. Are we both in shot? Okay, cool. Here's your mic. I'm gonna put this on you for just a minute. Just wear it like a necklace. It looks beautiful on you. This is a sheesh. How did you do, by the way? What was your total?
$1,475.
$1,400. You only tripled your money. That's it. Whatever.
I was thinking about putting it all on the 12. I was doing the Uncle Hoku special.
So Ashish, I want to introduce you. Your handle online is Yo Chef.
Yes.
Right? You are a chef.
I am a
And
chef.
by the way, I'm a chef too. Did you know that?
I did not know
I am a
that.
chef. I have a gold medal from the Academy of Culinary Arts.
Nice.
Which I haven't used in 28 years, but I can cook a little bit. But you can cook a lot. And you're putting something up for auction that I think we haven't talked about yet.
No.
Let's talk about what you're going to do for the charity.
All right, so I'm offering my service. I'm offering my services for the weekend, Saturday night dinner, or and Sunday brunch. So combination. I will cover my expenses up to $300 to travel to wherever I need to for the weekend, and you guys just need to cover the ingredients. It's for up to 10 people.
So you're like literally going to fly to somebody's house.
Yeah.
They buy the food, you cook it up.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How much is that worth?
It's close to about $3,200.
$3,200. I'm going to put that in the auction list as soon as we're on commercial. I'm going to put that in the list. That's a raffle item everybody needs to get behind right there. That's amazing.
Sorry, so a little bit of background about me. I'm a third generation culinary professional.
Okay.
I grew up in the UK and raised there. I was trained by Joël Robuchon, Georges Blanc, Paolo Contigli in Italy, and David Wang in Hong Kong.
Wow.
I was a chef d'associé at Buckingham Palace and sous chef at Buckingham at Kensington Palace.
So you're saying you can cook a little bit?
A little bit.
A little bit.
My mentors have been Marco Pierre White, Albert and Michel Roux from the UK.
So what is your specialty? Are you more French cuisine or are you more?
I'm more fusion. So I like to blend different flavors.
Give me your best fusion.
I don't think anyone's ever done this, but it's a chicken tikka ravioli.
Chicken tiki ravioli. I can see that working.
Yeah,
I can see that working. Yeah.
So you cook the chicken in the tandoor first, then put it with some cottage cheese, ricotta, and some mascarpone, and some spices, and make your ravioli from scratch.
And what's the sauce?
It is a
masala type
Thai
sauce?
basil tomato sauce.
Wow, that sounds. There's an idea. If you win the thing, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
So
yeah, that dude. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I didn't met you
Thank
for
you.
the first time.
We've
talked
met for the
online.
first. We've talked online, yeah.
Yeah, the best thing about this, besides our event here, maybe y'all don't know this, but Big AZ just had his big meetup the week before. You guys have been here for a week.
We've been here for a week.
Gambling and going crazy, and we timed it perfectly to where y'all still here. AZ is still here to help deal, and it's good to meet you in person and actually like that your heart is here to do this. I think it's amazing. So I thank you so much.
Not a problem. Thank you
All right,
again.
Thanks again. Yeah, you got it. All right. So on that note, let's talk about donation process again. I know we've been showing the video where I show you all the things, but let's talk about it live for a minute. If your heart is in this thing to donate, and I hope that it is, go to crapsforthecure.com. In the top menu item, we got 3 links that are important to you. One is donation, straight, I want to give some dollars out, right? Number 2 is the raffle items. The raffle items are, it's $1 per ticket, okay? Buy as many tickets as you want. Some things like Joe's table, I expect that thing to get 5,000 ticket spot for it. 25 ain't gonna get it done. You want that table that Joe built? It's gonna cost you a few $100 to get your name in that raffle 100 times. Now you have a sheesh coming to fly to your house and cook for you and your family dinner and a brunch. I mean, that's unbelievable, right? Get that in there. We've got a couple of live donations. Looks like
Anonymous.
it's not anonymous. It's Mike, 85 Bears, our good friend. Mike, I wish you were here to see in person, but Mike donates $111. That's amazing. So we got to clap that up here for sure, right? Everybody is stepping up. I appreciate that. Let's get the raffle items bumped up. We're a little behind last year's pace. In the chat. So the challenge is out there now. One thing we haven't talked about yet on the raffle items, you'll see it when you go to the raffle page, is the bingo cards. Start buying bingo cards. Tomorrow we're going to play bingo all day. Today we're doing So You Think You Can Press. Tomorrow's going to be all about bingos. We're going to be playing, shooting the dice, checking off the bingo cards. We have a lot of great prizes to give away for that too. We got some collector's chips, really cool win dice that I'll show you later on. That's going to be tomorrow's thing. So buy your tickets today. They're only $10 for your bingo card. So with that said, take a quick little break, show you another VMF ad, and we'll come back.
I'm Gordon Sumner. I'm the president and CEO of a nonprofit called Veterans Moving Forward. And our mission is to provide service and emotional support dogs to veterans that are dealing with mental and/or physical challenges. And hopefully, in anticipation, once this is lifted, we'll be able to get back to bringing our veterans in and matching them up with a dog later on this year. So that hasn't stopped. We still have dogs that we have to take care of. So that part hasn't changed. What has changed is the impact of the coronavirus on our ability to raise revenue. Since February, we have had close to 30 to 40 events that have been canceled. With all that coming to a screeching halt, we've had to refocus how we can do our fundraising, a lot more social media, but in direct mail campaign, things like that. But it has really impacted where we just don't have that visibility. We're Americans. This is not our first trial that we've had in the 240 plus year history of our country. We will get through this. And we'll come out on the other side, I believe, stronger than ever. And how we're going to do that is through an emotional bond and a belief in what we do as Americans, where we believe in each other and where we work together as a team. And that's what we're doing here at Veterans Moving Forward. We need to dig deep, and we need to believe in our American values. And we need to come out of this together as a country, focused on that path forward, just like what we're doing with our veterans, so that as Veterans Moving Forward, we're going to help our veterans as soon as we can get back to normal to help them move forward with their lives, with themselves and their families.
All right, welcome back, Craps for the Cure 2024. We're going to jump right into our next segment. I've got my partner in crime here, Eric Hazel from Premier Casino Hosting. We're going to talk about getting a personal host or a private hosting company as opposed to the casino host. Now, for audience knowledge, whatever, I'm new to this. Okay, I never played with a host as a player, really, as a coming up. I've been playing for 30 years, never had a host in my life, right?
Yeah.
Premier approached me last year and said, "Hey, why don't you think about being a sub rep for us? Because I've got a channel and a good reach and that kind of thing." So I got into it. Now I'm learning on the fly how it really works, and I can tell you, I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, most folks watching know zip about how this whole thing works. I learned something last week, and I'm like, I wish I would have known that forever ago. Right?
So let me ask you a question.
Please go. Yeah.
So in the previous 30 years, compared to now having a host, how's it going?
It's going good because I got somebody to call.
Right.
Like, there's this feeling of like, my wife loves to give me a bunch of grief because I'm terrible at traveling. She's like, you're not allowed to go anywhere near Travelocity because I always screw the airplanes up. I always get, and I can't find a hotel room that's good enough, and whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm not good at it. But trying to get a Vegas trip put together or a cruise put together, it's a nightmare to get everything figured out, right?
It is.
And not understanding, how do I get a free room? How do I get comp dinner? How do I see a show? And we do it all ourselves. We're online trying to figure it out, and she's like emailing me tickets, and it's a nightmare.
And you're not getting a deal.
No,
you're not.
No, you're not. You're buying tickets retail.
Right.
That's what we typically do. So now that I'm partnered up with y'all and I've got a host, it's like, hey, I want to go here. Can you help me out? And that's how it works. And you do all the string pulling, kind of behind the scenes, and I'm learning what the behind the scenes looks like. And wow.
Yeah, it's
You guys
not.
do a lot.
It's really not what people think.
No.
It isn't. The biggest mistake that people make, and it happens so often, is they'll book themselves and then call. And once you've made that reservation,
yes,
I can't even see it. Like your host cannot see that
So
reservation.
this is a big point, and this is what I learned last week. I thought, and I know I'm wrong about this now, I thought I've got a Caesars card, I got a station card, I got all the cards, right?
Yeah.
And I go to the website and I say, hey, look, I got my station account and the room is $46. Like, great, book it. And then I call you and say, hey, Eric, I booked myself over at Palace and I'm going to be there for 4 days and whatever. And you're like, too late. Like, that counts not, like, the host can't help you out anymore because you did it yourself. And that's a big thing. I pulled myself out of the system, basically, right?
Let me explain this.
Yeah.
So an in-house host is taking care of clients in the casino that already exist.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't use one of those to book either.
No,
right?
no,
So
did it myself, yeah.
And an external host or a executive independent host, the casino contracts us to bring them players. So, like, I'm a host, I represent hundreds of properties, and I have, let's say 1,000 players.
Yep.
And I can put those players anywhere I want. What can I get this player at this property to bring them in? So once you've made that reservation, they are not going to let me do anything for you. Like because they want me to bring you to that property. So it makes perfect sense on their end.
Sure.
Why pay me?
Right. If I'm already their customer.
Right.
Why? Yeah, exactly. Right.
Right. And that's exactly. And that's the biggest mistake that people make. Is, I have somebody right now. He's a personal friend. He's not a big player. He says, hey man, we're gonna can you help me out? We're gonna buy this airfare and room as a package on Billy Bob's whatever online. I says, what are you paying? And he tells me, like, whoa. Let's back up here. We can do this a little different. But yeah, just make sure you call before you book.
That's an important thing. So I think a piece of general advice is obviously get a host. And I guess let's preface that with we'll talk about bet levels in a minute, but get a host because when you want to take the trip, make the call. The host will direct you where you need to be and help you through it. And there's this weird thing that I learned again about the waiting period, right? So if I made the mistake, like I'm a host with Premier, I'm a client of Premier, but I signed up for my own card on my own at station, like a year ago.
Yeah,
I'm actually, you can't help me, right? I'm not really right? Because they're logged as their customer, not our customer.
No,
it's a weird thing,
no,
right?
No, you can have a card.
Yeah.
But if you go to a property and play, then you're going to be house coded. They know that they don't need me to get you on that
Explain
property.
house coded. What does that mean?
It means that there's no external host involved. You've gone to the property on your own. You've played there. You are a customer of theirs now. Like,
Sure. Right.
You're not my customer.
Right.
You're their customer. So, and it varies from casino chain to casino chain how that works.
Yep.
You know, Station's a little bit different than Caesar's.
Yeah.
And you know, Penn's a little bit different from that. And you know, it really depends on the property. It does. It does. Or not the property, the chain.
So if I've set myself up as a customer of, we'll use Palace as the example of Station, right? I've set myself up as their customer before we did our arrangement. Right now, can you operate on my behalf as a host, or do I have to now just I'm stuck with whatever they get?
Let's say that you book yourself at Palace Station.
Yep.
Now, the thing with Station is all the properties are independent.
Right.
So I can still host you at 5 other properties,
but not that
just
one.
not
That's
Palace
so
Station.
interesting. And how would the regular person know that?
They
Unless
don't.
they had a host to advise them through it, right?
They don't.
This is the thing, right? Get yourself a host to advise you through all this, because the waters are choppy, man. You got to be navigated through this because it's not easy.
No, it
to
isn't
understand,
easy.
you know?
And you know, I mean, I've been doing this for 3 years, and I still get questions from clients, and I'm like, give me a minute, I gotta find out.
Yep.
You know, like, and I still run. I think that we always will, because things are constantly evolving and constantly changing.
Sure.
I mean, this may come as a shock, but these casinos, they're trying to make money.
Really?
Yeah.
Imagine that.
You know?
Yeah. So speaking of that, let's talk about theoretical, what it takes to be, what's the word I want to use here? Considered valuable to the casino.
Okay.
Right? Because there are obviously Vegas is different. You're vacationing, you're expected to come out here and blast. They kind of figures what's going to happen, right?
Right.
But players who are playing more regular, low dollar guys, whatever, how does the casino view that person?
One more time.
General. If you're a low budget player, $500, let's say craps, $500 buy-in,
Okay.
versus somebody's bringing $500 to a slot machine.
Yeah.
Right, same budget. I think they view those players differently, right? Can you talk through some of that? 'Cause it's definitely. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a mystery to some of us.
Do you know the
like,
difference between a $5 player and a $5,000 player?
As far as bet size or buy-in size?
Either.
I mean, obviously, big dollars is the difference, but like, what's the difference? I mean,
one lucky moment.
Okay.
That $5 player can be a $5,000 player in one pull of a slot machine.
Sure. Oh, you're on slots. Okay, yeah. Yep.
You know, one good run at the craps table,
Yeah.
in your $5 player is now a $5,000 player. I've seen it happen many, many times.
Oh, sure.
People win the jackpots always.
Yeah.
You know.
I played with a guy yesterday who bought in for 800, won $8,000, and it became that guy. The rest of the session, he was 320 across and hammering stuff, and that because you get kind of rich, right? You get momentarily rich. But when you're booking somebody, or when the casino says, hey, you know, when I come in and I'm just, you know, a rinky-dink guy, versus a guy they know is good for average $200 or whatever the best size is, right? How do the casino view those two players? Are they table full of $500 players valuable to them, or would they rather have a table with a few big dollar players? Like, how do they look at the world in that perspective?
I think that, you know, ultimately the casino wants to make as much money as they possibly can, right?
Right, of course, of course.
You know, you're talking about value to the casino.
Yeah.
As far as comps or as far as players?
Comps. Let's talk comps first, but players second. Like, if I'm saying, hey, I'm gonna come with my family for the weekend, and you know, we're known as low budget. We're known as that. Our likelihood of getting a room ahead of time versus somebody else, right?
That I don't think players understand. Their formula for calculating comp.
Okay.
And if you walk into that casino and you lose $10,000 in one bet, they don't care. It's never about loss, and it's never about win. It is about a theoretical loss or a theoretical win. If you placed one bet on a craps table for $1,000.
Right.
The house edge on that, let's not crap, let's use roulette.
Okay.
Is 5%.
Right.
So $50
right is what you're worth.
Is the theoretical.
Sure.
$50. If you whether you won that bet or you lost that bet, doesn't make any difference. So, and like, I'm just going to use some numbers that are close.
Sure.
As a host, I can comp back 30% of that theoretical, and it's always room first, and then food and beverage, and then like for yourself, massage or golf or whatever it happens to be. So off that $50, we now have like $16.
Right.
Off that $1,000 loss.
Right.
So it's and that's the thing that people really don't grasp. Oh, I lost $800. Yeah, but you just played bad. So your theoretical was only $60,
right?
And I got $20 to work with. How do you want it?
Right. That's interesting. So time versus money is a big thing, right? So a guy betting $100 for 3 hours versus a guy betting $1,000 for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
How is that? So without doing the crazy math on that, generally speaking, how are those two players viewed? The guy that the $1,000 we already know it's $50 or whatever at roulette. The guy paying.
How many spins are we getting on that roulette wheel in the 3 hours?
Well, it depends on what he's betting on, of course, right?
Yeah,
But yeah, if he's an average size, let's say his average bet size is a couple of quarters on it, like a quarter per dozen or something like that. Something simple, right? For let's say 100 spins an hour or 50 spins an hour, probably is the average, right?
So
whatever that looks like. When they look at me walking up a grand on black, win, lose, or draw. Right,
$50.
That's at $50. The other guy who's doing the $50 at a shot for 50 rolls or an hour or two, that player is seen in a better light. You're saying, right?
Probably, yes.
So as a host, what do you advise your players if they're? I don't want to say advise them to play for comms, but how do you advise your players on that? Or I probably don't give them gambling advice, but to be seen in that kind of the light that's going to earn them what they need or what they're looking for.
I never advise a player on how to spend their money.
Right.
Ever. I
know you can't. Yep.
I can.
Say again. They're not hearing us.
I can.
Is it just me or?
I can tell them how to maximize
You
their
can slide the thing over there a little bit, the volume. On the bottom row, it says volume levels. There's like a little slider. Can you slide it to the right a little bit where the greens are spiking? Without turning the broadcast on? You got it? Yeah, we're trying. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
I'm already deaf. This is as loud as I get. I will advise players on how to maximize their comp.
That's what I'm getting at. Maximizing comps from the host point of view.
So, I mean, like if you have a $500 budget, you want this $500 to last as long as possible. So you're going to play the least volatile game that you can, right?
Yep.
Roulette is pretty low volatility. I mean, it's a 5% house edge. It doesn't matter how you bet it.
Right. That's true.
Like the odds never change. I prefer craps, but bad play on a craps table,
is devastating.
Is devastating.
Yes.
It is devastating. Like we've all been there.
Yeah,
we've all done it. But it's where else can you turn 800 into 8,000?
That's right.
In an hour.
An hour and a half. Yeah. Exactly.
What do you think these people's number one question for a host is?
I would say their number one question is, A, how do I get free stuff? I get that all the time. How do I get a room? How do I earn? Do I play for comps or do I play to win? I think that's a definite question, which is why my early days I avoided hosting. I never wanted to play for comps. I wanted to play for me to play to win.
Right.
And watching Brian over here, who's a cruise guy, talking about how to get free cruises and how the comps work, and that's when we got involved with you all. I'm starting to learn a little more how that side of it works. And that's the number one question is how do I earn comps but also win without trying to be hedging and playing for hours? Because personally, I'm $1,000 for one bet guy. I prefer get up in the morning, go downstairs, 320 across for a couple of shots and go back to bed.
Yeah.
That's my way. Right? I don't like to be out there for hours because I feel like time is my enemy. But from the hosting or the comp building standpoint, time is not your enemy. Time is your friend in terms of the earn back.
Yes.
Which is hard for folks like me that are wired a different way to get our heads wrapped around. I think as a host, would that be something that you would concur with as being a common question?
Yes. I think the biggest question I get from new clients is, what can you get me?
Yeah.
And if you have no play history, you've never been to the property, you've never been on a cruise, the answer is, I can get you a casino rate. Instead of paying a retail rate, for a cruise or for the casino, I can get you a casino rate. And then comp on the back end at the end of your stay based on the play you did while you were there.
And as a host, so here's the follow-up to
But
that,
they
right?
don't do that on cruise ships. Do you know of any cruises where they do that? Comp on the back end? Yeah, I don't either.
No. In our world, so that's interesting because let's say you got me a casino rate at Harris. Right, which you've done, right? I've got a casino rate at Harris when I first signed up. I had no history at Caesars. Harris casino rate. Now, if I play at Harris, that's great. If I go to Caesars or I go to Paris with the same Caesars card that we registered together with, doesn't really count for that, does it?
What's that?
That doesn't really. If we let's say you got me casino rate at Harris, right? I'm staying there and I'm playing there. It's all good.
Yep.
And I walk next door and I go to Paris for a little bit or whatever. That actually is harmful unless I call you first. Is that correct? I wanted to call you and let you know.
For Caesars, no.
Oh, really?
No. Like all the play it crosses over.
It does. So they'll count
for
that.
Caesars, yes.
Okay.
But we're getting
stations,
pretty
it doesn't.
brand specific here.
But this is the thing. Like a regular person doesn't know any of that, right? The regular client knows nothing about when I go from here to here, Palace to Boulder or whatever.
Now it's different.
Now I got to make a phone call, and you got
Now you gotta make a
tell
phone call. Yeah.
And I think people don't know that. The intricacies of this are lost.
Station's unique in that.
Yeah.
But their casinos are not next door to each other.
True.
You can, what is it, 40 miles from one casino to another in some circumstances here in the Las Vegas Valley.
Yep.
So if you're staying at Palace Station and you want to go play at Durango and you're hosted, you need to let your host know that that's what you're doing.
Right. So hosting's a lot about communication. Like as a player, I got to tell you what I'm doing, what my plans are, where I'm going, what's happening.
Right.
And again, from the host side, it's like here's where we're kind of puppet mastering and directing you through things, because without that open line, it's you might as well do it yourself, and then you're getting hurt in the end. Right. It's interesting how that works.
So
is that a question, Joe? Okay.
What's that?
No, Joe gave me a phone. We got a question here. So Ted Berry says, can you set it up to where we are always coded as a walk-in in a certain market for a certain group?
I know this guy.
Yeah.
He's been a pain in my butt for a long time. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, first of all, Ted has a knack. He has a knack for showing up and saving me from a loss on the last day.
Dude can throw. Dude can throw.
So the last ATS I was on, Ted threw it in 11 throws.
Nice. Just 11. Right on down. That's great.
But anyways, Ted, no. But I wish that we could. You got to let us know every time.
Yeah.
Once there's no way around it. You got to let us know.
Yeah. And I think that's a loss. I had no idea. Michael yelled at me because I was casino hopping last time I was in Vegas, and I was like, here. He's like, you got to call me. He's like, none of that play counted.
If you want comp, you got to stick to a brand.
Mm-hmm. It's
like
hard.
you got to stick to a brand.
Vegas makes that hard. If you want to go, it's in a Fremont.
It's a bankroll thing.
It is. Yeah.
Like I have clients that are the highest tier in every brand.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any difference. But for guys like myself, if I want maximum comps, I'm going to find the place where I want to be in Vegas, and that's where I'm going to put my play. Because I don't have the bankroll to put 30 different casinos and get the kind of comp that I want.
Right. What makes it hard for me personally is I've got now that I'm a somebody, I got a lot of friends in Vegas. Right.
Yeah.
So I get out here, hey, you want to go play? Sure, where you at? And we're here to have a good time and screw around.
Yeah.
But from a comp standpoint, it does me zero good unless I make a phone call.
Right.
Right. And I think that's the number one advice I can say is call your host. If you've got a host, you don't fart without calling your host, letting them know where you're doing it, because otherwise it's all for naught.
Yeah.
You know?
And it can be very frustrating for the host as well.
Sure.
You know, especially if like on a trip like this, I'm here with a group. You know that.
Yep.
I'm here with a group this time every year, and I end up in this chair.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
In this
it's
chair.
perfect, right?
And I mean, this just recently came up as I have a new to me client. I mean, he's a player for sure, that was going from property to property, thinking that it's like another chain. It just doesn't work that way, you know. So it just frustrating, but it gives me an opportunity to educate that entire group on how it works, just like we're educating people right now.
Exactly. There's it's such a black box. Like I said, until I got into it, and now I'm learning how the behind the scenes piece works. I'm like, y'all got to know how hard these guys are working. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah,
it is a lot. Like
it can be.
I mean, you're in a group and you got probably 15, 20 people all texting you. This is bad, that's bad. The room is unclean, and where am I staying? And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's you just got to have your phone blowing up. all the
You're
time.
one of the worst.
I'm terrible. I know I am. Sorry. I'm so sorry. My God. I got a question from Jen, actually. She's right here. She wants to hear her question answered live. It is. I scrolled away from it. Eric, do they count all hours each day, or is it averaged out? 2 hours day one, 5 hours day two?
Yes.
How are you seeing?
Yes.
It's an average hour.
You want me to elaborate on that?
Yeah.
I don't know how.
So I play 1 hour Friday, 5 Saturday, 2 Sunday. That's 8 hours over 3 days. Are we getting 2.75 hours?
So
basically,
what?
right?
Like, if you're staying at one property, what they're looking for day to day doesn't matter. They're looking for the trip theoretical. So it's not, oh, they played this on Friday, then they played this on Saturday. It was the theoretical for the trip was a $1,000 theoretical for 3 days. So at the end of that, that leaves a percentage of that to be comped.
Did you already go over how they calculate that? Let's say I'm here for 5 days, and I played 24 hours on day 3 from the first 2 days I was visiting. That still averages us to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
So the question was, like, and this is the exact example, because we're all staying at the same casino, right? We're here for the event, right? We haven't played at all. Like 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, 0 play, and then it'll be 12 hours of play tonight and tomorrow, right? Is that okay? You're at a place for 5 days.
Yeah.
Play 10 hours on 2 days in a row, but nothing the first 3 days. Are they okay with that? I mean,
they're looking at that trip theo. It is it's not day to day. It is the trip theo.
Okay.
I hope I'm not wrong on this.
Well,
I hope I am 99% sure.
You know what's cool? I've actually got, right after our segment here, I've got a guy coming who's one of the big wigs over at Ellis Island.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him that same question.
Well,
Right?
okay, so here's the thing. Let's say that I invite you to Kansas City. You've been to Kansas City. We spend an entire day at a football game with, watching the Chiefs some suite. You're not gambling that day. I mean, and if you are, it's not for very long.
Right.
So like a lot of times, like when we're doing these groups, it's for an event. Or if somebody is going to Vegas, it's for an event. I mean, the number one attraction in Vegas is not gambling. Maybe for some of us.
For some of us it is, yeah.
But it's shows. Number two, it's still not gambling. It's food. And then it's gambling. So, I mean, it takes third place. So these people that are coming to Vegas and they're getting comped, they're doing other things is the whole point of this, So, and it might take them an entire day to do that other thing.
So as a host, what percentage of the calls you get are like, besides, I'm coming to town, get me a room, right? Are you getting, like, is it more about shows and food and that? You getting a lot of calls on that too?
It's getting to be that way.
Yeah.
It's getting to
So
be
you're kind of
that
a
way.
concierge almost, really.
Yeah. Literally today, I get a phone call from a friend on the plane saying, "Can you get me tickets to this?" And I say, "I assume you've already booked." Yes.
Right. Yeah.
No. And they said it's a sold out show. And I said, unlikely. There are tickets held.
Sure.
You know,
but he booked himself, not through you.
Right.
So you can't help him out.
But you did not book through me, so I cannot help you. I can't see the reservation. I can't touch the reservation.
So this all comes down again to communication. Communication always being king, right? And that's the thing. If you've got a host, you got to use them all the way through.
If you are booking yourself, you're missing out. You know, and people, they're like, oh, well, what does this service cost me? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, I think we're so caught up in like 2024 where you have, you know, I'm going to go to see a show. Cool. What's planned? Blue Man Group? Cool. Let's buy tickets. Nobody thinks to make a phone call.
Right.
Or write a text. We're just going to, it's easiest to go do it.
Yeah.
I think hosting with a client is about relationships. It's about timely texting. It's about the emails. It's about answering the phone. It's all making the phone calls to the host. All those things have to work.
Yes.
Otherwise, none of it works. And it's like, if one piece of that puzzle is wrong, nothing works. The guy booked his own room. Sorry, can't get you a show. And the house of cards kind of crumbles if we don't follow the rules.
Right.
And I didn't think there was rules to it. I just didn't know, right? Again, I'm kind of a dumbass. I didn't know how all of this worked because I avoided it for so long.
And it
right?
takes,
And you know, I'm learning.
Like to get on our side of it, right?
Yep.
It is way more than people could possibly imagine.
Oh, I have seen what you and Michael and Don are doing for us.
Yeah.
I can see how much work goes into even my stupid little requests, right? And I'm like, give me a room and don't yell at me, right? And I'm just that guy. But I know there's people that are high touch, that have way more demands. And I know what you all are going through, pulling the strings to make it all happen for us.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. But the benefit to that, to the player, is not casino rate. It's a meal. It's I can get you into the show. We can maybe even get you a limo or travel if your play is right. That's an important thing that people need to know. So on the play level thing, we had talked about this privately. Now that nobody's hearing this, you can tell me the truth. We've talked about the bigger buy-in, higher limit players versus the lower limit players, right?
Yeah.
And so I've asked a question, and I'll ask the Ellis guy this too. You know, a full table of small players versus a smaller table of bigger players. Depends on volatility, of course, right? From a hosting standpoint, having a cadre of 1,000 people that are buying in for $250 versus 100 people that are buying in for $2K, right? Financially speaking, that's an easier group, smaller to manage time-wise, right?
Well, you know,
so what does that look like on your side?
There's a minimum for a host to get paid. Mm-hmm. And believe it or not, more than half of our bookings, we don't get paid on. Mm-hmm. You know, like, we never tell the client that.
Sure.
But, it's just the nature of the business.
Right.
And I think that, you know, with our hosting firm, there's 3 of us. Mm-hmm. So you can always get a hold of somebody. Right. You know, like when we started this, we just agreed we're never going to turn anybody away. If they want to host, we're going to host.
Right.
You know, if you're going to go to Vegas and spend $100 gambling, I probably can't give you hours and hours and hours of my time.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah.
But you know, I will make your reservations and get you a room and be your advocate. So, but there is a minimum, you know, for the host to get paid.
Right.
So would I take a table of multi-$1,000 players over? Well, of course. Yeah. Of course I would, John.
Right. But there's, again, everything's a math problem.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it all comes down to that number. Right. Cool. So, all right, is there more questions in here?
Yeah, Randy Hill has a question.
How does one set up getting a host and starting to get rated?
I would call. You know, you can call or text Michael Feldman, Don Wood, myself. We have Premier Casino Hosting on Facebook.
Yep.
All of our numbers are listed there. I don't know if you're going to throw something.
Yeah,
up,
I mean, I can be a conduit too. They'll have my email and everything. They can get to me and I can get them right to you. Basically, I'm the pass through at this point.
Right. So yeah, just reach out to John. There you go.
And I'll hook you right up, and that's how it works.
That is the best way to do it.
Yeah.
It's just to reach out to John, and you know he'll gather the information. We'll get it set up.
I think it's like I said. I think it's not loud there. It's important to know. I think the summary of all this. Everybody should look at this as getting a hosting relationship.
Yes.
I think it's an important thing. Like I said, I avoided it incorrectly for a lot. And a lot of guys give me a bunch of grief for it. Like I avoided it not for privacy reasons. I just I always felt like if I was playing for comps, I wasn't playing for John. Right. And I'm starting to see how it all does kind of fold in together. And why should I have to come over here, especially now with everything, the room out here for a weekend out here is a couple grand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This week was a tough week.
This week was. I'm so sorry for everybody because I picked the worst week possible, right, to do this. I really, last year we did this. It was the week before the F1 race, and I thought I didn't even think of it, right? And we got out here like, oh God, the whole town is.
So instead, you picked NASCAR week.
I literally went a month early. I thought I was gonna go in October. I went. There's the weekend, right? I just picked a random weekend in October, and we all started advertising it. And then somebody says,
"You know what
hey,
you should have done?
Could have called my host.
Ask your host."
That is exactly it. It's 2:00. Okay, cool. Yeah, I should have asked my host. That's 100% true. That's so funny. Next year we'll do it. I'm going to set the date now. Well, hey host, September 12th next year is when I want to do it. I looked at like whatever I can find. I don't see any sporting events happening. No baseball yet. There's no football here that weekend.
Yeah.
No racing that weekend. No rodeo. I think we're going to be okay. And it's my birthday weekend, so it'll be.
Birthdays are always good.
Yeah.
Birthdays tend to.
Yeah, it'll be crazy. We'll do this same event next year on that, and so it'll be a little better, easier on you all. To do it. And,
I mean, Vegas is Vegas. There's always something going on.
Yeah, but hopefully it's not a city-changing event like a NASCAR race or F1 or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that we got wrong this year.
I'm really hoping that this year F1 will be better.
It should be.
In the setup and tear down because, there was a lot of going on for a long time.
Last year,
it was difficult to navigate the strip.
I know, but it's still hard, but not like that. Last year was brutal.
But it's so cool.
Yeah,
it is cool.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's kind of a neat thing to be able to say something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about procedures then. So, somebody wants to get into hosting or into it as a client, reach out to me, you or Michael or Don, directly. Once they do that, what does the process look like as far as? Let's say my friend Dan over here, he's got a player's card already at some casino. Turns that over to you, and how does that work? Once they get kind of on the list with a host, or on establish the relationship, what happens next? What do they do? What do you do?
When you're ready to book, reach out. If you have questions about booking, reach out. If you want to take a cruise, reach out. As an independent host versus a house host, something we can do, and this, like if you want to go on a cruise, I can pull your plate from land-based casinos to comp you on a cruise. And that is it's not just cruises, other properties even.
Sure.
It just depends on what it is, brand specific again. It's one of the advantages of using an independent host versus a in-house host.
Right, because you can coagulate all that stuff.
Right,
that's perfect.
exactly.
Right.
Like I see the whole picture.
Yeah.
I can see the whole picture, and I can, on your behalf, I can present this to somebody.
That's the thing. See, there's something else, right? You can take my play from MGM, Caesars, whatever, and say, like, here's this player. This player's profile is X, right?
Call us player advocates.
Yeah. Okay, that's a great word to use. Advocate for the player.
And a lot of times I feel like that is exactly what I'm doing. Is building a profile of a player to present to a casino.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Okay, I like looking at it that way actually.
Yeah.
Because and again, it's I say you're my partner in crime kind of thing. As a host, that's what we're doing, right? I'm partnering with you to help me get through the thing, right?
Right.
Navigate the waters. So one thing that you do and that you did this weekend, and people probably don't know this, is the private table thing.
Yes.
Right. So how does that process work? So if you're going to do, let's say I want to do an event like this, and I wanted a private table. Regular person calls the casino manager and says, "I have a private table," and they say, "No, you can't." But if I have a host, how does that process work?
So
and what's the requirements and that sort of thing?
Yeah. So the casino is putting enough trust in me to bring them players that are going to play at a level that it's going to cover the room, so on and so forth. Do you have any specific questions about it? Be specific.
Just like in other words, if I wanted to say next year September, my birthday,
Okay.
right, I want a private table. We're gonna have this exact group, right? All these people coming back next year. We want rooms and we want a private table. The casino may say, "Here's what you need to supply or not." Right? That's what I want to get to. What is
Now,
what
all
are
of these
the
players that
parameters?
have played in that casino before,
Potentially,
they are
yeah,
going
yeah.
to look at their play.
Okay.
And they're going to say, this player qualifies, this player does not. This, now, this player can play.
Sure.
But we're not going to comp it up front.
Right.
We'll comp it on the back end if
Based
they
on
play,
play.
if they play to this level.
Sure. And what if you're a once-a-year player? What if you're here for Vegas once a year, and that's all you got is history from last August or something, right?
Some of the best players are here once a year.
So that doesn't. So the regularity is not a thing.
No.
It's just when you're here, we know what we can expect from you, and they look at that window in time.
No, you got a gambling budget, right? Let's say it's $10,000 for the year, but you're here 10 times, so that breaks it up to $1,000 a trip, right?
Right.
Or you come once with 10 grand.
Yeah.
The casino, like
They're
to have
okay
you when
with
you're
that.
there with a 10 grand, right?
Okay with that, yeah.
So
for sure. And so for a private table, because I know we've got guys, Big AZ right here.
Yeah.
He had a private table scheduled at Palace, and we had one at Durango. What does the casino expect from the group? Is it like an hours thing? Is it a minimum buy-in thing?
Well,
they put parameters around
So
typically,
now
or-
the casino has given us a private table. They have hired dealers. They have hired pit bosses above and beyond their normal staffing.
Sure.
And we've asked for this table right now. We have a table 14 hours a day.
Yeah, I know. I think it's going. Yeah.
What the casino expects is us to keep that table full.
Yeah.
Keep that table full. So, let's say that I booked 15 rooms. So I've got 15 craps players. There's 12 spots at that craps table. It's not going to be profitable for the casino to have 4 people standing there. Right? And like I said, it's hard to believe, but they're in this to make money.
So is that kind of what you're doing? A little bit of poking and prodding? Hey, you guys at the table, we're playing a little bit. Make sure that you're fulfilling our end. We promised 15 people, and there's 4. So
it's a problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem. You won't get very many private tables. It won't.
Right. Right.
And as a player, if you're one of those players that has committed to take one of those rooms in the block and then not play, you won't come back.
Right.
You're not going to get invited again.
So that
This doesn't work
relationship,
that way.
so your relationship with the player is a player relationship. With the casino, it's also a relationship. Hey,
right.
We are working with players, but we're working with you too. That we're going to fill your table,
right?
With whatever good players or reliable players, whatever that word is.
Yeah.
And you got to work both sides of that to make sure that otherwise, like you said, the table. And by the way, the table at Sunset,
yeah,
ooh, baby. You want to talk about what the host did for that? That table doesn't exist. They pulled that table out of the back room, special 12-foot crapless hard surf. I mean,
the one right now that we have.
Yeah,
it's at Sunset Station.
Yeah,
it is one of the best tables I've ever played on.
Unreal, that table.
It is a 12-foot crapless with a boomer bust, which we all know is an ATS.
Yep.
And that thing is hard as a rock. It's the craps players' room.
Yeah.
It is. It's probably the best table I've ever played on.
And it's not on the floor. That
They-
table is
they
not on
they
their floor.
Went to the storage unit and got
100%.
that thing out.
I mean, that was.
And it's in our own pit.
It's not. Yeah.
There's no other games going on there.
Right.
We have our own crew.
Right.
It's as far as a private table goes, it's one of the best.
And this is what having a host relationship gets you.
Yeah,
we can set that up. And go,
as a craft player, here's what's not going to happen at that private table. Somebody's not going to buy into the middle of your hand.
Right.
Nobody's going to put their chips in the way.
That's right.
And and everybody at that table is an experienced craps player. Yeah. And if you don't know this etiquette, I'm going to make sure that you do.
That's right.
Before you play. And it really changes the dynamics of the game and speeds it up.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody's on the same team.
This is maybe a little thing, but from the casino's point of view, a full table of experienced players is probably an extra 5-10 rolls an hour. Really,
Oh, man.
because it's not. I don't understand the betting, and I'm not. They're on it, Those dice are moving, aren't they?
I do a lot of private tables, so I'm spoiled.
Yeah.
You know, and I very rarely will just walk up to a craps
Random,
table
yeah.
with a bunch of people I don't know and play.
Right.
It's I'm spoiled, you know.
That's a good problem to have. I guess,
right.
Yeah.
I can play
Right.
at a craps table anytime I want with all my friends.
All right. So here's what I want. Next year, September 12th, I want that table.
September 12th?
Let's figure it out next year.
That's actually the festival for. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's the Strawberry Pickers Alliance. They're all coming in from all over the world. They're going to fill now. Yeah, but I think that's what, again, the relationship starts with us to you, the casino. we
Wait,
work
September
together,
12th, isn't that the Catalina wine mixer?
Yeah, it's something. No, it's going to be a big one. But I think, we figured that out next year, right? And that's, I think that's the thing. But knowing the expectations, and I think you framed it perfectly. I got 15 people in a room. I got a table basically built for us in a private pit.
Yes.
The rooms don't come without expectation. And the casino's got an expectation of play.
Right.
So private tables are a whole different animal than regular, I'm coming into Vegas and playing.
Yeah.
Right? Now, from your standpoint, just a kind of a quick question here. Workload-wise, if you're trying to manage a group at a private table like you're doing this weekend,
yeah,
versus a normal weekend where you got the same number of players, but they're all over different towns and whatever else.
Yeah.
Harder or easier to manage the private table and all of that with the big expectations of the casino versus people all over the country.
There's no
doing
managing the people all over. I don't need to
But if
manage.
they're-
I
but
don't
if
need to
they're-
manage that at all.
Well, if they're calling you, I need this or I need
Yeah.
that or my meal's terrible, I want to refund.
You're still going to have that with a private table.
That's true. That's true.
You know, you're still going to have that with a private. And maybe more so because I'm available to them all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I guess because you're right there. with them.
Yeah, it's
You're
like,
dude,
it's not
hook us up.
right. Exactly. It's like, oh, I'll just ask Eric. I'm going to,
Right,
I'm
right.
with him all day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is it more work? Yeah, absolutely. But is it worth it? Yeah, because I'm a player, and if I got a private table, I'm playing on it.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. You're a player host, which is cool.
Right.
And that's part of the fun. And like the cruise I was on with Michael and Don, they were the hosts, but they also were players. They're good players.
Yes.
And that was the exact thing you're talking about. We had 2 tables loaded with all of us. I mean, from open to close, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 1 p.m. or 1 a.m., it was 16 of us here and 16 of us there, and that was it. Nobody else got to play.
Yes.
Except for our crew, and it was like etiquette was perfect, and having that private situation is great.
Yeah, nothing compares. If you haven't played on a private table, like you should, like you need to, it might ruin the regular tables for you for the rest of your life. But
It could. Now, there's danger to that too, right? The private table, as a player, the expectation is I'm going to be here for a while.
yeah,
So you can't just show up at a private table and drop,
right.
1,100 across, 1,100 inside. Okay, 1,100 inside, and then take a powder with your win.
Yeah.
That's not the expectation. So, as a player, you got to go in ready for that, right? And I think part of my job is teaching people how to be long players, how to make that money
Longevity.
last. And yeah,
Yes.
you got to because you got to survive.
Longevity.
And the cruise ship guys, same thing. When you're working on a free cruise, you're not. You got it. You're a little more hedging, a little more softer play, but you're playing for hours, and that's what they want. Time is the thing that they count on.
Yeah.
What it seems like.
Time
right? Yeah. So Shooter Craps has a question. Where is it? Oh, how does the casino track one of the host players?
How does the casino track the host players?
Yep.
Players card.
But you mentioned we code you, right? So when I'm coming in, you're saying I'm going to code you as a walk-in.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a thing. That's why Shooter Craps, you call it your host. I'm coming in. I'm going to play here. They know you're playing, obviously, right?
Right.
But if you're going to go from here to here, Palace Station to Durango, I'm moving.
Right.
You're going to have us coded as a walk-in at that casino, so your play is tracked.
Right.
Back to the host. That way they're involved in that transaction.
Right.
Everybody's got to be involved in the transaction.
And the truth is, it's not about the commission, because the chances of getting a commission on a player that's going to a property for a couple hours is pretty thin.
Yeah.
It's really pretty thin. But what it ensures is when you want to stay at that property next time.
You've been there. Yeah.
I was like, all right, so this guy wants to stay at Durango. but he's already been here with no host, so he doesn't need one. You know.
Yeah.
Versus, all right, so it's this is Eric's client. Eric's booking him a room at Durango. We can cover this, and this, you know, and give him these comps. So it's protecting yourself. It's not about the commission for the host. And I think that a lot of people think that that's what it is. But like I said, the chances of somebody meeting that minimum in a couple hours of players will walk in.
That's not going to happen. But like you say, once you're attached, future visits become where it's about. Then you got some history play, and they can look things up. So
yeah,
cool.
you
All
got
right. So what else do you have? Advice for players in terms of we've already been through the procedure. How do I get a host? You call me, right? I hook you up.
Reach out to John. And it's pretty easy to get a host.
Yeah. It's about using the host.
Yeah,
use the host
before you book.
Yeah, use the host
before you book, and let us know when you're changing property.
I'm gonna put a little pamphlet out here that has all the things, right? Like the player's guide to having a host, kind of thing for the new, you know, the guys we've been playing with at this weekend, they're all experienced, right, with having you as a host. So they know the process, right? A lot of us noobs don't really have that, right?
Yeah.
I'm learning the process of how to navigate. When do I call you? When do I do it on my own? And what can I ask for and not ask for? So that's, you know, for the new players.
Yeah,
It's an important thing,
you know,
and building that up.
Here's another thing. A lot of times people think that a host has this magic ability to wave a wand,
right,
and just get you something.
Yeah,
and it does not work that way. It doesn't. Like no host has that ability. Everything is based on play.
Right.
You know, like to comp a room up front. Sometimes, you know, sometimes we can make that happen.
Sure.
But beyond that, like we just don't have a magic ability,
to
get a player.
But you do have a line of contact, right?
Yeah.
Which we don't have. We have the internet.
It's incredible.
We have the internet and
Incredible
prayer.
amount.
You can actually make the phone call on our behalf and advocate. That's the magic of it, right? Another question here. Silver Flocks, 3 Qs. Will they let you throw from any position? People swap. Because just about everyone wants to throw from stick left, right? So
you know,
let's talk about that rules and things. Yep.
I don't know who they is, but this is going to be at the, you know, literally the discretion of the casino, the floor manager, the pit boss. I would just, my group, they do. Do we make it so it's not a pain? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We make it so it's not a pain.
Yeah, I can answer his question a little more directly, Jay. And tomorrow we're going to have a full answer. David from Casino Quest is going to talk to us about, we're having a whole casino surveillance session tomorrow about how the Eye in the Sky works and what are they looking for and all that kind of stuff. And how do they view advantage players and that kind of thing. We had a situation this past week where there was a private table scheduled that ended up being kiboshed for a number of reasons.
I heard all about it.
They wouldn't let people switch to stick left. There was a lot. There was reasons behind that aren't just, we don't want you here, right? That are security reasons that we'll explain live tomorrow. David's going to commit to talking to them about what happened and how it all went down. I know the
guess
exact
what
story.
those issues are because I've seen issues like that happen in the past. I'm going to offer advice for that.
Go for it.
I give my clients, I might have one in my pocket, a chip cover. And what this does, I don't have one.
Oh, the Premier Blacks?
It's just it's a cloth and it has their logo on it. It's not a big deal. You cover your chips with it. So when a person wants to come and shoot from that position, the issue arises when that person accidentally picks up, they're not doing it on purpose, picks up that chips, makes a bet, takes their chips, puts them in that spot, you know, and then it becomes a security issue. And we've just added a lot of work to this casino, you know. And I know this because I shot from that position once, and I accidentally used the chip sitting in front of me. I am a professional.
Yeah.
I have spent a lot of time at a craps table.
What a lot of people do is they take their whole rack and they all shift
and they move it around.
And that's a
and
pain.
here's something else that we can't do is slow the game down.
Yeah.
Is to where, you know, this casino, in order to see a profit with, you know, they're paying 5 people that need to see those dice go from one end of the table to the other. And I'm making up numbers. Let's say it's every 35 seconds.
Yeah.
And if we got to do, what do they call that? Chinese fire drill.
Yeah.
Every time there's a new shooter, that's not happening.
Right.
You know,
Well, especially at some of the houses where it's rookie dealers, and now that guy's bets are here, and you were here, and now they're doing your bets for one, and then it's a lot.
Yeah.
Like
So-
from a security standpoint, there's a lot to manage for the especially at break-in houses. That's really hard.
Yeah.
In this situation, there was other factors at play that are bigger security issues that happened.
Yeah.
And that was why that situation landed.
Well, now
the way
I'm
that it landed.
curious.
Yeah, I can't. I have to let David talk about it. I'll tell you
Yeah,
offline
yeah.
what happened. But yeah, there was reasons for that. But the point was, in that case, there was an agreed upon. You have a table.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you don't have a table, and it was like, oh, panic time, right?
Yeah.
And there's, again, if there's a host involved, maybe there's a different relationship and communication path
Yes.
than us saying, hey, you screwed us, and what happened, right? Which is kind of how it all went down. So
Yeah.
maybe an intermediary could have been a help in that situation.
You know,
right?
Mark the Point is going to film our table tonight. And what's that guy's name? No, I'm just kidding. He's right here.
Ryan the Point. Ryan. Mark from Ryan the Point.
I had this, in order for me to make that happen, I had to send a text.
Yeah.
And then the person may not have seen the text immediately, but and then it was, oh, do we need some signs that say filming in progress so we don't have anybody walk through? And I says, I don't think we need to take it to that level.
Yeah.
You know.
Filming in process brings looky-loos. doesn't it?
Right,
And that's
right.
it's
So,
like-
you know, it's just being able to reach out to the right person
Sure.
at the right time and knowing who to contact.
Yeah.
And, you know, we tend to keep that information in our pocket. So,
of course. Are we at time? Roughly at time? All right. Any more questions that came in, Joe? From the
come on.
group?
So,
How
somebody
about
give me
here?
a
Anybody
question.
here have questions?
I need a new question.
Let's hear
It's
it.
always the same stuff.
Somebody contact you just whenever, or if they have a specific trip they're already planning.
Okay. Have somebody contact me.
Right, to get you to be their host going forward.
Yeah.
You know, now, when they don't have something planned, or when they have something planned, and then reach out.
Absolutely. Well, either way. You know, here's
So the
the
question is-
thing.
Yeah, so
If you reach out to me now, even though you don't have something planned, maybe I already have an event you're interested in. You know, like we have probably 15 events, different cruises, meetups, groups that you might be interested in, even though you don't have something planned. So I would say absolutely reach out. You know, at least jump on our Facebook.
Yeah, being part of the group, you get to find out what's happening. For sure.
Yeah.
Question from Dan?
I live in Henderson, Nevada.
Yep.
Is there an advantage to having a host?
Okay, so the question is, Dan lives in Henderson. Is it an event for you having a host?
Yeah.
If you're local.
Absolutely.
What is the advantage?
You'll have to ask a host that can host you, because as an independent on some properties, I cannot book you because you are a local. But on
Really?
some properties I can. And you have all of the same offers that I can offer you all the same things that I can from somebody that lives in Michigan at some properties. But again, it's very casino chain specific.
And if you want to travel,
right,
and you're with
right.
us, and if you want to travel,
and,
we can,
you know, I can use your play from here again to put you on a cruise. I can use your play, you know, let's say you play Caesars here, and you know we're doing a group in Kansas City on Thanksgiving weekend. You know, like we can go out to Kansas City and play out there, go to a football game, and
I'm thinking I want to leave town September 10th, 12th next year.
Yeah.
The NHRA is coming in.
and John's going to be here.
Oh, God. Is he really?
That's immediately what I thought when you said that.
That's
This is
funny.
a question.
Another
Are there
question?
resorts? Are there casinos here left, any of them left, that don't charge resort fees?
Oh, resort fees. Anybody doesn't
No.
charge resort fees.
No, casinos charge resort fees. There's only one way out of it, and that's to reach the tier level in which you don't have to pay that resort fee. I have lots of theories on why they charge resort fees, but it's just part of the cost. There's no getting out of it. It's part of the cost of the room. So they have all of these Travelocity, right? So you can book online, and I think that the resort fee is the absolute bottom line that casino has to have, for that room, even, after comps and, so, but I don't know of a casino that doesn't have resort fees unless it's not just Las Vegas. It is everywhere. And even non-gambling hotels are adopting the resort fees.
The whole thing to me, I get kind of antsy about resort fees and got to pay to park and all these things that used to be a given. Now all of a sudden you're getting like house edged on showing up to town.
Right.
Like you walk in a casino, unless you walk to the casino from Dan's house, you walk in down a few $100 for even put a bet out there. You've already paid resort fees for 3 nights and you pay to park your car every day.
Tell you where I think the resort fees came from. This is just my opinion. Third-party booking.
Oh, really?
Think about it. So in order to compete, these hotels have to offer a discount to these third-party booking sites, right? So is the hotel going to take a loss? No. Somebody's going to pay it, right? And it's going to be the customer. So I think that I think that the third-party bookings, it's a way for them to be able to do discounts to the third-party booking sites.
That's interesting. All right, we're going to be, I guess, cutting out for time. So I want to mention this before we go. As you know, the raffles are on. The donations are on. One of the items up for raffle, by the way, is a cruise with yours truly. Date TBD. Premier Hosting has hooked us up with a cruise. We negotiated with the cruise lines. We got one.
Yes.
Right? Cruising with Johnny, probably with Mrs. Johnny, Mrs. Pro Craps, some of the Seattle crew, with Joe Craftsmaster Journey. I think I might be able to get some Brian action. Might be able to get some Ryan action. It might be like bucket list kind of a deal. So get on that raffle now.
Can I shamelessly self-promote?
Please,
for 1
go.
minute?
You have all the floor.
All right, we are putting together a group for Kansas City for Thanksgiving, which includes like Thanksgiving dinner at I believe Ramsey's, tickets to the football game, and then a private table for a couple days. This is, and in all honesty, this is not for the small player.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of amenities here.
Sure.
It's not for like the $25,000 player. We'll take them, but
Sure.
it takes a moderate player to qualify for this.
Right.
So if anybody's interested, make sure that you reach out to John.
Good stuff. All right. Let's take a little break. We're gonna go through some of the auction items again. Again, I implore you, if you're feeling it, and you should be feeling it, get on the donations, get on the raffles, donate live in chat, and with that, we'll out. Greg. Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now, we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Crafts book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10-ton. They've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is two sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Beau Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Beau Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Craps full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. With you and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go.
The group called Veterans Moving Forward in Sterling trains service dogs to deal with whatever issues a veteran might face. Because of the pandemic, they aren't able to help as many veterans as they would like. ABC 7's Tobias Rodriguez shows us how they're still able, though, to make a difference in the lives of veterans.
These dogs are getting ready for the duty of a lifetime. Harry and Zamp are training to be service dogs to Jason Armentrout, an Army veteran.
Yes.
And James Anderson, an Air Force veteran.
It's made a difference already. I can feel it inside.
Anderson says he still battles painful memories of his time in war.
Oh, Desert Storm, I lost 52 pounds in 55 days. And it got harder and harder as the years went on.
He turned to Veterans Moving Forward, a nonprofit that trains dogs to help veterans with medical issues and mental health. Anderson visits Zamp every few weeks. Zamp is trained to know when his veteran is dealing with anxiety so he can make him feel better.
He wakes me up when I have nightmares, and he's just a rather calming force.
The nonprofit says they have more applications now because veterans are dealing with pandemic stress and training the dogs became harder.
And you're trying to get them out to train in public and there's no people out. The parks were literally like you try to go to a park and they were taped off.
For Armentrout, Harry will be a companion, standing right by his side, fit with this special brace for support.
A leg will just go out from under me. I don't know why. I always have to hold on to something. So Harry is going to be able to provide some support.
With his mental health in mind, Armin Trout says Harry will help him regain the passions his injury took away, like hiking and fishing.
Anxiety does a lot to your mind. By virtue of having Harry with me, I'll feel more confident.
Both dogs finished training in March and will go home with their vets. Reporting in Sterling, Tobias Rodriguez, ABC 7 News.
What a great partnership. And Veterans Moving Forward wasn't able to take in new dogs or hire new trainers because fundraising slowed down at the start of the pandemic, but they say now they are getting back on track.
Just make sure to put it inside your shirt.
Yeah, inside your shirt.
I think that was one of the last.
Inside the shirt, sir?
Yep.
Yeah.
Should be good. Ready to go? All right, here we are. We're back at Craps for the Cure 2024. Thanks for indulging the long commercial segment there, but it's good that you know how you can donate money to the cause here. Are we both in the shop?
The microphone wires.
Oh, it's fine. Your wire showing a little bit.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Appreciate
sure
that.
thing. And we'll look at the X when we're talking there as much as we can. Anyway, here we are. I've got Nick, Fava from
Thanks for
Ellis
having me,
Island.
sir.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
so glad you're here. I've got so many questions for you, right? We never get a chance as players to talk to somebody who actually works at a casino and has maybe some answers. So I want to start with a couple things. So, of course, we're craps players, right? Such uncertainty about how ratings works and comms works and all that stuff, right? So my always question is this: I throw you my card and my money, right? You do all the things, you go to the computer. What's happening on the computer? Like, what are you typing in? short, ugly, bald guy, $500. Like and when I move around, I've had guys say, hey, John, whatever. How are you doing that? Like, what's the secret?
Yeah, so there's really no big secret to it, right? So when you come in, you'll toss your player card down if you have a player card. So first and foremost, make sure you have that, right? If you don't have a player's card, that's how you get tracked. That's how the casino tracks your action. That's how you get comps. That's how your average bet's taken care of and all that good stuff. So in a perfect world, player comes in, gives their player card down. You go over to the system, give it a swipe, put that number in. You write average bet right in the system, what they're playing. A lot of times you'll talk about game speed. You're doing, if you're on a craps game with one person on it, that's going to be a different speed than if you have a full game.
So the player, when I swipe my card, I'm trying to picture the screen. My information comes up. It's John. I've been here before. My normal average bets from the past, right? That's all there. Okay. Game speed, is that a separate thing? That's like the game itself has got a speed to it separate from me. Is that being fed into what I'm betting? Is that how the calculation works?
Yeah. So keep in mind, all different casino management systems are going to be different, right? They have different systems. You have everything from Aristocrat, Light & Wonder, Konami, blah, blah, blah. There's 20 of them, right? They all do things differently. But most importantly is that they offer a way for the casino professional to, first of all, know who they're talking to, know who's playing with them, right? Second of all, most importantly, as we know, is average bet, game speed, and then sometimes you get as granular as skill on the game. So,
really?
Yeah, so we can say, hey, this guy's playing pass line, 2 come bets, full odds. Perfect play, right? Or you get the guy that's playing hard ways, everything else, maybe a different type of skill on the game to establish more value to that player. Now, either way, doesn't make you a better or worse player. You play how you want, whatever you have the most fun doing, right?
Sure.
But from a casino standpoint, we know that dependent on what you bet on the table, we have a reduced or increased advantage, which in a sense gives the player more value for comps, for room offers, whatever else they want to do on property that allows us to reinvest more into that player, right?
So you're looking at not just bet size, but actually what they're doing. So if a person is a hard way player, where's my hard way player? He's around here. Where is he? He's somewhere. I got a guy who lives. No, not like Ryan does. So a person who's really center action heavy and bonus bet heavy and maybe a little bit of lightness up here, you view that person differently than a person's going like across or inside at a standardly, let's say quarter level?
Yeah, and then let's make it clear, we're always talking in a perfect world, right?
Sure.
Because table games still a labor-intensive business. You have humans making these decisions, putting these things in. In a perfect world, 100%, because that player is going to they have different advantages on the bets they're playing, right? We know that if somebody plays hard ways only, then in that case, we have a much higher advantage from a casino standpoint on that player, which in turn means that player should get more comps. Like I said before, if you're playing just pass line, full odds, few come bets, we know that's pretty close to
zero for you, right?
To zero player, right? So in the system, we're going to say, okay, well, still let him accrue whatever he can accrue for comps and all that good stuff. So we're going to value that player, but it's going to take longer or a higher average bet or whatever it may be for that player to establish value.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does. So interesting thing about Ellis Island, I learned it 3 seconds ago, by the way. The odds at Ellis Island are rated.
Oh yeah, rated odds. We're one of the only places,
How
if
about
not
that?
the only place in town, we give you full credit for your odds bet. So if you have 100 on the line and 1,000 behind, your average bet's 1,100.
That's
and most places will not do that because the casino has a 0% advantage on the odds bet. So given that we do that at Ellis, is a huge advantage for our craps players, and that's why we're such a craps heavy house.
That's amazing. Yeah. What's the genesis, do you know, of why odds were always free? Like, what is the point of that?
I think back in the day, it was a marketing technique, right? I think you had players would come in and you had one casino say, hey, let's give them a shot. Let's do something else. Let's have people play craps at our casinos, right? And this is just folklore that I've heard from, craps study and just casino study and all that jazz. But then once it became something at one place, it had to be everywhere, right? You couldn't be the only place that wasn't accepting odds bets. So then everywhere in the world ended up being, man, we have to be competitive. We have to have the odds bet. We have to let our players do it. And then it became something that just become lore of the craps table.
It's a standard now. It's standard procedure. The odds are, and for a player, it's nice, I guess, because they're free.
But
the volatility's increased though. Like we always look at it like, okay, I just dropped 10 and 50 behind I got $60 at risk. You're like, I don't care. It's $10.
Yep.
Right. And that's always been hard for us to kind of reconcile as players.
Yeah. And I'll tell you a few things, right? I know we have an interesting crowd here. A lot of people that have been playing craps for a long time, you know, watch a lot of good videos on strategies, all that stuff. I'm a huge proponent of, first and foremost, you play how you have fun, right? However, you have the most fun. That's what gambling is at its core, is we do it because we enjoy it, right? It's our entertainment value. Some people like to go out to eat every night of the week. Some people like to travel the world every weekend. Some people like to go toss thousands of dollars on the dice table, right?
Right.
Whatever that is for us to enjoy ourselves, that's what it is. But yeah, I mean, just from a statistical standpoint, the odds bet is not just the best bet on craps or on table games, but it's the best bet in the entire casino.
Right.
Unless you get into some like funny video poker stuff that's 100% return on low denom, you know, whatever, some of that jazz. The odds bet is a 0% advantage. So if you want, you know, true perfect advice, you'd rather say, hey, put 10 and 100 behind the line instead of having 100 on the pass line, right?
Sure.
And then at Ellis as well, we do 10 times odds. A lot of places on your larger strip properties going to do 3, 4, 5 odds, things of that nature. So 10 times is attractive, and I think you still have some funny places that are doing 100 times and even 1,000 times
1 or
odds
2
somewhere.
But again, but the odds are to the casino. The odds are flat. They're 0.
Yeah.
I've shown on my channel the math around that. It's kind of amazing how people don't realize that, but because we feel, like I said, it's coming out of the rack. You're like, God, I'm at risk, but you're really over the course of time not.
Yeah,
so it's kind of a risk-free bet.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, once again, it depends on you as a player. You know, because when we talk from a casino standpoint, we're talking all long run. Because we have thousands and thousands of millions of bets going through a casino on a yearly basis.
Right.
That really makes that average true. From a player standpoint, right, you're playing individual sessions. So unless you play for years and years and years and years, you may never reach that true average. So your experience may be much different. Maybe you don't like putting the odds bet because you always seem to get hosed when you have that bet on the table. And you say, man, every time I do that, I lose that. I like playing this way. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, statistically, your advantage goes, or the casino advantage goes up. But if you have more fun that way, that's no problem, right? Because you're evaluating yourself on individual sessions of play. And I think that's a common misconception in industry, is everybody likes to look up what's the best way to play, what's the player's best chance, you know, what's the best odds. That's like, yeah, you can look all that stuff up in the world. But when you're looking at individual finite sessions, it can still be so vastly different and volatile.
Sure.
And it takes so long to actually creep into that true average that a player may never feel it.
Right. We never, we say it a lot. We feel the variance.
Yeah.
You feel the you feel the steady.
Yeah, and then think about it, even from an individual player standpoint, you know, let's say John's on the craps table and we have 10 craps tables running and we have 160 Johns all playing, all getting, you know, 60 to 100 rolls an hour, right? Then it starts to level out. But just on individual John, he may not feel that. He may be one of the guys that won 5,000.
Right.
You know, this John may have lost 5,000, you know?
You know what's interesting as you say that, and even like, you know, in a single session, me at that spot, right? My volatility is here. On a table with 10, 12 people on it, that table itself may actually be a statistical average based on what the 12 combined are doing, even in that short session. You may still see it as flat.
You
or
know,
close to it, right?
Yeah, yes and no, because craps is one of those games you have to have a stomach for as an operator, right?
Really?
Oh yeah, you know, it's a big joke around town because usually the table wins together or they lose together. Sometimes you'll have guys on the don't. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how they want to play. But most of the time, if the table's hot, you get a whole table of people that are all winning together. So it's a real volatile game just by nature of the way the game is set up. And that's what makes it so fun. That's why people enjoy it so much. That's why it's one of the highest energy games in the casino. So on an individual session basis, it's hard to tell, you know, unless you had half your guys playing one way, half your guys playing another way, right? But over the course of the long run on that table, of course, you know, that's completely correct.
So from a profit center standpoint, craps versus baccarat versus blackjack, where does craps stack up? If you can, I can't share me numbers, of course, but on the hierarchy.
Yeah, no, it really depends on the property, right? I think in the grand scheme of things, craps is a declining game, you know, and that's why
we feel that.
Yeah, and that's why it's beautiful to see groups like this that get together, you know, for first of all, a great cause, and second of all, that are enthusiasts of this great game, right? So it's a declining game, you know, in the grand scheme of things. And blackjack is obviously huge. Baccarat is huge in terms of amount of money that goes through.
Right.
But there's multiple different ways to look at this. If you're talking your eastern side of the world, of course, baccarat completely dominates. Right. And the western side of the world, you have a lot of blackjack tables, much more than baccarat, but your baccarat revenues are typically still higher.
Because the bets are huge.
Because the bets are huge, you have a lot of people that are betting a lot more that are playing
Sure.
baccarat, right? And craps is usually in there, about your third or fourth, depending on roulette and where that stands.
Sure.
Yeah, but in the two big dogs, gonna be your blackjack, your baccarats, then you have craps and roulette. But
Is roulette on the rise, craps down, or are they kind of both sort of scaling back a little in your opinion?
It's another tough thing to say because overall table games are shrinking around the country, right? A lot of casinos are shrinking their table games departments, bringing in more ETGs and increasing their
Here
slot
goes the collective
floors,
eye roll from the room. Yeah.
having different amenities,
Yeah.
right? But it is an interesting thing to think about just in terms of how Vegas and casinos have evolved.
Mhm.
And we'll touch on that for a few minutes here. But
sure.
Back in the day, casino was 80% of the revenues, right? And you had everything else was an amenity or a loss leader, whether if it's food and beverage, whether if it's the showroom. You gave out tickets to get people in the casino, right? Nowadays, for a lot of places, that model has changed to where now you have your profit centers that are completely split off, where you have entertainment being a huge piece, right? Including a nightclub in there. You have food and beverage making money up. You have hotel being a huge piece. You have gaming still being a big piece, but in a lot of integrated resorts, now it's only a third of your revenue compared to when it was 80%, because now you have this integrated resort model where people are trying to make money in all different areas, right? So just based on that nature alone, you have table games that are shrinking in total, at the same time. And that's why you have some really fun places for table game players, such as, and I'm not just saying Ellis Island because I work there, but we're one of the only places in town that are increasing their table games department, right? I mean, we're in the middle of an expansion project right now, going to add more table games, and a lot of places are shrinking that from, of course, the labor-intensive industry. They think they can make more money on slots. They want to add a new restaurant, whatever it may be. And that's completely up to them. No right or wrong answers. But just to answer your question in terms of how table games are shaping up around, it's hard to say. It's like, craps here's roulette here when everything's getting smaller, so it's kind of moving at the same time.
It feels to me like the table gaming is an experience. Like you come to Vegas, you're playing a game, you're doing a thing. Slots is like just something that you do, right? and I love that you're expanding that at Ellis because that's what we want to do. We want to be a part of it. Like I feel like slots, you're not part of it. You're just kind of in the corner. I don't know. I just, and to me, it's the joy of being part of a especially craps, right? A game like this. So at Ellis, craps is front and center.
Yeah.
Right. It's
100%.
by the bar. I mean, the energy of that table draws people elsewhere in the casino. Is that kind of, even though it's number 3 or 4 on the list of profit centers, it's probably number 1 in terms of energy, and maybe getting people stoked about playing other games.
100%. That's one of the biggest draws of live table games still is the energy it brings to a property, right? When you walk in, you hear people yelling and screaming and having a great time, and the whole table just hit the all together, right? There's nothing like that, And you gentlemen know what it's like playing on a craps table that's full and everybody's winning together. There's nothing like that. You want to hug a random grown man that you've known for 2 minutes? There's one way to do it. You get on a craps table, right? And you start winning some bets together.
Right.
Next thing you know, you're best friends. So the energy component is second to none.
Sure.
And that's, I'm not going to say the only reason anybody has craps. Of course not. It has to be profitable. But it's one of the main reasons, and that's why you see it strategically placed in a lot of properties in high volume areas. So you get a lot of foot traffic, to your point, right by the bars, You get a lot of people
on the end, where people have to turn the corner and see it.
People can see that, and there's something to be said about the psyche of winning and hearing that and seeing that. There's a reason why every time somebody hits a big jackpot on slots, I parade a big checkout with our team, and say, hey, here you go, right? Because it's and not that people aren't, but that perception and that people seeing like, oh my gosh, people are winning here. People are having fun. They're cheering on the craps game. It's always phenomenal. Right?
That's cool. So what is it, without getting too specific, I guess, there's you mentioned a couple of times that it costs money to run a craps group. Tables they don't run themselves, right? So you have an ETG that's obviously got no crew, but there's a square footage price and maybe a license fee. On a craps table, what does it really take to break even? Like average players, number of players, average bet amounts and whatever else. What are we looking at? Like we've had this conversation. We all are guessing at what does it really look like to break even on an average? 5 players, $10 table, 18 hours a day.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting question. And it's funny because a lot of players don't necessarily realize that some of the most profitable games aren't full ones, especially on a craps game, because when you have a full game, you have much more bets to worry about. The dice move a lot slower. have to worry about people getting ready, right, getting their bets up. So a lot of times a full game is actually less profitable than a game with 4, 5, 6 players on it because the game moves a lot faster in that sense. Same with the blackjack game. If you have a full blackjack game, it's not as profitable as 2 to 3 players on a game. It's actually like 2.6 players being the average. That's the most profitable in terms of hands per hour and getting that game going.
That's
right?
interesting. So hands per hour, rolls per hour is wow. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot more smaller tables come out. We're seeing some of these 8 and 9 foot tubs. Is that part of the reason for that? Is it floor space and just getting less people out there?
Hey, it definitely could be. Yeah, most definitely. I would say so. I mean, first of all, yeah, it's a declining thing in terms of square footage available on the floor, so it's much more acceptable, much easier to maneuver, right? I mean, you guys know those 12, 14 foot tubs, those boats, they're big games, take a lot of space, right? So definitely, but yes, you have the same crew can do the same thing, and if you can get a more efficient number of players on there, then great. And I'll let you guys answer this question, right? I would imagine it's probably more enjoyable to be in a game that you're not packed like sardines, and you have 12, 14 people on there, and you have some space to move and do your bets and talk to the dealers and do everything else, right? I think that's a better customer experience. And when we think of things from the operator standpoint, it's always customer first. How are we going to make this most enjoyable experience we can for our people? And a lot of times we walk around and we say, hey, we have everybody shoving this game. We need to open another game, right? First of all, from an efficiency standpoint, and second of all, from a customer usability and enjoyment standpoint. Because now we can split it up. They can have fun. They can talk to their people. They have arm room,
Yeah.
So there's many things that go into it. But yeah, great
And
question.
that relationship player to dealer is better too.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
So you touched on it. I don't want to touch on it too much, but what do you think about some of the roll to win games and things like that?
Not a fan of roll to win. I think most of us aren't a fan. Okay, we'll get to that. Yeah. Most of us are going to give a thumbs down on roll to win. I think it's just not a good experience as a craps player. To me, this is going to sound, apologies.
No,
it feels like a very
fight.
degenerate game to me. Roll to win feels like I lost my ass at the craps table. My last $100 is going over here, and it feels like you kind of end up at the roll to win table. Like nobody's going there for that. Bubble craps, different story. Bubble craps can be a destination, especially the stadium style where you're playing together. There's a little bit of camaraderie there. Yeah, would you all agree? Roll to win, thumbs up or thumbs down? General consensus of the room. You see it?
We got a few thumbs up.
Yeah.
The leading question is what you just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't most casinos give play points on bubble craps when the house advantage is just the same as a live craps?
That's a
table
great
with
question.
Brian?
It's a great question. So the question is about the house, the comp value on bubble craps, and also roll to win, which is usually 0. We're playing against the same house edge, same money at risk. Why are those games not comped the same level?
So I don't necessarily understand the question. So you're saying you do get points on table games, but you
Bubble craps, you don't get the comp points that you would on a real table.
And some locals will actually have a sticker on bubble craps saying
no comp value.
Rewards.
Yeah, so the reason for that is going to be because they're tracked separately, right? When you have a table game, it's going to be based on, like we talked about earlier in the conversation, where a shift manager, floor supervisor, whoever it is, goes up, put your average bet in, and typically it's based on Theo, which is going to be your hands per hour, what game you're playing, how fast the game's going, skill level, all those good things. With bubble craps, there's no way to do that. It's based on coin in. So think about coin in, since it's technically a slot machine, quote unquote. Now, instead of tracking your average bet, every time you bet $500 on a bubble craps game, it's $500 coin in, and that would transfer to points within the casino management system. So there's no way to differentiate and track it the same way that you would a normal table game, right? So you accrue points much slower on table games typically based on the theoretical value. On bubble craps, you could coin in 200,000 in a session easy, right? And a lot of times that may not transfer well in terms of comp value and tier credits to make those things fair. So if you think about it, when you have a Buffalo player that's playing a slot machine, they coin in $200,000, and then you have a bubble craps player that's playing bubble craps coining in $200,000. Those expected values are vastly different in terms of what's going to return to the casino, right?
Follow-up question though, with regular table, stadium craps has a pitfalls coming by, has a stick person. It's kind of the in-between.
Yeah, the stadium is so the question is the stadium is the bridge.
Still
Yeah.
has the players card slot that some will say no rewards.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing as the bubble craps. If it has a player card slot, it's tracking your action. It's not tracking it the same way that a normal floor supervisor or pit guy would, which as a player, if you do enjoy those electronic games, is sometimes people like that because they know their action is being tracked exactly, right? We all know we do the best we possibly can in the table games department in terms of getting average bets correct, in terms of watching the players, in terms of getting buying correct, but there's humans operating those areas, so there's still mistakes that are going to be made, right, at times. And I know we've all felt with that frustration. What do you have my average bet at? $50. What? I was betting $350, you know. So that happens, you know, more often, and I'm not gonna say more often than not, but it happens. And on the electronic games, it tracks exactly what's happening on your player card. So a lot of time, that's an added benefit for people that play those games because they know exactly what's going to be on their account.
Is the proper comparison then bubble craps to a slot? The slot's going to get 200 spins an hour or more at $5 a spin. Craps is going to be 30 to 40 an hour at maybe, but on bubble craps, probably your average bet's 10, $15, whatever, right? Is that why? Is it because time and energy or the time spent versus dollar spent?
No, there's just different returns on the games, right? I mean, we know if you, depending on how you play a bubble craps game, you know, it could be a close to even proposition, whereas, you know, slots are much different. You know, it's just different value that is given to the player and different expected value for the properties with these different game types. So a lot of times they're not going to have the same point structures, right, in that sense, and give comps on that stuff. But you do see some that do. Right? I mean, we give points on our bubble craps games at Ellis Island. You know, it's not going to be any multiplied points, right? So a lot of times they'll reduce the amount, you know, and do, hey, $10 coin in for 1 point or this for that, you know. But yeah, at Ellis we do 1 for 1. So you still get, you know, 1 point for every dollar spent on the bubble craps games. You know, so still get some value and stuff there for our players that like to play ETGs.
Jen, you got a question? I see your hand up.
Sorry. So when I play craps, I'm like the black level, right? Blackjack level. And then my host said, when I play bubble craps, I'm also at the blackjack level. I mean, I'll be like 100 all the way across, right? My host said, Ed, absolutely do not put my card into the slot no matter what, because it will really actually hurt my table.
Okay, let me repeat the question. Okay, so Jen is saying she's a black chip player at the regular table, also on bubble craps, which I can attest to. And your host advised you not to put your card in the bubble craps machine because it'll actually hurt you in terms of your overall rating by the casino, because your table game is being rated at X. Bubble craps takes you down to the toilet. The average of the two is not very good. Is that kind of what you're summarized? Okay.
So I'm not going to say anything rude about your host.
I think he's over there somewhere. Actually.
Yeah, I hope he's not in the room. But the more play you have is always better, right? And typically those two ratings are going to be split out. You know, so you have your table games ratings, you have your slot ratings, right? And there's a reason that hosts still have a job in this town, and it's not all through the CMS and through automation, is because they should be able to look at your play and say, hey, yep, she went and played bubble crap, she went and did this. You know, we can still comp her on that. Right? There's a reason there's still a human process that's involved, and that hosts still are employed in this city, is to be intelligent, look at the play, look at those ratings, see how they can take care of their players. And then I'm not entirely sure, you know, where this host, you know, works, what company it is, really doesn't matter, but there's really no reason for them to tell you that, because the more play you have is always better, and you always want to get credit for your action, right? And then it also depends on how people are rated. You know, if you're a local player, you may be rated differently on a daily basis. If you're a non-local player, you may be rated on a trip basis, right? So in that case, really it doesn't matter. And if I were you, I wouldn't want to be spending, you know, black chip level on an electronic table game and getting zero credit for it at all, right? So I always recommend to put your card in, and if you'd like, we can have a side conversation after this, get a little more detail.
So 2 questions. One's a backup question to the bubble ones earlier. Can you explain how bubble craps have different odds than a live craps table, please?
Can you explain how bubble craps have different odds than a live craps table? Explain that. What's the?
That's the Brian, if you're there for Hawaii Craps Shooters, a little context to
all the bets pay exact
back
on
to
bubble.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really no difference. You just have to look at the bubble craps game you're playing. It'll typically say double odds, 3, 4, 5 odds 10 times, you know, so it's the exact same game.
And then the other question, why do you raise the minimum bets on the table? There doesn't seem to be any consistency on raising the minimum.
So you're talking about timing in that respect?
What
So the question's about
what determines the minimum bet level on the table? Whether it be 15, 25, 50,
okay. So we'll talk table minimum. So starting table minimum, what makes that determination? When then do you decide to bump Is it day of the week, time of day, action you're seeing or not seeing? How does that decision process happen?
Yeah, and then once again, this is going to vary by property. There's
Mhm.
many different properties, and they have different thought processes on how they do this. For instance, at Ellis Island, our table minimums are always the same. So if you can come in on New Year's Eve, we're still going to have a $5 blackjack game for you to play, right, or a dice game for you to get on. Some properties do things as to your point by demand. Could be a big weekend, or it could be even as simple as, hey, we have to close this table and get this crew out of here. So we're going to raise the
Really?
minimum up and
Interesting.
get these players to another game. So there's 100 reasons why, and it really depends on the operator. A lot of times I would say it is based on time of day, in terms of seasonality, in terms of there's a big event and stuff in town. But you also have your gems that are going to keep it the same because that's what their players know and they want them to expect when they walk in the door there. It is very funny though. Just as a little side story is, every day I call all of our best new players and, say, hello, thanks for coming to Ellis Island, blah, blah, blah. And so many times I say, hey, what got you in? Oh, your $5 dice game is what got me in. I'm like, your average bet was $450, right? And they're like, oh yeah, I know. I just want the option to go down. I don't like being forced to
this is
to
what
be
we
playing
say.
$25, $50, $100 game. So really interesting in terms of the player experience and the psyche there. That not everyone on a $5 game, of course, is going to come play a $5 game, but you just don't want to feel like you're roped in to having to play a $25, $50, $100 game.
I think that's what most of us kind of gripe about. It's like, I want someplace to go for a minute, just chill out with those low bets for a few minutes and kind of relax. You can't do that in a $25 table. You're kind of stuck in. So speaking of the quarter level, let's talk about ratings. If I go out there 110 inside, 160 across, at what point does somebody look at that and go, okay, John's a green player. Am I a green player or am I a $100 player? Or how does that calculation look? And how often are we checking to see our bets changing? Somebody said earlier, like they're trained kind of when you hear, 7 outline away. Oh, let's go see what's on the table real quick. And let's see who's got blacks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to depend on the place, the process they have in place, so what they do. Typically, they have an average bet established after your first few rolls, and then a good floor supervisor is going to continue checking to see if the action gets pressed, see what else you're moving on the table, and continue to establish that. The system is smart enough now to do all of this for you, right? The person has to put the average bet in,
right?
And if they see John coming up and betting more money, that's going to get changed. Then the system says, okay, well, he played this many hours, this many minutes with this average bet, this many with this average bet, combined, boom, that gives the player
How
value.
often are they doing that? If you got a full table, I'm picturing myself sitting here, full table, and looking around and going, okay, Dan's black, she's green, he's got 40. Like that's a quick process.
Yeah, most definitely. And then just to clear up from a player standpoint, as I hear this all the time, is you get a lot of customers that come in, they're playing, let's say they're a $25 average bet, and they press it up for one roll, and they have 150 on the table. I'm like, I was betting $150. My average bet's wrong. It's like, hey man, you played for 3 hours. Your average, you were at 150 for about 3 minutes of that. So it's, it's not necessarily pressing you all the way up. But yeah, no, it's a constant revolving process, and it's we get it as perfect as we can in terms of watching those players. And at a lot of times, depend on the property you're at. Once again, if you're at a property that has a more local base, or people go there a lot, you have a lot of returning customers, you get to know how your players play. And sometimes they'll rely on the dealers too. Hey, what's that guy putting out there? Hey, what's it doing? Do I have to go do this? Watch this.
Sure.
And take care of that stuff. But yeah, it's definitely something that we try to get as perfect as we can. Some players always play the same. They'll come in, and no matter what happens on the table, they're still going to have 10 on the line, 100 behind, and they're going to play their field or whatever else they want to do.
It's kind of a unique game in terms like blackjack. Quarter. You can, the bets are obvious, right? Here it's a weird game because you can be at risk for $100, and like you say, have $1,000 out there, but none of it came out of your rail. To the casino, is that $1,000 kind of player, or is that a $100 player? I guess that's more the genesis of my question.
Yeah. So repeat over time.
So I go out there for, let's say, 160 across.
Yeah.
Okay. Great roll. Dan rolls forever, and I've got 640 pressed up. Right. My risk was 160 out of my rail. Do you see me as the $160 player, or do you see me as the 640 because I always press my bets super high? Like, you're looking at my actual risk versus what's, even though that money's technically mine. How does the casino see that?
Yeah,
in
for
terms
sure.
of ratings.
No, I mean we're always going to look at the player based on the action they're giving you, right? So it's like, yeah, you may have started off with your 160 and then pressed it up, but you're a guy that's willing to press it up. You should get credit for that. You know, it's your money. You're putting it on the table, and and now it's out there, right? It's at risk,
Sure.
you know, to you.
Right. It is.
Right?
Yeah.
So most definitely, you know, you get credit for that. And then a lot of players also have a misconception here, you know, just to clear this up, is the casino really, in terms of evaluating their players, you know, buy-in doesn't matter much. You get a lot of guys that come in, they'll buy in $5,000, and you know, you're playing 10 on the pass and not doing anything with it, which is fine. That's how they want to play. But you get a lot of guys come in, hey, I bought in $5,000, you know, want to do this, that, and it doesn't necessarily matter. We're going to look at the action you give us, what's on the table, and what kind of money you're putting out there.
So you can confirm this. So buy-in and cash out, kind of irrelevant. It's about the action during play. That's really what we're looking at.
100%.
Yes.
So we got a compliment, and I think we can all share the compliment that we love Ellis Island and your 5
Yes.
Wow. Thank you.
Yes.
Keep that going.
Appreciate it.
And then to repeat, the compliment just came through the chat. We love Ellis Island. We love that. We love the low minimum table. Super player friendly, by the way, and the best ribs in town.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
One more
it.
follow-up question to bubble crabs.
Yeah.
I know it's one that all of us have tried before, which is, why can't we hedge in bubble crabs?
Oh, why can't we hedge in bubble craps? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's a good question. Usually it's just there's nobody there to watch that, right? So especially if they're giving points and stuff on their bubble craps, then you can get people that try to bet both sides, you know, do different things and work the system for comps. So that's where that's the basis of that. If that answers your question.
And then one more follow-up what you just talked about.
Yeah, sure.
About the pit boss how often does the pit boss reevaluate a player's average bet at the beginning, again after an hour, or
Okay, so the question is, how often does the pit boss reevaluate player bets?
Yeah, they should be watching through your entire play session, right? So as long, should be.
Yeah.
You know, and then and look, there's nothing wrong as a player as well to ask those questions either during your session or after your session and say, hey, sir, had a great time. You know, just out of curiosity, what do you have me in at? Right? What was my average bet? You know?
Yep.
And that's your play. And usually they're willing to share that with you. There shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, it should be happening all the time whenever there's movement in terms of your average bet, significant, right? Or over the long run, you know, they see something get pressed up because you guys know as players, you'll get in, you'll want to start off, you know, test the water, see if the table's hot or not, see what's going on. And then depending on how it goes, you may press it up and start playing how you want to play, or you may stay down, you know?
For sure.
But there's no finite formula to say, hey, once an hour they check you, or once every 30 minutes they check you. They should be looking all the time, and that's why we have a crew there looking into that stuff and checking all those things on a regular basis. Right.
Ryan, you got a question?
Follow kind of what you said. I couldn't hear all the comments there, but you said, what if you start at 160 and press all the way up? What about the opposite? What if you start at like 240?
What about me? Yeah, there's me.
The drawdown
All right.
and the regression. How does the casino see the regression when they start big and just end at one? You know, let's just say 90.
Yeah. So I'll rephrase that so we don't hear it. So this is me, right? 320 across, take a hit, go to 160, take a hit, go to 64 and ride it out. How is that player evaluated? Because their initial bets are pretty big. I'm willing to risk the 320, but I'm not really willing to play that way until later on. So is that evaluated in the same fashion?
Yeah, and just to make it super simple, you know, I think a lot of us overthink this process. You know, hey, how am I being valued? What kind of player am I looking at? You know, a lot of times, once again, they're going to look at what you had, right? Then they'll see your bets go down. You're going to get a reduced average bet. Then you're going to get it, you know, go down again, get a reduced average bet. And at the end, it'll average out. And that'll be, you know, your value to the casino. Now, when you have floor supervisors and hosts and whoever else that are watching their players, right? Once again, that's why we still have a human aspect involved in this industry. And people watch that because, hey, you know, John started off at 320, you know, now he's down, but that's how he likes to play. And we get to know our people and their play patterns, right? And then that's how, you know, I'm not going to say evaluate them, but as a casino marketing professional, that's how you take care of them. You know those guys, you know how they're going to play. You know, there's no surprises there. But the system tracks all of those things, you know, for the casino now, to where it's not necessarily saying, hey, John started off with this. That's the type of player he is. You know, we don't look at going down, but you know, you may go up, same matter, and it's all averaged down, looked at as the same. Right?
Interesting.
So John, you can start out 3,200.
I should, yeah. Yeah. I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to get into some different money things. So one question I've always had this question, marker play. So what does it take for a player to get a marker? How do you use a marker? And how does that tie into your bank account and credit? So kind of a general question, but let's talk about marker play and marker players.
Most definitely. And you know, not everybody is a marker player, and not everybody should be, You know, so keep in mind that's a line of credit with the casino.
Right.
But for players that want to go that route, you know, a lot of times it's more convenient. You know, it offers different perks and such because now the casino knows the risk on that player. You know, because we try to do a good job of not overextending the amount of credit that we should give somebody, right? Hey, you know, a lot of times I'll look at somebody and when we're making credit-worthy decisions and stuff like that, if John comes in and applies for a $50,000 market, but your average bet is $50 with us, I'm gonna say, hey, John, I love you, but you know, you're never gonna use that money, right? You know, it's never gonna be, your action isn't big enough for that. So let's start you off at, 5,000 and go from there, right? But yeah. So for anybody out there looking to maybe be a market player or that has questions on that, most properties will have an application online, or you can pick it up at the cage, whatever's best for you. You know, then you apply. You're gonna provide all the information needed, bank account info, all those good things, and then the casino is gonna get, for basically a credit report on you, right? And don't think credit report in terms of your Equifax and that stuff, but in terms of your casino play. Have you had have you had markers before? You know, have you had any derogatories? Do you owe anybody? You know, all that jazz. And then it's going to give you action on those players.
So a marker play doesn't have to be at 50, 100K. You can get a $5,000 mark. And I'm thinking more people who don't want to travel with money.
Yeah,
like as a convenience feature, I got markers in 5 different places. I can just show up and say, okay, give me a couple K, play it, pay it off, and be done. I don't want to carry cash around.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's multiple different avenues to do that now too. You know, you can always a lot of times wire in funds. If you wanted to wire in your own money.
Okay.
Right. If you wanted your money to be safe while you're at the property, you can always make a front money deposit. You know.
Oh, okay. And how does that work?
Yeah. So front money, one of two ways. One, you would wire it in, and then it goes to a front money account. That's typically a separate application a player would fill out. Nothing too rigorous or anything like that. But player comes in, personal information, player account, blah, blah, blah. Then they deposit their front money. John walks in, $5,000 to the casino cage. Now it goes on your player account. And from that point, from the player experience standpoint, it's going to act like a marker where you're going to go to the pit itself and redeem from your front money. Right?
And when you're done, let's say I do that. Let's say I pull 5,000 out, right? And I win 6. What happens? What do I physically do? You put the 5K back in? Do I take the 6 with me?
Up to the player.
Okay.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to deposit that into your front money account as well. Or it's your money, you want it, you can take it with you, do what you want with it. Especially from a front money standpoint, because it's your money that went in to begin with.
Sure. Right? If I wired it into that front money account, does it wire back to my bank afterwards? Like, can I just use that as kind of a pass through kind of a thing, or no?
No, so if you're talking about wiring, we can wire back the funds that you wired, right? Or verified winnings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can wire winnings back.
Verified winnings. Yeah.
That's actually, like I said, for players who bring big and maybe win big, you don't want to jump on an airplane with a pocket full of hundreds, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. And like because craps, as you know, it's volatile.
Yeah.
You could buy in for 8 and win 8K, and like, okay, now I got this wad of dough. What do I do with it? And there's a lot of features to that, right? I think the marker, the front money idea is what I was more thinking about, I guess. Like, how do I get that back home safely? Number one. How do I get from the table to the cage into my room?
And then
are you on that? Like, are the casinos watching? Like, okay, we just had a big win, right? Is there a security that kind of helps you through that process, or we just kind of walking in a pack and hoping for the best kind of thing?
No. Most any property in the world should be willing to help with that. You know, whenever we have big players that win money, hey, would you like to leave this in the casino cage, front money deposit? Do you want us to escort you to your room? Would you like to escort out to your car to get out of here? And always happy to do that. Because, I mean, keep in mind, first and foremost, no matter where you are in a casino, it's still a hospitality operation. So we try to operate by those principles and say, hey, these people are our customers. They're coming here to have a good time. They want money. Let's make sure we take care of them, get them out of here safe, whatever that takes. And if a property isn't willing to do that for you, then you're probably in the wrong place.
Sure.
Right? You want to go someplace that is.
Players got to know how to ask for that. They have to know that they can ask
a lot of
to
times,
get that done, right?
We'll offer, especially people hit big jackpots on slots. Would you like to get paid out separately, in a back room, or would you like us to escort you out to your car?
Interesting.
Yeah, things of that nature. And then from a front money standpoint, just to backtrack a little bit, a lot of customers too, especially if they frequent a property, they'll leave their front money in their front money account.
Just have it sitting there.
Yeah,
it's almost like a debit account kind of thing. Yeah.
I mean, you don't really want to think about it in the same sense of that, because it is casino accounts on your player credit, everything else. But you can say, hey, I know I'm going to be here in a month. I don't want to worry about going back and forth my money. I have $5,000 in my front money account. I'm going to leave that there for my next trip. Right? Okay. And you come in, don't have to worry about it at all. Hey, All right.
Is there
yeah,
an
they're ready to
approval
rock.
process for that front money account? Or is that just you can just do that? Anybody can do that without being approved through the credit process?
Yeah, it's not going to be the same as a formal credit process. There's going to be a slight, checks and balances system where you come
Sure.
and fill out an application, make sure you have a player card, ID's all good,
Mhm.
all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to say any single person in the world can just walk in and throw money in a
Right,
casino,
right.
right? but
Sure.
yeah, most definitely.
Okay. I think we have hands raised. Dan?
I have two questions.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Now I am local, all right? And I don't need the suite anymore, so I don't need the comps. Should I be using a player's card?
All right. So, yeah. So, first question is locals, should they use players' cards? If you don't need the comps or the whatever else, right?
The suites.
Yeah, the suites.
Don't need the suite.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, you should always use your player's card.
What's the advantage?
Well, you're going to get more free play, you're going to get more food comps, you're going to get more special event invites. If you ever want to do anything fun on the properties you play at, they're going to be able to comp you more, right? You want all your action to be tracked. And the way that I think about it is very simple. It's if you're going to be putting your money on a table, in a slot machine, on a blackjack game, whatever it may be, right? You want to get credit for it. You don't want to be playing for no reason, right? And I'm not saying no reason. Obviously, you're playing for fun because you enjoy the game and hopefully you win. It's a game of chance, of course, right? But the rooms is only one part of the reinvestment equation. Now, obviously, this is going to depend on where you play at. Some properties have different amenities. Some have big showrooms. Some have Celine Dion. Some have the best barbecue ribs in town.
Great prime rib.
I'm telling you, yeah.
but yeah, I want to do our best to take care of players, local or not. And just to give you some insight on, the way that I do business over at Ellis is, we have completely different campaigns for our local players and for our non-local players. I don't even offer rooms to the local players in their direct mail comps because we figure they have houses here and they're not going to use that, And if they want that, of course, they're more than welcome to come and ask, hey, Nick, I'd like to do a staycation. Can I stay here for the weekend? No problem, John. I got your back, right? But I assume you'd still like to get some extra free table bets, probably. That's always nice, so you can start your sessions on the casino money. And you'd probably like to go get dinner every once in a while, if you like the restaurants at the place you play at. And maybe they do some fun special events. If you want to get involved in a craps tournament, that's invite only for VIPs. Or if you want to be involved at, a New Year's Eve extravaganza or come to their Super Bowl party and all those good things, the only way to do that is by the player card. And I can't tell you how often because there's an intermediary between me and the tables a lot of the times because yes, I've been a executive host. I still have multiple players that it's stuff that I keep in contact and see and host on property on a daily basis. And there's a lot of players. The table guys tell me, hey, he's a good player, but he doesn't use a card. And there's no way to know who that person is, what their play is, what they've done, or take care of them effectively. And I can't tell you how often people come up and say, hey, Nick, can I get a comp for this? I didn't use my card the last week. And I say, hey, I love you, man. Yeah, it's got to be on there. And of course, at a property like us, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but you got to make yourself and make me look good because if anybody ever says, hey, why are you comping this guy? Why does he have this on his account? Why are you giving this? Well, he plays without his card. It's a slippery slope. And another thing is it's less prevalent in the table department, but everyone always thinks the player card is bad luck. It makes you lose, right? Which is completely unfound.
Yeah.
It turns the magnets on, is what it does, right?
Yeah. There's no truth behind that at all. Just between you and me, and then just a hypothetical. Let's say it was, which is not. The casino they want their carded players. They want more carded players because those are the people that are going to be loyal, that are going to come back, the people that they can actually market to and get back on property for different things. So it's a revolving door, and that's why the player card has become so prevalent in today's world, right?
Okay, now I got a follow-up question for you.
Uh-huh.
You got me believing I should use a card. When I go into the casino, within 3 to 5 rolls, I've either won $500 and I'm leaving, or you guys have beat me. Should I still use my card?
You can still use your card, most definitely. You always should. But with a player like you that's a hit and run type player, right, you may not get a huge amount of comps because the casino's going to look at that. Hey, we love John. He plays 5-minute sessions. So they're still going to comp you based on what you play. And typically, if you take a big loss, you're going to get a percentage of your loss comp back to you and things of that nature. But playing the way you do, you shouldn't come in, play for 5 minutes, hit them for $1,500 or whatever it is. Let's say, hey, can you buy me dinner?
Yeah,
Because,
makes sense.
as we know in the casino industry, it's all about time. But if you get your butt kicked, we're usually happy to take care of you. But with the hit and run guys, it's a little bit tough because one day you're going to come in and win 5, one day you're going to come in and lose 5.
Right.
Then you're going to come in and win 1,000. You're going to come in and lose 2,000. But once again, remember, the core principle I talked about at the beginning is you play the way you want, the way that you have fun. That's the most important thing. You play how you want. Now, the additional benefits you get, that's all gravy on top, right?
I wasn't asking for me. I was asking for John.
That's how I play. I'm a hit and run guy, yeah, for sure.
Now, let me ask you, just 'cause this may be a good segment before we move on.
Sure.
Is why did you think you shouldn't use a player's card?
One is because I play such a short game. It just seems to me like a waste of time for you guys to put the card through and make up whatever data.
By the
And
time
then
the
guy
card
gets-
comes back,
if he
you're
gets
done.
a look at it and then I'm gone, it's like, does he really get a chance to, input my play? And I've got no real average, 5 minutes.
Yeah, but if you come in 3-4 times a week, multiple times a month, and all the time, you're going to have some numbers behind you at some point.
Yeah, at
It's
some
like
point that risk is real, right?
Alright.
Yeah.
I'll start using my card.
Yeah, and like I said, being a hit and run player, you may not get a ton of comps because you don't have enough time behind it, but you always want to have
Time is the deal. Yeah.
Yeah,
As a hit and run player, basically, that's what I'm interested in is winning the money.
Right.
If you say here's a free room, I don't care. If you say here's a free lunch or something like that, I don't care. I just took $500-600 from you. I'll pay my lunch.
What about free play though?
Yeah, free play is a
Free
thing.
play is valuable.
Or
They
family,
haven't-
or
they haven't given me.
getting a
Because you don't
room.
use your card.
Yeah, but getting a room for you can get a room and let your family come stay.
Yeah,
All
good
right,
job.
all right, let's switch gears real quick and let's talk about the big winner, right? A couple things have come up in our various conversations and shows. One is going to be what triggers the 401G or the 401G, the W2G. What triggers the paperwork for the government? What level of win does that? And sometimes on slot, it seems like it's different than table games. So what is the real rule behind that?
Well, yeah, W2Gs are specifically slots, right? It's $1,200 or above, and that's been a hot topic in industry for many years because it's been the same since the 70s, I believe, right? And obviously we know money's changed, inflation, everything else. So, but currently that's still the amount. And then people that play electronic table games, may experience that at time based on the bet size and stuff they have on the tables. But yeah, it's gonna be $1,200 or more.
Okay, that's interesting. So a bubble craps win of $1,200 could trigger a W2G.
Yeah.
But a $1,200 win on a craps table will not because it's electronic.
Yeah, because it's technically a slot machine.
Interesting. Okay. What does anything on the table game trigger that?
No, not
anymore.
Not a W2G.
I mean, just a fire bet at 1,000 to 1. Is that the only time you would ever experience that?
No, you wouldn't get W2Gs on table games.
Really? Okay.
Some states do.
Oh, I'm speaking in Nevada.
Yeah.
but-
If you get all points on the fire bet,
Yeah.
that triggers
Yeah.
the state.
Interesting. Okay, so it's only I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
You
Interesting.
didn't know? I'm a tax attorney.
I will ask the question that probably everyone in the room and everyone watching online wants to know.
Let's hear it.
When is the $5 real table coming back to Ellis?
All right, so the question from
Very
Leon
soon.
Graycraft: when is
Yeah,
the
so-
$5 table coming back? The real $5 table. Okay.
Yeah, but no, good question. I'm glad you asked that. So we're in the middle of an expansion project, as I touched on in the beginning. So we're going to be adding more table games, some carnival games, which people like, more craps tables, and once that happens, we're gonna have that game back and ready to rock for you guys.
You heard it here. Yeah, everybody clap that up.
I can say
That's
from
awesome.
recent experience, the first shift open at 10 a.m. is a $5 table.
There you
It
go.
was
Okay.
during the week.
That's good.
Good.
Good
Thank
to
you,
know.
Rick. Yeah, that's fantastic. I appreciate
Ellis Island
that.
players first, right? That's what it's all about.
It's all
right?
about the
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, it
all
is
about
funny
the prime
though,
rib.
you know, and I'll kind of throw this out there from an ETG standpoint because I have no dog in the race. I see
Yeah.
two different types of players that like to play that, but I've had
once we brought in the roll to win game by popular demand, you know, we had a lot of players that wanted it. You know, just to be completely truthful with everybody here, and I had a lot of better dice players that actually moved to that game and said, Nick, I love it. I don't like having to worry about the chips. Nobody's hands are in the way. I can bet whatever I want. I can, you know, I don't have to worry about working the dealer if I want to go up and down and around town, right? So it's interesting to see the type of demographic, different type of player that draws in, because you guys all play the game, you know, and you like it for different reasons. And I had some people that I never expected to like an electronic table game that say, hey, I don't like the fuss. I know there's no missed payouts. You know, I know that there's no hands in the game ever, right? I can bet the don't if I want to, and nobody's going to scold me, right? So
that part of it's great. I like the stadium version better, where you're throwing the dice and you're betting on the things versus the roll to win itself, which is a monstrosity.
Yeah, and then to the point, you know, I'm not advocating for the game, but I'm just advocating for the first of all, increase in awareness and engagement with the game of craps, right? Because I think that's a great entry point for many people.
I agree.
You know, you get a lot of customers that come in that are scared to play the live game. It's a little daunting at times. You don't know what you're doing, and you can get on that game and, you know, learn it, enjoy yourself, then transfer to the game, or back and forth, you know? So I think it adds another layer of craps enthusiasts and table games enthusiasts to the mix that allows more people to get involved, right?
Yep. So I want to go back to the big win, and then we'll take your question over here. Right. So go back. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll do a little Q&A here. The big win. Let's say you win a nice amount. Go to the cage. Is there any risk, or not risk is the wrong word, but any trepidation on the player's part bringing a stack of chips to the cage, like $4, $5, $10,000? Gonna ask for my ID and all that kind of stuff. Is there rules, regulations, laws around that, or is it just kind of we fear that for some reason?
I mean, you should never worry about cashing in money to the casino, right? There's going to be some different regulation stuff that happens that I can't get into exact amounts and numbers, but it's never to be bad on the player's part. It's just
like they're worried about paying taxes. If I bring in 10,000, I got to pay tax, and they're like, I don't want to fill any forms. I just want to.
No, a lot of times it's just from a reporting standpoint, just to make sure that money's clean. We know the source of where it came from and all that good stuff. But usually it has nothing to do with the taxation standpoint.
Money laundering, Department of Justice.
Because it comes up. You know, it's like I got this big, and it's like come back tomorrow with the other half of my money and not do it all at once. Like that's a thing.
You should never do that. You never want to come off as suspicious.
Right.
Right.
I think
you guys are good players. You know, good customers, and you won the money, right? You should be able to go cash it in, enjoy yourself, and not worry about any of the rest of the stuff. And sometimes the casino, based on amounts, has to abide by different laws and regulations. You know, usually nothing to do with taxation, just to cover themselves. There's nothing to do with the player standpoint. You shouldn't worry about that.
Okay.
Right?
Good.
Yeah.
One of the questions from Dial and at Skill and Love kind of goes with that a little bit here. He says, should we worry about the IRS when it comes to comps? How private is private?
Oh, okay. So the question is about comps in the IRS. Is that something to worry about? Privacy.
How should we report that? How private is private?
We have to report that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that doesn't go to the IRS in any way, shape, or form. You know, typically at the end of the year, as you guys know, you'll get a win-loss, right, or something of that nature. If you play slots, you'll have your W2Gs, think of the win-loss to go with that to offset or do whatever you have to do. But comps aren't in that equation. Now, depending on what you play, right, free play may be included in that because that's not actual, money you lost. But comps itself, no, that's not something you have to worry about from an IRS or taxation standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other online questions?
We have a sheesh here asked on the roll to win table. How can we tip the dealers? Because sometimes there's not options to tip the
Okay,
dealers.
so the question is from Roll to Win. On some versions of that, you can't tip a dealer. There's no dealer love button. How do they tip a dealer in that case?
Well, you take 1,000 out of your pocket. No, I'm just kidding. Most games should have that. I haven't seen. I mean, you guys may know some that don't. You know, I know our games have it. And every other game I've seen, Roll to Win wise, has a dealer tip button. And I imagine if it doesn't have it blatantly on there, there is some way to do it. So I would always ask the dealer that's on the game, on the stick, or the foreman, whoever it is, say, hey, how do we take care of our dealers on this table? But I would say most of the games I've seen from an electronic table game standpoint that have a live dealer,
There is a.
They do have a button on there. They do have a way to do that. And if not, there's nothing wrong with asking, right? Hey, how do we take care of our crew here? You know?
Yeah. Good to know. Other questions from the crew here?
Dealers feel about roll to win?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. How do the dealers feel about roll to win? Because we don't want to get into the whole political thing, but how do the dealers feel about that table versus a live table?
Yeah, most definitely. I think depends on the dealer, right? You get some people that are really open, to those sorts of things. And let's say you're on a full roll to win game. There's one dealer on that game, and you have chances on 10, 12 terminals, whatever it is, to make some money. You know what I'm saying? Then you have some people that are been live craps dealers for many, many years. That's their shtick. That's how they make. They interact. They know their betting patterns, everything else, and that's how they make their money. So it really depends on the dealer themselves. Some are really receptive to it, and some are, more live table based, right? But great question. Yeah. And it's never a finite. They love or hate it. It's going to depend on who you're dealing with, who you're working with.
Okay. Anybody else?
But how do you address the fact that with 3 tables, you go from 15 dealers to 11? There's 4 dealers that aren't working. There's 1 dealer. So somebody's got to be upset that you have fewer dealers.
Okay, so the question is about fewer dealers. So you're taking dealers from live games to that, right? Is that the genesis of it there?
Live tables, you've got 15 crew.
Right.
5, one off. If you go 2 tables and a roll
ETG,
win,
yeah.
You've got 11 people working instead
Right.
of 15.
Right.
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, most dealers are cross-trained in today's world where they can deal blackjack, they can deal roulette, they can deal other things. A lot of times they're not only craps dealers. Craps is typically one of the hardest games to deal effectively. It takes a lot longer to learn than the others. So a lot of properties and operations will purpose their dealers in different ways, right? Whenever they're not on the craps game in terms of dealing other games on property. Yeah. A good question.
All right. I think
How long
that's.
is a shift for a dealer?
Oh, there you go.
Is it 8 hours?
Yeah. They'll have many breaks in between.
It's 6 hours on feet, right?
Yeah, they'll have different schedules and stuff in terms of when they take breaks, how often, but yeah, it'll be 8-hour shift.
When you enter the players' bets, are you actually entering like what they're betting or an amount? Right?
Okay.
Like if I've got like a 3-point Molly, right, 100 and 300 in odds, is that what you enter, or do you just have like $600?
All right, so I'm going to repeat that question. So Jen's asking about what are they entering in? If I'm doing a 3-point Molly, are you entering in 3-point Molly player? Or you're entering in cross player or whatever? Like, are they entering in the strategy kind of thing? Is that what you're asking?
The dollar amounts of
the dollar amounts of the actual bets or the overall just general risk?
Yeah, so once again, there's 100 different casino management systems out there, and many of them do it differently, so I can't speak on every single one that's available. I know from what I've seen, it's usually an amount and then a skill level of the player. Because if you had to sit there and put in, and by skill level, it's not necessarily you're good or bad at the game, but it's what you're betting, right? So we'll look at, and if you had to put in every single player, hey, he's playing, he's playing this, he's playing that, it'd be way too time consuming from a casino standpoint, especially on a full game. So a lot of times it's, hey, John has $300 on the table, and he's a moderate skill level player based on the bets he's putting on
I
the
would
table,
love to
right?
see a player log of like, you know what I mean? Like, be interesting to see the notes about you.
Ships will log their actual bets.
They do, yeah.
Interesting,
They're
yeah.
like, hey,
Very
we
interesting.
noticed that you did like 6 come bets
Yeah.
DC, and I'm like,
Right.
oh my God.
Yeah, and sometimes, like I said, there's all different systems, way people do different things, or different properties do different things. So, no right or wrong answer, right? All different data points, but from the player standpoint, you just want to make sure your action's being tracked. That's the
One more
most
question.
Is there any way to find out what they've entered for you? Can you ask them like
Oh,
what
okay.
level player you are and all that?
Yeah,
so,
good question.
So the question is there any way to find out what they've entered in the computer for you about you? Can you find that out?
Yeah, so most places are going to be willing to share that information with you as long as it's your own. You can't go ask for your buddy or for your friend that played 3 days ago, right? But if you say after your session, hey, what do you have me in at, just out of curiosity? What do you have my average bet at? Usually they're happy to share that information with you. They're not going to get granular and say, we did this. But, usually you can check that during your session, after your session. If you want to talk to one of the floor supervisors, they're typically happy to have that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So last question for you, then we'll break up. I want to give the floor to you. What are some of the things that players don't know that they ought to know?
Yeah, that's a great question. first of all, I always like to end on the note of I love doing these type of things, doing player engagement information and getting good information out there in the gaming industry. And before we dive into anything else, a great cause today.
Thank you.
So congratulations to what you're putting on. It's an incredible cause, and I really appreciate you guys doing this. And how many years you been doing it now?
Our 4th year.
4th year?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's absolutely phenomenal, and I hope
Make it a regular
viewers out there
thing,
love
yeah.
it. Yeah, making it a regular thing.
Yeah.
So great stuff on that. But yeah, don't forget that you're gambling to enjoy yourself. You're gambling to have fun, right? We all do different things in our free time, and we all like to have different ways of enjoying ourselves. So don't forget about it at its core, because sometimes when we love something so much, you get so in depth, right? You start thinking about every little aspect of it. I'm gonna do this strategy, I'm gonna do this, but at the end of the day, you're still here to enjoy yourself no matter what property you're at. So go out there, try new stuff, try new properties, have some fun on the tables, try new strategies, meet new people, and we're all doing it for different reasons. But at the core of it, we are here to enjoy a hospitality operation, make some friends, and have a great time. So don't ever lose that when you're playing table games, when you're playing in the
That's
casino,
me.
enjoy
Yes.
yourself.
Me, Mr. Serious. Sometimes, right? Yeah.
People donated during the
Here we go.
They did.
So
We have donations?
$500 super chat.
No way. Whoa.
Yeah, good job.
And they just happen to be John's wife.
Oh, Mrs. Procast.
Both of them.
We told her she wins at that's in the door,
Hey,
right?
yeah, she wants to go learn how to throw dice.
You on the chopper toss at your house.
That's right. Those are free. That's really $200.
Yeah, she messed up on the second one. I might have to buy that one.
Oh man, that's
That is
fantastic.
fantastic. She just
Great
want her name on
job.
the list. All right.
Yeah, one more question.
Well, one more question.
This is about tipping.
Oh,
Dealer
yeah, great.
tipping. So player control for tips. Do dealers like it, or should we just tip?
So the question is tipping, player control for tips. Do dealers like that, or should we just?
You talking about betting for the dealers?
Yeah, bet for dealers or,
Yeah.
or giving them money.
Well, depends on the dealer.
Y'all know where
some-
you
some-
set me up like that for.
Yes, some dealers are degenerates and they want in on the action, right?
Yep.
And some dealers just want the money,
Yeah.
So really depends, right? I think it's always fun to use a mixture of both, and have them bet with you, engaged in the game, they're enjoying themselves, and also it depends on what kind of property you're at. At Ellis, we're a keep your own house, so all the dealers keep their own tips. If you're on a blackjack game, they have a box with them. They keep that. If you're on a craps game, that craps crew makes that money.
Mhm.
So in that case, maybe a little bit different structure than if you're
Sure.
a pooled house, because if you're a pooled house, they all split it up at the end of the night. Whatever's there is there. So there's no right or wrong answer. And I don't think also that's something you can talk to your
Yes.
dealers about.
Well,
Hey,
more often than not, they take it and they bet it themselves.
Yeah.
They don't just take it.
Yeah.
Even if you try to just give it to
Yeah.
them.
But
yeah,
it's interesting when
I'm
it's
not
when
sure
it's,
how on
yeah.
the square that is, but
Yeah, that's interesting.
How do your dealers feel about that individual tipping compared to pool tipping?
Yeah, so pool tipping versus sorry for the segue, but pool tipping versus individual dealer tipping. They must love. I would imagine love the individual.
yeah. So
That's customer service.
Yeah, a few of the great aspects of going for yourself, we call it, table for table, meaning the dealer keeps their own money, is they're engaged in the game. They want the player to win, and they're going to provide a great experience for that reason, right? Because their money depends on how well they take care of the customers and the experience that they provide. Where in a pooled house, I'm not saying that can't happen, or you can't have some rock star, dealers out there. But if you have somebody that's standing next to you that's not providing the same level of service, but you're making the same amount as that guy, what does it do to yourself? That's all individual based. I can't speak on behalf of everybody,
Sure.
right? But just in terms of psychologically, it could affect that. Whereas a keep your own house, now, when I walk in today, whatever I do, my money's based on me. I'm going to provide a great experience. I'm going to make these players have a great time, and I'm going to enjoy myself. And and then don't get it twisted though. Some places are too big, right? There's some drawbacks and stuff that come with keep your own. So if you're a huge operation, it may not be fair to have your high limit baccarat room, be a keep your own house. If they're tipping them, 25,000, you just happen to get lucky and you're on the table. So there's multiple different reasons why somebody a property may be a keep your own or not keep your own, but it's always great for us because we pride ourselves at Ellis at having some of the most fun and best dealers in town, and a lot of that's because they are keep your own house and they want you guys to win and they want to have some fun. So
Quick, one last question. Yep.
Follow up. How do you determine which dealers get to go to what tables? I mean, so like, if you got somebody who's going into high limit baccarat, they're likely to get huge tips, where somebody at a $5 craps table is not.
Yeah,
So
and
how do you figure out who gets what?
yeah, a lot. And first of all, just to make it clear, I'm not in the table games department, right? I don't run table games. Right? I run casino marketing at Ellis Island. So, but a lot of properties that have that sort of volatility or different game mix and things like that, they won't necessarily be a keep your own house because it's not fair. So you can't have the $5 dice game and then the high limit baccarat game and then all go for themselves because you're going to decrease dealer morale. Everybody's always going to be fighting for shifts. It's going to be, hey, why don't I get that game? So that goes to show a lot of the reasons why sometimes you may not be a keep your own house, maybe a pooled house for that matter. But when you have that sort of game mix and volatility and your limits and such, then a lot of times it's not going to be set up in that structure.
Great. Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Great stuff.
Was that the
Thank
best
you.
hour or so of programming? That was amazing.
Appreciate it.
We got so much information out of that. I can't believe. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me.
That was worth the
and-
drive in, man. Just to make sure that was so great. That was
Yeah,
so
and
great.
once again, for everybody watching, great cause today. I believe they have donation link down below. So if you can, make sure to contribute.
That's right.
They do an incredible thing. Last 4 years in a row, going strong, looking to make this year the best year ever. And we support Crafts for the Cure over at Ellis, and we can't wait to see you guys down there. So
Yes.
congratulations, and thank you so
All
much
right.
for having me.
Thanks, Nick. Go to commercial.
These are challenging and unpredictable times, no doubt. We're on edge, feeling unsure of life and shuttered in at home, though our hope is in knowing it will not always be this way. But for countless American military veterans, these same feelings of isolation and anxiety are everyday life. So we are veterans moving forward, bringing new life and purpose to those affected with PTSD with the comprehensive training and placement of these loving dogs to partner in their recovery. In this season, we critically need your support to house, feed, train, and place our dogs. No one should be afraid and alone. Would you help those who have given everything for our country, including their well-being? Any size donation is so very appreciated. Visit vetsfwd.org to learn more and make a tax-deductible contribution. For America's servicemen and women returning from combat, the war is only starting. The magnitude of incomprehensible pain from vivid images of loss and grief will never go away. Thoughts and questions constantly battle for attention, hour by hour and minute by minute. Over 283,000 vets have suffered traumatic brain injuries since 2000, and it's no secret that an attempt to silence the past will end the lives of over 8,000 vets this year alone. The devastating effects of trauma can seem impossible to combat in the aftermath of service. But when all hope seems lost, there is a highly trained companion standing ready by their side, a faithful friend in the journey of life. These are the bold and dedicated service dogs of veterans moving forward. These constant companions provide dedicated support 24/7 to a disabled vet in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Trained to spot signs of emotional or physical trouble, they are always there for vets like D'Angelo.
Jug, has been, my life has done a 180.
While serving, he was a bodyguard for U.S. servicemen and women. And today, Jug has his back.
He knows if I'm off, he'll go grab the bag is what the command is, and he'll go grab my meds. If I'm having a night terror, he turns the lights on, can pull the covers off. So, Jug has made life livable again. I would not have been able able to accomplish any of the things. Graduating with my undergrad from Shenandoah, completing my master's this December, being the SGA president, being able to just interact with people. He's been a complete blessing, to say the least.
Jim is a strong man in the long process of healing. Today, he has high hopes for his new friend, Zamp.
Come on, Doc, let me show you Zamp. He's here waiting on you. Hey, Zamp. Hey, buddy.
It's wonderful. He's everybody that knows me has recommended Veterans Moving Forward to me about a year ago. And I made the application and went through the process. And it's just going to open all kinds of doors for me. I have anxiety and depression. And I've even attempted suicide 3 times. Lep. Good boy.
Service dogs like Zamp are highly aware of the needs that vets like Jim require. Expertly trained by VMF to perform specific tasks, these four-legged heroes assist with the operation of light switches, medications, and mobility, sensing medical alerts, and emotional intervention. Every step of the way, from young pups to personal guardians, it takes hundreds of hours of care just to bring healing to a single vet. We need your support right now to continue the transformational work in the lives of vets like D'Angelo and Jim. You can help by sponsoring a service dog and a veteran today by making a donation. Would you give generously to support us during the COVID pandemic and into 2021? Every dollar you give and every hour you serve makes it possible that one more battle-weary veteran will get a new leash on life. Learn more today at www.vetsfwd.org.
All right, we're back. We're going to take a little interlude here. We're going to play some So You Think You Can Press. And who's our contestants? Yell your name.
Hey, what's up? Brian from Holy Roller here. Brian from Holy Roller.
TRG, Casino Combat. CMJ Joe.
Ryan, mark the point.
Oh my God, we have all the heavy hitters are here for
Craig
this.
Old Bay Crafts too.
Craig from Old Bay Crafts is
Season your
Oh,
play.
you're playing through Season Your Play. All right, here we go. Thing is, he's going to deal with 5 people at once. Oh my goodness gracious. Who's going to win this thing? Who's going to clubhouse so far? Who's leading so far?
I'm not afraid to even
Can't
say.
tell.
Oh,
All I'm going to tell you guys is this. I'm going to tell you guys this. You got your work cut out for you. I'm just going to leave it at that. All right, go get it done. Who can press?
So 20 rolls or 3 shooters, is it, or what?
Yeah, so if the 3 shooters were
3 PSOs?
what, butts? Yeah.
She said butts.
Butts.
Whichever comes first.
Yeah. Whichever comes first, either 3 shooters or 20.
All right, any bets? Okay, any bets? Any bets?
No.
Wait, on a come out? What's happening?
Yeah,
We're starting.
This is a come out?
Yes.
50 DP?
Yeah.
Everything's fast. It's all speed
And a
game, guys.
36.8. 5.68. Working. I got hard ways working. One high yo.
Oh, but you want one at a time?
Hard ways working.
We're gonna use this thing.
This is you. Is it good? What do you want for the cup? That's okay, we'll
I'll
squeeze
figure
it.
it out.
I got a 30, 36.8 for me. Easy.
Can I get a
Put it
second?
right there.
Just so far away to reach.
36.8 for
Can you
me.
use the second one?
Working on the comment. 36.8.
Okay.
I'm doing all the hard ways too. I'm gonna do all the hard ways as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a second one for horns. Okay? Yeah, that's what I said.
What did you want? You want a nickel and everything?
Is that mine? That's not. That's y'all's mine, right? Yeah.
All right. Anybody else?
I get 4 and 10.
Okay, working. 100 each.
And then the 20 on the 6 and 8.
That's all I got left.
That's my horn high yellow.
How much?
25 rule.
One high yo. You want to put that here, right?
Is that one for the horns?
Yeah, one high yo.
220 inside working.
Beau brought his.
Again.
Beau brought his.
Whoa! Yeah, we're fancy now.
I'm great.
Who's working? Anybody working?
I'm working. I'm working.
Yep, working.
I'm working.
Yeah, everybody's working.
Everybody's working?
Is everybody working?
Turn
So
that
you
fucker
three are
on.
in the front, you two will be in the back. You're working? Yep. Let's go. Okay, Mark.
Are you good with this too?
You got it.
Someone's 10? Do you need to move it back in or you're good?
That's no
Pull it off, Jen.
Okay. All right, everybody's off? Oh, some will work. Okay, you DJs, here we go. The first rule is a 5-1-6.
She said 5, so.
So we're gonna go in order. So just kind of wait for your bets till it's your turn. Kind of like a real table.
Oh, so you're gonna go to Brian first. All right, so I'm gonna keep those the same and go back up.
Speed is the game.
Is this working? Okay.
That's my horn high yo staying up as well.
You cut one back.
Yeah, and then I'll go back up on my hard 6. There we go. Ready. That's it.
You're collecting?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were trying to win.
Oh!
Same bet.
Okay.
Give me my winnings on my 6. I didn't even get paid though. Take my 6 down.
Well, sometimes we pay people.
He said same bet, okay.
Take winning on the 6. Take my 6 down, and take my 8 to 90.
Oh, interesting. He's pressing the sister number.
Yes. Don't announce what he's doing. He
No,
doesn't
for the-
want you to
give me
announce. Horn high yellow.
What's that?
Tell
And
everybody.
They can't hear it.
give me the hard ways.
They can't hear it.
Hard ways nickel. Oh. Hard ways nickel.
320 across.
Oh.
Wow. We got a
Big
320
Joe.
across. We got, who is that guy flexing?
2-car craps.
I press my
So
6.
Jen
hang on,
says-
hang on. Usually we go one at a time.
What's this for? This for me?
Aren't you working?
Yeah, no, yeah, press my 6 and 8.
Okay.
Did somebody come back on their number on the hard 6?
Yep, hard 6. Let's do a hard 6 by 15.
Did someone buy it back? Because it was a hard 6?
Yeah, there you go.
I'll go back on the horn high yo for 50.
Yeah.
Make me 110 instead of 220.
Down, right? Or was it 8?
Hard 8 there.
64 cross pressure. That's not mine.
Excuse me?
That's not mine. I have 60 under on the 8.
That's the 6.
That's not mine either. That's Ryan's.
No, that's mine. That's mine. It should be $90.
That's mine. But I'll take Ryan's.
Yeah, switch those two.
I was gonna say you should be on this side. Whose is this?
This is Ryan right here. So these two need to be switched. Those two need to be. There you go. There you go.
There we go. How about you have no 5?
Is it on me?
He's 320 across.
I don't have a 5.
Yeah.
Make
Where's
my,
104?
I have 100 there. That's my 100. My 4 and 10 should be at 100.
Yeah.
Backwards. There we go. Now move that 5 down here.
Okay. What's that?
Move the 5 right here, and you're good. And you're good. Leave them.
Take my 6 to 120. Or 8 to 20. Whatever you said. Take my 8 to 120.
Hang on, Joe. I'm still doing Joe, right?
Yeah, 64 cross pressure.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And take my 8 to 120 and make my hard ways look like a quarter.
Hard ways go to a quarter?
Yep.
You have them for a nickel?
I had them for hard 6. I took my hard 8 to a quarter.
The nickels are me, easy.
My hard 8 to a quarter.
I'm down on the 8.
That's my change.
Good job. I mean, who else could do it?
No, I'm just not used to this setup.
Yeah.
Look at all that money on the table.
All right, guys. Next roll is a 5-1-6 winner.
Take the don'ts. Was that Jen? Take the don'ts.
Oh my God! Take the don'ts.
Here's 5 for 75.
Okay.
And give me a 4 and 10. Is it big up front?
No, sir. No Vic today.
Okay, so great. 4 and 10 quarter change.
5-1-6. All right, 6
Thank you.
coming down, right?
That's 5 for 75.
Can I take the 6s down?
Hard 6 down.
Interfere with the great.
No way. I can't. This is not.
Okay.
I'm 75.
Bring me down to 160 cross, please.
Amazon sent me 2 I got one in there.
What do you want to do? 160 cross, bring me down to.
Skip me, that's okay.
I did?
Yeah, you didn't ask me what I wanted.
160. I'm just paying everybody.
Oh, okay. You're a good guy.
Don't tell anyone.
All right, I won't.
That's the rumor.
Rumor has it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Take my 6 to 120, and I'll put a quarter back up on the hard way.
Okay, so
I'm gonna go $10 each on the 4 and 10, and then any 7. So any 7 for 5. Working on the hard ways, everything else off.
Make me 110 instead of 220 and working.
Okay.
I put it in 500.
Are you working?
No.
Okay.
All right, boxes off. Give me a 50 whirl and hop the reds.
How about your hard ways?
I'm working my hard way.
I'm off on hard way.
You're off? I'm off. So who's working?
I'm working.
I'm always
at
working.
4 and 10.
Ryan, the Brian show.
I'm working.
That 4 and 10 working as well. The $10 4 and 10 working.
Yeah, I should have a quarter.
You're talking about hard ways, right?
Yeah, hard ways. Yeah.
I'm working only my hard ways. No, I'm working everything. I'm working everything. Turn me on.
That's what your wife said.
Okay, 2 people only working.
She's never had a problem with that.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, we're
You ready to go? All bets set? All right, here we go. It's a 6-2-8. 6-2-8. All y'all working. Okay, easies are coming.
2 people were working. 35.
Not.
And I was working. So my 120 goes to 180.
One's down, yeah. You want to take it to what?
Any reds coming down?
What do you want to take it to?
180. Present 60.
Why am I treating this like real money? What am I doing?
I know, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna do 110 inside pressure.
Everybody thinks it's real until it ain't real. Check Ryan's. He's got the face of real.
Yeah, I had.
You have the face of real crap.
Oh, dude, this is what I live for. This, man. Hard 8.
I started with.
What is this?
Hard 8.
Hard 8. Ryan.
I started with.
Okay.
So
Jen,
I'm
did you
missing-
take all the hard 8s? 4 and 10. I was off.
I'm missing a
on the
quarter
come
on
out.
my 9.
On the come out, yeah.
I have 75
And the
on
hard
the 9,
6.
75 on the 5.
That's fine.
Oh, the 5-1.
That's all I need.
5-3.
Set it right here.
There we go.
Did you have a nickel on the hard 6?
I did. It went down 4 and 10, and then press my 8 to 180.
Look at all these chips.
Horn high yo.
Horn high yo.
Oh, sorry.
Closer than I.
I thought your arms were
Thank you,
longer.
Joe.
I'm good.
Thank you. All right. We're good.
Dealer's on the inside.
Oh my God, he does not want to win.
Definitely on the inside there, Craig.
Very inside.
And it's aces. Who had a horn high-yo?
Me?
Just one.
Yeah.
You got a nickel on it, I'm gonna be 150 and a nickel. You wanna stay up?
I'm gonna go 100 horn high yo. 125 to make it. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Jen, take away the Hoppin' Red and the World
Any
Deck.
other bets?
Thanks.
I don't know.
I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
Turn me off on the boxes.
Okay.
Craig is off.
Give me a 50 World.
Okay.
50 on the world.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay.
And it's a 538.
Front line on winner.
Banging the numbers.
Front line.
105.
Not just a winner. Yeah, not just an 8. It's a winner, 8.
I'm gonna do a $25 horn high yo, and that's it for me. I'm off.
35. You were off, Craig. 35, Joe.
I'm gonna go to 42 and a 6 and 8.
I'm sure you are.
That's mine. That's mine. Yeah, so make mine 220 or 210. Excuse me. Make mine look like 210.
You just like using these white chips, Joe?
I just love you, man.
I'm sure you do.
You complimented me one time and
He's
taking me
giving you-
down another time.
He's giving you the Vegas.
He loved it when you
dealer-
said. He loved it when you said I'm good.
Well, how much do you say? 42, buddy?
42 on the 6 and 8.
Joe, he's giving you the Vegas dealer experience.
Oh, I had a good dealer last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really good. This guy knew what I was doing within 1 or 2 rolls.
Oh, nice, nice.
It was really nice. Thank you, sir.
50 for 1 has to be an easy bet for a dealer to get.
Hard 8.
For me, take the 4, 9, 4, 5, 9, 10 down.
4, 5, 9, 10.
4, 5, 9, 10 down.
You don't have a 5.
Did I not go across? Maybe it was at the inside. I don't know. You know, I gave. No, I'm sorry. I just started with a 6 and 8. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good.
That's my hard way.
You have a 10. You want that down?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
4 and 10 are
There you
There
go.
you go.
Okay.
We're coming
That's
up.
that's my hard way. At $25.
Okay, you're back up. Are you working that ball?
Always.
I'll
Yep.
get to you in it.
I'm good.
You're off on the come out today?
I'm good.
Off on the come out today? How about your hard ways?
Anybody?
My hardway's working, yeah.
Okay.
Give me a buffalo. You can do it. You can do it.
I'll break it up.
You can return the red chips.
And a world?
Because he's in the middle.
No, just it's any 7 and the hard ways. We're all working.
Okay, so how much is
It's 20. It's 125 total. I already have a quarter on the 410.
Yeah, here it
So
is.
it's
Just
a
take the
quarter-
nickels
It's
back.
a quarter each working.
Just take the nickels back.
It's a quarter each working.
There you go.
I do a quarter. Oh, sorry, you waiting on
I'm
me?
good. I'm
No,
off.
hang on.
I get the 10 back.
Are you working anything?
I'm working the 8.
I thought you were getting ready for dealers.
Oh, I already did. He threw them over there.
Do a quarter world.
I'm off.
You're off. How about your hard ways?
I have none.
I've only got Brian
Sorry,
on the
okay.
working.
Yeah, I'm working my hard way.
Okay.
Okay, so I got two working.
Okay.
I'm working my
And
hard
me,
way.
because it's a buffalo bit.
Everyone's off except you're just working the eagle. Okay.
Okay, Mark, you know you don't have a 3, hard 8, hard 6.
Me?
Yeah.
I should. I've been throwing mine up every
Oh,
time.
okay, I thought that was Brian. Okay,
No,
good.
those 3 are Craig's.
Yeah, that's part of the rules. Yeah. All right, ready? We're gonna go 5, 4, 9. The new point is a 9.
Congratulations.
That was a midnight play, right? No.
Press me inside. Go to 210 on the 8. And give me a 96.
I'm good.
I'm good.
3, 2, 5.
55 to go. Or yeah. There you go.
I don't have a 5.
Go to 35 and a 5 and 9. Sir.
Okay, any bets?
Yeah, pressure hard 4, hard 10. 110 inside pressure. And 110 inside pressure.
That's my 4 and 10.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
Hard 6.
Hey! I heard that. Heard that.
Hey, I knew it.
140.
Let's play someone with this.
150 for 10.
Hard 6.
Put a 60 and 6 and 8. I should have 42 on there. No, sir.
Joe's the only one who has dollars.
Am I at 120 or what am I at? I can't read the greens there.
That's where the green is because there's 4 red.
Yeah, it should be 120. I want to go to 180.
Okay.
All right, I got horn high yo and an ace deuce.
Okay. Straight on the ace deuce?
Yep, straight up.
Hard good. Hard raise?
Yeah, pay my hard way.
Oh, we didn't pay hard way.
Take it, make it look like 100, and I'll take the rest.
It should be mine from the Buffalo bet. Did you take away the 3?
I never placed them.
I should still have a hard 8, hard 6. For a
For
quarter,
a quarter each. Yeah, that was those 3 quarters that were sitting over there. Remember those 3 quarters that were sitting there? Yeah.
How'd you get 225? Thank you.
Make the 6 and 8
Gotta
look
make
like
6 look like
Make
100.
mine look like 100.
You know it.
Always.
I paid you 2
I'm good.
Yeah.
I didn't take it out of there. 75. Yeah, 75. Thanks, man.
I'm
So
set.
We're good.
I'm good.
6 and 8 look like 60.
Anything
else?
I'm not used to it.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
That's what's said. All right. And it's our visit from Chiro.
Yo!
Time. Let's yo. Let's yo. That was roll number 11.
Wow,
Chiro.
nice.
I know.
No way.
150
yeah.
plus your 10, you're down. So you're back up in front.
No.
125.
But on the 11th
Same thing,
roll,
but 100 horn high yo.
Quarter straight up.
Yeah.
On ace deuce. Okay, any other bets?
Turn my 6-8 off.
6 and 8
Give me
only.
a quarter whirl and 15 horn high.
Brian's feeling
Yo.
pretty good about himself.
And 15 horn high.
Yo.
Horn high yo.
Joe, any bets?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right. Oh. That, okay. Ready to go?
Ready.
Roll 12. 516.
Lost my way.
Sorry, no. No hard ways. I'm
140.
I should still be. I had mine turned off.
Okay.
I just had the horn high.
You had your
And the yo.
Mark 6 turned off?
He
Yeah,
turned
they
his
were all
6,
turned
8
off. They were all
off.
turned
Oh,
off.
so everything was off.
He didn't
Yes.
say, but
I'll put it back.
we'll trust him.
You have to,
Thank you.
yeah.
Sorry, did you say to raise
Dealer
or something?
discretion.
Okay, sorry. Dealer discretion. I'll give you some discretion. All right.
This
This
one,
$20 bet you threw it across the
this one time.
Tell me when you get to me.
Go to 90.
It was 6, right?
6, yes. 90 and 6.
I'm gonna do the same bet.
Okay. 210.
Yep. 240.
You want your
Hard way back up for a quarter.
no, you got 180 on it.
Make it. It should be. It should. The other one looks like 210. So make that one look like 210.
You want your hard way back?
Yep. Back up for a quarter.
What is this?
That's a world.
Okay.
All right, one high yo, ace deuce.
Okay.
That's it.
Good. Take you down to 160 across.
Of course. With pleasure. You want 160 across? now?
160 across.
Okay.
Everybody gets
Here's your nickel cap on the 6.
Are you working again?
Yes, I'm working on
You
come
change
out.
it every roll. So
It's not a come out. It's not a come out. Never mind.
I'm good.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, he just a you. Rule number 13 is a 6-1-7.
Oh, you came on at the right time, then, Jeff.
Nice timing.
It's a small gift.
Nice timing.
He was watching the video earlier. I saw it.
Actually, Ian knows my phone was sitting right there and he put me in the
Want me to
box.
flip it? Because nobody saved it, right?
Can I get a?
Yeah, somebody actually had a winner.
Well, sometimes right.
What sour quest was over there, huh? He's like 2 points.
So remember, 20 rolls or 2 shooting.
20 rolls.
That was roll 13. 7 more rolls.
What did you say the word?
And 2 more shooters.
Or 2 shooters.
3 shooters or 2?
Come on, roll.
PSO shooters?
440.
In?
Yes.
A lot of chips.
Working?
Sure.
The degeneracy, I know. Some of them saved it.
field,
I
just
think,
field.
I think Joe replied.
50 roll.
I think,
Sorry, I'll do a buffalo. Sorry, I didn't know if you. Are you taking center action?
Hard
sort
way
of,
action
he's doing
there.
some of it, so it's like, I don't want to destroy them.
I got a $25 buffalo.
Hardway's working?
Yeah, but I'm only gonna work the. Let's do a 6 and 8 for 60 each.
Okay. So you said you're working them?
Yep.
And then I
Mine
got
wants a $25 buffalo.
$25 buffalo and a horn high yo and an ace deuce.
Alright. Everyone's working and has bets. Okay.
Everyone's working? Alright. Well, alright, it's gonna be a 4-2-6.
How dare you?
That's
How
not fair.
dare you? Back up on the hard 6 for me. Back up on the hard 6 for me.
So one of them goes away, right? That's what it's, right?
Yeah, I threw 5 in for back up on the hard 6. Yeah.
5 back for our.
I already put it
You
up.
got it? Okay, great. How dare you? Is this holy?
Oh, so I press up
Yeah.
to 6 and 8.
Okay. 30 each?
Do you have any holy water left?
Yes, I do. I wrote roller after it though.
We got 4 and 10.
Do you have the mugger?
Yeah, it's over there. This is gonna be a horn high yo and an ace deuce.
330 inside.
330 inside.
4 and 10.
50 each?
50 each. And then give me quarter hard ways.
$110 in.
Okay.
And I'm good.
Okay.
Roll 15 is a 5-1-6 winner.
Winner.
Nice job. Nice job. Good job, shooter. Good job, shooter.
Hard 6 down.
Hard 6 down.
140.
Come on, Jenny. You're supposed to be hitting the hard ways.
How'd you know it was me?
You said you picked the numbers. I
We
thought you
didn't
said
pick them, we actually rolled them, actual rolls, yeah. So,
I had nothing.
Bring me to 48 on the 6 and 8. 48 on the 6 and 8.
Is that on camera?
No tips for the dealer.
No tips for
you want them to look both look like
48
48?
and the 6 8.
I'm gonna go a hard 6 back up working.
I had no idea what you just said.
Hard 6 back up working.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody paid?
Everyone's paid.
All right, I'm gonna.
Hang on one second.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to take care of Joe.
Yes, he's got
I'm
big
gonna add the
muscles.
4 and 10.
100 each.
Yes, and then one high yo and an ace deuce.
No, that was something else. I don't think that was your. Did you have a 10 before?
No.
I think that was.
That was his quarter for his
yes,
nickel
did.
heart, buffalo bet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And the same thing.
Yep, there you go.
High and even.
410.
Thank you.
5 and 9.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Thank you.
All right, we got you a hard 4.
Hard 4, baby. Let's go.
Ah, there you go.
Let's go.
So that's the point, right, Jim?
No.
No?
There was no
What's the point?
That's a come out.
Yeah, come out.
Okay.
But they were working, right?
Yeah, I was working.
I'm always working.
I'm always working. Not me, not always.
Well, hard way degenerates were definitely working. Hard 4.
Okay, quarter, 175. Who else?
Take mine to
It's right
100.
here.
I only have.
I do.
I have 35 coming my way.
Make my hard 4 like
I have
100,
quarter.
please.
100?
Yep.
No, hard 4, hard 4, hard 4.
The other hard 4.
I gotta get that to him.
Thank
Okay,
you.
here we go.
I'm a
Mine was a quarter.
pressure hard 4 and then give me a hard 6.
Hang on one second. Craig had a quarter here too.
Yep.
175, Craig.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Um,
What was this?
That was pressure hard
Pressure
4,
hard 4, right?
and then a hard 6, and then I haven't got paid on my 4 though.
Yeah.
You were working?
You were working it?
Yeah, yeah.
So he just paid
The Brian and Ryan are working. It should be 200, right?
Oh, that's your.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then a horn high yo and an ace deuce.
Good. Take my hard ways down. Quarters.
Here's 3.
I'm good. And move my 4 to the 10.
If he hits this one, then we know he watched the video.
I'm good. I'm gonna actually hop all the hard ways. Hopping though.
You got you.
If somebody takes down their hard ways, I always hop the hard ways. it's
Oh, that's it?
It's a bad.
415. 415. Look at all these black chips. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's his.
No fill.
Okay, how many rolls, Jen? What was that?
All right, so the 415 is roll 17.
That's back.
Okay. That was 17.
Hang on. All right, then we go.
All the hard ways.
Okay, regular?
Yes. Take my 5 and 9 down and add that to the 10.
What do we
Add
add
that
to
to
the
the,
10?
just the 50, yeah.
Okay.
5 and 9 look like 40.
Take my hard ways to 50 each on the 4, on the 6 and 8, and press my press my hard about 6 and 8. Okay, put that on the 8. Put that on the 8. Put that on the 6. So just press it on top. You said 3 rolls left, right?
Yep.
Late bet here.
I'm gonna
Horn high
do something.
midnight.
I'm gonna hop all the inside. Easy. Yeah.
All bet set? It's going to be a hard 8. Woo! Was that a dance? Did you see this?
Your hopping hard ways already went down, right? Because of the,
No, it stays
Yes.
it plays. Stays it plays. That's why I didn't rebet it. Stays it plays.
Yeah, it was, sorry, last one. It was the 4-1. Sorry, no.
You said it was a hard 8?
I hop the hard ways.
Did you come back? 'Cause I
Stays
never,
it plays.
I can never hear if you come back.
Hey, stays it plays. I never bring it back if it's there. Why would I bring it back?
Is this what a holy man would do?
Yep, definitely.
Ryan's just like licking the chops, man. Get a napkin.
That's good.
How much did you have on there? 50.
good.
50.
All right, so make my make my What is it?
100, 210. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
What is it?
245.
Okay, I'll keep it.
Okay.
And maybe I got my hard way.
So he's already each down. Oh, it was
No, it was a hard. It was a hard.
hard.
So they
You want a
paid.
quarter? You get up there. Quarters. Yes. 450. And is that Craig? What for?
No, Brian, you got it for the Buffalo nickel, right? You got a Buffalo.
Yeah.
Do a Brian's.
He's forgotten already. He doesn't want it.
I had the hop in too, but that's cool.
You have a nickel? All right.
All right, can I get 50 horn high aces?
Any bets?
Yeah.
Hang on, what roll is this?
Roll number 19.
Okay, so
Hang on, I think
one more after this.
Okay. Okay, one roll.
Two
no,
more
you-
rolls? Oh, this one and the next one.
Shoot.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go.
hop the 6.
Are we going all in on the last one, guys?
This is 19, so there's one more after this. I'm sorry.
5 and 9.
Hop the 6.
Just all three.
Only
sixes?
6, yeah, all 3 6.
Okay.
This goes on the outside. Outside.
My
Well, we
placements are
usually
off.
wait our turn. So.
Oh, was it my turn? I thought you pointed at me.
Mark the point. I didn't
You
point.
pointed.
I marked
You
the
pointed.
point.
What's the point of the conversation? Okay.
I was pointing like this.
I don't know, but I'm marking it. My placements are off. My hard ways are working.
I'm marking it. I don't care.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. You good? Okay. Yes, sir. What do you want?
Put that on the 5 and 9.
Okay. Pressure.
Yep. Let's
Okay.
roll.
Okay.
All right. Whew, you guys are
Roll
amazing.
19.
Who the hell pressured the 5 and 9? Wow.
Wow.
Boom. Boom.
Was this a hop?
So no
Okay,
field
start
5.
thinking of your
6 instead of hopping
strategy.
a 5? Oh,
This is
so
gonna be the
close,
last
so
roll.
No field 5.
Gonna be the last roll.
What's the max hop hard way?
Anything you want. There's no limits here.
Really?
Yeah. Let's put his whole rack on here. Let him do it. 280.
All right.
We like playing here. There's no big.
Yep.
All right,
That's
all
right.
right.
That's right. Okay, we're gonna start over here, then everyone gets one late bet if they need it.
I take everything down and
Okay.
put it all on hopping 9s.
Okay.
Hey, which roll is this one?
Last one.
This is it.
Hang on. Hang on.
9 comes after 5.
Did you want your?
All right. Now you said it
All the
could or
hard ways,
could not end on a
everything
7,
on
right?
the 9. We're all
Yes.
in on the
Hang on.
9. 9 to
Let
shine.
me do a stat count
We're
here.
putting everything on the
You had 10 on
9.
this one, right?
Yeah.
We stop
So
at
a quarter
20
more.
No matter what.
Just hop in the 9s.
Okay.
9 to shine.
And if your bet doesn't lose, it
5.
goes in your rack.
9 comes after.
So if you have something here, it
I'm
goes
all
in your
in.
rack. Something over there, you lose. You lose.
If it
Oh,
loses,
that's okay.
If it loses, it's gone. If
If it doesn't lose, it comes
stays, it goes in your rack.
9 comes after 5, so
I'm good.
right with the bulls.
You're
Is that the
staying.
right with the
You're
bulls?
staying off. Stay off.
I am staying off.
Okay.
Mess with the bulls. You
Or
get
your
the
hard
horns.
ways.
Yeah,
Your hard ways
exactly.
are
I'm
still
so
good.
confused.
Hop in the hard ways, quarter each. Right where it goes. We're gonna do 220,
Hopping hard.
225 horn high. Let's try midnight this
So
time.
what's the payout difference in the hop and hard ways?
And give me
Just one roll. 30 to 1.
30
It
to
comes
1.
down. If you don't hit it, it comes
and I'll
down.
try to keep
Well, it's only one roll
I'll try to
left,
keep the
right?
100
Yes,
if a
sir.
7
When you
comes.
lose it, it won't go in your rack.
If a 7 comes, I'll try the world bet. I'll get it back.
World.
I'd throw 100 out there and hop the
I
hard
bet
way.
you would, because look at your chip stack.
I gotta go empty rack.
If I'm betting with your money,
Let's leave it. I can't go empty-handed. Let's leave it.
Okay. All right, Jen.
I don't mind walking away
Okay,
empty-handed. I
all
got a
that's
free cruise
set?
already.
Last roll.
You guys were
Empty
awesome.
rack.
It is midnight.
Oh!
Who hopped this shit?
Where's John? Where's John?
Craig does it again. Craig does it again.
John, last roll.
It's incredible.
I did a 225 horn high midnight and did a $100 world
This is too, right?
midnight.
That was crazy.
It's like your show. It's like Friday Night Fights all over again.
Are you sure it wasn't a 9? Are you sure it wasn't a 9?
You missed my mess with the horn. What goal you get?
I
the
usually
horn.
always bet it. I usually always bet
You
it.
get the horn.
The one time I
Mess
don't
with
bet the horn.
bull.
I think he's got 90 on it here, plus the world.
That's 20 on the
Yeah, 20.
90
Yep.
plus 20. He's got 110 on it.
Yeah, 110 times 30.
3,100. Season your play.
Here's 110.
Yeah. Where's Chris? Where's DJ?
11 times the
But then you have to subtract.
26 times the bet on the world.
Yeah.
No, I said the
But
horn
yeah.
that pays 11 times the bet. So
Right.
1,100 bucks for that.
All right, but we gotta make
33
sure.
plus your 110.
Wow, I guess that was clutch.
You got to put $1,000 on the hard
Give everybody.
Now everyone gets their bets
Yeah.
back.
The last round of
Who does that?
Yeah.
And I was happy with my $700 some in the rack. I was hoping for a 7 for every one of you guys. All you big rollers, all you guys who throw the dice. I don't know how to throw dice.
Craig, that's yours.
That's why people are gonna be like, Craig cheated, he's soft. Okay, so.
That's I call it.
1,000.
Watch the
Thank you.
video.
I'll just have everybody go watch the Friday night fights and Chris does DJ's March
Yeah,
Madness.
straight up. This is how he wins all the time.
Is that crazy? I was like, oh my god, and he
Those are your hard ways?
It was
But
hard.
are you
Like,
sure it wasn't a 9? Well, we were getting close, and normally in those tournaments,
Okay,
I go
put your chips down, guys.
I go horn on, and I tried aces.
Thank you.
It didn't work out.
I rolled every horn.
Wow.
I rolled every hard way.
950.
How did you know?
Oh,
That's why I
you
had
have
to
more?
deny, because you know I roll on horns
That's
and
a
bars.
1,000.
Well, I thought you said that. I thought you said that. You didn't.
I try not to, because people know how if you know how I throw, you'll know how to bet. If it was holding, you would have popped every horn.
I'm at eight-
If you know it was me.
I'm at 1820.
Remember that I usually play that way.
1820.
Pretty good. But
I knew I could
33.
press on the last couple of rolls.
So you think you can do wild ass bets?
No, so you think you can hop? So you think you can hop?
John, you gotta rename it to so you think you can hop.
11:55 for you.
That's it. Did you lose, B?
3560.
We all in on the hop.
11:55.
Here's a 5. I thought for sure after 5 always comes on. You set it on a
How much
day.
is holding?
Exactly.
Let me double check.
Holy, did you go 0 empty rack? Hold on, let me
Hey,
write that down.
I just pocketed all my profit. That I'm walking away with it.
What did Greg have?
Hey, you gotta call her up at the table, sir.
We'll take those chips from you, please.
She said 5 and 9, and I was like, do what I do on Friday night fights.
Craig for 35.60 with that midnight on the end. Crazy.
Almost not fair.
Isn't that crazy?
It's not crazy, it's great.
So Joe wins the prize for most white chips.
Joe wins the prize for most white chips.
Hey, that's blue collar craps right there, boys.
Power craftsman, ladies and gentlemen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600. 7.
Send it stuff. It's fine. 725?
7, 5, 10, 15, 17. Yeah, 17.
77, right?
17.
17.
7, 1.
Did I win the lowest other than Brian?
Brian at 1820?
No, I think I got one. I may have missed
Ian
one.
actually had my
Good job, Big
Ian had my phone.
That's how you have to season your play.
That's right.
He hopped the midnight, which is what I rolled 5 at the end.
Now the cash
And
is
this
the
one.
equivalent, right? I gotta go to the cashier
Craig,
stage.
Craig, yeah, you get
Leon's
one
cage.
penny on the dollar.
Okay. Hey, that's $3.
That's $3, make you holla. What did he start with?
500. 35.60.
20 rolls.
It was the last roll.
If you had known it was me, you would have done this stuff one more. Yeah, it's like the time when it was me.
Yeah.
Not bad for $500. It
8,000,
ain't that.
15, 16, 17.
I didn't have the miracle
I know,
bet.
I played against John. His aces on the end.
45.
What is
That's
it?
right.
2,045.
2,045.
And you got to win it. Craig wins.
Craig, he's our man. He can do it. Craig.
Watch his rolls.
Season your play.
Season your play.
Anybody else got a bite?
Just me. You guys hop out for about 5 seconds and we'll come back in. Yep. All right, you ready? You ready to go? A little bit, just a little bit. I'm always ready.
Like Vince already.
All right, here we go. That was freaking Craig, man. How about Craig? If you've watched our show, our Casino Gaming TV channel, Friday Night Fights, that should came as no surprise, right? Craig is the hopping king. He has taken out so many people with a random hop that just pays off. Dude, pull it off in a real casino someday. That'd be fantastic. I want to see that in person.
I tried.
I tell you what, that's the high five that would hurt somebody on that one. That was awesome.
So let me see. Craig won. This is donated by John Tavares. Thank you, John. He's he's Outer Circuit Mirage.
Oh,
and
nice.
$5 in Tropicana.
There you go.
There's your prize, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Craig. All right.
Yeah, Craig.
So,
Good job, shooter.
before we go to the next,
That T-Rex arm.
yeah, oh God, jeez, you guys. All right, so before we go to the next things, here we go. I'm being interrupted by all sorts of people here, Jen.
Sorry, bye.
So the next thing we're going to do is going to be fantastic. We've got Coach Beau Parker here, and Coach Parker, dice coach, is he's going to give a live tossing lesson to Ian Olson, who you know from chat. The cool thing about this is that Beau will talk about what his gifts are to the charity. He's giving away dice classes. He's giving away one for the raffle. Anybody who donates $500 or more, eligible also for a free dice class from Coach. This is a window into what a dice class with Coach looks like. So Ian's going to throw. Coach is going to adjust you a little bit as we go. Jen's going to bet. It's going to be a really informative hour. Now, anybody who donates $500 gets one of those classes. Can you show me the money, Ian? Hit the money screen and tell me who's on that list.
G Money's in for $450.
G Money. So the G Money 450 came from him winning the shooters competition from Craft State. Remember, he donated the money back. So G Money, 500 bones from him. Who is next?
Joe W.
Joe Dub, $500. We knew that from earlier today. Thank you, Joe.
Carrie Red Arrow for $687.
That is Joe from Craftmaster Journey's work. His company he works for. That's their donation to the cause. Yep.
Alan Trindle for $500.
For $500, right? Alan, thank you.
And then Casino Combat Squad for $575.
TRG 575 and
then our favorite.
our
and yours
favorite,
as
my
well.
personal favorite person in the whole world, Mrs. Procrafts with $1,000. That means I got to donate nothing now. I'm off the hook. She did it all for me. She bought me 2 dice. Yeah, chopper classes for Johnny, right? You all, by the way, rock stars. That's amazing. That's digging in pretty deep. Huge donations. Everybody else can go ahead and get on the website, crapsforthecure.com. Hit those donation links. Hit the raffle item link. The raffle items are a little down right now. Let's get them raffle donations up. Start bidding on these things. That table from Joe's got to go. I need at least 1,000 raffle tickets on that table. At least 1,000. Looking for 2 or 3. All right. Get on that. We'll take a quick break. Get our table set up for the throwing lesson, and we'll see you back here in about 3.
I'm Gordon Sumner. I'm the president and CEO of a nonprofit called Veterans Moving Forward. And our mission is to provide service and emotional support dogs to veterans that are dealing with mental and/or physical challenges. And hopefully, in anticipation, once this is lifted, we'll be able to get back to bringing our veterans in and matching them up with a dog later on this year. So that hasn't stopped. We still have dogs that we have to take care of. So that part hasn't changed. What has changed is the impact of the coronavirus on our ability to raise revenue. Since February, we have had close to 30 to 40 events that have been canceled. With all that coming to a screeching halt, we've had to refocus how we can do our fundraising, a lot more social media, but in direct mail campaign, things like that. But it has really impacted where we just don't have that visibility. We're Americans. This is not our first trial that we've had in the 240 plus year history of our country. We will get through this. And we'll come out on the other side, I believe, stronger than ever. And how we're going to do that is through an emotional bond and a belief in what we do as Americans, where we believe in each other and where we work together as a team. And that's what we're doing here at Veterans Moving Forward. We need to dig deep, and we need to believe in our American values. And we need to come out of this together as a country, focused on that path forward, just like what we're doing with our veterans, so that as Veterans Moving Forward, we're going to help our veterans as soon as we can get back to normal to help them move forward with their lives, with themselves and their families.
All right, welcome back to Crafts for the Cure 2024. We've got a live dice throwing lesson. We got Coach Parker, dice coach. We've got Ian Olson going to be taking a lesson. We have Justice Jen Wade. You're going to be betting and getting judged harshly by Coach Parker. And we've got Brian the Holy Roller going to deal this thing out. So it's going to be a little bit busy over here, but pay attention. This only comes for, about an hour or so?
Yeah.
You're going to learn more in an hour. Trust me. This man knows his stuff. Beau, you've been playing for a couple of years, right?
A couple of years, yeah.
A couple of years, yeah. All right, let's get it on.
Ian?
And this is Leon Great Craft.
Oh, Leon's
yeah.
great. Okay. Yeah, see, Leon, look, there's Leon's fist.
Slightly off.
Leon's fist. All right, let's go. Ready to go?
Okay, wait a minute.
Yep.
Ian here, he took my class yesterday, to our class. And so I want to teach him again today to see what his muscle memory is like. See if he really learned something.
I can tell you last night, nothing.
Well, no, he did. No, he called. He's been in text with me. He's been doing really, really well in the casino, following some of my instructions.
Winning money.
Winning money.
That's
there
all
you go.
that matters.
So
Winning money.
he had a 2-hour class. Justice Jen was out there along with John. Where's John?
He's taking a break.
Oh, he's taking a break. And Justice Jen and John, all they did was bet. And Ian and I worked on his toss, mostly mechanics. And then we talked about betting strategies. He paid me $300 for the 2-hour class, and I'm going to take that $300 and donate it back to the Crafts for the Cure. And these are the exact $300 that he gave me. Check the serial numbers.
Yeah, check them.
Yeah.
They're fake.
I'm the keeper of money.
Are you
Yeah,
really?
she is. She is.
Wait a
She's
minute,
the only
Wait
attorney.
a minute. You're an attorney.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are you the keeper of the money? Okay, there you go.
You're not to be trusted, but I can be trusted. Sign the dotted line.
Blue money. All right, so we're gonna have him shoot from stick right one, and then what I would like to do is have a couple other people bet his hand, and we'll talk to him in between. I'm gonna do the mechanical on him and see what his dice look like. This is a 14-foot table, right? Mine is a 12-foot table, so he's got a little distance difference. These diamonds are 5 rows instead of 7, so the diamonds are bigger, so it makes a difference on the landing, right? So we'll have to see. Have you shot on this table before?
Nope.
So it's all be brand new, fresh stuff. So let's go to bat and see what happens.
So before we do that, Beau, can we talk a little bit about the event that you guys have coming up with Casino Tears?
Oh yeah, they have a podcast, Casino Tears. How many people listen to that podcast? Anybody
Anybody
here?
listen to that podcast?
Yeah.
6 people.
It's been around for a while. Fran 10 Ton, he lives in the Veer Tower on the 31st floor, and that's where that's where he does the podcast from. Ed, Roll to Win. Yeah, from Alabama. Yeah, we're doing an event November 2nd, right? And we sold that out. It's expensive. It's $1,500 a person. We're limiting it to 8, and we're having a meet and greet party at Friday night, and then we're going to have a lunch brought in, catered lunch on Saturday, and then we have a reserved table set up at one of the casinos in the high limit pit. So we sold it out in 10 days. So what I want to do here, we've got 2 for Sunday. We're going to open it up Sunday the 3rd. So it's $1,500. Anybody who wants to sign up on this podcast, we're going to donate $500 of each applicant attendee back to you guys. So if we sell it out, a third of that money goes right back to this event here. Okay.
And Beau, for everybody out there, he donates so much time, not only time but money back to this event every year. We really appreciate you coming out and showing everybody how to donate. It's an awesome experience.
Well, it's no different than like token the dealers. When you're betting, tokens, don't wait till the end. Token them along the way. Get them in the game with you. It's good energy, right? So that's good. I know I gave away 4 classes last year, and Sarge was one of the guys. He brought 7 guys with him. I go, okay, that's 4. Okay, that's good. It was good. It worked out well. No problem. So I understand we have what? How many people now over 500?
I think there's 5 or 6 already.
Okay, so I will give a free class to anybody 500 or more, and 3 away in Justice. She's been to my place 5 times now. And then the raffle, we're giving away 3 on the raffle.
3 on the raffle.
So I'll be busy, but that's okay. Let's go to a good cause.
Yep.
All right. So you want to go to
All right.
Stick Right?
You betcha. I'm going down here though, but it doesn't matter if I talk, because he's the one that's going to talk. You guys want to talk?
Just so that you can hear the bets and then hear
Sure.
them if they talk back and forth.
Go over to the Stick Right. Can you do that? Okay. Where's the dice?
Right in front of you.
No, we're not using those dice. We're not using those dice.
Real.
We're gonna.
Dice.
We got, because those dice are, I knew that was going to happen. You have wore out dice here.
Yeah. Bringing his own dice.
These are all almost brand new. These are the same dice you used yesterday.
These are rigged.
They're not rigged. They're not rigged.
Well, we'll see how good or how bad I shoot.
Well, no, we'll just see. There you go.
There we go.
Couldn't be worse.
Love the support, Jen.
I mean,
Okay, so first of all, what set are you going to use?
4-2-4-2.
Okay, 4-2-4-2. Sounds like Ace is kissing on the inside faces. Is that right?
You are correct.
Okay, don't throw yet. Okay, this is the set 4-2-4-2. Can you see that?
Yeah, coach. It's gonna be right.
Okay, he's using the 4-2-4-2 set. Ace is kissing. Okay, if you double pitch, you're gonna get 9s or 5s, right? But the killer with this one is if you quarter pitch, we don't know what he's gonna do. If you're off axis, then we'll talk about on axis, okay? So if you do this, there's no, like a hard way set, that's a 7. Hard way set, that's a 7. So this is a pretty good set. We'll see how it works. The right, this is the right die. We got a don't better right off the bat. Justice Jen, she said, okay, come out 7. That's
For Jen.
Thank you.
Every time.
2, 5. 1 double pitch, 1 single pitch, right? So that's okay. What we're gonna do is if you get 2 or 3 of those, we'll change your set, right?
Okay, yep.
This is the first time you shot on this table, right?
Yes, correct.
So it's no different than going into the casino, brand new table, right? You don't know how the bounce is gonna be. So this is, we gotta figure it out. His dice are parallel in the back. Nice little toss.
All right.
Okay, red die quarter pitch backward. On a hard way set, that would have been a 7.
44 inside.
44 inside for Leon.
The points established on a 9. They were both on axis. Now in the casino, you would have thought that was a double pitch, but it wasn't, right? So that's why it's hard to tell with the same color dice.
The
Exactly.
King 7 strategy.
There you go. Ace is kissing 4-2, 2-4, 4-2, 2-4. Follow through. Ian, your dice are looking great, buddy.
Man,
Okay,
wow.
4 right here, 1 off axis. Okay, so people say they're worried about being on or off axis, right? Well, don't. With this set, if you're off axis
No
with
odds.
1, there's no 7,
No odds.
right?
You come.
What are you trying to do? Avoid the 7, right? So use the best set playing in the moment to avoid the 7.
Can you guys see our bets?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to get like the landing zone.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry. Thought I was gonna hit that.
6. It's good.
What do we get?
It's good.
Okay, that was a random throw. This one double pitched again. And this one went off axis.
Oh, I thought it was a $15 table. Oh, I didn't choose.
But what are you doing? You're avoiding the 7, right? Good job.
It's not pretty, but it's
Look at, people say, oh, look at his dice, they're so pretty. But what
With a
kind of
6,
results
with
is
a
he getting,
6.
right? They pay on the result, not how pretty they are.
Hey, Beau, real quick.
Yes, sir.
We just had
230 or
Barry donate $1,000.
1 unit.
Oh,
Good job.
Just wants to go
Good
18.
job. Good job. Good
No,
job.
just the 6.
Good job.
I don't know who you are, but if you need somebody
You want to go
class
18?
with, you let me
Just
know.
1 unit.
Here we go.
Harder than
You just did 1 unit. Oh, you said 1 unit.
unit.
Oh, okay. Full price.
Nice.
1 unit means $6.
Okay, he's parallel to the table.
12 to 6.
I just wanted to press
Come it.
10, okay. 4, this is the 4. Off axis again. Getting a little consistency in this top. What are you using, a 3-fingered front?
Yeah.
You said
Okay.
18, but he put 24 down.
No, no. If you have a set that's working, no matter what your point is, don't change your set, and don't change your grip if it's working. He's using a 3-fingered front.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
Uh-oh. That's the
Right
point.
there. See, this is double pitching. If that was the hard way set, he would have 7'd up.
No, I have a big budget.
So that was a point, right?
Yes.
So you made a
Winner,
pass.
take the don't,
First
pay
pass.
the line.
I'll hold the dice up until we get the thing right. Is the pot right?
Pot looks good.
If I run over
Everything
you,
looks good.
Everything's ready.
stop me. Okay, you
We're
ready
all
to go?
ready.
We're ready to go. Good job.
All right.
Now remember, the game is always seeking balance, right?
Yep.
So he does get a 7 on a come out. Don't worry about it. It's a winner, right? Except it screws up the ATS and all the other stuff except for the fire bet. That one.
Oh,
Look at
thank
the
goodness.
9.
Thank you.
Look at the 9.
Yay.
That's the same 9 3 times.
Thank you,
Yikes,
dealer.
mister.
Take me back to 44 inside.
That's mine. That's my comeback, unless you've done
So
something.
you gotta be careful in the next roll. I'm just putting that
No,
out
that
there.
was a come out. That was
I'm
come
just
out.
putting that out there. You gotta be
That
careful
was
in the
a
next
good
roll.
point.
I'm just be.
That's a new point. That's
Just
a
gotta be careful in the next roll.
These is mine.
Listen, let me do my job.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
do yours.
We'll see if you can overcome this.
He doesn't get paid unless he's working.
He went down to 44. That's his difference.
But it's a come out. Oh, I see.
That went random. You got a little lucky.
8.
You got an 8. Okay, here's the red die. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Okay, look at this. It's a primary
44
face
inside. But he was 44
on a random roll. Imagine that.
They do come.
It's not a contest.
There's
He
no
wins
way
you.
he pressed both of them. He pressed only the
What is it,
6 because he only got one hit.
No, it is an 8. That's right. I got your back, Jack.
Yeah. I
Points
guarantee
an 8.
you.
That's,
No, points in 9.
that's an 8. There it is. You just do an 8.
Some money.
The
Just
You
re-
were 9 before that.
But
the previous one,
You were just
It was
getting.
a 9.
You were just getting your 6.
but it was a pass, wasn't it?
No, it was a come out roll net last
Yeah.
time. It's a 9.
Yeah.
Oh, it came out again? My bad. All right.
Usually you just listen to whatever the stick says, but this time, no.
Okay. I was overruled.
Yes.
Pay attention to the game, right? All right, here we go.
It was just a 9.
3 finger front, 4 2 2 4.
Oh,
Ace
it's
is
an 8.
kissing.
And he didn't pay you. I'm just saying.
There it is.
Oh.
There's the 7. Okay.
I think you owe him one.
Boom
He did.
Okay.
and a double pitch. Yeah, how many rolls did he get?
It's gonna press, but that's
Nobody counted.
You gotta count them.
It's a stick man. You can count my combats. That's how you know.
I think it was an 11.
Oh, but he's taking them away, so now you
So
know.
what do you have, about 11?
No, he needed the combat. He needed the combat to
Take
know
your
how
money.
many.
Somebody
I
have
can't
about
reach
11?
I literally cannot reach them.
Alligator on.
Jeez.
Okay.
No tip for you.
So
No
what
tip
do you have?
for you.
About a double mathematical
I was giving
random,
you
right?
fear.
Okay, remember when you came to my place yesterday?
You just stand
You were
there.
using, I think, straight 6s
Straight 6.
and looking at the
Twos.
You back
looking at the 2s, right?
Yep.
The point.
Straight 6s, just like that, right?
Yep.
This is a red one, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's see what that does.
Okay.
Let's see what our options are here. There's a 7 there. There's a 7 there. There's a 7 there. There's a 7 there. There's 4 ways to make a 7
There's a
on
lot.
axis.
Oh, really?
I like to use sets where there's only, remember I showed you the 5-9 set? There's only 2 ways to make a 7 on axis. So let's try this and see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, 5-9. Okay, we all ready?
Yep.
What's the nickel?
Get him off access.
Jen's betting on the.
So Jen, how are you doing with your betting?
I might be even.
And how are you doing, sir?
down like 25.
How much? 25?
Yeah.
Oh, you're good to go.
Do you want us to count the rules?
It's a 10. Yeah, I want to count the rolls.
All right.
Okay, we have a red 4, right? And we have a green 6.
Help him mark the.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody count
Gives
the
me
rolls.
gives me something else to do besides stuff.
Yeah, they need a stack so they can count the.
Or white, yeah. Either way.
So that's
You want to
one.
count? Okay, we have
What's that?
44 inside.
Wait, dice are out too
I gotta-
soon.
I gotta-
Please hold your throw. Hold your throw. Stick man, hold your throw.
I got a.
We had no bets at all.
I got a counter down here. Okay.
There you go. All right.
Don't worry about counting. I got a counter.
We're ready.
I got a counter.
shooter.
Okay, you guys
Double
ready?
count.
Everybody ready?
Ready. Dice are out.
Come
No
on,
more
Ian.
bets. Hands high.
How about a churro yo?
We're on the
huh?
10. We're on the 10. Nice and easy.
Come on, churro. It's
What do you
great. It is great.
Ocho. Okay, red 2.
Press it.
That's a second green 6 like that. You're doing a little wrist flick. You want to eliminate that, yeah.
Oh boy.
8.
Horseman, Jen.
His dice are
No,
parallel
this is
to the
called the King
table.
7.
A little
Oh.
short, or short and suspicious roll. Look at that.
Okay, look what happened.
Wah, wah.
Every time I go short like that,
Okay, green 5,
3 rolls.
red 2.
big
See, look at, look at.
Yep.
You know, everybody talks about on and off axis, right?
I
Well, what
literally
did on axis
cannot
do for
reach
you
it.
that one?
I know.
Not a whole lot, did it?
This table must be extra
So,
tall.
like this set here, I'm gonna change sets
it's
right
really
now.
tall. I can't even. I couldn't even reach the.
Okay, we're
corner
gonna go
of
this
the
one right here.
I know.
5 and 9s.
Isn't that crazy? Oh, right there.
Okay. There's no 7 there. There's no 7 there. Double pitching, there's 8s and 6s. That's a good set. Let's see what you can do with that.
2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah, 2, 4, 3, 1. You guys all set down there?
Are you gonna be okay? I don't make sure.
It is now.
Make sure you don't get hurt.
Yeah, right here.
This is what it feels like.
Okay, hard 4.
Double deuce.
Right, off axis. Okay, that's fine.
That was one roll.
44 units.
It's one roll.
So
Hey,
what-
Stan.
No problem. I don't expect much.
It's not a record, is it? Is one roll a
Everybody
record?
else sit at the table.
It's the way to get to the world record right now. It's a good start.
2, 4, 3, 1. The red die. This is the red die.
Ryan, change 10. Change up.
So you're rolling your wrist that
6.
way, and the dice are coming this way. 42.
42.
42. This was off axis again. One on, one off. With that said, it won't hurt you. Here we go. Good job. Your rolls don't have to be perfect to make money
This is my height.
because, you know, the longer you play,
There's a box.
you know, fatigue sets in.
Oh.
Okay, there's another 7.
Leon's
We're trying to be
getting
honest
killed
here,
over
right?
here. But Jen's doing
Double
okay.
pitching.
Don't worry about me.
Just in case you want to know, Ian, that was 3 rolls.
I mean, a lot of people, you know, you can wait a while to see what the table's producing. When I buy in, I'll buy in and I'll wait several rolls before I make my first bet. Because when you get there, you don't know what the table's producing. So right now it looks a little chilly, a little, not even choppy, it's cold. So you might want to just go to the dark side and see what happens.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I might want that.
Well, you're different. You do that all the time. So what are you going to go to the dark side now?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little.
Try something.
7,
You need
8,
to, you need to change up a little bit because the game is not producing what you were betting, right?
You'll have to move it over some
Okay.
because I can't have the. Yeah, we both need
We gotta
odds.
find a set for you.
Yeah.
$5 yield.
What do you do?
Oh,
1, 3.
It's like the first time we met. You're like.
There's a 6, 8. Let's try this
anyone?
one. A 3, 2, 5, 6.
It's a salesman. Do you get a commission?
Christmas colors.
You know the dealers get an NV. Certain bets they get a 20% NV.
Well, this is the hard way set right here. There's the 3V. All we're doing is turning that one over because with a 3V, you're going to double pitch and get a 7. If you roll that one over, you double pitch, you're going to get a 5 or a 9.
Is it on camera?
Okay.
Oh, it's on camera-ish. No.
What's that? This
It's
is
not on camera. Yeah.
It is.
Oh, okay, it was. They fixed the camera for him. Yeah.
You guys didn't want to go? All right.
Now, and breathing. You want to be on the exhale side of your breath when you release.
That's the way the dealers do to you. Like, are you sure?
Okay. Well.
6.
But no, you
1,
totally
5.
gave me an icky feeling. I got all scared.
Look at that. Primary face.
I'll take that.
Primary face.
I'm scared.
Primary faces
Have you
are hard
seen
to
how
get.
many rolls?
So when you get them, if you
5, 8,
if you get them, that's good. Best you can do is a primary face. Red die.
It's perfect.
There you go.
Thanks, Patty. Appreciate it.
All
Little bouncy.
right,
There's
look
an
at
8.
you.
2.
Finally, a pair.
Okay, another primary face. Ian, a little random, but 2 primary faces in a row. Absolutely.
So did arc have anything to do with that?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, a lot of the books that say a 45-degree arc, that's way too much. You know, the kinetic, what goes up comes down. It's too much
they don't
kinetic
allow
energy.
that anymore too on the cruise
This is a
ship.
14-foot
They
table.
yell
This
at me
is
if it's too above eye
pretty
line.
hard. It should be. Once you land them a little closer
Especially
to the
the
back
short
wall.
dealers.
Follow through. Ace got a deuce.
Oh.
There's a crab number. Be careful of crab numbers because a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times, double pitch again. A lot of times that nasty big red will follow this stuff. This is a weak indicator. The toughest indicator. These are the strongest indicators. The double sixes and the aces. Okay, perfect.
I'm trying not to go back to the dice, John.
You see your lantern. You're going to go farther back.
Got us.
Okay, 5. Look at another primary face on a random. It's basically a random roll.
I am a
But he's hitting numbers,
It's
right?
just like a
Gotta get back.
He's a random setter.
opposites.
Well, yeah, he's a random setter.
No matter which side you pick, he'll get you.
I'm a Norwegian set.
Nice.
Norwegian setter.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
We'll take it. We'll take a Norwegian setter. There you go.
All right, closer
I
to the
definitely
wall.
want to buy a book though.
A little closer to the wall. But don't throw them any harder. Release them later. Uh-oh.
Oh my God! And my comeback, Scott!
Oh, did you get killed,
Working
Jen?
bets have action.
This looks like the table we played on.
Take the don'ts.
Oh my God!
Frontline winners. Natural.
Ian, for shits and giggles, let's go to the hard way set.
I think so.
How many rolls did he get? 5, 4 rolls?
He's supposed to, but he's too busy. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
It's a 5. 1 off axis, 1 double pitch.
4-5, just so you know.
What's that?
Go to 4-5 is what I said out here.
Oh, 5, 4, 4, 5, like this?
You have 6
Okay.
rolls up there?
We just started
He
new.
just-
He
the
just
first
set
one.
it up. So we're starting again.
Okay. So some of the outfits out there do what they call a captain's 5 count. I think that's Frank Scoblotti stuff. Mathematically, it doesn't make any sense, but in this case, it would work really good because he's 7ing out in less than 4 rolls or less. All that does is eliminate you from betting on half the shooters, really. Was that cruise ship? What?
Cruise ship average.
Jen knows
Okay.
that.
Okay, we switch into the hard way set.
Hard way still, yep.
4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, what do we get?
Another 7.
Right there. Whoops, excuse me.
John, I got
Double
you beat
pitch.
over here in 7s.
Okay, so
Look, oh, that looks pretty.
No, he made the point that.
okay, so these are losers.
He actually.
Thanks a lot, B. Appreciate the support, brother. Appreciate the support, brother.
Oh, there
7.
it is. There it is. See, it shows up with a 2 roll, set up with 1 roll. There you go. Rest of my case.
That is classic.
So when you need,
That is
when you see
classic.
that, you need to start turning your bets off. When you see that, turn your bets off. It's a strong thing. I'm telling
Hey,
you.
I just like to make this a point. I'm just doing this to prove it. We're coaching here. This is not really how I shoot.
Oh, a bad coach. We got a bad coach. Maybe fire the damn coach then, right?
Is you can't.
Yeah.
Are you being learned?
Okay.
No, I'm just showing you guys so we can keep it going, so people can learn out there.
But to be fair, you do have all the stuff in your
I know.
way. You can't,
It's all right.
He has to see.
Well, that's
You got to focus.
People have a light right in the front of their face.
Well, exactly. The thing is, on this table here, looking at the dice, I wouldn't shoot on this table. I wouldn't shoot on this table. I would go to another table, another casino, right? Okay, 4, 2, 2.
Hey, real quick, I don't know if everybody could hear that. Beau, say it again. Beau, say that again, will you?
Okay, this table here, what I'm looking at right now, it looks a little too random for what we're doing. I would leave the table and go to another table or another casino. Simple as that.
Is it the table or?
No, it's not the shooter. I guarantee you, because he was shot on my table yesterday. We got him dialed in real good. Okay?
Do you think if it was 7 diamonds, it would be different?
Would be different. Yeah, if there were 7 diamonds instead of 5. Yeah, see how big those are? I think Cosmopolitan has big diamonds like that, right? Yeah, so it's a little bit different. You got to be careful. The diamonds do make a difference how they hit. We're gonna do it. We're changing your set.
Okay.
So would you normally try to hit the bottom?
Well, you
Try
want
to
to.
get it to stop and hit the bump.
Well, you can't. That's tough to do.
Yeah, yeah.
If you do that, if you do that too often, well, if you do that, you can do that. But if you do that, you're not going to last long in the casino. They're going to kick you out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what happened to me in Treasure Island. I got them to stick right there and see ya.
So 6226.
Here we go. Dice are out. The count is 0.
Count is 0.
Come out with a 4.
I love it.
Finally.
First one this week.
Just for Joe. He's not even watching.
3. Okay, right here. Boom. That's what happened.
There we, what did it do again? Okay, just double explosion. Gotcha.
Double explosion. Not an implosion like the Tropicana.
Implosion? Yeah.
Imploded like Tropicana imploded, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did anybody see that implosion at 2 in the morning? Did you wake up and see it? I saw the video after. I'm not waking up at 2 o'clock to see that thing, right? Did you really? Here we go. Same grip. Yeah, it was much better. Much better.
Single.
Less bounce. Okay, off axis.
Both of them.
There you go.
Not a 7.
So much for on or off axis, right? Are you counting? What time is it?
Time to switch. Try to switch the set.
No, you're gonna stick it with this set right here. You're down 250?
Okay, don't call it a comeback right here. Been here for years.
Little kissy dice.
Oh,
35.
Brian felt.
Double pitch. Off axis.
You want to travel my comment?
So see, now we're getting a set. You're getting a little better return, right?
I know. I'm stacking. Yeah. Until I get 2 hits off of it.
This case
He hasn't hit 2 twice yet.
You had a feeling. I said it 6 7.
Time to change your strategy.
Well, I stick to it.
Except I changed it 3 times.
Good job.
You should.
See, now they're settling down a little bit. Boom, boom.
Go.
See, that would have been a 7 on a hard way set. So that would have been a 7 on a hard way set, right?
Can we bring another shooter, please?
Bring the left-hander in.
Y'all ready?
Yep.
You guys ready?
We're on fire right here.
We're not,
This is
we're
it.
not running over you, are we? We're not running over you, are we? No?
Oh, we're good.
Okay, good.
Excellent strategy. You need to be
What the fuck? Wait a minute. If you were cheating on the test, you just lost because I had the wrong set up there.
I got it wrong here. 6-2-2-4.
4-2.
There we go. I got it. We're good.
Is that it?
That's it.
That isn't it.
That is 6-2-4. Oh, 4-2. There we go.
No, I screwed it up.
Oh, you did it? Okay.
I did. There we go.
There we go. That's what it was.
There
Okay.
you go. So mistakes are made. We're human, right?
No, that's not allowed.
There you go. Nice. Look how your dice are responding now. So you're lowering your arc a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, red die, 4 off axis, double pitch. The important thing is you're avoiding the 7 now. How many rolls we got on this thing? 5. There you go.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yeah.
This is the red die, right? That's the red die. So he's lowered the arc. The dice are looking better. Parallel to the table. Those are a little hard. Got a little lucky.
Yes, I got something.
So
See, comments work.
there's a red die, and there's
Single
the green
pitch.
die. Single pitch. Good job. What's the point of 4?
One is 4.
It doesn't matter. You can have a 40 roll hand and not even make a pass, right? Who cares?
You know what? Yeah, hands the handle is double deuce.
A little
Too
high,
high.
rolled your wrist.
Yep.
Got a little lucky. Take a look. Got a red die double pitched. Oh no, look at the primary face. Another random primary face. That's
I'm
cool.
the random king.
They pay on that, right?
Be honest. Can't hit water if I fell out of a boat, but we're random.
Okay. Sure. Well, he may hold the dice for an hour, John. Come on, man. Give him a break. He's still rolling. Got a little more random. There's a yo, bro. Okay, that's one of my alerts. I would be off right now. Let's see what happens. It works. My strategy works better on random shooters than it does precision shooters.
Well,
but
that's pretty much
we'll
what
see.
I'm doing.
This one double pitched. The green one double pitched. Can this camera see that? There you go.
Yes, we're good.
We're good on the camera. Here we go. So tighten your seatbelts, boys and girls. Another yo, back to back yos, bro. Double pitch, the same thing happened.
Same thing.
Exactly the same thing. So you showed a little consistency, didn't you?
Turn off my comments.
Turn off my comments. Yikes, mister. Well, you got to hop the big red. Oh, you got to don't then.
I think I'm okay.
You're fine. Yeah. There you go. Fever, you overcame it. Okay, a red 3 off axis, 2. 1 on, 1 off.
No repeaters.
So, Ian, look at the set. We changed the set, right?
Yeah.
To what you're doing, and it seems to be working a little better, doesn't it?
Real better. I mean, look
So-
at the numbers.
If you guys have a set that's not generating numbers, then just keep changing your set till you find the right combination.
Well,
Yes, sir.
one horn and you're turning your bets off?
Well,
Which kind?
this one here, a yo, I turn them off for 1. These I turn them off for 2. Now, during the course of the game, if the 7 doesn't follow those, don't turn them off. You got to have some evidence, right?
All right, here it is.
I have
Here we
Double
go.
deuce. Double deuce.
Get that 4.
Nice.
Beautiful. The dice look good. 63. Okay, so 63.
Both of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
But the thing is, what are you doing? You're avoiding the bad number.
Avoiding the bad number.
It's awesome. Super. Super, super, super.
I think I collected the 9 twice. That's it. Oh, actually, the 10 maybe.
Follow through. There you go. Oh, and it was a good shot. Look at it. It was nice. Okay, double pitch. Wait a minute. What's that?
There you go. He's like, I'm going to get
5,
Yep.
and then this was a 2. There you go. How many rolls is that? 11. Okay, basically double mathematical random.
Well, the 12 was, yeah, it was, the 7 was the 12th roll.
Exactly. So 12 rolls, including the 7, right? That was the losing number, right?
Yeah.
Ian, why don't you try this? Since the table's a little bouncy,
Okay.
why don't you do an ice
Do your
tong
toss.
like
Do
this?
your ice toss. Okay.
Just do an ice tong and see if we can take some bounce out of it.
Okay.
Does it come out winner? To come out winner.
What set you want to use?
I don't care which one you want to use.
Don't
you-
kick that last one. That last one worked.
Okay, let's try that. 6-2. What are we doing? 6.
6224.
Right. There you go. Perfect. And then just straight out.
Yeah.
Not much of an arc at all. Just
Split on me.
and they're splitting on you. You can put your finger behind it, brace it. Yeah. 5-1. 5-1.
See,
You guys all ready?
am I the easiest person to deal for?
Really?
Comebacks are so easy to deal for.
Depends on who the dealer is. I was at Bally's one time, which is now the Horseshoe. They got all screwed up. They got mixed their come bets and their place bets up.
Split again.
Yeah, look at it.
I'm money.
So what do we do? We fire the coach or do we fire the shooter? Right?
Oh, shooter, totally.
Shooter, that was 2 rolls.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the problem.
Appreciate that.
We tried an ice tong and it obviously didn't work very well.
Yeah.
So you're doing better
I
with
never
the 3
shoot from
finger.
this position.
Yeah, and you don't use an ice tong.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't recommend you going to the end on this table. It's frigging 14 miles long, right?
Yeah.
So what do you want to do? You want to do one more from there?
Sure. Let's try it one more
Okay.
time.
Or do you want to have another shooter shoot?
Anybody want to shoot?
Let's get off. Let's get off sheesh. Let's get Yo Chef up here. Yo Chef. Let's see if you learned anything from me over the years.
Put a little leg in it.
Yo Chef's been coming to me for years.
12 years.
12 years. All right. Let's see if he's learned anything. Tell me. I want to see before you pick him up. I want to see what. Okay, hang on a second.
I'm up 100.
Wait, okay, you're doing that. Hang on.
You're up.
I'm up 150.
Excuse me.
4 to me.
There you go. I got it.
No,
Very resilient.
I got it now.
that's it now.
That's it. This is going to be the red one over here.
Yep.
Okay. Here's red right there.
Kissing 6s.
Okay. You got kissing 6s?
Yep.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
You did it this way with your kissing aces.
Mm-hmm.
Or kiss my aces, right?
Early you win.
There you go.
Deep you
Here he goes.
middle.
He's. There you go. It's a nice number. You landed over here. You need to be landed down here a little more.
I'm going to try to go in the hook.
Try the hook. Well, you missed out by a mile. You missed that. You're trying by the hook. You missed out by a mile, dude.
No matter where you were throwing, you were wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So, Jen, hold your hand back a little bit because he's going to go right under your chin. Gentle. Fever. Bottom's got him. I don't want to run over these guys. You got one on, one off. We're good, he says. You notice in the primary faces, you got a hard 10 and a hard 4. The hard 4 is at the bottom. He's got 2 7s on primary faces, so he does not want to throw a primary face unless it's a hard 4 or 10. He's got a 50% disadvantage on this set, but maybe not because of the table conditions, right? Wrong. There you go.
It beat the other guy.
Back to a cold table.
It beat the other guy.
Back to the cold table.
All right, which set would you recommend from this side?
Come back, you're better. No,
Hey, I got more than him.
I know.
Okay, so okay, this table's a little bouncy. For shits and giggles, let's do the all 7 set.
All 7 sets.
And, okay, and don't get it. I don't want to see a perfect throw. I want to see a little flaw in it.
All right.
agree. You have to randomize.
So push your normal 12.
It's a normal roll. Yeah. Oh, these guys are brutal.
That's brutal.
They're brutal.
I agree.
If he double pitches with this, he'll get a hard 4, hard 10.
Hard ways? He's a better chef.
He's a better chef. Have you eaten his food? I got sick. Hard 6. There you go. Okay, here's what happened. Okay, now if that was the hard way set, that'd have been a 7.
I just did it after the fact.
Everybody happy?
Mark
Everybody's
the point,
happy.
please. Mark the point.
There you go. He's got all 7s. We don't want to see a perfect throw.
6, my friend.
We want to see a flaw in this thing. We want to see some numbers. We want to get paid here, guys. Let's get paid. Let's get paid. Yo 11. That'd be Yo Chef.
Yo Chef.
Yo Chef. That's his name. Yo Chef. Y'all ready? Okay, watch out for that big red now. You know, come out. How many times? How many times do you see 7-Elevens follow each other and come out? The dice don't know whether we're coming out, do they? Let's see if we get through with it. Well, tell John he's the one pulling the trigger over there. There it is, right after the O. Good job. Well, that's good.
Prove the point.
That's good. But been off in the roll.
We were off.
Exactly. So how many times does that happen? It's happened here quite a bit, right? So in a game like this, if you got into this game too soon, you're going to end up losing money. Exactly.
I'm going to do a shake and bake.
Oh, you want to do random?
Shake and bake.
I have 0 training.
Okay, let's have a random shooter. Now we're going to go random, okay? The dice setters are stinking this place up so bad. We're going to go to a random shooter. And you don't even have to pick. Yeah, pick 2 different colors. Just for, it's almost Christmas. Here we go. Now we're gonna call him a rhythm roller. He's not gonna set. He's not gonna set.
Just pick him and go.
He's just chunking him down there. He's coming out with a 9.
It's already been.
There you go. So, you guys ready? All right, here we go. We got 1 in a row here. Okay, 5. What's in the bottom of that 5? What's in the bottom of this 5? Your point. There's the 9 right there, right? There you go. For the guy with no training. Here we go. 6. There you go. We're not even going to count red or green. It doesn't make any difference at this point because he's just randomly throwing the dice. So far, he's doing pretty good as a random shooter. There's another 6. Repeater. We like repeaters. Back to back. Everybody happy? You good? There we go. Randy's doing well. An 8.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, the bottom of the 8 is a 6, right? Because the 6 was the previous one. There you go. Good job. Let's go. Here we go. There's another 6. Now the bottom of the 6 is an 8, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
No matter what, I'm not losing.
Here we go. There is a 9. There's the point. Winner 9. That's beautiful. I love it.
How much do you have?
Okay. Y'all ready? Turn my 5 on.
I've got
Y'all ready?
I'm
Here we
wearing
go.
it.
Randy's up.
So completely random.
Exactly. Come out with a
Oh,
5.
I rolled what I said. That was interesting.
Yeah, the dice have ears. They listen to you. They're responding better to a Randy than they are precision shooting.
Wait, I didn't even get to
4.
Well, that's because he's giving me the dice.
The I'll hang on. The point's a 5. He just threw a 4. You got the 5 and the 4, right? Are y'all ready down there?
Y'all ready for this?
What's that?
Yeah.
So Jim, sue me.
You watch out. Watch out.
There's a 6. What comes before 6?
Oh, look at this.
A bunch of 6s out there.
Look at this stack of
There's 4
sixes.
6s. There's 8. Ocho. 6s and 8s. There you go. His dominant numbers is 6. There's a 9. Turn them over. We'll have your point.
6, 8, 9 would be a good play.
Yeah, those inside numbers are working, aren't they? Y'all ready?
It's much
Keep it up.
faster, though, than before.
Here we go. 23. Well, there's a square root of what your 9 was, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys all caught up here? Okay, I'm off on this roll. I am off on this roll. We've got a 10. First 10, isn't it? Here we go. Good job, shooter. He's smoking the. He's got a deuce.
Is
that all I'm missing?
Beautiful. Are you guys ready? Y'all ready? Can you give us one more minute or so? Okay, there's a single to mile, another pass. He just made another pass. Can we have a couple more minutes? Okay, we just made another pass. Randy over here is doing good.
Hey, all Randy needs is a 2 for the small.
Yeah. How's your back, Jack? How's your back? Good. You happy?
Got it.
I don't want to run over you. Here we go. Randy's up. He's a yo, come out winner.
A yo off of a 12.
Come out winner. So what do we need? 2 and 12?
2 and 12.
2 and 12. Think 2 and 12, baby. There we go. We need a 2 and a 12. That's all we need.
I'm just.
For the ATS. There's one of the ones. Another 6.
Look at that stack of 6s.
The 6s are very dominant. The 9's dominant. The 5's dominant. You got all the inside numbers are dominant numbers. Oh, yeah. There's an Ocho. Inside numbers. We should be having those things pressed up there to the moon here by now.
I was playing my squeeze play.
There's your aces. I know. There's your aces. Here we go.
Come on, baby.
You can't get much more random than this. This is awesome. This is awesome. This goes to show you in the casino, precision shooters, sometimes they're the worst shooters at the table. They get a Randy up there and boom, boom, blows the lights out, right? So don't disregard random shooters. Just because they're random doesn't mean
Oh, almost. One more tip and I got my 2.
That was a 4, right?
Yeah.
Was that his point or was
No.
that the new point?
I was thinking if I get one more face,
Where the
I
hell have I
hit the
been?
2.
How many passes did he make? 2 passes? Here we go. Okay, Randy. 5 again.
This is crazy.
Oh, it's awesome. Well, you know what? The previous shooter used up all the bad numbers. In short run. Seriously. Look,
And
the
if
game
you-
is seeking balance, right?
If you believe
We
that,
have way
why are
too
we
many bad
talking
numbers.
about setting the dice?
We had too many bad numbers. Just think good thoughts. You'll get a hand. You got a hand. This is a monster.
5.
We're holding up for the dealers. We don't want to
I've
break
had
their backs.
6 6s and
Look
5
at all the inside
5s.
numbers are dominant. So
3 8s,
You guys
3
ready?
8 9s.
here we go. Dice are out. And we get a 7. How many rolls did he have? He missed the aces and he missed the midnight. 24 and a 1 4 and 1 10, correct? And he only had 2 11s and a couple of 3s,
Out of
right?
24, probably 18 were inside.
Inside numbers. That was a money hand.
Well, big
Absolutely.
question for you. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first one. Where is your favorite casino to play at?
The one I win the most.
Win the most. Perfect. And let's see what else.
No, that's a bad answer. Actually, I like Caesar's Properties and I like Bellagio at MGM.
The other one is, do you prefer to play by yourself, solo, or with very few people on the table?
You like to play? You want to be a solo player? The problem is all you guys get these groups going, and the problem is egos take over, and everybody wants to outshoot everybody.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it goes in the toilet. So you'll make more money with you and 1 or 2 guys not staying at the table too long. See, at this table right here, I'd have been long gone. I would seek out another table. And you look for a table that's going to produce some money, right? And don't, I play for 45 minutes to an hour, unless the table is dumping, and then I'll stay as prop me up, baby. Right? So there you go. But you can see right there.
Questions in the chat, John.
All right. Wait, hold up. Yeah. Wait. Somebody else did?
What's that?
Oh yeah. I saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
So go ahead.
So I got a question for Coach Parker. Coach Beau, nice coach. you're here for Crafts for the Cure, right? You put up a whole ton of stuff. Can you tell everybody what you're doing for Crafts for the Cure this year?
Yes. Well, we start with Ian came out for a class yesterday, and Ian, X marks the spot.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a blue X. I thought it's okay. Never mind. Anyway, Ian Olsen came out yesterday to take a private class, and it was $300 for a 2-hour class. And I showed you earlier, I redonated that same three $100 bills to the treasurer over there to. So there you go. So that took care of that. I'm giving away on the lottery. You have a lotto, right?
Yep. 3
private classes. You can bring up to 3 people with you. And then if you donate 500 or more, I'm going to give you a free class. And how many donations have you got of 500 or more now?
We got a few.
Okay, that's fine.
You got about
That's
7
fine.
or 8 of them, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And that's good. That's fine. That's good. It's all I do is investing some of my time for a good cause. That's what it is. And then if this little event we're having on the 2nd, which we sold out, we're going to do it again on the 3rd. We've got 2 signed up, 3 on the fence. And any of you that want to join this event, for you, it's $1,500 a person. 500 of that goes back for these guys right here.
Wow.
Craft for the Cure. And you can go on my website. My website is dicecoach.com, and on the face you'll see Casino Cheers logo. Click on that, and there's another page you click on it, and it takes you right to the event. So there you go.
So the Casino Tears event, lessons if you donate $500 plus the raffle.
I'm going to be busy.
You're going to be a busy dude, yeah. Wow. Thanks.
So there you go.
Thank
No
you,
problem.
sir.
My pleasure.
Love having you here. It was
good.
great to
It was
meet
fun.
and hang out a little
Okay,
bit.
good.
This is awesome.
So there you
Yeah.
go. So, okay.
All right, I appreciate you.
11.
11. You kicked
did.
their ass. Randy kicked their ass. That's awesome. I love it. I love it.
Exactly.
Hey,
But it'll go that way sometimes. It's irritating, but it happens. So
it does happen. All right.
It's
All right,
the
so
real
Joe,
deal, you know?
We're going to go. What's that? Go to me first, then we'll do the commercial, all right? All right. So
are we done?
We are. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna go to commercial real quick, and then we'll talk. Yeah.
So you're done with me right now?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, folks. We're gonna take a quick break. Our last break of the night. We're gonna go show a little ad about veterans moving forward here one last time. We're gonna bring in
To this
Tony
table.
Leo and
I wouldn't
close
play
things
on this
out
table.
after him with my discussion with Steve Haltom. So quick 5, and then we'll come back.
These are challenging and unpredictable times, no doubt. We're on edge, feeling unsure of life and shuttered in at home, though our hope is in knowing it will not always be this way. But for countless American military veterans, these same feelings of isolation and anxiety are everyday life. So we are veterans moving forward, bringing new life and purpose to those affected with PTSD with the comprehensive training and placement of these loving dogs to partner in their recovery. In this season, we critically need your support to how...
Are you still doing your self-defense stuff?
No crap. I'm on the wrong thing.
My whole garage is set up like Christ.
All right, we're back. Crash with the Cure 2024 final, well, our almost final live segment tonight. I'm sitting here with, over your head in the shirt. I got Tony freaking Leo over here.
Can you guys hear me all right? Yeah?
Yeah, that'll pick you up perfectly. We've had a little bit of, this is kind of like Craps Royalty Day. We had Garrison in the morning. We had Beau Parker just now. We got you here. I got Heavy coming up later on. Give us some words of wisdom. What's your, out of the gate, give me something I can chew on.
Don't play like everybody else.
Don't play like everybody else. That's kind of your thing, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Right. We were talking earlier today, and he's like, "What do you want to talk about?" I'm like, "I want to talk about winning." Right? We all play. I enjoy the game. We had a guy here from Ellis Island earlier. I'm not sure if you saw that interview.
I saw that show.
And his advice was good. Right? Play to have fun. Enjoy the game. Go there, and especially you're coming to Vegas. It's an experience. Do your thing. Right? Yeah, you want to win, but have some fun. You are local. You're playing every day. You're here to win, not play, right? And that's, I think, a differentiator for you.
I'm playing 3 days a week, not every day, but 3 days a week. I'm there early. Everybody knows my MO. I'm there 4 or 5 in the morning. I hit my 30, 40 wins, and I'm done.
Yep.
And that makes me my goal. My goal is 1,000 a day. So
you're playing mostly craps, or you're playing you
all craps. Well, no, I do other things, but at that time, it's set for craps.
Why 5 o'clock in the morning?
I live here, and do I think I would have won or been successful if I played random and with a whole table of people? No, I don't. Do I think I would have been successful if I didn't live here? No, I don't. So I think those two elements are part of the puzzle, even before you get into bankroll and dice setting and everything else. For me, it might not be that way for other people, because other people have a job and they can go after or whatever. That's different. But my mentality is, I'm not there to have fun.
Yeah.
You know, I'm there just to hit my goal and
I can track with that. I mean,
scoot out of there.
It's like the things you can control, the factors in your control. What time you go, you can control playing at a table that's full or when it's empty. You control the table you're playing at. It's the conditions you want to be in.
Sure.
All of that matters, right?
Sure.
You
let
take all the variables out that you
Yeah.
can take out. You're left with still some variability, but not all this mess, right?
Well, yeah, when you play short term like that,
Mhm.
math doesn't even matter. Doesn't come into play. And the casinos have no defense against a short term player. So that's a big thing as well. So
Yeah.
they don't know you're coloring up right away and this, that, and the other.
Right.
They base everything on their long term. I care less about long term.
So you're talking about a number of wins, 30, 40, whatever it is, right? I've heard you talk about the 7 to wins ratio right, versus the 7s to rolls ratio. That's a different metric that I think people who haven't taken your courses or haven't talked to you in person, it's kind of a tough thing to get their head wrapped around.
SRR to me means nothing. To me, it's not even a true measurement of winning. Okay, I mean, you could place the 6 and the 8, roll 10 times without hitting it. It means nothing. What's more important to me is SWR, the 7 to wins ratio. How many times did I win before I threw that 7? That's a true measurement of winning.
Right.
But everybody, what's your SRR? I mean, it's why? Okay, I mean, it's really not. It's meaningless to me.
Right.
To other people, yeah. I mean, to me, it just means long rolls. And everybody plays that way, especially if you got a full table. Everybody wants the long roll. They can't plan their
Sure.
attack per se, so I do it different.
Is your style of play predicated on long rolls, or are you looking
Not
for?
at all.
Because we've talked about this. So
Not
let's
at
talk
all.
about that a little bit. So the way that you play, the length of roll doesn't matter. It's just what's
No.
happening, and
No. The length of road does not matter because if I'm there by myself or with one other player, I get the dice right back.
Right.
So you can make any adjustments. If you need to correct something, you can correct it. And then with the way I bet, I only need the one win. And then I'm back to base anyways.
Sure.
So that getting the dice right back is a big, big benefit that people aren't aware of.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the things I talk about a lot is, being a controlled shooter, the frustrating thing, and I love all you guys playing with everybody here, right? But, last night was or Friday night was a good example. I got the dice, I shot 4 or 5, whatever it was, rolls. And then an hour and 45 minutes later, they came back and I forgot what I was doing. There's no adjustment to be made.
No, you're cold and everything
It doesn't
else
make a
at that
difference,
time,
right?
yeah.
It's like you get lucky. I feel like you're getting luckier.
Absolutely,
And that's all
totally.
you can do. By yourself, you can make, on my home table, my morning show, I throw, that was terrible. I'm going to change a set. Try
Sure.
this. That's that.
Whatever.
This set, 35 rolls. And you feel like you have a chance to make a change when there's nobody else around you. And that's, I think, if you're going to play professionally, like you're doing, it's a big element. That's
a
a
total
big factor.
element. Oh yeah, totally. Play by yourself or with your teammate, and then if you got a teammate and you're pretty much on the same page. If Carrie was my teammate, I could see her set, what set she's doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So based on how we play, I can pretty much expect what that set's going to do for her as well. Whether you're 1 dominant or what I do, 6 dominant.
100%, right?
Type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing. I play with Ian a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and I know. Well, now I don't know. Right? I used to know how you shot. Now you took a lesson. I have no idea how you shoot anymore, right? But I used to have Ian dialed in, but I could tell, right? You can watch him shoot, and I can see what he's doing. I know his set. I know what he's, and I can tell if he's on or off, and I can make an adjust here and there,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, if you're in a team situation, and Carrie's a great example. Come on, say hi, Carrie. I'm gonna put you on camera right now. Carrie, come on, say hello. No, you're on camera right now. Hey, Dakota, from the Craps Angels. You got a team. You play the team, right? And so you know each other. You know your betting patterns. You know how they throw.
Oh, yeah.
All those things are tight. And when you're by yourself or with a bunch of random people that you just don't know, you can't make those decisions.
No, that's
It's definitely
exactly
harder
right.
to do.
Yeah, it's when you have a teammate and you know how they're throwing, their dice set, you could see, what they're throwing. I mean, it's
Right.
obvious. You let the table and the shot dictate how you play.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Now, when you play teams and you're playing with a group of people that you know. When you're playing with one
I
person.
play with
right?
1, 2 max.
Now, are you doing team betting, or is it like you're just playing as a group and that's it?
I do individually.
Individual,
Yeah,
but
we,
yeah.
we have separate. You do
Separate
your money, I
bankers.
do my money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've talked a lot about trying some ideas about doing shared bankroll team play.
I did that in the beginning.
Yeah. Did it work for you?
Well, it works for so long, and it's better not to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
Combining money
Because
and
if you're
friends kind
doing
of
it that way, if you're sharing money, if it was like you and I playing, we wouldn't want to be doing the same method.
For sure not.
Okay.
Yep.
If it's independent money, it don't matter.
Yeah.
You're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing.
Yeah, I've always thought about somebody like approaching the game like not your system, but let's say a regular place better doing place betting things, and somebody else playing the come, right? Which is a different rhythm, different winning rhythm. One may lose, one may win for a different reason, and you may catch a roll in a different way. A lot of teams go, I'll get the low and you get the highs, and it's like, well, I could have done that myself. You're just looking at half the board, and I don't think there's no benefit to that to me, unless you're switching it up. And one person's playing the hops, right? Tracking numbers. One person's doing some 6-8 field cut type of thing, right? And that guy's winning for a different reason. And one person's catching the actual faces and hopping our way out of it, maybe saving the day a little.
Yeah,
that's an interesting way, but I can see where friendship and money shouldn't mix. Maybe there's some of that, right? You're shaking your head, Gary, like
you can't do that. You're better to play solo with your own thing.
Yeah. So let's talk about the way you play a little bit. And it's different. It's different. You approach the game looking for different things than the rest of us probably do.
I was talking to Dan the other night a little bit. Most players, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, most of the players out there, most of the instructors out there, they work on their SRR. They try to avoid the 7. They try to stay on axis. And they're playing for the long-term math. I don't do any of that. SRR is meaningless to me. I do SWR. Avoid the 7. We can't avoid the 7. We know that. But it's up here. I level up when I play. I level up. So I know I'm going to level 2. I know I'm probably going to level 3. I'm already ready for that. Okay, so I'm already past that part of it. And when I go to level 2 or level 3 anyways, I make more than my original base bet. So it's a plus. So, and the 7, when we play, we hop. We can hop the 7 all day long if we want. We'll win on the hop. Yeah, we'll lose here, but we'll win over on the hop. And then we'll come back and get this type of thing. So staying on axis. Can I use these?
Yeah, I think out here would be the place to see it.
Okay, listen.
Can we see the dice, Craig? Okay.
So there was a video on one of the channels. I'm not going to say who.
Over here? Here, let's slide over some.
Is that better? Good. Okay. There was a video that I watched that I'm not going to say who it was, but he was asked a question on why is it important to stay on axis? Okay. And this was their answer. Their answer was with the hardway set. And the set it was demonstrated with this set right here. He said with the hardway set, if I stay on axis, I can't 7 out with the 6-1. Makes sense. That's right. Okay. If I stay on axis, I can't get a 2, 3, or 12 on the come out and lose my pass line back. Okay. And they went on to say that they like to stay on axis 50% of the time. That's good to stay on axis 50% of the time. So when I first started in this business and moved to Las Vegas, there was only 2 names I knew. That was Dominator and Mr. Parker. And that was it. Those were the only 2 names I heard of. So when I got my table delivered, it came from the Flamingo. It had red ripped rails, this and that. And I was standing right here, well, stick right, looking at the back wall. And I said to myself, I said, how can you stay on axis? What's the secret to that? So I developed a method to go off axis. And from 2002 to 2012, I used 2 dice sets. I used this one and the 5, 4, 2, 3, all 7 set. Those were the only 2 sets I used for 10 years, with the idea of throwing for off-axis results, meaning I would like to see a 1 or a 6 on every one of my rolls. Okay. Another thing, for me, how I explain it is if I go off axis, it's impossible to throw a 7 Consequently, I'll have longer rolls, hopefully. If I go off axis, let me put it to you this way. I can't get paid double or triple without a 1 or a 6 on my dice. I can't throw any horn without a 1 or a 6 on my dice. And it's perfect for my hop because I hop the 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, and 6-4. They all have a 1 or a 6. So basically, if you have a 1 or a 6 and you can get these things, I can get multiple wins. That's what I call the power of multiple wins on one roll. So if I throw a 3-1, 4-1, 6-3, 6-4, I'm getting paid here, I'm getting paid here, and I'm getting paid here at the same time. And that's one of the secrets to what I do. It gets me in and out of the casino so much quicker. And that's where the 30, 40 wins come in, because I'm getting paid somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
You're not looking at 30, 40 outcomes, 30, 40 wins within
That's
the
right.
time.
Well, no, it could be outcomes too, because I'm getting paid on everything, you know.
Yeah.
So that. But I like to go off axis for that reason, and we concentrate on the 1 and the 6. Now, so in this particular case, I'd be going off axis, and we have sets and throws and things that do that for us. At the same time, if I'm doing an on-axis set, I'll do a 2-1, 2-1. This is one of my go-tos right here. My goal now is to keep them on axis, not to go like that. Okay. And again, we have sets, grips, and tosses for that as well. Okay. So that's our game plan, and that's how we do it. So in theory, the box numbers will all come and play wherever they will. I'm setting the dice to see a 1 or a 6. They're also talking, the other gentleman on the video, he would like to see 50% on axis. Well, without even trying, because of what we do, we're at 60% very, very easily. So that's what I do. That's that. So that's why we look at the 1 and the 6 for the multiple reasons, where everybody thinks they're sucker bets, carnival bets, whatever you want to call them. But if you want to be a good DI, this is the path to multiple wins. Unless you're good with the ATS and the place bets in the ATS, now you can still get multiple wins. Or if you want to include the hard way, that's up to you guys, however you want to do it. My path is through the field, the horns, and the hops. Okay. The way we bet the box numbers, as y'all know, is I do an up as you lose. There's only 4 ways to bet in this game. You can flat bet, same bet. That's one. You can do an up as you win, which would be your press, or whatever. You can do an up as you lose, which is what I do. Or you can regress, start a little higher and regress. So in the course of your throw, you guys think about it, you're really doing all of them. You're going to flat bet. You win a little bit, you're going to press, you're going to go up. You get so high, you're going to go down, you're going to regress. And then if you want to, you can use an up as you lose. When I say an up as you lose, I'm not talking a martingale. Okay, people will email me sometimes. Tony does the martingale. Well, Tony doesn't do the martingale. He uses an up as you lose. That's it. Okay, so, and when you do, I use charts. You've seen my charts and all that. So I have all my charts that you can use. When you want, and people say, well, you customize a chart for me. Well, sure, I could. But the charts are predicated on a few different things. And for your own personal chart, you want to look at what you want to win per level first, and then let the bankroll and everything else just come into play. Okay, it's no good. You got to know what you want to win at each level. All right, and that's kind of important when you structure your up as you lose. But it's not a martingale. It's like I said, an up as you lose, depending on what you want to win per level. That's pretty much it. I don't really play the ATS, although now I might start because I've been watching guys post. And they're arguing back and forth about the ATS and blah, blah, blah. And they're saying, well, if you do this, you only got 10%. If you do this, you only got 4%. I just simply emailed them back. I said, listen, if you put 10, 10, and 10, that's a $30 bet. Just win one more time on the 6 and 8. What's the difference?
Pay for it, yeah.
You know what? You got to figure all the math out. I'm not a math guy. I'm a math guy only knowing what I'm going to get paid. But as far as the long term, that means nothing to me either, because what do I care what the house edge is if I throw 4 hops in a row? So,
Yeah.
and you will if you do this.
Yep, that's interesting. And we've had this conversation when I was at your house, and everybody knows how I throw, right? I'll show you mine. But you know me, I stack them, right? Which is I'm one of 10 people who do this, I think, right? And I spin them really hard, and I'm looking for this. I'm looking for them to hit the back wall and do that, and they do it all the freaking
show
time.
one. Is that what you do?
Yeah, I'm looking to show ones, or if it comes off a little bit harder, it may do one of these. And like you say, you can't get that or that without a 6 or a 1.
Can't get a horn.
And so
Can't get a horn.
when I first learned how to throw that spinner toss, the guy that I was working with said, stack the ones, because when you look at them in your camera, when you slow motion yourself, you can see them easier, right? When the downside, I can watch them hit, and you can easily see the ones are staying up. I'm like, cool. So I practiced, and like then I chart myself how many 1s or 6s am I keeping, and I know that what percentage I am at keeping one of those 2 in play all the time. It doesn't matter if it's 1s. If I stack them as 2s, it doesn't matter when I'm in the live casino. Now I'm looking at more box results than horn results. Then I went to your house, and you're like, track the 1s and 6s, we can hop. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm already freaking doing that. I'm already doing this, right? And if I can pin a 1 or a 6, then I can get some work done in here. And that's when I started saying, I want to learn this toss, and I want to perfect what I do, because I wanted to see if I could stick one of these 2 more often than I ought to.
Right.
And to some degree I am. I'm in that upper reach of seeing top or bottom. I've been hopping, just because I'm kind of a rookie still, only the 1. I wheel the 1s when I do it. I don't do you're doing some 1s and some 6s. I'm just wheeling the 1s, but I can see we're spreading that out a little bit. Get you some action up in here, which is what you're doing. So spread me out.
Well, you don't have the hop layout.
That's not going to be on camera. Yeah,
the hop layout's different, but with the hop, the hop method I devised in 2013. It's called the Super 7 hop system. In 2015, I put it out. It's on YouTube. Okay, so when I first put it out there, I mean, I got so much hate mail, it wasn't even funny. Everybody thought I was an idiot. And then I got some people saying, well, hopping's not new. And they're right. Everybody would give me a hard 10 on the hop, but nobody played a methodology that included 7 bets.
Yeah, we can actually use this.
Oh, there you go.
The hops on there? Oh, yeah, there they are.
Okay. All right, this is cool. I can do it this way, though. Making the 7 bets.
Yep.
So when I put my original hop together, based on the 1 and 6, it's the 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, the 6-1, which is the 7, 6-2, 6-3, and 6-4. I'll get paid 15 to 1. Okay. Then as I did it, I just got more versatile with it. And these same 7, and the reason it's called the Super 7 hop is because I make 7 bets. I have 7 levels deep that I can go up on the bet, okay? And we can get paid on the 7. So those are the reasons why it's called the Super 7 hop. But it's very versatile for the simple reason that I could make what I call my original hop, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, or you could do other things. If I wanted to do the 7, I can cover the 3 7s and the 4 and the 10. It's the same exact chart, the same 7 levels, the same amounts of money and everything. Everything's the same. If you wanted to, you could do the 6-8 and the 6-1. Another 7 bets, the same thing. And when I 7 out, 85% of the time, it is the 6-1 because of how we're shooting. That's what we're looking for. So when I first started doing it, I was getting all the 6-1s, and that's when I said, well, let's just include it. Okay, so that's another way you can do it. If you're 6 dom, when I press, I'm going to get off track a little bit, but when I press, I look at 2 things which signify how I'm going to press. One is the signature number. Everybody does that. The other is my dominant momentum. If I'm 6 dominant, I'm going to press something with an 8, 9, or 10 because of the 6, correct? You guys with me? If I'm more 1 dominant, I'm going to press the 4, 5, and 6. And those aren't 1-roll bets, so I can do with it what I want. Okay, so that's how I cover that on the presses. But
so instead of trying, quick inside here, right? Instead of trying to fix what's going on with your die, if you're throwing and you're not getting what you want, as most of us, I'm not, I'm going to change my set. To get
I
whatever.
don't change set.
You're looking at today. I'm throwing a bunch of ones. We're going to be down here. It's just right.
Here's my base bet. This is what I play every day. I'll explain it to you. This is what I play every day. This is simple. I've been watching videos lately, and I call this the 6-8 field. But if you go on this guy's YouTube, it's called the Wiki Wacky Walkie or something. They got names for everything. It cracks me up. I've been calling this the 6-8 field for 25 years. Okay, that's one. I only play 3 methods. The other method I play is the 4, 6, 8, 10 and the field. Why the 4, 6, 8, 10? Because everybody that comes over and I ask them, how do you play? I play the inside. Everybody plays the inside. I don't like the inside. I mean, unless I'm throwing those numbers all the time. But why I like the 4, 6, 8, 10 is if you look at the charts, I go 4 levels deep on the 4, 6, 8, 10. 4 levels. If it's the inside, I go 4 levels as well. But where the difference is the bankroll playing this is less than playing this because of the 4 and 10. And at each level you win, it's more because of the 4 and 10. So how I play it is I start out, if this is my base bet, I know I have 4 levels of safety. And if I need to, if I'm dominant to 5, I'll press the 5 or whatnot. I normally do press the 5 anyways, for the simple reason that it saves me a level here on the field. Okay, so I'll win 35 and lose 25. I'll put 10 in the rack. But then if I do that 2 or 3 times, let's say I throw a 5, 6, and an 8. The next time, I'm not going to tie that in, and I'm going to have my own independent game here with the field. And I'll go 6 or 7 levels deep. I was at the Palms the other day, and I was hitting 6 and 8s like crazy, right at the Palms, 4:30 in the morning. 6 and 8 like crazy, which means I lost my field. I lost 3 times in a row. I started independent on the field. I went to level 6, which would mean I had nine throws without a field. But because I waited and didn't go independent, when I went independent, I ended up having a $1,200 bet out there and hitting the triple at the Palms. So that was nice. And I did that in 13 rolls. I was doing great here, but I was getting killed there. So in any event, so I play that. I play the 6, 8, the field, the 4, 6, 8, 10, and then I'll play the across and the horn. I have everything covered that way. And on the horn bet we could do a different way. You could flat bet the horn if you want to, just the $4, and leave it there, because this is the 4 through 10 would be my base bet, and this is what I'd be going up on. You have 24 ways to win, 6 ways to lose. It's 4-1 in your favor on every roll. I have 3 levels of safety there. So, and don't forget, I do nothing random whatsoever, nothing. Okay, so people will say, well, it doesn't work. So for me to lose this bet, I got to go 0.7 out, 0.7 out, 0.7 out 3 times in a row. Okay, to lose my 6 and 8, we have 5 levels of safety. Give you an idea. I'm not going to tell you everything, but for example, I'm going to make $35 here, right? Boom, I 7 out. I go to level 2, I'm going to put 78 here. I'm now going to win 91. 91 minus what I lost is going to put $31 in my rack, and I'm going to tell the dealer to take me back down to 30. You understand that? So that, and I have 5 levels of safety. So just ask yourself a question if you're a DI. Are you going to throw 0.7 out, 0.7 out, 0.7 out, 0.7 out, 0.7 out without throwing 1, 6, or 8? Yes or no? John's can do that.
I can do it.
So it's going to be really hard.
It does happen, but very infrequent.
You know,
So,
the host of the show,
and if
right?
you want to, for an extra cushion, if you want to, you don't have to level up right away. Just duplicate your level 1 bet, and now you're like, now you're looking at your SRR. Whatever. I don't like to do that, but that's pretty much. I played the same 3 ways for 25 years. Nothing has changed. My MO is exactly what it was then. So, but anyway.
And this is how you make your living, right?
Well, not necessarily. I'm retired. I get Social Security. I got 3 properties I get rentals on. I mean, so, I mean, that's why I only need to play a couple days a week if I want to. I mean, in the interim, in the beginning, I was playing, it was all documented. I showed everybody how to make $100,000 a year. I did 4 days a week, 500 a day, 8,000 a month, 100,000 a year. I did that for 10 years, doing the hard way set and the all seven set. I made over $1 million in that 10-year period. And it's not stopped. Only now I'm adding sports betting, stupid things. So, but that's pretty much it.
Good. We got some questions from the chat.
Let's go. I'm ready.
From the chat, we have Tony. Of the past 10 weeks or 30 sessions, how many were losing, and what is your cap to walk away, either win or lose?
Who asked that question?
I'm not going to say.
So let me repeat. Let me
It's
make
somebody
sure.
I know.
It's somebody who threw the sevens the
Yeah.
last time you were here.
Let me repeat. Let me repeat the question. So,
This is
so let me-
interesting.
let me-
Listen to this.
let me make- make sure. We
Okay.
can hear. This is I can't. So Tony, out of the past 10 weeks or 30 sessions, how many were losing, and what is your cap to walk away, win or lose?
Okay. My win goal is $1,000. I look at a 20%. I leave at 20% or thereabouts. So if I buy in, my buy-in's $5,000. Okay, 20%'s $1,000. It's a little over $5,000. It's actually $5,400 to take this 5 levels. Okay, and you really don't have to have a separate bankroll for the field, because if this is losing, this is winning, type of thing. You follow me? Okay, so we use a money plan for craps, not for everything, but just for craps. I call it my 27-3 strictly business plan. It's where we base everything on a month. And as long as we can win 27 days out of the month, we can lose our bankroll 3 times and still be an 80% net winner for that month. So let me give it to you. Here it is. So you want to have 3 bankrolls. I have a win goal, but I have no stop loss. My stop loss is $15,000. That's my stop loss. So to answer that question, I can have a losing day being $5,000. But I haven't had a losing month 20 years. Okay, so because of what we do. And here's the plan. So you want to have 3 bankrolls. So if your bankroll, your buy-in's 5,000, you need 3 of them. My bankroll currently is 21,000. I look at 7,000 each for each one. That's my craps bankroll. Okay, and I was talking to 10 Ton, and 10 Ton said, well, what if I had this amount of money? I asked him, I said, well, how much do you want to win? That's what matters. I mean, when I look at 10 Ton's graph, he's going like this. You know, he's going up and down, up and down. With more money, he plays big. You don't have to do that if you do work the plan. So you have a $5,000 bankroll. I look for 20% on that, which is 1,000. Sometimes I'll hit it, sometimes I won't. When won't I? If I'm doing this 5 levels and I keep getting to level 4 and I'm only up 300, I'm coloring up and calling it a day. Okay, if I'm not getting past level 3 and I'm at 1,000, I'm going to keep playing. You know, win a little bit more and see what happens. So I kind of let the mood of the table tell me if I want to go or not. But that is my goal. So if you buy in for 5, 20% of 5 is 1,000. 1,000 times 27 days is what?
27,000, right?
27,000. If I lost those 3 bankrolls of 15, I net 12,000 for the month, which is still 80% versus 20% a day. Okay, so as long as you don't lose your bankroll on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I mean, if you win, you got first. Yeah, then you're screwed. You know, but I feel pretty safe doing what I do with how I get there. Okay, so. And then just take it a different way. If your bankroll, if you have a total bankroll of 3,000, that's 1,000 you're going to buy in with. 20% of that is 200. 200 times 27 days is 5,400. If you lost your 3 banks, you'd lose 3,000. That gives you 2,400 net. Again, is 80%. Okay, so that's my money plan. So I do, to answer your question, I do not have a stop loss. My stop loss is 15,000, but then I'll just get more. That's what's the difference.
Yeah. You're still doing that even when you're not shooting dice.
Again, I don't play random. I'm the only one at the table or with my teammate, and that's it. So, and that's why I moved here. That's the main specific reason why I moved to this city, was because of that.
Because you can get an empty table.
Totally. Las Vegas, if you're a gambler, there's no place like Vegas. Ask Dana White.
Another question here from Brian, Hawaii Crap Shooters. He says, do you get heat from dealers who are frustrated by setting up the hops?
No, no, not at all. Because I'm not holding up the game because I'm by myself. If I was with other players, there would be no way I could do the hops. No way. It takes too long. And then, I mean, my last bet on the hops for a $1,200 bankroll, if I'm going 7 levels, it's 90 on each number. Okay. So when I hit that, I mean, they got to have a meeting on how much to pay me. They have no idea. And I'm telling them, hey, this is what I get, you know. All right. But it'll hold up the game no matter how good you are on the hot bet. So I play it just by myself or with my team. So
from Tito?
Pure 5, is that included in your original
no,
6 and 8?
no. No, good question. This is my base bet. I have 5 levels. So when it comes time to press, if I don't do it here because this shows me it's part of my base bet. I'll just put it right here. I mean, in practice. So that would be a press.
Because your 5, you lose the field.
But I make 35 here, so I put 10 in my rack.
Yeah.
Right?
But before you put that out, the 5 is your weak spot. Here.
That's right. I would lose that. Yeah. That's correct. Then I have an option. I can just let it go, or I can go up to a level 2. And so level 2 bet on that would be $75.
You try and get that 5 out quick.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I want to hit it. If I'm not throwing it, why put it there? But again, it's not a 1-roll bet, so it really doesn't matter. I can pick it up or move it or do whatever I want. So to answer your question, yeah, I want to get it there, especially at this level, because I mean, as I go higher, it gets more expensive. So if I can eliminate 1 level just by doing this a couple times, just to feel it, I will. Right?
Yeah. And are you doing this at the same time you're working the hops, or are you
Sure.
doing that as a separate piece? That's
no.
This is
my
base
baby right
play.
here.
Yep.
The hops, no matter what I'm doing, are all cherry picked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't just randomly put them out there. Okay, I want to see it. I want to feel good. I mean, if I don't see a 1 or a 6 on my die, and it doesn't happen all the time, but if I don't see a 1 or a 6, I'm wondering why. Even though I'm getting paid on the 5, 6, and 8, you know, or whatever, if it's not a 1 or a 6, I'm a little concerned. Okay, because this here is where I go in there. So, and when I was talking a minute ago about playing the 4 through 10 and the horn, you can keep it at $4 if you want. I know, Beau, you used to do this, or you still do, correct? Yeah. Yeah. So I'll put $4 in the horn, but the 4 through 10 is my base bet. I could leave this here. I don't have to go up a level here. It's only $4. Okay. Or if I hop it, we can go 14 levels on that hop, on the horn, 14 levels. And on the last level, if I hit a hard way, you know, I'm over $1,000 in my rack, over and above what I lost. But ask yourself a question. I mean, I can do it because of the 1s and the 6s. Can you throw a horn bet 1 in 14 times? I can.
Yeah.
I can, because of what we're doing. And this is the only reason why it works. Right there, 1 or a 6, whatever you want to do. Okay. I hit this right here, I win here, and I won the 3-1 on the hop. The power of multiple wins. So if you have, you know, again, if you're going to be a good DI, I think you need to take a look. I'm not saying you have to do this, but I think you might want to take a look at it. Is all. Okay, there's more ways to skin a cat. There's a lot of ways to beat this game.
Totally.
You know, so, but whatever works for you guys.
Do you go straight up on the hops, or do you wait
So if I throw a 6-2 right out of the gate, I'll wait to see another one. And then even if it's a 6-1-7, that's telling me 2 things. It's telling me I'm throwing right, and right now I'm 6 dominant. I'm not 1 dominant, I'm 6 dominant. So when it comes time to press, and I press very conservative. Okay, I do what's a collect and press. So, and I only press at the level 1 mark. If I'm at level 2 or 3, there is no pressing there. My goal now is to get that 1 win and get back to my base bet where I can now collect and press.
So you're not knocking down, you're just going right back down.
Right back down on 1 win. Okay. So, you know, a lot of methods have you got to win. If you throw the 4 through 10 and you do same bet, you're going to need, and you 7 out, you're going to need 5, 6 wins just to be back on par.
Right.
Okay. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be there all day. So to me, one win, no matter what you want to call it, martingale, up as you lose, this, that, or other, one win is stronger than anything. So much easier to get one win. You think 2 wins is easy? That's not even easy. Lots of time. Okay, but one win, you know, when you're good DI and you can see, you can work, you know, you can work your plan, you could read your rolls, you could bet into your advantage. Now you got a winner.
Are you wheeling the 1s and the 6s, or
Well, in that particular hop, I am.
on the hop?
I-
That's
yeah.
what that is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. On that,
yeah, but I do the full wheel.
Yeah.
I wheeled the ones only, so it's 6 bets.
we could do that
And
too.
that's it. But he's doing 7 bets.
I
You got
do
the 6
7 bets
ones plus
because
the other 3.
if you're doing the ones, you're doing the 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, and 1, 6.
Yep.
You're sitting then, and then your 7th bet, I would put on the 12. Okay, just
Just
to
catch
have
it.
or another 7.
Yeah.
Okay, then you got it. But I like to keep it at the 7. Now, when I have what I call gimme money, you see people have, you know, 10, 15 whites. They got their ones here. I call that gimme money. And instead of saving it, I like to use it. So, but you want to use it with a purpose. You don't want to just throw hardways out there if you're not hitting any. So with gimme money, if I'm 6 dominant, I'll throw $4 down instead of going up 7 levels. It's just in the moment, hop the 9 and the 10 type thing. If I'm 6 dominant, if I'm 1 dominant, hop the 4 and the 5. Here's $4. That just gimme money. That just there. You're pressing with a purpose, and it's giving you more opportunity to put money in your rack. So
it's hopping without the angel on your shoulder telling you what to do, right?
So
you know I had to say that out loud,
just
right?
To answer somebody's question, I'll wait for 2, then start. Or if I know, I just know my set that well, I might just do it right out of the gate. And at the same time, then if I lose 2, I might quit for a second and then till I, get back on there. But I've lost my bankroll on that. It's a $1,200 bankroll to play that. So I've lost that, but I know why I did it. Okay, it's okay if you lose, but know why you lost. This is an experience.
Playing with purpose is a whole different mindset.
So
you have a question for us there, Joe?
I have a bunch of them.
Okay, so
what time of day works best to find your nearly empty table?
Anytime out here on off strip, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, anytime. I go to Durango at 4:30 in the morning. The table's a $10 table. People don't even know they got a $10 table. You go early, you got it.
Now.
Yeah.
You just outed him.
Tony, with you liking the 1-2-1-2 dice set.
Who is this guy? He knows me.
These are several different people asking. Do you lay the 9?
Why would I lay the 9?
Question.
If I'm doing a 2-1, if I'm doing a 2-1-2-1 dice set, lay the 9.
1-2-1-2. Yep.
Yep.
You lay the 9.
Why?
Same
I
thing,
don't know.
yeah.
I have no idea why they would say lay the 9. My goal here is to keep these on axis. So I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta find it.
You got to find it now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the last question I have in the chat is
I think the genesis of his question, Skill likes that set because there's no 9s on the set, right? So he likes to use that.
I use this.
Yeah, he'll use that to lay the 9 to get his
I
bets
use
out.
this for one reason only, to still get a 1 or a 6.
and his theory is that there's no 9 that shows up on this
Right.
dice set, so that
If
he'll
you're
lay
on
the 9
axis,
as
there's
a
no
hedge.
9s. Lay the 9 hedge.
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
that's exactly.
I really don't lay. Prior to from 1980 to 2000, I did not even touch the dice. I passed them and I played the don't. That's all I did for 20 years. So I played the same way we play now. The don't pass, the 6 and the 8, and the don't come. But we play it as a separate unit. You'll never hear me say, well, I won 100 here, but I lost 50 over here, so I'm only up 50. I don't do that. I won 100 over here. That's going in the rack. I'm going to level 2 here. I'm getting that one. Okay, and this is my main focus now. I want to resolve this. I want to get to level 1 always, so I can press, collect, and press. That's what I do. So I'll win 1, then I'll put it in the rack, then I'll collect 1, or I'll win 1, I'll press it all, and then collect 1. Okay, so it's pretty easy. But when you got all your presses out here, that's where you make your money. If you're not pressing, you're not making any money. But I'm not really a power presser where let it go, let it ride. I don't do that. I'm not that way. My goal, I used to be that way. You know, I mean, I used to come and try and win thousands like everybody else. But now that I live here, I mean, I'm just so relaxed doing it this way. Totally.
Yeah.
You know, so.
The last question we have on the chat is, would the cross sixes work the same with one on, one off?
Cross sixes, if that's the cross six, when you
One
mean
on, one off.
One on axis, one off axis.
To me, I'm looking at them on axis. It doesn't matter if it's this way or that way for me. Is that what you're saying?
He said if one dice goes off axis, does that work with the same philosophies that you were saying earlier?
Yeah,
on?
I don't need both of them on axis. I just need one of them. Yeah, because one of them is going to give me whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all the chat's questions that I can
Any questions?
from the peanut gallery? Yes.
Why did you drop the dump out of the?
Well, because I don't myself. I mean, when I shoot. However, if any of you guys want to make a fortune, come and play the don't on me because I don't make points.
How do you ensure you stay on axis?
So a question from the audience here is, how do you
Well,
ensure you stay on axis?
You could. All right, so I'm going to show you guys something.
Bring it over to
I'm going to show you. You can try these. You can do it. I'm going to show you two of my signature sets that help me tremendously. Okay. If I'm throwing the 5-4, if I'm throwing the 5-4 5-4 dice set, my goal is to go off axis, right? I want to see a 1 or a 6, so I need to go off axis, correct? Okay. So if I want to go off axis, and I'm not doing it with just the traditional whatever, I don't change dice sets. I look at my landing zones. I have 3 landing zones: straight, center, and toward the hook, and my grip. I don't change dice sets. So if I'm on here and I'm staying on axis, I have the chance of hitting that 5-2, right? Double pitching. So if I'm not throwing off axis, what we have is called a 2-finger split grip. Right here.
Show it up to the camera, maybe.
What if you want?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 2-finger split grip. And what that does, if I'm throwing from stick right and I'm throwing this way, hopefully it's going to ensure, and especially if I throw it more toward the hook, hopefully it's going to give me a little of this to hopefully make one go off axis. And it normally works. Not all the time, but it normally works. At the same time, if I'm doing a cross 6 set and I want to stay on axis, I'm using what's called a 2-finger reinforced grip. Okay? Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. By throwing this, and I'm using it as a runway, I'm coming up the runway, and I can't spin it because my finger's behind. So it's going to glide through the air real nice, and hopefully one of them, I'm going to see the 1 or the 6. Okay? So those, I start traditional 3-finger relaxed or whatever, throwing straight. And then as I get into it, I might have to move over, and I might have to go from a 3-finger relaxed grip to my 2-finger split or whatnot. Now, if I was doing this set, I would never want to do a 2-finger split because I don't want them to go off axis. I want them to stay on. Okay, so you just have to play with it and see what works for you on your own table or at the casino. But those are 2 sets, 2 tosses and grips that have worked for me for years. And I still do a regular 3-finger grip, okay, type of thing. But primarily on the off axis, if I need to, I'll go to the 2-finger split, whether it's a 5-4. I also do a 2-3-3-2. Okay, the same thing. I want them to go off axis. We have like 3 or 4 sets for on axis, 3 or 4 sets for off axis, and then 2 or 3 different throws for that set and grip.
Last question, Joe?
Last question in the chat is, Tony, do you have any advice for new players with dice sets?
Okay, so the question was, any advice for new players with dice sets?
I don't. I mean, I do what I do, you know, so I really don't. Just does what works for them. I mean, if they can grasp this concept, you know, but not everybody can. You know, so.
Tony, would you think that it would be good for a new player to get to understand what's happening with his dice before he worries about the dice sets? In other words, is he staying on axis or coming off?
Well, I guess.
Because a new player doesn't know.
No, a new player don't. I mean, a new player should just go on Google and do Craps 101 and get all the basics. And then I'm doing a video next month. It's already written up. I just got to call my video crew. It's called How to Find Your Craps Mentor. And that's discussed in there, how to find your craps mentor and all that. So a lot of questions that you need to ask. Like I said, when I first started, I heard of 2 people, Dominator and Beau, and that was all I heard of. Now there's a million.
But I guess, but to me, the question is an interesting one, because when you first get going, what's more important?
What?
How to bet, how to throw. Right?
Well,
you can't say yes to the answer.
No.
The answer's not yes. It's
when
where does somebody go?
When
right?
I played random and I was playing the don't, you know, that would be different than when I'm doing what I'm doing now.
I mean, honestly, a little bit of
So,
getting started,
yeah.
playing the don't.
But I would
watching
have
the
to.
game.
I would, if I had to say one
bet,
word,
right?
I would say betting.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say betting, because no matter, even when we were doing random, I mean, instead of doing the 6 and 8 on just me, it would have to go to 5 different players. Do I think all 5 players are going to point 7 out without hitting 1, 6, or 8? Not really, but I believe more in me than I do the 6 random players.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, so, but yeah,
Sure.
but I would have to say, if you had to pick one, I would say betting. Betting,
Learn the game,
betting
learn how to bet.
trumps the DI, I would think.
Yeah. And money management.
But
Maybe
at the same time,
little
if you're
bit,
not doing DI, I mean, how are you going to get your multiple wins? You know, which is very important to me, because I feel the longer you're in the casino, bad shit can happen.
There you go. Famous Tony Leo quote, right? Drop the mic on that one. That's right. I
I'm
love
sorry.
That. No,
I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it. So we call this section, or betting outside the box, or winning outside the box, right?
Yeah,
I think you do that.
I think I
you
did
embody
explain
a different way of thinking
You have
about
any
all of
questions?
this, right? The way you incorporate the hops, the 6, 8 in the field, the way your leveling system is just different than most people think about the game. And even if somebody can't embrace that, it's different. And it makes you look at your dice, what they're doing, in a different light. Not just am I hitting a cluster in here, but what are the faces doing, and how can I advantage that? I think it's interesting. And to me, like I said, it was an eye opener for me when I first went from learning how to throw that spinner to seeing how I can tie that into something. I thought that was super
What
interesting.
is it?
So, yeah.
The what? 549. I'm trying to get a 1 or a 6. Okay.
Let's see.
I'm using a hard way set with that 2-finger split. This is a hard table. There it is.
6-2.
Okay, 6-2, 6 on that. Now, let me show you the other one here. If I'm doing a whatever,
Of course, folks
6-2,
don't see this, but
6-2,
we're
6.
enjoying ourselves.
If I'm doing a 6-2, 6-3 with that 2-finger reinforced grip, you'll see no spin on it. And what I do, you'll position yourself properly, obviously. But I'll come back like this is a runway. I'll come up the runway and drop it in. You can't spin it. So as you see them go through the air, you won't see any spin. Okay, there it is. 6. Okay, so it had a 6 on it. So on that particular roll, it stayed on axis. On the last one, it went off axis, and it still popped with the 6. So those are just a couple of the things. This is a nice table. Hard. I like hard. Anything else?
I think that's it. I think we've covered everything. So, Tony, thank you for your
You're
time
welcome,
today.
guys. Thank everybody,
it's
too. It was a
great.
pleasure.
Yep. Oh, before you go,
Oh, yeah, tell them
make
what
sure
they
you
did.
tell people
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you put up there for the
So,
auction today. So,
well, you didn't put up what I said, but that's okay.
Didn't I?
So I guess we're doing. I have
4 consultations, right?
4 consultations. Just it could be anything.
Yeah.
Just no matter what it is. Yeah, it could be craps. It could be whatever. 4
Okay.
consultations. 30-minute phone call on any questions anybody has,
Yep.
and I'll do 4 people. Yeah,
You got it.
So
Yeah, get the raffle, get into the raffle. And I'll remind you all again, right? Crapsforthecure.com. We got a donation link, we got a raffle link, and we have the merch link, right? The raffle link's the one, right? Raffle tickets are $1 a pop, right? Buy as many as you want, as many as you think you need. I'm telling you, some of these things are going to go. I think we're going to have 1,000 raffle tickets for some of these items that are out there. Get in there. Trust me, it's worth the money for what you get,
And-
obviously.
and the
It's
cause
for
is worth the money.
It's
That's
for the
right.
cause. It's what
Okay,
it's all
buddy.
about,
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you, Tony.
Tony,
Yeah.
is your YouTube channel Gaming Pro?
I don't know. Just go to the website, thegamingpro.com. You just scroll to the bottom of the page and everything
There
is
it is.
Yeah.
That's perfect. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on. We'll take a quick break, and then we're gonna go ahead and close
You like
out
that?
with a session
Yeah.
with me and Heavy.
I know what.
Raps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now, we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Power Craps, or his Platinum Craps book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Beau Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Beau Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy, Axis Power Crafts, full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it. It's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. got with me the pleasure of Steve Haltom from Access Powercraft. Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's always a good day to get to talk to you. We just got together for your birthday party in Vegas.
Yes,
and
I'm officially an old fart. So.
I'm crawling right up there. I'm 56, and I feel like I'm an old fart. Sometimes I tell you, like my shoulders and my knees, and I'm like, can I hold the dice anymore? I don't know. I'm getting...
Oh, man, wait till the rotator cuff starts to fail on you, and you start thinking, hey, that underhanded toss is looking better and better, you know?
You know what's funny? You say that. I actually throw the chopper, the helicopter toss, because of my shoulder. I've had two cuffs on this side and a labrum on this side, and I throw that toss because I can't turn my hand all the way around. It hurts too bad. That's how I learned it.
One of the things that I like about microfiber, and everybody hates microfiber, right? At least all us old farts who grew up tossing on felt, and we're so adapted to tossing on felt because, we learned toss at a 45-degree angle, and you landed the dice, and they bounce one hop to the back wall. It was perfect, And they switched to microfiber, and 45-degree angle, and they hit, and the dice went every freaking place, and it's like you had to learn the whole thing all over again. And so with microfiber, you need a much lower, slower toss. At least that's the way I teach it. And it's been a great benefit to a lot of us older guys to learn that toss, because when you don't have to extend your arm as high, it doesn't cause as much pressure on that whole rotator cuff thing. So, and it's also caused me to move from stick left one, which everybody wants to shoot from stick left one. I'm over at stick right 1.5 most of the time now. Again, because I'm not doing the back arm thing, I'm going straight ahead. And again, it puts less stress on the rotator cuff.
Totally.
And I can go on a cruise, and I can toss for 4 days on a cruise from stick right and not have any problems. About day 5, my arm will start to tighten up on me. Day 6, I'm ready to go sit and play some blackjack, But on a cruise, I'm pretty good for most of the cruise from stick right without having a problem. Now, if I go to Vegas and I wind up tossing from stick left a lot, and a lot of times I do, one or 2 days, and the arm is sore, so I'm ready to give it a rest, and I'll go out and be a blocker, I'll stand on the end and spread out like I do, which I'm spread out anyway.
You got right. People are parting the seas when you walk up. I tell you, it's so funny you say that. I love the right side now. I used to hate the right side. The thing about stick right, like you say, it's easier to throw. I'm getting used to it, and I prefer it. And actually, when you know how it is, right? You're a famous guy. You walk up to a table, everybody's like, "Oh, Steve's here. We got to make room." Everybody just like I said, the seas part, And when I walk up, the same kind of thing happens. I'm like, I don't want the left side. You guys can have the prime spot. I'll take the sloppy seconds over here on the right. And people are like, really? I'm like, yeah, I prefer the right.
Oh yeah.
And I always get my spot. It's great. It's great.
I remember walking up to a table over here, my home casino, Horseshoe over in Bossier City, Louisiana. I walked in one day, and my favorite table was totally packed. I mean, there are literally 12-foot table, 14 players, cheek to cheek, so to speak. And I'm looking at this table, and I'm like, there's no freaking way. And it's the only table that's open. It's 9:30 in the morning. And as I'm standing all the way across the casino, all of a sudden, a guy that I think died 3 years before. I mean, I haven't seen this guy, and the last time I saw him, he had cancer, he had a heart problem, he had, everything in the world wrong with him, and I think this guy's dead by now. He raises up out of this crowd and says, "Hey, Heavy, come on over, I'll make room for you." And I'm like, oh, damn, it's Elephant Tracks, it's his nickname. So, I saunter on over there, and, he does a hip check on the guy next to him and a hip check on the guy next to him on the other side. And I get room to do the, turn sideways and get in there. And it's a break in the action. Somebody's just 7'd out. And so I drop $1,000 on the table and buy in. They give me my chips. and I'm in the hook, my least favorite position, and they push the dice to me, right? And I'm like, whoa, I just bought in. I'm not going to shoot. Just go ahead and send them around. And the dealer says, oh no, your friend here just passed the dice to you.
Oh,
and
my
I'm
goodness.
like, are you serious? You know? He said, yeah, he wants you to shoot. And I'm like, oh my God, this is your worst nightmare, right? Because now you're on the spot. So I say, you guys okay with me shooting? And everybody's like, I don't care. Just throw the damn dice. Get a game going. So I pick up the dice and I hit the full all tall small in 14 tosses.
That's
hit
awesome.
the whole shebang. And, I've got 10-5-10 on it. I'm up $2,000 in 14 tosses.
And haven't even
10
blinked
minutes.
yet.
In 10 minutes, I'm up.
That's awesome.
I'm up $2,000, right? So after I 7 out, I take my $3,000 plus and drop it on the table and say, color coming in. And Elephant Tracks next to me says, you're not leaving already. And I turned to him and I said, buddy, Tom's his name. I said, Tom, look around this table. It's going to be 2 hours before the dice get to me. Do you think I'm going to stand here and lose any of this money on these peckerwoods waiting for the dice to come back for me to get a chance to toss them again?
Yeah.
I said, it's 90 minutes back to my house from here. I can be home and putting this $2,000 in my bankroll account before the dice would get back to me. I said, I'll just take my money and go. And, he was just stunned at that. But that is the difference in guys who win at this game and guys who lose at this game.
You got it.
And 80% of the players out there will never learn that freaking lesson. So guys, if you're listening to this, pay attention. When you have to play this game smart, you're going to have a win goal and a loss limit. And if you hit that win goal in 15 minutes, I don't care who you are, cash out, step 1, leave the casino, step 2. I'll tell you a secret most people don't know. A lot of you guys know my late friend Howard, rock and roller, know him very well. I'll tell you a secret about Howard that you don't know. When Howard was playing a live session, he'd buy in for $1,000. The dice would go around the table. Howard would shoot. After Howard's hand, he would count his money. If Howard was up $263, so he bought in for $1,000. Now he's got $1,263. He would take that $263 he made profit, and he would ask the dealer to watch his chips. I need to go to the restroom. And he would take that $263 and he would walk off toward the restroom and walk all the way around the casino to the cage, and he would cash those chips in. And then he would walk to the ATM machine and put his bank card in, and he would deposit that $263 in his bank account right then, right there, so he wouldn't lose it back to the casino. Right then when he won it. He didn't wait till the end of the session. He didn't wait till the end of the day. He didn't wait till Friday. He put that money in the bank as soon as he won it, so he wouldn't be tempted to lose it back to the casino. And if Howard lost $187 in that session, the next session when he bought in, he would buy in for $817. You knew how much he lost the last session by how much he bought in for
That's amazing.
the next session, because it was always some stupid odd number like that,
That's fantastic.
But Howard was a great guy, and he was one of the best money managers you'd ever run across with when it came to managing his money at the table. And people just don't do that. They reach in their pocket and pull out another $500 and throw it on the table instead of having a loss limit and sticking to it. So if you want to win, figure out how much you're going to buy in for. Figure out what your loss limit is. You hit that loss limit, something's not going right, don't hang around there and continue to lose. Go find a table that's winning and go play that table. And get the heck away from that one. Change casinos if you have to find a decent table, and go play with winners. Don't stand there and play with losers. And if you're going to stay and play on that damn table, play the way the table's running. Don't be afraid to play the don'ts. I switch back and forth in the middle of a hand in the middle of a table, a circuit around the table, all the time. I'll play 2/3 of the shooters on the table on the dark side. So, don't be the only guy on the table that's just sitting there, playing just nothing but the right side all the time, because the don'ts win 2 out of 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, you got the hammer. You got the hammer when the puck's on with the don't, for sure, right? And I say this a lot too. Like, don't be afraid to play the don'ts on your friends. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm one of those guys. I don't care. I know some people, Gargoyle, one of them, gets really ticked off. You play the don'ts. I just don't care. I'm like, it's your money. But honestly, you're right. That bet wins so often, right? You've got the hammer. Right? Use the hammer, and most of the time you're going to be, and actually the guys play hybrid a little bit. You can switch hammers, right, based on what's happened with that shooter. It's good to be able to pivot. And I think like you said, the separators between the for fun, the average guy, the recreational player versus the guy who's playing to build bankroll, build money. These are the secrets, right? It's like, be able to switch sides. Be okay with switching sides. Manage your freaking money. Like you're saying, managing your money. That was actually my last question for you today, but we're going to talk money management. It's my favorite topic of all, psychology and money management, because I think what separates me from everybody else is the way, and I will walk to a casino and be there for 5 minutes and be done. I was at a casino. I met a guy. Now he's a great friend of mine named Ian Olson. He's actually here at the event with us. He's helped me out. We met about 2.5 years ago, and he had watched one of my shows and saw the Seahawks plaque that I had behind me. He goes, "Are you a Hawks fan?" I'm like, "Yeah." And we got to talking, and we both lived in Seattle. Come up and play with me sometime. I'm like, cool. So we made a thing, and I spent the 45 minutes to drive up to the casino, and he was at the table. He waved me down. I walk into the table. I buy in, playing whatever I was playing, and same thing as how I hit the goal. Like 2 shooters in, I'm like, and he looks at me and goes, "You want to go home, don't you?" I'm like, "I really do." Like, I'm 100% done playing. You're a great guy. And so what I did was I did the Patrick thing, John Patrick thing. I took my buy-in and cut what I'd won in half. And I stashed half, and I played with the second half of my winnings. And I eked that thing out for an hour and a half. With $5 and $10 bets, and just sat there just to play and have fun and talked to Ian and got to know him over the course of a couple hours. And I just, little combat here, little field action there, and we kind of made it work. And that's how I did it. And it was funny because he looked at me because he knows. He's like, "Yeah, you're ready to go." 5 minutes in. But that's a difference maker, because if you don't get that money out of that casino, I love how Howard just goes and deposits it. What a beautiful story that is. That's so fantastic. Yeah.
Back when I retired from Ford Motor Company in 2007, my buddy Jim Daly, Shoot It All, lives just about an hour down the road from me, and he had to drive right by my place to go to Shreveport Bossier. And he and I played together all the time over there. And Jim's like, "We need to see if we can play professionally. We just need to go play every day, And I said, "Well, Jim, I'll tell you what. If you want to go play full time," I said, "I won't go over there and play on weekends, but I'll go Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So if you want to come, drive by here and stop, and we'll take my car from here, and so come by, leave your car here or truck, and we'll drive on over there. And here's the deal. We'll go over there. We'll get there about 10 o'clock in the morning, 9:30, 10 o'clock. We'll play one session. We'll play for an hour, hour and a half until we hit our loss limit or our win goal, and then we'll get a comp for lunch, and then we'll drive home." I say, "We will not play in the afternoon sessions after we eat lunch, because if you eat and then play, it's never good, because all your blood leaves your brain and goes to your stomach to digest your food, and you don't think,
Exactly.
You get sleepy and things just go wrong. So play when you're hungry. That's it." And so we drive over there. We get there about 10:30, and I have a $360 win goal, and that's my magic number. It has been for years, and it's based on an old UNLV study from years ago that said that if you walked into the casino, a table games player walks into the casino with $500 to gamble with and gets ahead $363 and does not cash out and leave the casino, that's that two-part thing I mentioned earlier, he will give back that $363 and lose the entire $500 he brought with him. He'll just give all his money back. And I thought, boy, that sounds so true that I'm just going to use a $360 win goal from now on. And I've used it for, 35 years now.
That's interesting, yeah.
So 360, and actually I've bumped it up a little bit since then, but 360 is a pretty hard number for me, but I've raised it up since then as my win goal. But
That's interesting.
I won't walk out with less than $360 if I get ahead. But,
that's awesome. So let me wind back for a minute here. Let me
he and I
wind back.
rarely miss that number. You know, I mean, we go over there every day, and I would hit it. Jim couldn't have more than $10 on the table, or he'd freak out. You know, he was
right.
He was there. Jim was a don't player, and he would play a $6 don't pass and a $6 6 and 8, and that was his play. He was there, hopefully, to win $20 over the course of a couple of hours, and drink several beers, and tell a lot of funny jokes to the dealers, and then tip them the $20 that he won when he cashed out. He didn't want to win any money. He was just there to have a good time.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was his approach to the game. His old story was, "Don't let these clothes fool you. I've got money," and he did. But I was there to win $1,000 a week. $360 a pop, $1,000 a week plus, and I just never missed it. And later I took a job over. I spent a couple of years chasing karate tournaments with my younger daughter, and then she stopped the karate circuit after she went to the Junior Olympics, and after that I took a job over in Bossier City at a car dealership over there as an internet sales manager, and I worked there for a couple of years, and I played pretty much every day, Monday through Saturday, down there for breakfast. I'd drive over in the morning and play a session before breakfast, and then get a breakfast comp there at the casino, then go to work. I go back to the casino and eat a breakfast or a lunch buffet over there, not play at lunch. But then I get off in the evenings and go over there and play for an hour and a half, and then head on home, and I was winning $300 to $500 a day almost every day over there while I was working in the car dealership. So just tagging them, but you got to plan your play and play your plan and have your money management and discipline stuff. And in my situation, I knew the tables, I knew the dealers, they were comfortable with me. I got no heat. I tipped them well, took care of them, and it was just, I was very comfortable there. They were comfortable with me, and it was just a great situation,
Yeah, that's interesting. So let me ask you this. I love psychology talk, right? And you made something, a little point a minute ago that I can relate to from my job, actually. So back when I was, I'm a software developer. So back in the day, right, when I was working as a lead developer, I made a rule, and I made a rule because I was being selfish. I didn't really understand the psychology of it. And you just kind of brought this back to light, which is I said, we have our morning meeting right at 9 o'clock. Get together, meet while we're fresh, right? You work until 11:30, and then we didn't have lunch. We didn't have lunch till 1 or 1:30. Right. We had our most important meeting was right before lunch, right? So you worked while you had that empty stomach. When you were hungriest, we had the meeting because I got your full attention. Everybody was great in those meetings. We'd have lunch. After lunch, everybody would go, and you'd lose them, right? That's when they prepped for the next day. So after lunch, your job now is to kind of document what we talked about, get it ready for the India team, so we can hand off the work to them to finish up. and you have that kind of that sine wave of a day sort of thing,
Yep.
right? And I think talking about gambling that way, like, you know, your mindset, your stomach, you make terrible decisions when you're stuffed, loaded, full, and you're just kind of bogged down. You're just not thinking straight. It's just so interesting, like the psychology of just that, just making a poor decision. Not so much your dice throwing, but just poor decision making when you're not right in the head. You know, it's just fascinating that you put that out there.
Saturday night after you have the big steak dinner in Las Vegas, that's not the time to go play.
No,
you know, you've had a half a bottle of wine, you've had a big steak dinner, you know, and a big heavy dessert, you know, the big cheesecake or whatever,
100%.
You know, and your blood sugar's off the map, and and you're stuffed, and no sense at all in going and playing because you're not thinking straight. It's just stupid. You're throwing your money away. It's kind of like,
it's funny, those little things that make it different. It's not, like I said, it's not the turn of the dice. It's not the strategy you pulled. Sometimes it's just you being a dumbass.
It's like
and you don't realize
when we do the seminars, at the end of the day on Saturday, after we spend a full day in the dealer school practicing tossing the dice, practicing tossing the dice, practicing tossing the dice. The thing I tell the guys, I give them what I call the Saturday night fever speech. You guys are going to be excited to go play tonight because you've been in here tossing the dice all day, and you saw Jim have this 38 number hand in here in practice, and you saw Bob over here have a 44 number hand, and you saw, I mean, everybody's had, at least one good hand, and you know who you want to play with, and you know where this guy's staying, and you know where this guy's staying, and you're planning, and you're all planning going out, and you're going to get together after the class, and you're going to go out and have dinner, and then you're going to go play, and you're going to lose your ass because you've been in here in this classroom for 9 hours today, right? And you're exhausted. And now you're going to go eat a big dinner, and all that blood's going to go, to your gut, and you're probably going to have a drink or two, and you're going to have a cocktail or some brown water, as Ed calls it. And next thing you know, here you are, you're at the table, and you're just sleepy, and you can't keep your eyes open, and which one of those bets is mine? And, you're out of it. You have no business at the damn table. And sometimes, Saturday night they get lucky and somebody catches a hand and makes some money, and you get those the chip porn on the internet. But those chip porns don't always tell the whole story, do they? They don't tell you how much they lost before they got that chip porn, or how much they lost after they got that chip porn. So don't always believe everything you see when you see those chip porn pictures.
I think chip porn and the pictures of your bubble craps tickets should be illegal. Like Facebook should put that in the same filter they did with the politics shit. Like nobody should ever show that stuff. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah. Well, everybody gets excited about it. They like to see those. They like to see those yellow chips.
They do.
Right? Oh,
they do.
Show me the banana chips. Right?
Yeah, I've done it one time. I did it one time. I never do it. But I was in Reno with the Hawaiian crap shooters team, and we met all up there, and that was one of these nights where Chef Dice got on a 60-something roller. They brought two coolers in. It was insanity, right? I started with my horseman strategy. It's don't come or don't pass and a couple of come bets, right? Just to kind of feel the table out. Well, he hit whatever. I moved it out. From that bet, I had my 9 up over $1,000, right? From a come bet on the 9, a $10 come bet. That's how many times I think he hit like 11 9s or some shit like that. It was insanity. And at the end of that table, I think we took probably $30,000 off that table. It was dust bunnies, and so everybody's, we got to get a picture of this with all the hands are in the everybody's got their hands. The one time I've done it, but I just feel like that's bragging, and I tie as much as I win. I'm like, hey, here's my chip porn, here's my $1,000 that I bought in with.
Yeah, right.
They didn't get me today, which is a win in some respects.
I bought in with. Here's the $12 I won, right?
My dad always said,
out alive.
My dad always said a tie is a win. If you can beat the edge,
right.
a tie is a win sometimes. So I got to ask you.
literally
Yeah.
an 18-hour shift one time and cashing out with, I think it was a $3 win, and that was the
Oh, my
sweetest
God.
$3 I'd ever won, man. I played the table 18 damn hours trying to dig my ass out of a hole. Boy, it
Oh
was
my
tough.
God, that's insane.
I can tell you how the win came about. The win came about at 4 o'clock in the morning, and this is a crazy story. 4 o'clock in the morning, a midget or a little person, I want to be politically correct here, or whatever, socially correct. A little person walks into the casino and pulls up a slot stool to the table and steps up on it and buys in for $6,000. And this little guy goes on a hand of the month, you know. I mean, he just goes on a tear and brings me back from being down about $3,000 to being up $3, you know.
My God.
As soon as his hand's over, I'm like, Connor coming in. Is that offer for a room still good? You know, because it's already tomorrow, you know.
Oh my God.
My buddy, who's
That-
a floor man there, said, "Yeah, we'll hook you up." You know,
That
I
is
said, "Put me down
fantastic.
for 2 days because I'm sleeping till the till the next
That
day or
is
whatever.
awesome.
I don't
Oh
want
my
them trying
God.
to boot me out at 11 o'clock or whatever." So,
Oh my God. What a great story.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I have to ask you a question. So this one comes from a subscriber of ours, and I think it's a great question. And this is he wants to know. This is from Skill and Luck, Dylan. You probably know him. He's been around for a while. This is really interesting. What advice would you give everybody? So everybody who is watching us right now, right? We're live, by the way, on Craps for the Cure. This is a fundraiser for the veterans, right? We got probably we're recording this, right? But live, there's probably 500 people watching live right now. All of them are craps players of some skill level, some experience level, right? What do you tell them that they don't know that they ought to know? Even as experienced players, what don't we know that you need to impart on people? That we need to know. Even
you that.
Yeah.
I think I already told you that. That's what I opened the session with. I said 80 to 90% of the people don't know this. Look, there's no secret to winning this game. It's the easiest game in the world to play. John Patrick said it 50 years ago, 60 years ago. You know, at some point in this game, you're ahead 20%. Unless you just walk up to the wrong table and it just takes from the get-go, in which case you should have a loss limit and you walk away from it. But at some time in any game at the casino, you walk in, you're ahead 20, 30%. Have a reasonable loss limit and have a good sense to cash out and walk away. Now, people say, well, that's chump change. So in the 90s, back in the 90s, I was playing 300 sessions a year. Now that sounds like a lot, okay? But I played a lot of sessions where I bought in at a table and played for 30 to 45 minutes and I cash out and I'm done. And I go take a break and I come back 2 hours later and I buy in and play another session, 30 to 45 minutes, and I cash out and I'm done. And I go across the street to another casino and I'd buy in and I'd play another session for 30 to 45 minutes and I'm done. So on a weekend, I might play 20, 30 sessions. And I was in a job, I traveled, I was an outside sales guy, sales manager for almost 30 years with Ford Motor Company. And I traveled in areas where there were a lot of riverboat casinos. I never passed one without stopping, you know, for 30 to 40 minutes because I made my own schedule up. And as long as I got my work done, nobody cared. And I was the #1 sales rep in my region forever. I was #1 in the United States for 17 years. So nobody bothered me. I did what I wanted to do. So I got plenty of time to go play in the casino. So I was playing 300 sessions a year. Now my average win in the late 90s, early 2000s was about $40 a session. And a lot of people out there will say, $40, that's two $20 bills. That's freaking chump change. No, that's $12,000 a year in the 90s. That made my house payment. I'm talking about 7 years of making my house payment on $40 a session win. Now you may not be playing $300 or 300 sessions a year. You may be playing 150 6-hour sessions a year, or however long your sessions are. Reevaluate how long your sessions are. Number one. Number two, you got to have enough bankroll to play with. I had a couple in yesterday for a class. They were here all day. I'm talking all day. We had a 6-hour class that stretched to 8.5 hours, okay? No charge for the extra time. I'm that kind of guy. Don't take advantage of it. We had a great class. They had some bad habits. I got them tuned up on their tosses, but the main thing they wanted to know was how to bet. I taught them how to bet because, I mean, they had no idea how to bet. They had gone to a seminar that taught them how to toss the dice. They didn't teach them properly how to toss the dice, but they taught them how to toss the dice. They had some basics down that were good, but they needed some tweaks. Anyway, when they left, they were tossing 20 to 25, 26 number hands, and they were taking a couple of $1,000s off the table. And I got them hooked up with the latest version of Bone Tracker, so they knew what they were doing. They were looking good. In fact, I got a text back from them this afternoon. They'd taken it home and practiced today on it, and he had just tossed like a 27 number hand, and it made $2,000 on that session on his own table at home, and was going to the casino tomorrow to do it for real. Anyway, my point is, you got to have sufficient bankroll. Hey, where have you heard that before? You got to have knowledge of the game. Most of these people have a good knowledge of the game, but you'd be surprised at things that you don't know. I ask dealers this question all the time. What's a $37 yo pay? And then I start counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they can't tell you. Well, you break it down. What's a $30 yo pay? What's a $5 yo pay? What's a $2 yo pay? I mean, you do that and you can figure it out pretty quick. It pays $555.
$525, yeah.
Yeah. $555. Greatest stick call ever. So after you ask them that question, you ask them, what's a $37 ace deuce pay? And it gets them every time. They can't.
Oh my God, that's funny.
You know, pays the same, dumbass.
Yeah.
So, and that's an extreme. But I mean, you really need to know what the bets pay. This couple did not know what a horn bet paid. They didn't know what a world bet was. They didn't know what hop bets paid. They didn't understand what a hop bet was. They did, and no, you shouldn't bet those bets because they're high vig bets, except for the fact that if you're a savvy player, you understand that there are situations where those bets are useful. Now, I sometimes criticize some people for teaching you to use those bets on every toss of the dice. I think that's excessive, but anyway, knowledge of the game, sufficient bankroll. You got to have a strategy, okay? You got to plan your play and play your plan. The strategy's got to be logical. It's got to make sense. It's got to take advantage of the lowest vig bets on the table. You have to understand what the lowest vig bets are. And folks, 110 inside, that's not the lowest vig bets, okay? I mean, the 5 and 9's got a 4% house edge. Yeah. And if you can buy the 4 and 10 for $30 a piece and get the vig collected after the number hits, hell, that's right up there with the same vig as a 6 and 8. Take that all day. Bet even numbers. Bet even numbers for $120 instead of 110 inside, and learn how to throw some 4s and 10s. Man, you're in Fat City. So understand how to take advantage of that. Have yourself a decent strategy. Learn how to manage your money with setting win goals and loss limit. Understand good old John Patrick 101, up and pull. Up and pull simply means if you've got a win goal, let's say you've got a bankroll of $1,000, session bankroll of $1,000, win goal of $500. You get a hot shooter, you get through with his hand, you are up $800. You take your $1,000 buy-in, your $500 guarantee, and you put it in that back rack.
Yeah.
Now
Amen.
you've got $300 left in the front rack to play with, and you keep playing as long as you're winning on that $300. But if you lose half of that $300, or if you lose money on 3 shooters in a row, you take what's left of that $300 and add it to that $500 guarantee, and you cash out with $680 or whatever you've got left profit plus your original buy-in, and you take the money and run. And here's the other secret. If you're on a trip to Vegas and you're taking a $5,000 bankroll and you're going in to play for, you like me, I go in for 5 days, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say you're going in for 3 days and you've got $5,000 and you're going to play 2 sessions on the first day, 3 sessions on the second day, 2 sessions on the third day, and 1 before you leave. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sessions on $5,000. $600 a session with a couple of $100 left over. Okay, get yourself 6 envelopes, put $600 a piece in those envelopes, label them session 1, session 2, all the way through session 6. Stuff them in the safe when you get to the hotel room. When you get ready to go down and play your first session, take the first envelope and the first envelope only out, and you take that $600 to the table with you, and that's all you take to the table with you. And you play with that money. And when that session is over with, you take your winnings and your buy-in or your loss limit back up to the room, and you have another envelope that says take home, and all that money goes in the take home envelope.
Mm-hmm.
And the next session, you do the same thing. You do that with session 2, session 3, session 4, all the way through your last session. And I'll guarantee you, if you set a 50% loss limit on every session, you'll take at least half the money you brought to Vegas home with you. And the odds are you're going to take a win home with you. Now I'll tell you a story. The very first class I did in Las Vegas, I had a young man from Canada come to my class who had about $280 some odd to last him the entire weekend.
Oh my goodness.
And when he broke it down into how many sessions he wanted to play, he had about $78 a session. So he made his little envelopes up and he put his $78 in there, and he took them to the table one at a time, and he had his take-home envelope and everything, just like I told him to do. Well, he got lucky on the first session and got on a hot table with a bunch of us. And he made about $600 that first session. And it went in the envelope. He was not tempted to pull any of it out and use it. It all went in the take-home envelope. The next session, he won like another $400. The next session, he won a couple of hundred more. Then he had another big session where he won like $500. All week he won. He took home almost $3,000 off that $300
It's amazing.
brought with him that week. Now he took that money home. Now this was in 2002, I believe it was. He took all that money home to Canada with him and opened a checking account specifically for his gambling money. He added no other money to it other than winnings from gambling. Now he has a checking account now that's got a mid 5-figure number in it. Okay, I mean, he's not to 6 figures yet, but he's mid 5 figures, and he's never had to add any of his personal money to it. It's all off winnings, and he's continued to play that way for the last almost 50 years. Whatever, 2020? Whatever, what year was it, 20? Hell, a long time. 19, kid, it's been a long time. Damn. Hell if I know. It's a long time.
About 20
Anyway,
years, yeah.
the guy's still playing that way, you know. I don't know. I don't even know when last week was. I can't keep track.
That's a beautiful story though, because again, money management to me is the kicker, man. It's the thing, and especially like Vegas trips are one thing, cruises are another thing. You do a lot of cruising, so do I, and you know you're a captive audience on a cruise. I mean, if you don't do the envelope thing or find some way to like lock your sessions in, you could tank it too quick, right? And a bad session will get you, but the bad session shouldn't totally get you. I think that's an important that whole loss limit, and I love the envelope idea. To me, that's a great takeaway for everybody listening to the show. And I do something similar, not the exact same thing, but I break it up by sessions. I don't dig into coming sessions, and I don't chase. Like a session is a session. It's going to do its job or it's not. Like the bankroll I bring to a table, to me, and I'm probably the outlier here. You're probably going to yell at me. I'm a stop loss zero person, right? I am. If I'm bringing this to the table, I'm bringing it. Like that's what I'm bringing. Like that $600 or the $500, whatever it is, it's got a job to do. Either it does it or it doesn't, right? If I'm only willing to lose half, I'll just buy in for half. But that's me. So I'm going to burn the thing to get my goal. But I don't ever go back in previous sessions, right? Or coming sessions, because I don't want to rip into the trip, so to speak.
How many times have you been at a table and a wife comes up to the husband and says, "Come on, let's go eat." And the husband says, looks at his chips and says, "Well, just let me lose these last few chips and I'll be ready to go." Have you ever heard that?
Oh my God, I've heard that so many times. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and or the husband goes to get the wife at the slot machine. And back in the old days, they had the coin cups, you know.
Yeah.
And I've heard that a million times. "Let's go eat, honey," and she'll pick up the cup and shake it. "Just let me lose these last few dollars, and we'll go eat." You know. And I'm over there. "Just give me the damn dollars. I'll take them. You know. Go eat now." But they never give them to me. You know. I don't understand it. "Give me the chips. I'll give you your winnings if you. You know." No, they don't trust me. But I kind of feel that way about when I get down to the point. Okay. My loss limit was 250 and I passed it, and now I've got 150 left, and what the hell am I thinking? You know, let's just get the hell out of here, and I'll put this 150 in the safe, and I'll take it home with me, and I can use it for groceries or something, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
It'll go back into the bankroll account, but.
Yeah, what I find is with the bigger loss limit, like I said, I'll say if I'm bringing 500 or 600, whatever it is to the table, I say I'm willing to lose this to win whatever percentage I'm looking to win. I almost never go with the whole thing, because if you're getting your ass kicked that bad, right, you ain't having any fun anyway. And I'm like, this is a waste of my freaking time, and I'd leave. I almost never lose the whole thing, but I'm willing to. Almost never do, because when it gets to that point, you're like, it's not my day. And sometimes it's not your day. Like you said earlier, find another table, stop your session, you know, do something else. But
do you ever throw in a get back bet?
What's that?
A get back bet. That's where you look down and you got, I've only got $125 in red chips left. You just pick them up and stack them all in the field.
Oh, hell no. No. Do that. No, I have done that on the don't. I'm like, I'm done. If the seven's kicking my ass, you can have it all on the don't pass. We'll see. And it's always a come out 7. And that's my let me lose these chips and go to dinner move sometimes. Yeah.
We do a end of session play, and it's kind of like you know, Patrick used it as his dinner play. You know, it was the sayonara play where you take your last bet on the don't pass, you know, and you use if you win it, that pays for dinner. Well, we take it, you know, we get ready to color up, and let's say you color up and you've got $1,237. Yeah, you put your $1,200 in the back rack, you put your $37 on the don't, and if it wins, we parlay it, and we keep parlaying it all the way around the table to see if we can get it all the way back to us. We're looking for nobody on the table with us to make a pass. And you'd be shocked at how many times this $37 comes back like this. And we're back, well, shit, you know, suddenly we've got a $600 bankroll he built up here, and I guess we have to shoot the dice again now. And we're back on the right side, going around the table again.
That is awesome, man. That is great. The parlay don't, man. That is a sneaky little winner right there. I love that. I love that
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
Yep. So you mentioned earlier about like somebody come to your seminar, right? And they learned the wrong way to throw. You taught them how to bet, right? Honestly, like honest engine here, just between us two, nobody else watching this, right?
All right.
What percentage, like real, like on the spectrum of things, right, of winning is throwing the dice well or betting well? I'll put betting money management on one side, being a good thrower on the other side of that spectrum. Where do you weight that for somebody who needs to pay attention to what they're going to spend their time on?
I could do this on a graph for you because I did it.
Yeah.
Actually did it yesterday with a chip on the table,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of equate it to a slot machine. You know, when setting the random number generator on a slot machine. But I'll just go through that. You know, if you have a slot machine, random number generator is always running. So the random number generator could be set at 98% payback. Okay, so 0 for that random number generator is 98%. That machine is always trying to get back to 0. But it's 0 is 98%. It's not 0. That's its universe. Okay.
Yes.
So it's operating like a grandfather clock. Okay. It's like the tick-tock on a grandfather clock, going back and forth and back and forth. The pendulum swinging back and forth. And the pendulum's always trying to get to 0, but it's going to swing past it and it's going to have a payoff. And so, it's got to swing back and get some negatives. And it's going to swing back and it's going to go back and forth. And if you track these things long enough, you will see that the payoffs, especially on the old school reel machines, as time goes on and if they've had a long sleepy spell, you'll start to see a series of larger and larger payoffs on these machines. So it might hit for, let's just say it hits for 160 coins. And then it hits for 240. And then it hits for 400, then it hits for 800, then it hits for jackpot and it hits all the coins. And then it starts to slow down and taper off and it hits for 800 again, and it hits for 400 and 240 and 160 and 80 and 40, and then it goes to sleep for the next 40,000 spins, or however many spins it takes for this cycle to swing all the way back up to the negative. And then the grandfather clock starts to tick back down again because the RNG says, oh shit, we're too negative. We're way up here. We got to get back up here closer to 0 again. And it starts swinging back down this way, and it swings back up toward the positive again. But it's always trying to get towards 0, but its 0 is 98%. Craps game is exactly the same way. Craps game 0 is 1.4% if you're playing the pass line only, right? But you got all these other bets out here. So, yeah, you have the 1.41% on the pass line, 1.39 on the don't pass. You have the 4% on the 5 and 9, the 1.51 on the 6 and 8. You have the field bet. It depends on how they play it. 2.78, 5.28, or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah,
you got the hot bets, the 11-11s, the 16.67s. Yeah, I mean, you got percentages all over the place. So you look at the hold on the game. The hold on the game can range anywhere from 13% up to 23, 24%, depending on whether it's 2, 3, 4 times odds, 5 times odds, 10 times odds, 100 times odds. Do they have the all tall small? Do they have the fire bet? Do they have the repeater bet? Do they have all of them on there? Who's betting what? What states it in? Do they have the buy bets on the 4 and 10 paid before or after? Do they have the buy bets offered on the 5 and 9? I mean, all that shit goes into consideration.
Sure.
So who knows what the hell the house edge is on the craps game? All we know is it's 0 on the house edge on the craps game is somewhere off down there, and we've got a stretch to go to get it to a positive EV with dice influence. So it's a combination of the two. We've got to bet the lowest house edge bets, number one, and we've got to overcome the house edge on the bets we make. So if we stick with the lowest house edge bets, like the pass line and the 6 and 8, and buying the 4 and 10 in those areas where we get the big paid after it hits, and pushing the house on the amount we can buy it for up to 30, 35, 39 if they'll let you do it. Buying the 5 and 9 in Mississippi, oh hell yeah, that's a deal, man. That's a great deal, you know. Come bets, you know, we hate them. I mean, dice guys hate damn come bets, but on a hot table with 100 times odds, you know, you're stupid if you're not making come bets. You know, the combination of placing buy bets and come bets and letting those come bets replace the buy bets, I mean, that's stronger than 10 acres of fresh cut garlic. The guy that won more money than anybody else in any of my seminars, the guy we call the luckiest man alive, won $183,000 in my first seminar I ever did. Started off with something along the lines of $6,000 each on the 6 and 8, $2,500 buy bets on the 4 and 10, $5,000 pass line bet with I don't know how much odds he had, but it was significant because it was a 20 times odds casino. And he made three. It was 500. 500 with 20 times odds, I believe is what he did. Anyway, and then 3 come bets with max odds at 500, replacing his place bets, and then he dropped to $250 come bets and made $250 come bets with max odds until the ugly number showed after about a 54 roll hand, and he made $183,000. You know.
Dang. Yeah.
And hell, that's a hell of a seminar. That's a good way to start off your seminar business if you're a guy like me. You know, I mean, I'm great advertising. Everybody wanted to take a class from me after that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to make $183,000. Yeah, no problem. If you want to start out with whatever the hell that number is, 6,000, 20 and 10,000.
That's an okay win percentage there. You know, when I practice throwing, I tell people this all the time. I'm not a great thrower. I try to be, but I'm not. But when I practice, the only bets I make are come bets in my practice sessions. And the reason for that is I feel like if I'm going to be a good thrower, I should be throwing repeat numbers. I should be in the pocket, in the groove. I should be repeating, right? So if I track and count my throws, but if I'm making money in a session, in a practice session, I know I threw good because I'm only doing come bets. And I've got to get that second hit, and I'm hitting them over and over again. It's easier than trying to, tinker with bets all day long. But I feel like if I can draw those wins out of that when I'm throwing in practice, that's a good indicator of how well I'm throwing. Now, in a casino, maybe not the same thing, right?
This class I did yesterday, husband and wife. Husband, place better. Wife, come better. Nothing but come bets. The wife could not hit a repeating number. She'd get every number up there lit up. Could not hit a repeating number.
Yeah, horrible.
Husband was hitting repeating numbers with place bets. But the wife had a nice looking toss, okay? But she could not hit the same spot on the table twice with her dice. So I just took a teeny tiny little piece of paper, put it down there, and I said, where do you want to land the dice? And she showed me. So I put that piece of paper on the table, and I said, I want you to hit that every time. And it took her a dozen tosses before she got dialed in. And by the time the class was over, she was banging out 6, 8, 6, 8, 6, 8, 6, 8. So come bets were working great for her when the day was over with. But when the day started, I mean, she was just losing money left and right, and that was what was happening in the casino because she could not repeat a number. And that's the problem most people have. And for wannabe dice influencers, we talk about your grip, we talk about your toss, we talk about all this kind of stuff, and there are technical errors almost everybody has in their grip and their toss and their release. You toss too high, you release too low, you pronate your wrist, you roll your wrist over when you toss the dice and make the dice bounce left into the corner, and then dozens of things like that. They're just minor little technical things that are pretty easy to fix once you know what you're doing wrong. Unfortunately, most people that are talking about this stuff on the internet don't know this stuff, and they don't explain it if they do know it. They say, oh, we teach advantage dice control, we teach this, we teach that, but they really don't. They get a guy into a class and say, well, throw the dice a few times, let me see. Oh, that looks good. Okay, now let's talk about betting, and they move on to what they're comfortable with. And I'm comfortable with both. We'll talk betting all day long, we'll talk dark side all day long, and none of these guys want to talk about playing the don'ts, but and I'm not near as conversed in the don'ts as Darth Nader, Nate Fernandez is.
Yep.
Nate is like an orchestra conductor playing the don'ts. You mentioned you'll play the don'ts on anybody. Nate plays the don'ts on everybody, even me. And it doesn't bother me one bit because I understand it's part of his strategy that he plays.
Yeah.
He hedges everything. And he'll bet $100 don't pass, but then he'll have 100 in right side action out there too. And as he presses up his right side action, he'll start laying odds on his don't action out there, and he'll work it up. And then all of a sudden he starts doing regressions and taking these odds down. And the next thing you know, he's down just to his don't bet, and he's regressed everything down, and he's got a rack full of chips over there, and everybody else is sitting around with 88 inside wondering how he made all that money. And it's because he's a freaking genius at playing the don'ts and playing hybrid plays, But back to that percentage thing, it's really, I would say it's, you've got to have, over your lifetime of play, if we look at the long run, if you're going to be a long run winner, you're going to have to be able to either be able to toss the dice with an advantage, or you're going to have to be able to recognize advantage players at the table and take advantage of their tosses, and then be willing to read the table and have good table reading skills, which I teach, and switch to the don'ts when you need to. If you don't do that, you're guaranteed to lose half the time, because the don'ts are going to win a half to 2/3 of the time. So, there's no better way to say that. I mean, people who are not willing to play the don'ts are just committing themselves to losing at least half the time. So,
yeah, that's interesting, because I know a lot of people who are so anti-dice control, and they're also all about table trends. And I'm like, well, aren't the guys throwing the dice causing a trend? And isn't that what you're kind of betting on, right? It's like you're saying, recognize somebody else who's doing it and jump on the train. So,
the guys most often who are anti-dice influence are usually the guys that are the pure math heads, and the pure math heads don't recognize trends. There's no such thing as a trend. It's just, they're all random numbers, and to me, it's all cyclical, numbers will run in cycles and trends, and so certain numbers, any number, will occasionally, I'll say, sequence more frequently than is normal. So a 5 should roll once every 9 rolls, but sometimes you'll see 5, 6, 8, 5, 6, 5. Well, when that third one rolls, you better by God have yourself a 5, and I don't like betting the 5. That's just my number I don't bet, but that's a heavy superstition thing. That's everybody.
See, I would be in the, I do like the 5 and 9, actually. I'm guilty as charged on that. And I'm also one of these, I don't believe in trends kind of people, but only because I would say in a random world, things can't trend. But in a controlled world, they can. So I feel like a good shooter can create that. I feel like a random shooter doesn't. And that's where I kind of draw that. So like you're saying, I'm looking around saying who's shooting, who's making it happen. If that guy's making it happen, he's causing something. And that's when you say you got to recognize that and jump into that pocket that they create. And I think that's an important bit of like wisdom that you get over the years, like seeing the pockets and jumping into them. So we have to we got to go here. Let me ask you this. I want to close with a couple of things. One is, right, the charity that we're doing this for, right? We're veterans moving forward, and they train the dogs for the service vets who've got PTSD. That's the charity. You've put up a seminar, as you do every year for us, which we love. Talk about the seminar that you're going to put up, and also if you have any veteran lore, love, whatever you want to talk about with that. I'd love to hear your thoughts before we close out.
Sure. First of all, I am a veteran. I did not go to Vietnam, but I served during the Vietnam years. I was in the Army from 1969 through 71, so right at the wind down of the Vietnam War. I spent 2 glorious years down in Fort Hood, Texas. When I got assigned down to Fort Hood, because of previous civilian acquired skills, I wound up getting assigned to a unit that was doing some top secret field testing in the computer field with patient input, output, and field medical hospitals. The military had a habit of losing patients. GI would get injured in the battlefield, they send him to a MASH unit, then they send him to a field hospital somewhere, then they send him to Germany, then they'd send him to maybe San Antonio, Texas, to hospital there. They lose track of the guy, and they wind up a lot of times getting reported AWOL, and his benefits would stop, and and sometimes the guy's reported killed in action or whatever. Then they discover the guy's 8 months later in a burn unit down in the hospital in San Antonio, and they're like, oh shit, this guy's still alive, So we were trying to come up with a program that did a better job of tracking these guys, and that's what I was involved with. So I spent 2 glorious years in Fort Hood, Texas doing that. People were all around me were volunteering to go to Vietnam to get out of Fort Hood, Texas. That's how scuddy that was. But do have a great affinity for vets. Also have a great affinity for service dogs because my daughter was a first responder, and she has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, is unable to work. She's 100% disabled. She has an old service dog. He's 15 years old and is no longer able to help her, so she is without a service dog right now. And we kind of in the market for one. But Moses has been a good old dog. He's a sweetheart, and he's living out his years with us. Anyway, so I have an affinity for service dogs as well because he's been a good one, taking good care of her. Love the program and what you're doing. As far as the seminars we do, I have been teaching dice control seminars since 2001, and I did not come out of anybody else's program. I was acquainted with Jerry Patterson and the PAR people back in the day. I did do some joint events with Patterson back in the early 2000s, and in fact, I tried to buy PAR from Patterson at one point, and then I found out that Sharpshooter was part owner of the PAR program, and that kind of went away as an idea, and so I decided to go on my own at that point, and with Jerry's blessing, that actually happened, as a matter of fact, and we've been very successful with it ever since. I tried to retire when I was 65 and stopped doing this. In fact, I did stop for 2 years, and people just wouldn't leave me alone. They kept on calling me up, Heavy, come do a class, Heavy, give me a private lesson, Heavy this, Heavy that. So I came back and started doing them again. Honestly, one of the reasons I quit doing them was because, not because I was tired of doing them, I got so much repeat business from people who would come back and do a second, third, fourth, fifth class with me who wouldn't pay attention to what I said on issues like money management, loss limits, and discipline and all that. I had players, and still do to this day, whose goal is not to become long-term winners, but to be able to extend the playing time they have at the table on the bankrolls they have. In other words, they don't want to win more, they want to lose less. And that's not my objective. I want to help people learn how to win. And so, guys, if you're thinking about taking the class with me at some point, that's what the class is all about, getting a winning attitude and learning how to win. And that's kind of what I try to teach. I start out my class the same way every time. I say, welcome to the family, and we're going to treat you like family. And that means we're not going to loan you any money, and we're not going to bail you out of jail. Because I've had people in my classes ask for both.
Oh my God.
And yeah, that's a fact. But
there's a story there, I'm sure. Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've had the good fortune of watching one of your classes. Of course, like, you know, when you're on your birthday weekend in Vegas, I was out there, I was helping
that
out a
was
little bit.
That was kind of an abbreviated deal.
It was, but it was good to watch like the process, right? And I got a chance to see how you, and folks, you got to know, like, every betting lesson comes with a story behind it. We're going to do this with the 410, and here's why. I knew a guy, and it's like there's reality and grounding to all that. It's fantastic. It's like the best time you'll ever spend. So get your raffle ticket in now. Go buy the raffle tickets. I mean, they're $1 a ticket, right? We're going to pull a winner out of the hat here on Sunday night, and somebody's going to get to go to the seminar. It's totally worth it. Steve, first of all, thanks for your service. I did not know you were a veteran. That's good to learn that today. And my prayers out to your daughter. And hopefully you guys find a dog and your health too. You and I share
we have 5 in the house.
Man, my God. Now you and I share a common health issue. I've had heart issues as well, and I know I know the cardiac rehab. I know the process. I've been through it. When I was 35, I had my heart attack. So I've been at this now for 20 plus years, dealing with it. So I know. And my heart goes to you and your family, man. Thanks for all you do for the community, for the game of craps, for this charity, and for the event. I'm stoked that I got to know you over the last couple of events, but really in person this year. It was awesome. So I hope to see a lot more of you.
Appreciate it, man. I've enjoyed it too.
All right, well, that concludes day 1 of Craps for the Cure 2024. It's been a long day. Started here at 9 this morning, and here it is, almost 8 o'clock at night, something like that. We did a great job today. We had some great guests. We had some great interviews. We had a lot of fun with Big AZ dealing to us. And we raised about $10,000 today, right? So all said, it was a great day. Tomorrow's going to be a better day. We are going to be very heavy on Daddy David tomorrow. David's going to be here working presses with us, talking about big bankroll players. We're going to learn about casino security. And of course, we have a lot of cool roundtables tomorrow. What's that? Oh yeah, of course. We're going to end with Craps Chat. We're going to have, I think Chris will be here. I think Jeff may dial in. I think we may hear from a couple other people in Craps Chat. So yeah, we're going to end the day with a big live group session. It's going to be a fun one. Get some rest. I'll see you in the morning, and get your wallets out for tomorrow. We're going to rally tomorrow. We're at 10,000 now. We're about 40,000 from goal. Okay, look at the raffle items again. Get on that stuff, and I will see you in the morning again. Craps Chat. Good Lord. See how long it's been, right? Craps for the Hero 2024. Day 1's out.